Lai Ha was an elite military sniper, but a careless teammate and an ammo box cost him the use of his legs. As if guided by fate, he was introduced to a virtual reality game. It promised real money to cover his daily expenses, and fate definitely had a hand in it. Inside the game, he was a sniper once more, though he was stuck with a rifle that was basically an antique. So how will Lai Ha's journey in this game world unfold? On the training grounds, a young man lies still, his focus unshakable. Looking through the scope of a sniper rifle, becoming a marksman requires incredibly strict discipline. First, you need sharp eyes. Next, a steady trigger finger. And most importantly, patience far beyond any normal person. To describe this young man's skill, the title God of Snipers would be the only one that fits. The target he struck was as small as a sheet of paper, yet he pierced the bullseye perfectly, without the slightest deviation. This soldier is Sergeant Lai Ha. He was supremely confident in his own accuracy, and with skill like his, that confidence was well earned. His teammate jokingly asked him just how many targets he had ever missed. But that was a difficult question. For Lai Ha, it would feel unnatural to miss during practice. To put it simply, he had never missed a shot. This left his teammate completely speechless. Soon, Lai Ha had a major sniping competition approaching, but Lai Ha didn't care about the event's specifics or his opponent. He only knew he was facing a former Special Forces Marine. While moving ammo and joking around, who knows what his teammate was thinking, tossing an ammo box to him like it was a box of cookies. And then, the inevitable happened. The ammo box exploded violently. Lai Ha was lucky to be alive, but his friend's foolish prank had sealed his fate. After that devastating injury, Lai Ha could no longer move. And just like that, his military career was over. Lai Ha fought desperately to regain his ability to walk, but all of his efforts were completely in vain. As he was drowning in despair, a hand suddenly reached out, pulling Lai Ha from that hopeless abyss. But when he looked down, he saw his legs were gone. A mysterious female voice echoed, tempting him. If he made a deal with her, he'd get the chance to walk normally again. Lai Ha hesitated, not trusting her, but still decided to reach out. Suddenly, he shot upright, as if it had all been a dream. Beside him was a young man, his younger cousin. His cousin mentioned he'd just moved Lai Ha, who hadn't reacted at all. It was then Lai Ha noticed he was in a sleek, high-tech pod. It was a popular virtual reality gaming rig. His cousin explained their family bought it for him, and it wasn't cheap at all. But the money wasn't the issue. This device would let Lai Ha feel himself walking again. Plus, he could earn money in the game, so he shouldn't hesitate. Just get in and play. Before Lai Ha could even process it all, his consciousness was pulled into the game. After a flash of system sounds and blinding graphics, Lai Ha felt himself free-falling into some unknown region. First, Lai Ha scanned his surroundings, wondering where on earth he'd been dropped. Then, a shock ran through him as he realized he was standing on his own 2 feet. A bright light flashed, and a girl with pinkish-red hair appeared. Lai Ha, however, paid her almost no attention. What he cared about was the sudden cool breeze. Looking down, Lai Ha saw he was completely naked. He quickly curled up, trying to cover himself. But the red-haired girl seemed entirely unfazed by the situation. She said she'd seen plenty of guys' equipment before. Only players from Asia tended to be so shy about it. Lai Ha immediately guessed she was an AI, and the girl confirmed his assumption was correct. The girl reminded Lai Ha to set his name and appearance before proceeding to the main world. Without thinking twice, Lai Ha chose his real name. He also based his avatar's appearance on his real-world self. He wanted to be himself, to stand on his own feet again, and experience what this game world had to offer. The girl didn't object. She simply said she hoped to see him again soon, before dropping Lai Ha from the sky once more. Lai Ha was about to scream his lungs out. In just a short time, he'd been forced to experience free-falling twice. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light flashed. When Lai Ha came to his senses, he was already standing safely on the ground. He was no longer soaring through the sky. Before him was a medieval-style village, bustling with people going about their business. He could hardly believe this was a game. The graphics were far too realistic. Lai Ha remembered his talk with the AI game master. She had confirmed if he really wanted a character identical to his real-world self. Because in this game, Lai Ha could use any appearance he wanted. He could even make himself into a breathtakingly handsome idol. But Lai Ha firmly refused. He wasn't interested in playing dress-up. Using his own identity to log into the game was good enough. However, in the AI's eyes, this meant Lai Ha was just extremely confident in his looks, a total egotist. Lai Ha yelled back that he wasn't nearly that narcissistic. He just wanted to feel himself moving on his own 2 feet, in his own body, one last time. He'd met many people in Candle Castle. but never someone so happy just to log into a game like Liha. The man called himself a guide for Middle-earth. In Liha's mind, he was just the tutorial NPC. Seeing Liha's serious expression, the guide didn't hesitate and launched right into his speech. First off, a stamina stat exists here. This means a person can't keep fighting endlessly. Hit 0 stamina, and you'll be gasping for air. Then, the guide pointed to a passing village girl with a vile suggestion. He told Liha to go and grope her. Hold on, something was seriously wrong. Liha immediately grabbed the NPC by the neck. This guy was crazy, suggesting sexual harassment? He'd call the cops on him in a heartbeat. The NPC guide suddenly acted all proper, declaring that sexual harassment is illegal in Middle-earth. Liha knew he would have been in deep trouble. The NPC praised his good judgment, then ended the tutorial and vanished. As he left, he muttered what a pity it was. Don't tell me he was actually planning to do it. Liha ignored the shady tutorial guide and immediately headed straight north. He sprinted like a wild horse. It had been so long since he'd truly felt his own 2 legs running like this. He weaved through the crowds, running so intensely that he unlocked a skill. His first passive skill in this world. It let him run for 5 minutes with 0 stamina drain. Plus, his speed got a small boost. Liha ran all the way to the newbie training camp. The place felt oddly familiar, like returning to a military base. Countless men and women were striking dummies with wooden swords. Liha grabbed one and joined in, swinging with all his might. The wooden dummy seemed almost alive. It was silently cursing the damn human for hitting it so hard. Liha didn't really care about that. What he cared about was the combat assist system, which made his strikes feel incredibly powerful. But the strange thing was, only Liha seemed to have this buff. The other newbies were swinging their swords awkwardly. Liha pictured himself in a real-world fight, then unleashed a devastatingly powerful horizontal slash. His attack was absurdly strong. What kind of newbie shatters a training dummy with a single wooden sword strike? The other rookies crowded around, asking for his secret. But how could he even explain it? He just called it a lucky shot. With Liha's tutorial now complete, it was time to select a class. The AI seemed shocked he finished so quickly. Next, she presented an arsenal of weapons for Liha to choose from. Swords, spears, magic staves, and more. Liha's attention was drawn to a magic staff. It seemed like the best long-range weapon here. But as he reached for it, the AI told him to wait. Don't be so hasty, she said. Look around carefully. But her true intent was for Liha to see the sniper rifle floating above her head. A ghost girl was subtly pushing the rifle into view. Was a gunslinger really about to debut in this world of swords and magic? If this gun became overpowered, would this become a world where all are equal, but he is supreme? Liha wasn't overjoyed to see a gun in the game. This one was a complete antique. It was just a matchlock, nothing impressive at all. He knew this model was older than Napoleon. It belonged in a display case. Still, Liha wanted to test it out just to see. The AI agreed, providing a full kit with gunpowder, bullets, and a ramrod. Liha activated the combat assist. He started pouring powder, loading the iron ball, then used the ramrod to push it all into place. The whole process took over a minute to complete. To make it worse, the matchlock was incredibly heavy. Liha raised the gun, took aim, and fired one iron pellet toward a target 40 meters away. The gunshot released a huge puff of smoke. It nearly suffocated Liha, and he still missed a target only 40 meters out. He couldn't believe his aim was that bad. He had to try again. But that 1-minute reload time was pure agony. Liha checked the other long-range weapons. There were only bows and crossbows. Their damage wasn't high, but at least their firing rate was okay. But as for the matchlock in his hands, it was 1 shot per minute. Someone was going to fall. He just didn't know if it would be him or the enemy. It was all the fault of the combat assist balancing system. Liha asked if he could turn it off, but the AI firmly said no. If she won't, she won't. Liha decided to log out, research how to improve the gun's mobility, and then choose his class. But that wasn't allowed either. You can't log out during class selection. This game was really forcing his hand. Liha was playing this game to earn money, not to mess around. He made a difficult choice. Forget the marksman and just become a mage. Just then, his body was pulled into a vortex and ejected into the real world. His mother had come into his room to check on him. She saw her son groaning in agony and pulled the plug on his game console. Now that's what you call a forced logout. Luckily, Liha didn't die like in those other online sword stories. The problem was, the AI had insisted he couldn't log out. This made Liha anxious about what his character's class would be. He checked the forums, finding only complaints from players stuck with useless classes. Deleting his character would be a huge waste of time. Liha reassured himself, remembering he grabbed a magic staff before logging out. He thought it would be fine. But he couldn't have been more wrong. Whether by fate or the demoness's will, Lai Ha now had to hunt monsters with a musket. At this point, there was no going back. Lai Ha had no choice but to accept his fate. His beginner skills only increased his reload speed and accuracy through practice. Additionally, Lai Ha had a support skill to summon a bayonet in a crisis for a bloody, desperate fight. Just as Li Ha was about to curse the entire world, someone approached him. Perhaps they wanted to volunteer as a punching bag. The person was the guide NPC, appearing to assign the beginner quest. The mission was incredibly simple. Lai Ha just had to go outside town and catch 10 rabbits. The quest seemed easy, until Lai Ha aimed at his first target and began to load. After a full minute of fumbling, he fired a single iron pellet at a distant rabbit, but he missed completely. The rabbit, now enraged, immediately leaped toward Lai Ha as he struggled to reload. Before he could finish reloading, the rabbit landed a gut-wrenching kick. Using his so-called Mastery 7 skills, Lai Ha instantly tried to create distance from the creature, but that thing proved to Lai Ha there was no escape. In a short-distance sprint, he stood no chance. The rabbit kicked Lai Ha with the force of a bullet. It then pinned him down and pummeled him under the stunned gazes of other newbies on the same quest. Beaten until he could barely move, Li Ha was forced to fight dirty. He stopped using the gun to shoot and used it to smash. Timing it perfectly, he swung the gun like a club, sending the damned rabbit flying. A gun isn't just for shooting, after all. Li Ha kept swinging the stock at the rabbit, but this time, it dodged with incredible ease. The rabbit then landed a kick that nearly broke Lai Ha's jaw. In return, Lai Ha seized the opportunity to land a blow right on the tough creature's head. Watching a man and a rabbit brutally brawling left the surrounding players completely speechless. It was their first time seeing someone with a gun resort to melee combat. After a grueling brawl, Lai Ha finally managed to catch his first rabbit, but he still hadn't managed to land a single shot. The one-shot, one-kill description for this musket seemed to be a complete lie. Lai Ha wanted to blame the unusually tough rabbits for his struggle, but right beside him, a female newbie with a sword was cutting them down with absolute ease. Lai Ha felt a little wronged, wondering if the system was discriminating against him, but he was determined not to surrender to his fate. He had to show the system what a Mastery 7 marksman was. Lai Ha logged out and returned to the real-world forums to do some research. This pre-Napoleonic gun had decent kinetic energy, but its accuracy was just awful. Its maximum effective range, however, could reach up to 350 meters. But with a 1-minute reload time and a 50% hit rate, it was a nightmare. Just as Lai Ha wondered about modding the gun himself, his mother walked in. Lai Ha's mother was overjoyed to see her son looking much brighter and more energetic. She felt she should have bought the gaming console for him much sooner. After saying goodbye, Lai Ha decided to dive back into the game to grind for cash. The in-game currency converted to a pretty decent real-world value. In the newbie rabbit hunting zone, players would flinch at the occasional gunshot. After practicing until he was drenched in sweat, Lai Ha finally shaved 3 seconds off his reload time. He simply ignored the gossip from those around him. First, he focused on just shooting at trees. Lai Ha was starting to find the optimal distance for an accurate shot. After practicing enough, it was time for a real field test to gain experience. Lai Ha carefully adjusted his position, finding the best possible firing stance. He fired the moment the rabbit raised its head. Thick gunpowder smoke obscured his view, leaving Lai Ha unsure if he had actually hit his target. However, he had a really good feeling about this particular shot. But life is no fairy tale, and Lai Ha's fate was to suffer. The bullet only grazed the rabbit's leg, which was enough to send the creature into a furious rage. Immediately, Lai Ha was forced back into a brutal melee with the damned rabbit. After countless similar beatdowns, he finally succeeded in hunting his first rabbit, by actually shooting it, not by beating it with the gun's stock. Just for killing one rabbit with a bullet, Lai Ha was rewarded with an achievement. And it was an achievement with a ridiculously awesome title, absolutely legendary. On the Hall of Fame, Lai Ha was only the 3rd player to earn this title. This proved just how rare it was. But the system's next notification was a little confusing. It announced that the flint on his blunderbuss had shattered. It must have broken from bashing so many monster heads, because he'd barely fired enough shots to wear it out. Lai Ha was at a dead end. He could only go back to clubbing rabbits. Rumors of a marksman who specialized in melee combat with rabbits spread far and wide. Players even gave him a fond nickname, the Bloody Gunstock. After all, each shot still took him a full minute to prepare. And even then, a hit was never guaranteed. It was simply faster to brawl with the gun's stock. Through this hunt, Lai Ha finally earned enough experience to level up. After receiving a shower of encouragement from a random crowd, Liha rushed to turn in the quest so he could go do some shopping. The old NPC at the quest counter even remarked that catching those rabbits must have been a very relaxing task. He even asked if he wanted to go again, but Liha politely refused. He had suffered enough for one day. After handing over the skins, he still had a backpack full of rabbit meat. He definitely couldn't just throw it away. He immediately took the fresh ingredients, which were slightly bruised from being clubbed to death. He presented the items to Madame Lu, the restaurant owner. She immediately offered Lihan a quest. The task was to gather meat for a barbecue. The recipe called for ordinary rabbit meat. But there was one special ingredient. Lihan needed to hunt a black-furred rabbit. Madame Lu claimed its meat was simply more delicious. Lihan clearly hadn't learned from his last rabbit fight. He accepted the mission without a second thought. With a menacing glare and a knife in hand, Madame Lu warned him, "Don't even think about bringing back low-quality meat, or she would skewer him herself." Lihan wouldn't dare to cheat her. But to go hunting, he first needed to restock his ammo. He confidently entered the shop asking for 7 shots. But the price was absolutely astronomical. He must be the only player still using a shotgun. Even a single bullet cost a fortune. Hunting rabbits this way would leave him bankrupt, but he'd already accepted the quest. He knew if he bailed on Madame Lu, she would hunt him down. So, he grit his teeth and bought 7 bullets. He then asked the shopkeeper for a quest to cover his losses. Unfortunately, there were no quests available. That's when a new thought struck him. Maybe he needed to meet a certain condition to activate quests from these NPCs. He decided to shelve that thought for now. Just then, his stomach began to rumble loudly. A hunger debuff appeared on his screen. He had to eat something before he could fight again. Lihan walked into a bakery to buy a quick snack. But the owner informed him that they were closed. Only when Lihan said it was for takeout did she agree. In this world, shops were only open during the day. As soon as night fell, every shop owner closed up tight. Perhaps they all went to party at the bar. Lihan wanted to buy some bread, but there was a problem. The bread in the shop cost more than the single coin he had. The 1-coin bread had already sold out. The rabbit infestation had made ingredients scarce. Hearing this, Lihan sensed a potential quest. He immediately began bragging about all the rabbits he'd slain. He asked if she'd reward him with some bread. But this NPC was different. She got angry, having heard the same story all day. What if he failed to bring back any meat? Wouldn't she be at a loss? Lihan then mentioned Madame Lu's quest to build trust. But that just made the baker scoff at him. Someone strong enough to hunt black-furred rabbits wouldn't be too broke to afford a single piece of bread. Her words struck a blow to his pride. So Lihan took out a small, foul-smelling pouch. It was proof that he wasn't just bluffing. The baker recognized the terrible smell instantly. It could only be one of Madame Lu's creations. She finally believed him and offered him a quest. Apparently, a special herb only grew where the black-furred rabbits left their droppings. This herb greatly enhanced the flavor of her bread. He hoped it didn't enhance the wrong kind of flavor. This quest was also a risk to his life. Was a piece of bread really worth it? Bread topped with ingredients from rabbit dung. As for the so-called black-furred rabbit, it sounded more like a vicious black bear. Lihan considered accepting the baker's quest. But first, he tried to negotiate for some bread up front. The baker gave him a look of pure contempt. Then, she changed the conditions of the quest. He had to bring back the ingredient in 12 hours. If he failed, the entire village would shun him. This game was more brutal than the real world. But at least the bread tasted good. After haggling with the baker, though, Lihan unlocked a new NPC negotiation skill. Just then, he walked past a group of people. They were recruiting members for a rabbit hunt. The party looked him over and immediately scoffed. What could a newbie in trash-tier gear even do? Besides, their quest was for the rabbit's fur. It was entirely different from Lihan's objectives. This gave him the idea to look around the village. He searched for any other related quests. After a quick look around, he managed to find 3 more. If he could hunt the black-furred rabbit, his fortune in this game would completely change. But first, he hunted smaller rabbits to level up. He fought relentlessly through the entire night. At last, he finally reached level 5. But the stock of his gun was about to snap. Just as Lihan prepared to leave, he heard a commotion from a nearby bush. It was the same party that had rejected him earlier. One of their party members was already dead. Now they had to rely on their mage for damage. Their tank and healer were holding the front line. Lihan paid no mind to their desperate battle. He was calmly analyzing the mage's attack speed. Just then, the party's tank was also wiped out. The one responsible was a single, gigantic rabbit. Or perhaps it was a bear disguised as a rabbit. And there wasn't just one, but a pair of them. Lihan suddenly felt a deep sense of dread. Normal rabbits had nearly broken his back. A single blow from one of these monsters would probably shatter his bones to dust. He had accepted quests from 5 different NPCs. Failing any of them meant being shunned by the village. If he failed now, he could never go back. Lai Han knew his real shooting skills were far better than this, so he decided to put all his points into the agility stat. He wanted to regain that realistic feel for his weapon. After allocating the points, he stood up tall. He then taunted the 2 massive rabbits to face him. Even after pouring all his points into agility, Lai Han still wasn't completely confident in his chances. If he missed this shot, everyone was doomed. Just as he finished reloading his gun, the giant rabbit began chasing the 2 survivors. The commotion turned towards him, a chaotic mess of screams. If they both charged him, a rescue would be impossible. One person was already down, tangled with a black-furred rabbit. The female mage was yelling insults, arguing with her priest teammate. Lai Ha's head throbbed. He was tempted to shoot the woman instead of the rabbit, but Lai Ha ignored her curses, focusing his mind. He waited for the rabbit to enter the kill zone before taking his shot. The distance closed between them all. One rabbit had already taken down the fleeing priest. As the other beast lunged for the mage, Lai Ha pulled the trigger. He chose to save the girl, not the guy. His bullet grazed the mage's hair, blowing a massive hole right through the monster's head. The surprise attack was so fast, the rabbit collapsed before the mage even realized what happened. The other rabbit had the priest pinned down. He was a lost cause. Lai Ha couldn't reload in time, so he grabbed the shocked girl's hand and ran. She was still reeling from Lai Ha's incredible shot. He didn't have time for her shock. He needed distance, backup, and time to reload his weapon. But they hadn't gotten far before the monster abandoned the priest's body and came for them. They sprinted for their lives when a girl appeared ahead, preparing to unleash a skill. The mage with Lai Ha sensed the danger instantly, tackling him and forcing him to the ground. They hit the dirt just in time. The ice spears would have skewered them like pincushions. The true target was the rabbit behind them. The spears impaled the beast, freezing it solid in an instant. Seeing her chance, the mage asked for Lai Ha's name to form a party. Then she summoned a massive fireball. She slammed it into the frozen rabbit. Thanks to the party link, Lai Ha also gained experience points. Defeating the beast was enough for him to level up. But the loot from the charred rabbit wasn't his. The 2 mages had earned that kill. But the rabbit Lai Ha had shot earlier was all his. After gathering the quest materials he needed, Lai Ha tried to leave. But the 2 mages stuck to him like glue. The redhead introduced herself as Lin Huoyuan, and the ice user was Lin Huoding. Apparently, she was quite famous. Famous? Lai Ha couldn't care less who they were. Their business was finished, so they should just part ways. Just then, Lin Huoding mentioned that special herbs grew nearby. Hearing that, Lai Ha remembered the bakery owner's quest. But he couldn't just gather the herbs openly. The baker was adamant. The source had to remain a secret. If people knew the special ingredient came from rabbit droppings, the shop would be ruined. Lai Ha broke into a cold sweat. If they found out, he'd fail the quest. Lin Huoyuan had no clue what the herb was, but Lin Huoding recognized it as a quest item. She even knew Lai Ha was searching for it. Lin Huoding added that telling other players about it was fine. But Lai Ha had another reason for his silence. What if they tried to steal his quest item? Huoding was puzzled. She couldn't understand how Lai Ha one-shotted that rabbit. Huoyuan was just as baffled. Logically, a beast that strong shouldn't go down so easily. As he searched for an excuse, system notifications flooded his vision. The alerts made him pause. He'd earned a new achievement for the one-hit kill on the black-furred rabbit. The system was even suggesting he move to a new zone, leaving this area for the rookies to grind. Setting that aside, Lai Ha, Huoyuan, and Huoding went to the tavern to celebrate their survival with a huge feast. As they celebrated, Lai Ha wondered what was so special about Huoding. Even the NPCs treated her with immense respect. It wasn't a secret. It was all about her power. Huoding was ranked top 5 in Asia and top 9 in the world. With a reputation like that, even NPCs bowed to her. Huoyuan formally introduced herself as a fire mage, and Huoding as an ice mage. He wondered if they were sisters. But Huoyuan was still fixated on how Lai Ha one-shotted the powerful rabbit. Huoding, however, recited Lai Ha's stats as if she'd bought his data. A level 5 player taking down that monster. It was unbelievable. In theory, you'd need to be level 90 to one-shot that beast. They concluded he must have gotten lucky with a critical hit. That was the only explanation. After a brief discussion, Huoyuan and Huoding invited Lai Ha to join their guild. Though Huoyuan was still a novice, their guild was led by the world-class ranker, Huoding. They didn't care about his low level or poor gear. They insisted he join their guild, and the offer was tempting. But Lai Ha refused outright. It sounded too good to be true. Even if Huading's guild was world-renowned, Li Ha wasn't rushing in. He needed to learn more about them first. Huoyuan knew not to push him, giving him time to think. Before leaving, Huoding gave him a warm farewell, promising they'd meet again. This left Li Ha flustered. For a quiet loner with a military background and no siblings, it was an unfamiliar feeling. He pushed it aside to turn in his quests. At the jewelry shop, he traded the rabbit eyeballs for affinity and 90 coins. Then he hit the weapon and clothing shops. After finishing his rounds, he had finally reached level 7. All right. After turning in the quest, Li Ha finally swapped his newbie gear for a slightly better set. When he found the bakery, the owner warmly pulled him inside. She even offered him a free sample, catching Li Ha completely off guard. This had to be the result of raising his reputation with the NPCs. The baker accepted the herbs he'd gathered from the rabbits, treating them like some sacred relic. It made Li Ha wonder if this stuff actually made the bread taste better. The last quest turn-in was at Madame Lu's restaurant. The moment he entered, she already knew why he was there. Word of Li Ha's successful black-furred rabbit hunt had already spread, so Madame Lu didn't doubt the quality of the meat he brought. Man, the life of a free-to-play grinder is tough. He barely defeated a boss rabbit, but the reward was only a few hundred coins. That was practically nothing. Just then, Madame Lu offered Li Ha a new quest. This time, she wanted meat from a golden eagle, but something about it felt off. Why did that eagle look like a phoenix? Was Madame Lu planning to serve some mythical feast? To make it worse, Li Ha was only level 7. Why were all his quests against such terrifyingly strong monsters? Li Ha was a bit confused. Why were all of Madame Lu's rewards just lunchboxes? Was she trying to get rid of old stock? Madame Lu explained that Canel Caso was a remote area. To advance to a higher zone, you need overwhelming strength, and her premium meals provided exactly that. As a reward for the rabbit hunt, Li Ha received a special lunchbox. It was made from the rabbit's meat, of course, but this meal was special. Eating it would permanently increase his stats. Plus, it was an elite-grade item, which meant the effect was tripled. Li Ha was so happy he could cry. With an item like this, he could easily sell it for 60 million. The money was rolling in. But wait, it's never that easy. This lunchbox was a special, untradeable item. It was a shame he couldn't cash it in, but eating it would give his stats a massive boost. As for the Golden Eagle quest, Li Ha definitely couldn't refuse. Maybe that lunchbox would actually be tradable. And if not, he could always eat it for the stats. The Eagle lunchbox was rated even higher than the rabbit meat one. It was sure to be incredibly valuable. After finishing all his quests, Li Ha hit level 8. He'd grind to level 10, then hunt the eagle. He tried the rabbit lunchbox, and one bite brought tears to his eyes. Li Ha felt like he needed to thank the game's creators. It was his first time ever tasting such a gourmet delicacy, and on top of that, it even boosted his stats. The meal made him feel like he could take on a few more of those rabbits. After eating, it was time to hunt. But first, Li Ha needed to spend some cash at the ammo shop. He hoped his increased reputation meant the owner would be friendlier this time, but all he got was the same old scornful look, and the owner absolutely refused to give him a discount. After all, no one else in the starter village used guns like Li Ha. Business was slow, so a friendly owner would have been strange. If Li Ha spent all his money, he could only buy 37 bullets. He couldn't do that. Maybe he'd just have to pistol whip the eagle. As he dug in his backpack for money, a scent wafted out from his inventory, driving the shopkeeper wild. Ah, the old man was certain he smelled a delicious pastry. Li Ha knew instantly it had to be the cake with the special herbs. What in the world were those herbs? Was it laced with drugs or something to make this NPC go completely insane? Seeing the shopkeeper practically drooling, Li Ha offered to sell the cake for 5 silver. The owner immediately refused the price, but it was obvious he couldn't resist the cake's powerful allure. Li Ha activated his bargaining skill, tempting the old shopkeeper. The owner couldn't take it and offered 2 silver, but Li Ha wouldn't budge. It was either 5 silver or 100 sets of bullets. The shopkeeper couldn't accept that price, but the temptation was too strong. They finally haggled down to 70 sets of ammo. Li Ha took the deal. It was a huge profit. He then logged out to recharge and research how hard the Eagle quest would be. Li Ha turned on the news to catch up on world events. But what the heck? Even the news was now covering the game Middle-earth. A rumor was spreading that the top player, Lin Huoding, was in a starter village. Her guild, Lin Long, was ranked top 2 in Hong Kong. The news left Li Ha completely speechless. Reports said Huoding and Huoyuan were there looking for a specific Korean player, and that level 8 Korean player had dared to completely ignore the sisters, acting as if he couldn't be bothered. What was worse for Li Ha was that details about the player had been leaked. He was someone who used a weapon like a shotgun. That's it. Lai Ha was the only player in the entire village with a gun. With the news blowing up, how could he ever log back in? A video of his meeting with the sisters was all over the internet. It already had over 1 million views and tens of thousands of comments. However, the video quality was blurry, so most people were skeptical. Why would Huo Ding try to recruit some random Korean player? Some guessed he was a famous Korean ranker joining a Hong Kong guild, perhaps because they were known to be less exploitative. But others only noticed the player sitting with the Lin sisters. Just one look, and you could tell his gear was complete trash. Li Ha was at a loss for words. Setting that aside, Lai Ha researched the Lin family's Lin Long Guild. Joining them would guarantee a meteoric rise to power, but the benefits were too good to be true, making him suspicious. Lai Ha decided it was safer to just grind levels solo. Back in the game, Lai Ha turned in the fox hunting quest. This greatly increased his affinity with the NPCs in the starter zone. Lai Ha was a bit disappointed he didn't level up. But right then, the NPC offered him the very next quest. Lai Ha already knew about this quest from his online research. It was a simple wolf hunt, and the reward was a weapon repair discount coupon. This was perfect timing, as his gun stock was about to break. He immediately headed for the wolf-infested area. However, hunting here required a party. Going solo meant you could get wiped out at any moment. But Li Ha feared by the time he reloaded, his party would have killed everything. He decided solo hunting was better, despite the higher risk. Lai Ha went prone, crawling in search of a stray wolf. Suddenly, he heard faint chanting. It was a party coordinating an attack. Watching them made Lai Ha a little jealous. He silently moved away from their hunting spot. It wasn't long before he found his own target. Lai Ha reloaded with practiced skill. But this time, he skipped the ramrod, blowing into the barrel and slamming the stock on the ground. It was a little trick he'd learned online to speed up his reload. Lai Ha steadied his breath, then squeezed the trigger. Instantly, the wolf took a lead bullet to the head and dropped. But before Li Ha could celebrate, another wolf emerged from nowhere, baring its fangs. This was a tight spot. He couldn't outrun the beast, and his gun stock felt like it would break with the next reload. With no other choice, Lai Ha risked a lightning-fast reload, quickly aiming at the wolf. Luckily, the creature didn't charge right away. Instead, it chose to circle him, slowly closing the distance. Lai Ha couldn't tell if this wolf was smart or just plain stupid. It was trying to dodge his line of fire, which made landing a clean shot incredibly difficult. In a desperate moment, Lai Ha decided to shoot with his mouth. Hearing the fake gunshots, the wolf thought its moment had come and lunged at him. Too bad for the foolish beast. The real attack was just about to begin. Lai Ha's bullet punched a perfect hole right through the wolf. But as he knelt to gather his loot, a sudden shadow and voice from behind made him freeze. Turning around, Lai Ha saw a massive giant and a green lizardman staring at him. He screamed, seeing them standing right behind him. Without a second thought, he started reloading in a panic. This time, it was the giant and the lizardman's turn to scream. They were just other players. They yelled for him not to shoot so fast. Lai Ha finally understood. He'd actually seen these races on the game's official site. It was just startling seeing them up close. The lizardman put on a dangerous expression, asking if Lai Ha was hunting solo. Lai Ha was at a loss for words. The lizardman's expression was fierce, but his way of speaking was surprisingly polite. The lizardman leaned in closer to Lai Ha's face. He proposed they form a party if their levels were close enough. The lizardman and the giant's party also had a quest to hunt 3 wolves. But at only level 9, it was a difficult task. The lizardman had noticed Lai Ha's reload takes a full minute. If a wolf charged during that time, he'd be toast. Lai Ha knew taking down 2 wolves alone was pure luck. So he was more than happy to accept the lizardman's party invitation. The lizardman quickly assigned roles. He would act as the lure, the giant would be their tanker, and Lai Ha would be the main damage dealer. The lizardman introduced himself as Bim, or Venom Ma, a poison specialist. The giant's name was Jin Gong Gong. That name rang a bell for Li Ha. When Lai Ha noticed the crow on Jin Gong Gong's head, he understood. He was the guy who chose the giant race but got stuck in the red class. At that point, Jin Gong Gong also realized Li Ha was Korean. As for Venom Ma, he introduced himself as being from Vietnam. Brothers in arms. Lai Ha thought this party was bizarre as heck. But hey, what was the harm in trying once? From their very first attempt, things already felt chaotic. Lai Ha couldn't focus on reloading. Jin Gong Gong's crow kept chirping like a 3-year-old kid. It was absolutely hilarious. Meanwhile, Venom Ma was spitting green saliva everywhere. According to him, that was his poison attack. Lai Ha had to suppress his laughter at his new teammates. He focused his aim on a wolf attacking Jin Gong Gong. A gunshot rang out, sending the beast flying. The other wolf tried to pounce on Jin Gong Gong, but the giant simply clasped his hands and brought them down on its head like a mace. Venom Ma was already there to deliver the finishing blow with his dagger. Another wolf approached in the distance. Lai Ha instantly raised his rifle and sent it flying. As his firearm proficiency skill increased, Lai Ha's accuracy had also improved significantly. This party might be a bit strange, but their hunting efficiency was top tier. Thanks to them, Lai Ha finally reached level 9. Venom Ma suggested they hold off on turning in the quest. They should grind their EXP bar to 90% first, so they could hit level 10 and hunt golden eagles. With such a solid party, Lai Ha's group decided to stick together and keep grinding. Other players who saw them hunt were left completely speechless. First, a giant would let wolves bite his face, then just heal himself. Then, a lizard man would spit. No, spray venom all over the pack. And finally, a musketeer with a massive rifle would send the wolves packing. This party looked incredibly bizarre, but their hunting efficiency was terrifyingly effective. In the heat of battle, Jin Gong Gong realized Venom Ma could cast poison while moving. Whoa, this wasn't normal poison, it was a magic spell. That's when Lai Ha recalled Lin Huoding could attack on the move too. But she was ranked 9th in the world. Don't tell me this green lizard was some bored top-tier player on a Smurf account. After a long day of grinding, the team chilled and healed up. Once all three of them hit level 10, they could finally hunt the golden eagle. The party grinded until Lai Ha ran out of ammo, then planned to head back to town to resupply. Lai Ha turned in the spoils from the wolves to the NPC, gaining enough experience to hit level 10. At that same moment, his notification panel suddenly flashed bright red. By clearing the wolf quest, Lai Ha's affinity with the Canal Castle NPCs had reached 100%, making him an honorary security officer. That was the reason his status screen glowed crimson. Lai Ha's reputation on the continent rose by 30 points. His kingdom merit shot up by 100, and he even received a new weapon. Li Ha quickly slipped away from the gathering crowd. Venom Ma and Gong Gong hurried right after him. Out on a deserted hill, Venom Ma explained that no one had ever seen a player gain reputation like that, so they were curious. Besides, reaching 100 affinity like Lai Ha was unheard of. Venom Ma explained he'd looked it up online, which is how he knew about the effect that just happened to Li Ha. According to the lizard, completing every quest only gets you to 60% affinity. Lai Ha wasn't sure if he'd done a hidden quest, but his hard work had definitely paid off. Lai Ha figured maybe he got special treatment for completing the rabbit-catching quest back at level 5. Hearing this, Venom Ma was so shocked he dropped his dagger. Catching that powerhouse rabbit at level 5 was truly extraordinary. Lai Ha went to restock his ammo, then swung by the quest NPC to accept the eagle hunting mission. From now on, quests in Candle Castle wouldn't raise his affinity anymore, but would instead increase his kingdom merit. The group was fully armed and ready. With the quest accepted, they just needed to head for the mountain where the golden eagle lived. On the way, Li Ha's group saw another party arguing because their tanker died, failing their quest. The fight escalated until they were screaming for each other's home addresses. Lai Ha thought they were wasting time. Instead of fighting, they should just find a new teammate. Past that group was an even larger crowd of players, but they were just trading items. Parties without a good composition had to make up for it with gear. That's why this area was so busy. Lai Ha started to feel a bit worried. If a complete party got wrecked by the golden eagle, what could his makeshift team possibly accomplish? Venom Ma told him not to overthink it. He had a plan. Meanwhile, Huo Yuan was about to fight 3 wolves at once. Suddenly, Huoding stepped in front of her older sister, telling the newbie to save her strength and not waste it on these pups. With a basic move, Huoding froze the wolves solid, then casually finished them with an ice spear. It seemed Huoding was power leveling her sister for the Golden Eagle quest to graduate from the starter village. Huoding told her sister to prepare her most powerful fire spell. She then unleashed her own icy power, targeting an eagle in the sky and casting her blizzard skill. The wide area attack turned the golden eagle into a broken winged one, sending it crashing to the ground. The rest was simple for Huo Yuan. She just had to finish the creature with her magic. By now, Li Ha's team had reached the golden eagle's hunting ground. Venom Ma took charge, arranging everyone's positions and skill order. He was planning something big. Venom Ma suddenly spat all over his own body, then told Gong Gong to use the body meld skill. Lai Ha was to hide in the back while he took the lead. This area was guarded by wolves, but Venom Ma insisted the pups wouldn't dare attack. Lai Ha had no idea what Venom Ma was planning. They still had to face a massive number of monsters. As the wolves came into view, the green lizard advanced without hesitation. Shockingly, the wolves didn't attack Venom Ma, they just sniffed him and turned away. Venom Ma explained that this game world was designed to be as realistic as possible. Therefore, the wolves wouldn't dare bite something poisonous that could kill them. As for Gong Gong, his body meld skill made him look just like a tree, and Lai Ha was masked by the poison scent, so the wolves ignored him. Venom Ma was a master at exploiting the system's blind spots and his team's strengths, but just then, something went wrong. The black crow, or rather, the flying leopard took to the sky, squawking for Gong Gong to follow it. Thanks to the leopard, the wolves noticed Lai Ha's party again. The situation was not good. About 20 wolves now had their eyes on them. Gong Gong felt responsible for this mess, so he offered to hold off the wolves while Lai Ha and Venom Ma escaped. Gong Gong's willingness to take blame and sacrifice himself was admirable. But Li Ha wasn't about to leave him behind. Lai Ha recalled the game's realism. There had to be a loophole to save them. He yelled to Gong Gong, "Don't attack the wolves." First, he would use 2 packs of gunpowder. Venom Ma was confused. Lai Ha could only hit one target at a time, so what could he shoot without bullets? Lai Ha could still shoot just fine. And it was loud. Luckily, he'd warned everyone to cover their ears. After Li Ha's shot, a strange smell filled the air, freezing the wolves in place. Li Ha quickly told his friends to run. He had just created a layer of camouflage for them. And just like that, Lai Ha's party escaped the wolves unharmed, though they were out of breath. Venom Ma finally understood. Li Ha had driven the wolves away with the smell of gunpowder. With the game's realism, the gunpowder scent would surely deafen the beasts. As Lai Ha checked his weapon, Venom asked if he'd ever played Middle-earth. Now that was a strange question. To Li Ha's knowledge, they were already inside a game. Why would the lizard ask something so dense? Luckily, Gong Gong's interruption saved Venom from having to answer. He announced he was calling their scout crow back. Seeing Gong Gong's reluctance to show his summoning method, Lai Ha and Venom became even more determined to witness it. Gong Gong knew he couldn't refuse his 2 teammates. He braced himself and began his humiliating crow summoning ritual. Gong Gong's summoning dance was utterly absurd, especially coming from a giant. But against all odds, the ridiculous display actually worked. The scout crow finally returned. Now, Lai Ha's party just had to march toward the golden eagles. Nothing could stop them now. Lai Ha looked to the sky and was left speechless by the creature circling above. Was that really a golden eagle? A cold sweat ran down his back. Calling that monster in the sky an eagle was a joke. It was more like a light aircraft. Would high-level monsters be the size of buildings later on? The eagle's wingspan was easily dozens of feet. He felt a wave of despair, and it wasn't even golden. Before the fight, Venom gave the team a final review of the golden eagle's attack patterns. The eagle would begin with a surprise dive attack from the air. If that move caught Lai Ha, he would be torn in half instantly. So, Li Ha had to stay well hidden. In the next phase, the eagle would attack with sonic waves, letting out a massive screech. Being hit by the sonic wave would inflict a dizzy status. According to Venom, thinking about choking on a bone would cure it. Specifically, an eagle bone. When its health dropped below 30%, it would no longer be able to fly and would switch to ground attacks, like a giant chicken. These creatures wouldn't initiate combat, so Venom offered to lure one over. But Lai Ha stopped his lizard companion. He would take the lead this time. Venom was baffled. They could hunt them safely one by one. Why would Li Ha risk firing the first shot? Lai Ha ignored him. He was already busy calculating the distance to the nearest eagle, lining up the perfect shot. Even while acting cool, he gave them a quick warning that he might miss. He told Venom to be prepared for the worst. As for Gong Gong, Lai Ha ordered him to get down and act as a gun rest. While on duty, he was forbidden from even breathing so it wouldn't mess up his aim. With absolute concentration, Lai Ha aimed at the eagle in the sky. After confirming the trajectory, he fired without hesitation. The second the bullet left the barrel, Lai Ha yelled for his team to prepare for a fight, but something felt off. An achievement notification suddenly popped up. This was bizarre. Holy smokes. Lai Ha had taken down the golden eagle with a single bullet. Defeating the creature instantly earned him another level. At this point, his power was becoming unreal. Lai Ha earning achievements so easily left Venom and Gong Gong speechless. But Lai Ha didn't care about their reactions. He was focused on harvesting the eagle meat before the body vanished completely. The first achievement he unlocked was Perfect Aim. It praised him for felling the golden eagle with one shot. The next achievement, Sniper, also gave Lai Ha a huge boost to his stats. When he closed that window, another appeared. It congratulated him for earning the Sniper achievement twice. One more would land him in the Hall of Honor. The stat buffs were just insane. The battle against the golden eagle ended in a flash. Lai Ha's party had officially cleared the beginner's zone. After returning to Canned Castle, Venom still couldn't fathom how Lee Ha had managed to one-shot that massive eagle. It wasn't about speed. The problem was that at level 10, it should be impossible to one-shot a creature that enormous. Luckily, his party witnessed it, or Lee Ha would have been reported for hacking. Even Lee Ha wanted to know how he pulled off such a fatal blow. With this power, he could confidently hunt elite monsters to level up. The party brought the eagle loot back to the NPC they'd met earlier. This earned Lee Ha another level up. His virtue points also increased to 300, and he received a recommendation to the Brown Bed Academy. That place was supposedly the best training ground for shotgun users. The old man finished by giving Lee Ha a surprisingly warm hug. The gesture shocked Lee Ha and everyone else around them. No one expected an NPC to show that kind of emotion. After this, Lee Ha's party had to go their separate ways. Gong Gong was headed to the Emerald Forest, while Venom was off to the Centroid Forest. As for Lee Ha, he was going to the city. He wondered if his new urban life would make him forget his friends from the wilderness. After his friends left, Lee Ha finally had a moment to check his status window. His bonus points from achievements and titles had already exceeded 100. He also had 40 unspent attribute points, but he decided to save them. He'd also obtained a new skill that increased his stability before a shot. Unfortunately, the boost wasn't that significant. But Lee Ha wasn't one to sweat the small stuff. First, he had a quest to turn in. Lee Ha found Madame Lu to deliver the eagle meat. This was a task he had to complete, unless he wanted to become chopped meat himself. Madame Lu paid him first, then told him to wait while she cooked a meal with the meat. While he waited, she suggested he meet the head chef, a man named Kim Yo-il. He was supposedly sharpening his knives, waiting for Lee Ha's arrival. Lee Ha felt a sudden chill. Why sharpen knives just to meet him? The chef looked at Lee Ha and muttered, "Delicious meat," while the actual meat lay on the table. Then Kim Yo-il pulled Lee Ha into a hug, ecstatic to meet the one who brings him such fine ingredients. The chef offered to teach Lee Ha how to cook. Lee Ha knew this was his chance to unlock a new sub-skill. But from what Lee Ha knew, a chef class shouldn't exist. All sub-professions were supposed to be combat-related. For example, warriors could become blacksmiths, crafting weapons. Mages could take up subclasses like weaving or tailoring. Since cooking was like crafting, it must fall under the production skill tree. Lee Ha had 2 crafting skill slots. If he could sell stat-boosting items, he'd make a fortune. The decision was obvious. Lee Ha agreed instantly. Chef Kim Yo-il was delighted, offering a one-day intensive course. It already sounded exhausting. The chef wouldn't be cooking, only guiding from the sidelines. He insisted that hands-on training was the fastest way to level up. Lee Ha was confident from his military cooking days, but he was far too naive. Kim Yo-il went into full Gordon Ramsay mode, brutally critiquing his prep work. He didn't hold back, calling his cooking absolute garbage. He said even a dog would refuse to eat it. He then insulted Lee Ha's roasted dish, not for being overcooked, but for being too raw. He joked a priest could probably resurrect the rabbit. The chef's constant yelling was pushing Lee Ha to his limit. Would it be so wrong to just shoot the NPC? As the chef tasted the final dish, Lee Ha made a vow. One more insult, and he would shoot him and immediately log out. But luckily for Lee Ha and the chef, he was thoroughly pleased with the food. And with that, Lee Ha unlocked the cooking skill. When Lee Ha finally escaped the kitchen, the restaurant was closing. Madame Lu gave him an eagle meat lunchbox and mentioned a new quest. Madame Lu wanted Lee Ha to escort a special lunchbox to her cousin in the capital, helping her open a second restaurant location. The reward for the quest seemed underwhelming. It was just an invitation to the grand opening party. Lee Ha felt something was off. For the end of a chain quest, the reward was trash, while the failure penalty was severe. Madame Lu claimed the quest wasn't hard. The only real obstacle was other people. Lee Ha imagined roadside bandits, and the thought made him shudder. But Madame Lu immediately shut that down. She told the young man he was overthinking things. Lee Ha figured walking to the capital would take 10 days, but the treacherous route could take up to a month. Regardless, he had to go, since the training center was also there. Lee Ha gladly accepted, and Madame Lu explained the box had a preservation spell lasting 3 months. However, the taste would worsen over time, so he was told to deliver it as fast as possible. After accepting the quest, Lee Ha devoured the eagle meat lunchbox. Besides being insanely delicious, the stats it provided were incredible. After his meal, his attention fell on the quest item. This lunchbox was even more powerful than the last one. The stats were 4 to 5 times higher. On top of that, it was also tradable. This gave Lee Ha a dangerous idea. He wondered how much it would sell for. Checking the forums, he saw a single class-specific item going for 14 million. This lunchbox had no class restrictions. Anyone could use it for a massive stat increase. Its price would be astronomical. Lee Ha was shaken. He now faced a choice: complete the quest, or embezzle the item and lose all his NPC affinity. He wasn't planning to quit, but this was a chance to earn $1 million. The problem was the quest's vague reward, making it impossible to weigh his options. Which choice would bring him the greater reward? Then it hit him. Madame Lu's warning about people wasn't about others, but about his own greed. Just then, his mother came in, reminding him she'd be home late tomorrow. It's unclear what clicked for Lee Ha, but he decided to stop thinking about it and put the problem aside. Back in the game, Lee Ha went to the general store, but he wasn't there to deliver herbs. He was looking for the wholesale supplier. While waiting, he asked about buying a map. But the price was ridiculously expensive, so he decided not to bother. At that moment, the wholesaler showed up. He seemed quite young, maybe just a little older than him. Lee Ha and the wholesaler, Popu, greeted each other warmly. He wanted to buy at bulk prices with delivery, but when they discussed payment, the shopkeeper intervened. But there was no way Lee Ha would be fooled. He dodged past him and demanded to know the wholesale price. He learned the owner was charging 3 to 4 times the real price, and without any delivery too. The guy was a total scammer. Lee Ha declared he wouldn't gather any more herbs. This made the old man panic instantly. The shopkeeper pleaded, offering compensation to be forgiven. But the old man had no weapons or armor to give. When the owner offered him anything in the shop, he fell right into Lee Ha's trap. He immediately chose the map of the entire kingdom. The shopkeeper's heart shattered. Still, he had to swallow his pride and hand it over. Afterwards, Popu told Lee Ha he could use the banking system for faster, safer payments. Next, Lee Ha called Kijong, telling him he was heading to the city. Kijong was amazed at how quickly his friend was leveling up. He also asked if Lee Ha had met Lam Hoa Din. Lee Ha was about to boast about getting an autograph when Kijong suddenly exploded with rage. He screamed that he wanted to throttle Lam Hoa Din. Apparently, all the major Korean powers had a bounty on her head. Lee Ha was completely lost. Why the relentless hunt? Kijong's faction ambushed Huo Ding, but his entire team was instantly frozen solid. Meanwhile, Huo Ding casually snapped their necks one by one. That defeat cost them levels and gear, earning Kijong's undying hatred. Huo Yuan was also involved, using her money to dominate the market streets. Now, 5 factions have allied to hunt the Lin sisters. Lee Ha felt conflicted by this messy situation. If he joined the Lin sisters, he would have to fight his brother, Kijong. What a disaster. He decided to just focus on reaching the capital first and sort it out later. Thanks to the map he'd gotten as compensation, navigating was easy, but his gear and supplies were practically non-existent. Lee Ha started his journey from the village to the city, using his speed skill until he hit a danger zone warning sign. Just then, he saw a nearby party fighting a bear. It was an eye-opener. The job classes in this game were surprisingly diverse. While Lee Ha watched, a call went out for party members to take down the area boss. He figured a random team would just get wiped out, so it was best to stay away from this fight. The raid leader was Kim Hwala, a name that already sounded impressive. Lee Ha planned to move on, but then someone shouted that the boss had appeared. His curiosity flared up. It would be a shame not to watch. He had to admit, the raid party was decent. What they'd done in such a short time was respectable. Lee Ha hid a full 70 meters away, thinking he was completely safe. But life is unpredictable. The boss bear roared, and his limbs went numb with fear. This boss bear was as big as a rabbit. A giant, black-furred rabbit, that is. Once again, Lee Ha felt helpless as his legs gave out. He had to wait 2 minutes for the paralysis effect to wear off. The raid party fell into chaos. Everyone wanted the debuff removed as the bear prepared its next attack. As the bear struck, their leader stepped up to tank. Kim Hwala was confident his dual shield skill could block 2 more hits. In the meantime, the others had to cleanse the debuff and prepare a counterattack. The bear swiped at Kim Hwala again. Even with maxed out defense, it wasn't enough. His shield began to crack. Luckily, his attack team had regrouped and started their assault. Other members formed a new defensive line for their leader. From afar, Lee Ha saw the party stabilize and even start joking around. But Kim Hwala wasn't so relaxed. He kept warning them that once the bear's HP fell below 20%, its attack patterns would change. But the temporary party's weakness was clear. They lacked coordination, with some slacking off, just waiting for the kill. Kim Hwala was still tanking seriously when an arrow hit the boss. As they say, don't celebrate too early. The moment the bear's health dropped below 20%, it roared. Flames instantly engulfed the entire raid party. In a flash, Every player became a human torch. Only Kim Hwala's group had items to douse the flames, and they screamed for everyone to retreat. Without a second thought, Kim Hwala disbanded the party and fled. He warned Lai Ha to run too, but Lai Ha was sure the bear wouldn't aggro him. But this bear wasn't playing by the rules. It was enraged and would attack anything that moved. Now, killing this boss would take at least 10 days, maybe a month. Damn it. Lai Ha was furious. How could they just enrage it and leave? Lai Ha had an urgent mission. He couldn't be stuck here for a month. He really wanted to shoot that flower-named guy. Finding a team now was impossible. Panicking, Lai Ha decided he had to rely on himself to take down the berserk bear. The bear was busy hunting the burning players, giving Lai Ha an opening. He took his stance and fired an iron pellet straight into its forehead. Kim Hwala's group, not yet far away, saw Lai Ha's attack on the bear. He wondered if inviting Lai Ha earlier would have changed things. Lai Ha's power and range gave the other survivors a glimmer of hope, but Kim Hwala dismissed the thought. Lai Ha's class had a 1-minute reload time. With a 1 shot per minute firing rate, Lai Ha was doomed. The bear didn't die, it just grew more enraged and placed a terrifying debuff on him. Lai Ha had acted too soon. Now he was trembling, trying to reload as the massive bear charged right at him. He shakily poured gunpowder into the chamber. Luckily, the bear was still finishing off the others, saving Lai Ha for last. Lai Ha felt a bit of relief. It wasn't charging him directly, but with his slow reload, his chances were still dangerously slim. He screamed for help, hoping Kim Hwala was still nearby. His cries were met only with silence. Out of options, Lai Ha could only trust himself, praying his next shot would finally take the monster down. From the distance, Kim Hwala heard another gunshot. Lai Ha had hit the bear again, another bullet right between the eyes. The 2 remaining members begged their leader to reconsider. If they just went back to help, they could all share the boss loot. Victory was so close, but Kim Hwala refused. His shields were broken. Going back now would be a death sentence for him. And what could the other 2 even do? They weren't tanks. He insisted on returning to the village to gather more people. He'd already warned Lai Ha. If the kid stayed, it wasn't his problem. Kim Hwala had to form a new strike team, and fast. He returned to the village to recruit, hoping to ambush the bear before it fully recovered from its wounds. Immediately, a crowd gathered, buzzing with discussion. Recruiting was easy. The allure of a near-death boss was too great to resist. Half an hour later, Kim Hwala's new assault team was back at the battlefield. But they found nothing but a scene of utter devastation. Kim Hwala figured the boss had finished off the other players and moved on. He ordered everyone to split up and search for it, but after 2 hours, there was still no sign of the bear. That thing was massive, not some ant. How could it just vanish? The longer it took, the more the other players suspected Kim Hwala was lying. If they didn't find that bear, he was in for it. Kim Hwala was panicking too. He assumed the bear had simply fled. There was no way a musketeer like Lai Ha could have defeated it. Much earlier, Lai Ha had indeed landed 2 iron pellets in the bear's head. Yet, the beast just shrugged it off. Lai Ha didn't overthink it. First, he needed to create some distance. Lai Ha saw Kim Hwala's group leaving and seethed. The ones who caused this mess were just walking away. But complaining was useless now. He had to focus on reloading as quickly as possible while on the move. Lai Ha performed the actions with practice skill, then turned, aiming to put 1 more bullet in the bear's head and end this. But what a surprise! The monster had already closed the distance, right beside him. With no time to react, he took a crushing blow from the giant bear. Lai Ha tumbled across the ground, coughing up blood. A single swipe from the bear had left him critically injured. His vision began to fail. Maybe it was from the blood loss. He tried to pinpoint the bear's location by sound, but heard nothing at all. For such a huge beast, it moved with terrifying silence. Lai Ha told himself not to panic, even though 1 more hit would kill him. But the bear was also weak. 1 more shot would end this. Lai Ha never thought he'd have to play the role of a blind gunslinger. Yet, he remained shockingly calm. As if sensing the attack, he dodged the boss bear's next blow by a hair's breadth. He then pulled the trigger, sending a bullet tearing through its throat. The attack sent blood gushing, but it wasn't quite enough. With no time left to think, Lai Ha activated a skill, summoning a bayonet on his shotgun and charging straight at the bear. In a final, desperate charge, Lai Ha drove the bayonet forward. Then, with his remaining strength, he dragged the blade sideways, carving a deep gash across the boss's chest. What happened after that, Lai Ha had no idea, because he immediately passed out. Lai Ha jolted awake after being unconscious. He knew without thinking that he'd won. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive to wake up. Countless level-up notifications flooded his vision. After hunting that brown bear boss, he had struck it rich again. Lai Ha couldn't wait to loot the bear for his rewards. But first, he had to accept his new achievements. First was the achievement for his solo kill, and he was the first player to ever earn it. Next was the Fearless achievement. This granted his attacks a permanent 10% damage boost. Finally, there was the King of Bears Slayer achievement. The stat points and kingdom merit rewards were overflowing. Lai Ha quickly opened his character sheet to check. He had 135 attribute points to spend. His level had also shot straight up to 21. With time to spare, Lai Ha began allocating his new points to significantly boost his combat power. Once he was done, the weapons scattered on the ground caught his attention. If he left them, someone else would just take them. Lai Ha couldn't let them go to waste. It felt a little shameless, but he decided to pick up everything. Finally, it was time for the bear. Lai Ha began carving up the beast for the items it held. First, he collected an elite-grade cloak made from fire bear hide. This item boosted defense and had great resistance to the fear effect. Plus, if worn as a set, it granted a certain amount of fire resistance. The cloak was just the beginning. Lai Ha also collected elite-grade leather boots and a hood, both made from fire bear hide. Though there was no weapon, he was more than satisfied. Putting on the new gear, Lai Ha looked much cooler. He looked like Little Red Riding Hood with a shotgun. Moreover, wearing the full set gave Lai Ha a considerable boost in fire resistance. While he was celebrating his new full set of gear and continuing his journey, someone else was hitting rock bottom. It was Kim Hoa La. He was now being accused of leading his teammates to their deaths. They claimed he did it to steal all their dropped weapons. Kim Hoa La was furious, but he had no way to clear his name of this false accusation. The online community relentlessly attacked him, demanding he return the equipment to the other players if he had any conscience left. Kim Hoa La swore he would find the person who stole the items and the fire bear loot. Otherwise, his name would never be cleared. He was so stressed he could barely even play the game. However, Kim Hoa La never once suspected that Lai Ha was the one who took all the spoils. He refused to believe Lai Ha could have possibly defeated that bear. Meanwhile, Lai Ha was happily making his way through the forest. He really was like Little Red Riding Hood with a shotgun. Thinking of his new fire resistance, his thoughts turned to Lin Huayuan. And thinking of her reminded him that his cousin wanted to tear the Lin sisters to pieces. Lai Ha pulled out his map to check. The Emerald Forest and Tumba Forest, where Gong Gong and Venom were headed, were quite far from the capital city he was traveling to. As for the Lin sisters' base, Mount Jian-Ti, he had no idea where that was. This location wasn't on the map. But never mind that. Lai Ha's stomach was growling. It was time to hunt for some food. At this point, hunting bears was just routine. Lai Ha saw them as moving targets and a source of food, no longer a life-threatening danger. Lai Ha scanned the area and sure enough, a bear was scratching itself against a tree. He took a moment to aim, then fired a single shot. Unfortunately, the shot missed. How frustrating. If that first bullet had been a clean kill, things would have been much simpler. Simpler for Lai Ha, at least. He wondered why the bear didn't charge him while he was reloading his weapon. Then he realized it was the effect from his bearskin coat. It was suppressing the creature before him. This time, Lai Ha wasn't going to miss. A single headshot took down the unlucky bear. Lai Ha cheerfully went to harvest the meat. Just then, a small bear cub caught his eye. Damn. Lai Ha had never seen such a cute bear. It was even acting affectionately towards him. This was a new kind of danger. A creature that could deal damage without using force. Lai Ha just couldn't bring himself to harm this cub. He wanted to feed it something, but feeding it bear meat was out of the question. Alright, some bread would have to do for now. Lai Ha knew he shouldn't get attached to this cub. He was afraid he'd lose his self-control. But the little bear was just too cute. Lai Ha's mental defenses began to crumble. Lai Ha had no idea what to do with this adorable creature. Feeling completely conflicted, he decided to contact his younger brother, Kian, for advice. Kian asked if Lai Ha had reached the capital yet. Traveling by sea would take a while, after all. He also warned his brother to be careful of bears. But really, the bears were the ones who needed to be careful. On his journey so far, countless bears had already fallen to Lai Ha's gun. Kian had a test tomorrow, but he was about to join a raid. You have to prioritize what's important, and for Kian, that meant gaming first. Lai Ha decided to ignore that comment. He wanted to know if it was possible to capture and raise animals in this game. Kian figured his brother wanted to tame a monster as a battle pet. That was possible, but only if Lai Ha had the Beast Tamer class. Monsters naturally see humans as enemies. Without a special method, subduing them is impossible. But this cub clinging to Lai Ha's leg was different. Kian mentioned that finding a baby monster was actually quite a rare event. Their HP is much lower than an adult's, but they give the same amount of EXP, so most players would kill them on sight for easy experience points. In other words, the cute creature at his feet was a huge, easy-to-farm source of EXP. Liha still hadn't decided if he should keep it. For now, he'd just continue his journey to the capital. After logging off with Kian, a wave of guilt hit him. He couldn't just leave this cub alone, not after he'd wiped out its entire family. Besides, the cub was just too adorable. Liha couldn't resist any longer and decided to take it with him. The next day, after planting a bullet in another bear's forehead, Liha finally hit level 24. His rapid leveling speed was a huge advantage, but it seemed nothing compared to how fast the little bear cub was growing. While Liha was happily collecting his loot, a small snake silently struck his leg. The venom was potent, and the total blood loss from the poison nearly killed him. After landing its successful bite, the snake didn't stick around. It immediately slithered away. Just as rage filled Liha, intent on revenge against the damned snake, the little bear lunged and bit the attacker. Liha was thrilled his cub knew how to protect him. But then, the little bear, Doa, swallowed the snake whole. What truly shocked Liha was that after eating the tiny snake, Doa grew 1.5 times bigger. At this rate, Liha would be riding a bear in no time. In fact, by the very next day, he was already riding it. Doa must have been on some kind of growth hormone. How else could it get so big, so fast? But Doa's rapid growth also brought trouble. In a single day, he was almost attacked over 6 times by other players they encountered. Liha decided he had to make Doa a name tag, but the tag looked incredibly stupid on him. It was better for Liha to just explain things to other players they met. Seeing Doa playfully biting Liha's head scared the other players half to death. They all turned and ran for their lives. As Liha prepared to leave, he overheard other players. They were gossiping about him, the guy who rides a bear instead of a horse, and on top of that he uses a gun class. They could laugh all they want. This bear was incredibly fast, like having a 4-legged supercar in the game. Just like that, Liha reached the capital in only 2 days. Upon arriving, however, he chose to walk Doa instead of riding him. Even so, his arrival terrified the capital's players. The sudden appearance of a massive monster sent them into a panic. No matter what Liha said, they wouldn't listen. Even the NPCs formed a defensive line, ready to attack the bear at any moment. Seeing his words were being ignored, Liha had no choice but to pull out his shotgun. He aimed directly at the incoming magic attacks and fired without a second thought. Would Liha's bullets even stand a chance against the player's magic attacks? It seemed an epic showdown between bullets and sorcery was about to begin. But just then, another man appeared. He activated a skill of his own, completely nullifying all the attacks. Liha was stunned that his attack was nullified so easily. A few men in matching armor approached him, telling him to stand down. This is the capital, not some marketplace where you can just cause a scene. The men who just appeared were the Crit Knight squad. They clearly held some authority in this city. They ordered Liha to lower his weapon. Since the fight was a misunderstanding, the Knight squad wouldn't punish anyone this time. But if Liha insisted on fighting, the Knights would take him down too. They admitted other players started the brawl, but ultimately, the fault was Liha's, or at least his battle pet's. With no way out, Liha lowered his weapon. The Knights declared the players used magic to protect the citizens, so they ordered everyone to simply disperse. As Liha and his pet bear turned to leave, the Knights stopped him. This wasn't over, so Liha set his terms first. He warned them not to try any ambushes or harm his bear. The Knight was irritated but swore an oath just for Liha. Liha was stunned by the Knight's incredibly formal speech patterns. Everyone used the surname Seo. Were they all related or something? Then, another Knight led Liha away. The Knight who had blocked his attack was intensely curious. A player who could crack their barrier was no pushover. Meanwhile, Liha got a new achievement for the Knight's pledge. His continental fame instantly shot up by 50 points. He had grinded so hard just for 30 fame points before, but now, he earned 50 just by catching the Knight's eye. The Knight led Liha to a corner of the city wall. Then he asked about his plans for the bear. Liha suspected another trick, but they weren't planning to attack his bear. He was a member of the Candle Castle's honor guard, after all. He wouldn't cause chaos with his bear. It was the fact that a non-tamer had a battle bear pet. That's what drew all the attention. Some even bet if his bear would evolve into a fire bear boss. The Knights knew Doa wouldn't harm people, but it was still forbidden inside the capital. Tamed or not, its presence alone would cause chaos. The best solution was for Liha to return Doa to the wild. That is, if he still wanted to enter the capital. Liha knew parading Doa around would cause endless trouble. He hadn't even used any skills to tame it. The bear just started following him. Ignoring the knight's advice would put his beloved pet in grave danger. Liha agreed releasing Doa was the best option. Before the knight left, he asked for Liha's name. Then, wings sprouted from his back and he flew off. Liha led Doa to the forest's edge late that night. Doa hugged Liha tightly, refusing to let go. He remembered all their fun times, and knew he couldn't get attached. He broke free from Doa's embrace and harshly shooed it away. Feeling rejected, Doa suddenly bit his hand. Just as Liha was about to get angry at the bite, the bear licked the blood from his hand. A powerful light burst forth, blinding Liha. Doa hadn't gone crazy, it was forging a soul bond with him. It only needed a taste of his blood, taken willingly by Doa. With that, Liha became its true master. The system announced he was the third player to get the soulmate achievement. Achieve this 3 times and he'd enter the Hall of Honor. Even after forging the contract, it was time to part ways. Doa cried, not wanting to leave its new master. Liha told Doa to live well and avoid being hunted. Though with its massive frame, Doa was the real predator here. Liha then gained a new skill. He could now summon his battle bear to fight for half an hour. He just had to let Doa grow stronger in the wild for now. Soon, he could summon a boss-level bear to ambush his foes. After leaving Doa in the forest, it took him almost a day to get back. He'd gone so far, worried it might get hunted near the capital. The capital was far more bustling than the beginner's area. Finding his brother, Ki-dong, felt like searching for a needle in a haystack. Ki-dong messaged him, saying he was waiting at the south gate. The problem was, Liha had no idea where that was. Clearly, Ki-dong was just teasing him. There was no south gate on the map, and he was standing right behind Liha. Without a word, Liha went straight for the beatdown. That's when he noticed his brother's epic level gear, just as expected from a veteran player. Ki-dong savored the look of awe. But then he noticed Liha's gear seemed too good. Was he a pay-to-win player, or did he just rob someone? Just then, a mage walked up and introduced himself as Hen. He seemed to know a lot about Liha. Apparently, Ki-dong had been bragging about his older brother. Another player approached and recognized Liha's cloak. It was a rare drop from the infamous bear boss. He introduced himself as Sasuke, with an avatar to match. Then he remembered the online buzz about a bear boss getting absolutely crushed, and the player who did it was standing right there. Ki-dong then introduced everyone to his brother. He said just to ask if Liha needed any help. Ki-dong offered to power level him, but Liha said he was already level 25, stunning everyone. The musketeer class was supposed to be a hard grind. Ki-dong asked again if he was lying about his level. But why would Liha even need to lie about that? Model. Ki-dong's guildmates realized Liha was the real deal. They immediately friended him, wanting to get closer. His crew then left so Ki-dong and Liha could talk alone. Ki-dong treated Liha to a meal, and was floored to hear his brother soloed the bear boss. The musketeer class does have the highest attack power. With enough time and critical hits, soloing that boss was theoretically possible, though it wasn't a true solo. Liha used the aggro from a previous party, landing a few free shots on the bear first. Still, it was an incredibly reckless move. Ki-dong's guild has an archer whose maximum range is only 66 meters. Liha explained he fired 3 shots, then used the butt of his rifle in a desperate move to finish off the bear boss. But what truly stunned Ki-dong was that Liha refused to use the aim assist system. He claimed it felt too restrictive and tied his hands. With the system off, he could still land a headshot from 100 meters away. Ki-dong couldn't hold back anymore. He desperately invited Liha to join his guild, knowing such talent would be poached by rivals. The musketeer class is already rare, but a player as overpowered as Liha? You could count them on one hand. The offer was tempting, but what did Liha say? He preferred the path of a solo player taking on the world alone. Ki-dong couldn't accept being brushed aside. He summoned his guild cloak and cried out, asking if Liha had never heard of the Morning Star Guild. Well, Liha had to apologize, because he genuinely had no idea who they were. What could Ki-dong expect from a total newbie? He was speechless. His guild was actually a pretty big deal. Morning Star's leader, Hen, was famous enough to be on TV. That mage ranked 8th in Korea, making Ki-dong incredibly proud. His world rank was around 40th. Hearing that, Liha lost interest. He'd been invited by the world's 9th ranked player and was still considering it. Liha switched the subject back to Ki-dong, who was only in Korea's top 100. Ki-dong was still proud of his rank. He boasted about being an invincible tank player. Seeing Ki-dong's smug attitude, Liha wanted to put a bullet between his brother's eyes. He teased that Ki-dong might crack the world's top 500. Still, top 500 out of a billion players was impressive. And Ki-dong was already level 198. As the experienced younger brother, Kijong decided to give Lai Ha a tour to get him settled in before they started grinding levels. And of course, he had to give his brother some cash, since Lai Ha was broke. Elsewhere, Hen and Sasuke were having a discussion. Before starting, Hen told Sasuke to scan the area to check for any eavesdroppers. Sasuke activated his skill and scanned the surroundings, confirming they were alone. They were discussing Lee Ha. Even though his equipment was now a much higher grade set, they were certain Lee Ha was the player from the newbie zone. The same musketeer the Lamb sisters tried to recruit. Sasuke wasn't so sure, since he couldn't inspect Lee Ha's information. Hen believed the Lamb sisters had hidden his stats, planning to power level him. Since Lee Ha is Kijong's relative, Hen assumed the Lamb sisters were using him as a spy to infiltrate the Morning Star Guild. Sasuke then mentioned the title Lee Ha was currently using. It was the Fearless title, a reward you only get by killing a monster 20 levels higher than yourself. Hen was positive. A low-level Korean musketeer approached by the Lamb sisters could only be Lee Ha. He trusted his gut. He recalled Lee Ha leaving the starter zone just days ago at level 12, probably unable to even afford ammo. Yet somehow, he reached the capital, hit level 25, got new gear, and killed the bear boss. Hen refused to believe Lee Ha did it without the Lamb sisters' backing. He thinks if he can't do something, no one can. As for Sasuke being unable to view his stats, the Lamb sisters must have used a magic item to block his information. A rookie like Lee Ha could never afford an information-blocking item himself. Furious, Hen raised the bounty on the Lamb sisters and told Sasuke to watch Lee Ha. In fact, he had to do it personally. Once the orders were given, Hen and Sasuke used teleportation magic to leave. That Hen character even put on a friendly face, though it looked completely fake. Back with the brothers, Lee Ha bought a map and studied it intently. This was just a habit of his. As a sharpshooter, he always memorized and marked all key positions. As Kijong led him to the Musketeer class hall, Lee Ha asked about the Sacred Roast quest. Unfortunately, Kijong knew nothing about it. He guessed anyone who got the quest just ate the special lunchbox. Lee Ha figured other players probably ignored the penalty and ate the food right away. So, what if he completed the quest? The roast shop would likely open a branch in the capital, changing the map itself. Kijong doubted anyone would finish that quest. Eating the box gives free levels. And for a high-level player like him, leveling up is a ridiculous grind. Perhaps Lee Ha should forget the quest and sell the lunchbox. It would fetch an insane price. If he sold the lunchbox, Lee Ha could likely earn enough for his treatment and also help support his family. The deal sounded good, but Lee Ha needed to think it over. Kijong knew instantly that his brother wouldn't sell it. Lee Ha wanted to carefully consider everything first. That was always his way. He also reminded his brother to keep the lunchbox a secret. Just then, 2 members of the Chris Knights he'd met before passed by and greeted him. This made Kijong jump. He worried his brother had caused some disaster, and the capital's knights were here to collect. The knights, after all, were famous for capturing dangerous criminals. To avoid any misunderstanding, Lee Ha introduced the 2 members. However, Lee Ha is terrible with names, and he completely butchered the knight's name into something else entirely. And only then did Lee Ha realize his mistake. The knights called each other Sir, not because they all shared the last name Seo. Lee Ha assumed the knights were worried about his bear not being properly handled, but that was no issue. He'd already released it in the southern forest. In truth, the knights weren't looking for Lee Ha at all, they were just passing by. They left almost immediately. After the knights left, Kijong imagined that maybe his own power was so great they came to recruit him, but he quickly snapped out of his daydream. They were obviously there for Lee Ha. So Lee Ha had to recount the entire tale of his pet bear. Kijong's excitement died down. His reputation was 150, yet he wasn't as recognized by NPCs as his newbie brother. This left Lee Ha utterly confused. He had gained 80 reputation points in days. How could a top server player like Kijong have such a pathetic score? Kijong started yelling all over again. He was convinced his brother was using hacks. Otherwise, how could he farm reputation so quickly? But Lee Ha swore he did nothing special, claiming it was just a normal series of quests. Kijong wondered what other incredible things Lee Ha could achieve with his grinding speed. Finally, he led Lee Ha to the Royal Guard Academy, which looked far worse than Lee Ha had imagined. In comparison, Kijong's own class academy looked like a magnificent palace. The Royal Guard Academy, however, looked like a stable, a clear sign of class discrimination. Kijong also gave his brother essential supplies, along with 2 gold. As for equipment, Lee Ha's current gear was decent enough. He could just upgrade later once he reached a higher level. Kijong's job was done, and he had to go grind monsters, leaving Lee Ha to explore the academy on his own. He might as well go in. Once inside, Lai Ha felt the academy looked more like an abandoned ruin. As he grumbled, a figure appeared silently behind him, aiming a gun at his head and telling him to stay quiet or die. Lai Ha could tell this person wasn't messing around, so he obediently raised his hands and stated his name. The man ordered Li Ha forward to an optimal distance, then told him to place the recommendation letter on the floor to be checked. After confirming Lai Ha was a new royal guard, the man instructed Lai Ha to come with him. Lai Ha wanted to look around and critique the academy, but the man's sharp order to sit down made him flinch. Lai Ha's reaction was pure instinct, not from some in-game threat effect. Why did this game feel exactly like his time in the military? The man ignored the recommendation letter Lai Ha brought. That kind of thing wasn't needed here. If Lai Ha wanted to become a pro-royal guard, he needed to show his talent. Next, the man would test if Lai Ha's talent was even good enough to qualify. Lai Ha didn't know what kind of test it would be. He thought being over level 10 was enough to get in. Just then, a system notification appeared. The man, named Brown, wanted to challenge Lai Ha's abilities. If Lai Ha failed the test, he could forget about entering the Royal Guard Academy. Though the test details and rewards were a mystery, Lai Ha wasn't about to give up. In fact, he was looking forward to this challenge. The class academy was a place he had to visit until he reached level 200. If he failed this test, it was basically like telling him to quit the game. But Lai Ha understood a test like this was absolutely necessary. As a real-life sniper, Lai Ha knew that recklessly taking a challenge endangers not only himself, but also his comrades. A good sniper knows when to retreat, not to gamble. However, Lai Ha refused that choice. At this moment, he had absolutely no intention of losing. Brown was incredibly impressed by Lai Ha's confident expression. In terms of spirit, he had already passed. He led Lai Ha to a basic firing range. It was an empty field, with a scarecrow target exactly 40 meters away, the basic range for a royal guard using the combat assist system. Brown said any type of shot was acceptable, piercing, bullseye, or rapid fire. But how could anyone rapid fire with a shotgun? Was it a reload speed test? Lai Ha was also curious about a piercing shot. To be safe, he chose the category he was most confident in, hitting the bullseye. But before he started, Lai Ha had a quick question. He asked how many people had taken this test before him. Brown replied that there were only 2, meaning only 2 had ever succeeded. Everyone else failed. Lai Ha couldn't believe it. At 40 meters with the system on, it was still a 50-50 chance. So how could only 2 people have passed? Over 1,000 people had taken the test. Just how difficult was this test, really? There had to be a reason for such a high failure rate. Wordlessly, he walked to the far end of the range, past the dummy, and to the wall, where he pinned a feather from his cap. That feather was Lai Ha's target, which explained the test's insane failure rate. He'd hit a target at 100 meters before, but it was a massive eagle, not a tiny feather. But it was too late to back down now. Lai Ha could only calm his nerves and prepare for the test. Lai Ha requested the system to maximize his synchronization rate, making his senses as real as possible. A high sync rate meant feeling everything realistically, including the searing pain from injuries. That's why it required player confirmation. Once prepared, Lai Ha began to load his weapon. Brown shook his head, watching him fumble with the shotgun. If this had been a rapid-fire test, Lai Ha would have failed instantly. To Brown, his amateurish way of seating the bullet was like child's play. The target was the feather at the base of the wall. To Lai Ha, it was nothing more than a tiny black dot. Lai Ha focused all his knowledge and experience, finally seeing the bullet's perfect trajectory. He pulled the trigger without hesitation, unsure if the shot would land. But Lai Ha hadn't lost his touch. His years of real-world battlefield experience were now fully unleashed. The bullet he fired pierced the exact center of the feather, a perfect shot. Brown was completely stunned. He hadn't rated Lai Ha highly, but the boy had shocked him. Lai Ha, on the other hand, was terrified. Brown was just sitting there, without even activating a skill, and yet he could still see the feather so clearly. Brown was absolutely thrilled. It had been ages since his academy had seen someone as interesting as Lai Ha. Lai Ha had passed Brown's challenge. His reward was a 30% affinity boost with the Master. Being recognized by one of the Empire's top 3 musketeers was no small feat. Lai Ha also received a bonus to his perception stat and 20 continental reputation points. This, he realized, must be why the reward was hidden. If it were public, everyone would swarm here to farm points, ruining the challenge. Brown called Lai Ha inside, poured him tea, and asked how he was feeling. Obviously, Lai Ha was on top of the world. Lai Ha increasingly felt that Brown was no ordinary man, especially after the system revealed he was one of the Empire's 3 legendary musketeers and the founder of the academy. Brown was also deeply satisfied with Lai Ha's performance. He thought if the boy had arrived sooner, he could have trained a new trio of marksmen. Brown knew Lai Ha was already past the need for basic training. He tossed a small pouch to Li Ha. It was filled with a massive supply of ammunition. The old man was incredibly generous, to give so many rounds at once. The value of that pouch was probably worth Lai Ha's entire current fortune. But these weren't a gift, they were for Lai Ha's next mission. He needed to hunt 30 spiders to complete his quest. His reward would be another 10% affinity with Brown, plus other bonuses. Lai Ha didn't mind having to grind quests right after enrolling. But those spiders were too low level. Hunting only them would be an inefficient way to make money. Lai Ha made a proposal. Add bats to the hunting list. Thanks to his negotiation skill, he quickly got Brown's approval without causing any offense. Seizing the chance, Li Ha pushed for another reward. If he completed the mission, he wanted Brown to personally train his shooting skills. Brown agreed immediately. The quest parameters changed. Lai Ha had to hunt both spiders and bats, and the time limit was cut to just half a day. Lai Ha just wanted a few extra benefits, so how did he end up with this crushing pressure? He wanted to renegotiate, but one look at Brown's stern expression made him shut his mouth. He could only tell himself one thing. The harder the mission, the greater the reward. Lai Ha rushed to the hunting grounds immediately. The travel alone would eat up half his time, and the number of monsters he needed to kill was staggering. Not every monster would drop a quest item, which meant the total number he'd have to hunt would be astronomical. Lai Ha was aiming to become the next successor to the 3 legendary musketeers. He had no choice but to give it his all. As Lai Ha ran, he saw players shouting to recruit teammates for grinding mobs. Some parties were hunting bats and spiders, while another was headed to Corpse Prison Mountain. It took Lai Ha a moment to remember that Corpse Prison Mountain was the spot where the Lin sisters were camped out. He thought for a moment but decided against it. His quest was too urgent. Lai Ha sprinted towards the hunting grounds with the speed of a marathon runner. A journey that should have taken 2 or 3 hours was completed by Lai Ha in a mere 45 minutes. At the edge of the hunting area, a crowd had already gathered. The other players felt the spiders and bats were far too agile at night. They couldn't handle the mobs and decided to wait for dawn. But Lai Ha had no time to waste. He had to start now to meet the deadline. Watching Lai Ha enter the forest without a hint of hesitation, the other players began placing bets on how long he could possibly last. Lai Ha heard them betting on his life and seethed with anger, but he didn't have time to respond to them. Instead, he readied his gun and ammo and ventured deep into the forest alone. He tried reloading in the pitch darkness. It took over a minute. Lighting a torch would reduce that time by a quarter. The moment the flame ignited, a spider dropped down, eager to be the first to die. Without a word, he pulled the trigger, sending his opening kill straight to the grave. Another spider lay on the ground, struggling to right itself. Lai Ha hurriedly began reloading for his next attack. The moment the spider righted itself to flee, Li Ha was ready, planting a lead slug right into its body. Lai Ha could feel his senses sharpen, but the high assimilation rate also amplified the chilling dread of the hunting grounds. Unfortunately, none of the mobs he'd just killed dropped any items. He had to hunt faster to gather the quest materials. Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, some players were fuming. It had been 2 hours and still no sign of Lai Ha. Their bets were going up in smoke. Some even thought he was already dead. If that was true, how could he even get out? A silver-haired player suggested they head inside to confirm Lai Ha's status and settle the bet. Of course, he wasn't brave enough to go alone. Luckily, 2 other curious players decided to join him. The silver-haired man was thinking Lai Ha dared to enter the forest alone, so he must be a pay-to-win player. He hoped Lai Ha was dead so he could loot his items to cover his bet. As for the other 2, they were just cannon fodder. The trio ventured deep into the forest but found no trace of Li Ha. It was too dark, so their only option was to light a fire to see. The silver-haired leader unleashed a fire-arrow combo, shooting them in 3 directions. But they saw nothing around them. There was no sign of Li Ha, and even the swarms of bats and spiders had completely vanished. The eerie silence felt unsettling, putting the group on edge. But their leader wasn't giving up. He was sure Lai Ha was dead and was determined to find his dropped loot. That haul had to be worth at least 1 gold. As the group pushed forward, one of them spotted a huge swamp off to the side. But something was wrong with this swamp. It glowed a sickly green and emitted a strange, foul odor. This was no ordinary marsh. Looking closer, the silver-haired man realized it wasn't a swamp at all, but a massive pile of bat and spider corpses. As horror gripped him, the cries of monsters echoed from the distance. The sound terrified the group, making them want to flee immediately, but it was too late for them. The monsters had already sprung their ambush, surrounding them completely. There was no escape. A horde of spiders and bats, as numerous as an army, charged toward the three players, ready to tear them to shreds. Back at the Musketeer Academy, Brown noted that time was almost up, but Liha hadn't returned. Just then, a sound came from the door. Brown hid behind it again, waiting for Liha to enter before aiming his rifle. Liha was already used to the old man's unique style of greeting. Was he going to ask for the recommendation letter again? Before Brown could even process the situation, Liha dropped a heavy sack on the ground, filled with spider legs and vampire bat fangs. He had perfectly completed the mission Brown assigned. Brown calculated that gathering so many items would require hunting at least 500 monsters. Even with the fastest reload speed Brown imagined Liha could manage, there was no way he could hunt 500 monsters in one night. Something definitely didn't add up. Regardless, Liha had finished the mission and received his well-deserved reward. The most important reward was learning the deft hand skill from Brown. This skill allowed Liha to cut his reload speed in half for 5 minutes. Liha wanted to know his next mission, but Brown stopped him. There was something the instructor couldn't understand. How on earth did Liha collect all the quest items so quickly? Brown seemed genuinely hesitant to bring it up. He suspected Liha had cheated by buying the items to meet the quota. But Liha swore he hadn't cheated. He was completely confident, having combined several techniques to maximize his hunting efficiency. At first, he was going crazy, killing monsters one by one. Liha wished he wasn't holding a shotgun, but a Gatling gun instead. Then, hunting efficiency would be no problem at all. But reality is harsh. None of his skills had any area of effect damage. At this one-shot per monster pace, he would never have made the deadline. Liha even thought about lining the monsters up for a piercing shot, but getting them to stand still and wait for a bullet was impossible, and he wasn't even sure how many creatures his musket could pierce. To make things worse, the item drop rate was infuriatingly low, only one item for every 4 monsters killed. Right now, Liha stood at a junction of several trails in the forest. If someone like Lin Huo were here, she would surely have some area of effect skills to wipe out these monsters in a flash. Thinking about it made Liha jealous of other character classes. Musketeers had no area of effect skills, at least not at his current level. But then, he remembered something. First off, the gunpowder smoke he used during the eagle hunt was not a system-recognized skill, but the truth was, it was still effective. If that was the case, Liha had a very interesting idea to try. His villainous grin suggested this plan was far from ordinary. Liha found a tree cut down to its stump and began to prepare his plan. He had already confirmed there were no other players around, so no one would be harmed. Next, Liha left that spot, preparing to find an unlucky spider. As soon as he aimed at his target, Liha charged straight toward the spider. He bent backward, perfectly dodging the spider's pounce without a single wasted motion. Then he stood up, but instead of shooting the creature, he activated his close-quarters combat skill. Liha used his musket like a spear shaft, impaling the spider and lifting it high. He didn't intend to kill it right away, only to make it scream in pain. After the surrounding monsters were drawn in by the sound, Liha finished off the unlucky spider and smeared its blood on himself to attract the others. Liha's kiting strategy worked almost too well. So well, in fact, that even he was getting nervous. If that horde caught up, he'd be torn to shreds. A spider suddenly lunged at Liha. His incredible agility saved him, but it was a clear warning. He was far too close for comfort. Liha pushed his legs to the limit, and finally, he saw the tree stump where he'd set his trap. He slid into a perfect drift behind the tree and raised his gun. His target wasn't the horde, but the piece of flint attached to the wood. Instantly, the gunpowder ignited, the flame racing towards a core packed with iron pellets. The entire trap exploded, showering the monster horde in shrapnel. Liha had just pulled off an insane gambit. He'd created a homemade claymore mine just to hunt monsters. It was an explosive device filled with metal balls, designed to shred anything within its blast radius in a split second. Ultimately, Liha's plan was a massive success. His improvised claymore looked crude, but its destructive power was anything but. Mr. Brown listened to Liha's story, his excitement growing with every word. To him, this claymore was an absolutely irresistible creation. Brown found the claymore strategy fascinating, but he had one question. Could this truly be considered a musketeer's tactic? Brown reminded him that the mission's purpose was to improve Liha's skills as a proper musketeer. This meant Liha should have been practicing his marksmanship, not his crafting skills by building such terrifyingly powerful toys. And in reality, most of the items Liha had gathered weren't from shooting down monsters one by one. Okay, his creativity was impressive. But Brown didn't want him getting arrogant. He switched topics, asking what Liha believed a musketeer's role was. The question was too vague without any context. So, Brown proposed a scenario: the Great Monster Invasion from 20 years ago. Lai-Ha knew about that war. It was detailed on the game's official website. It was an epic conflict between the monster legions and the human alliance. Rumor was, both sides were led by brilliant commanders. In a large-scale war like that, Li-Ha believed a musketeer had only one ultimate purpose: to become a sniper. Human armies have a clear chain of command. If the main commander falls, a vice commander immediately steps up to lead the battle. But monsters are different. They lack that strategic depth. Take out their leader, and the rest of the horde instantly falls into chaos. That would be the perfect moment to launch an all-out assault for a decisive victory. Hearing Lai-Ha's convincing logic, Brown thought to himself that this was the very reason the academy was founded. Satisfied with the answer, Brown presented a new mission. Lai-Ha was to eliminate a Koban who had the potential to become a monster commander in a future war. However, the Koban tribe was known for being numerous and fierce, so Lai-Ha would need to proceed with extreme caution. But before Lai-Ha could fully grasp the new mission, Brown had another idea and updated the quest. The target was still the Koban chieftain, but the rewards were far greater, and so was the penalty for failure. Lai-Ha was completely baffled. He hadn't even used a negotiation skill, yet the quest had changed on its own. The mission was brutally difficult. Not only did he have to hunt a monster way above his level, but partying with anyone over level 32 would result in immediate failure. This made the quest feel impossible to refuse for some reason. Why did Brown drop this insane mission and then just sit there blushing? After a long silence, Brown finally spoke. He told Lai-Ha not to worry, and to simply apply the theory he had just explained. Just aim for the Koban chieftain's head and take him out with superior marksmanship. Despite the danger, Lai-Ha steeled his resolve and accepted the quest. His determination only deepened Brown's positive impression of him. After leaving the academy, Lai-Ha began to plan his attack on the chieftain. He'd make his move once he reached 99% of level 29. Suddenly, he became intensely curious about Brown's past. He tried calling his brother for information, but Kijong didn't answer. A quick check showed that Kijong and his faction were all at Tew Canyon. Lai-Ha considered that joining a faction would make teamwork much easier. But then he saw that the Lin sisters were also in Tew Canyon. It seemed Kijong's faction was hunting players, not monsters. At that moment in the canyon, Hen ordered Sasuke and a special team to block the escape route. The remaining assault and tank units would advance with Hen in a direct pincer movement. Hen knew the canyon was a dead end. His team had already sealed every possible exit. He had gathered over 60 top-tier players for the sole purpose of hunting the Lin sisters. The only potential problem was their ability to teleport, but Hen had already prepared a counter for that. He cast a wide-area spell that blocked all teleportation magic. At the same time, Kijong led the tank unit charging forward, directly toward Lin Huoding. She calmly chanted a spell, unleashing a rain of ice shards on the enemy formation. That single attack took out a massive number of Hen's forces. Only Kijong, the server's top-ranked tanker, had the defense to withstand Lin Huoding's overwhelming assault. Showcasing his top-tier experience, Kijong immediately ordered the surviving tankers to maintain their defensive formation and keep their distance. But Lin Huoding was completely unfazed by their numbers. She began another incantation, summoning countless lances of pure ice. A chill went down Kijong's spine. He desperately ordered his team to strengthen their defenses. Lin Huoding alone was about to wipe out his entire defensive line. Kijong was sweating profusely. He couldn't believe she could spam ice lances with no cooldown. Just then, a terrifying fire spell erupted from the side. A surprise attack blasted the tank line, shattering their formation. The ambush was so sudden, Kijong couldn't even issue a command. And such powerful pyromancy could only belong to Lam Hoa Duyan. Together, the Lam sisters were truly a force to be reckoned with. Many members of Kijong's force had already been wiped out and forced to log off. But he charged on, ignoring the sisters' fierce assault. He gave a risky command for all remaining members to defend while slowly closing in. To Kijong, some sacrifices were a worthy price. At least they had cornered the Lam sisters, just as their leader, Hen, had planned. But Kijong wouldn't let anyone get cocky just yet. After all, their opponent may have looked young, but she held the 9th rank in the entire world. Just then, a barrier of ice erupted between Kijong's group and the Lam sisters. It quickly grew into a colossal wall, blocking their advance. However, a simple wall like this was never going to be enough to stop Kijong. He focused power into his shield and slammed it into the massive ice wall. The tanks behind him immediately followed his lead. They all charged with their full might, ramming the frozen barrier. The wall might fall, but it was buying their enemy precious time. Not wanting to fall behind, Kijong unleashed all his strength and finally shattered the wall. But on the other side, Lam Hoa Din was already waiting. He watched as Lam Hoa Din slowly levitated, an aura of chilling frost radiating from her body. Ki Dong assumed she would just make another ice wall, but her plan was far more sinister. Instead, without warning, Ki Dong and his squad were torn apart by an invisible force. Countless wounds opened up, their health bars plummeting. When Ki Dong finally focused, he saw the truth. The air was filled with shards from the very wall he destroyed, flying at blinding speed. Ki Dong couldn't believe Lam Hoa Din's power was so terrifying, and the stronger she was, the more his rage burned. Meanwhile, Li Ha tried to contact everyone, but no one answered. The map only showed they were all in Tila Quan Alley. He assumed that even in the same zone, they might not have crossed paths. After all, a single area within the game was absolutely immense. But remembering Ki Dong's intense desire to crush the sisters, Li Ha felt a sense of dread. Back at the alley, Hen's forces had finally cornered them. Hen suggested they talk for a moment, but the sisters scoffed. There was nothing left to discuss. Hen claimed he'd sent countless messages asking the Lam sisters to contribute to Candle Castle. But Lam Hoa Dian refused, saying she'd donate herself, not through him. Lam Hoa Dian's uncooperative attitude infuriated Hen. He threatened that many on his side were just waiting for the order to take them down. Hen's goal was to force the Lam sisters out of the Candle Castle map. With them competing, his Starlight Force could never monopolize the territory. The sisters didn't get it. The Starlight Force just had to spend more money than them. But the issue was, not everyone could burn cash on a game like they could. Hen taunted them, claiming they only acted so arrogantly because they were real-life heirs to a major corporation. But Lam Hoa Dian calmly stated they weren't just burning money. This was simply a business strategy. Hen was done talking. If they wouldn't withdraw from Candle Castle, he would make them suffer a fate far worse than death. Lam Hoa Duyen couldn't be bothered with a war of words. She told Lam Hoa Din to finish him. Seeing the attack coming, Hen scrambled behind his tanks for cover, but Lam Hoa Din didn't move. Instead, she announced that the 10 players guarding the exit had already been dealt with. Hen couldn't believe it. The sisters were surrounded right here, so how could they possibly have eliminated those guards? Now, only a dozen or so enemies stood before the two sisters. To Lam Hoa Dian, that number was practically nothing. As Hen fumed at being looked down upon, Lam Hoa Duyen unleashed her magic, creating a massive pillar of fire that split into countless fireballs and shot into the sky. Hen had no idea what she was doing. Calling for reinforcements? Impossible. He was sure no one could get a signal, as he'd used magic to isolate the entire area. On top of that, the one guarding the path was Sasuke. Hen had absolute faith in this powerful member of his force. Hen tried to calm his troops, claiming that the two Lam sisters were simply putting on a show. He sneered that if they had just accepted his offer to leave Candle Castle, none of this would be happening. If they insisted on using force, then he would have to show his cruel side. He wanted the Lam sisters to taste a bitterness and humiliation far greater than just losing a life in the game. Just as Hen gave the order for a full-scale assault, a powerful voice boomed, demanding they stop. Suddenly, Hen's face went pale, and he collapsed to his knees. It wasn't just him. Ki Dong also felt like he couldn't breathe. All the other members had already fallen. A powerful status abnormality had afflicted their bodies. Without a healer to dispel it immediately, Hen's group was finished. Hen couldn't understand how Lam Hoa Duyen could cast such a powerful debuff. But the attack hadn't come from the sisters. High on the canyon ridge, countless players had suddenly appeared. At the center of the group, a golden dragon flag fluttered in the wind. It was the banner of the Yellow Dragon Force. Hen was completely stunned. Just recently, the Yellow Dragon Force and the Lam sisters were fighting like cats and dogs. So why was this force here now? The only possible explanation was that these two rival powers had joined forces. Fai Vu, leader of the Yellow Dragon Force, leaped down gracefully and gave Hen a martial artist's greeting. This was bad. Fai Vu was the top 4 player in the world. Hen knew he couldn't defeat the Lin sisters. He switched tactics from capture to sabotage, masking it with a saintly smile. He asked why Fei Yu's group had appeared. Fei Yu had no issue with Hen, just Starlight's dirty ambush on the Lin sisters. Lin Huoyuan cut him short, demanding they leave and drop any claim to the castle foundation. Declare war openly next time. Another ambush, she warned, and there would be no mercy. Fei Yu added a veiled threat. Hesitate, and the Golden Dragon Guild would gladly clash with Starlight. Seeing his own forces waver, Hen knew the fight was lost. He had no choice but to retreat. Just then, a Golden Dragon player was ambushed, dying in an instant. Even Lin Huoyuan was caught completely off guard. Hen saw their confusion as a chance to strike, but just as he moved to give the order, everything changed. Where the player vanished, a new figure materialized from thin air. A hulking, silver-haired warrior appeared, wielding a massive serrated blade. He was the berserker, Igor, the world's third-ranked player. As his body twisted into a monstrous form, Igor raged at the guilds below for disrupting his hunt. And now, they gathered here for a party? Fine. He would make this place his personal slaughterhouse. Perched on the cliff, he channeled immense power into his blade, preparing a devastating opening strike. Hen saw his golden opportunity. He ordered the 3 Korean guilds, Starlight, Dragon Knights, and Lightning Flash, to attack the Lin sisters. His one goal was simple: ensure Lin Huyuan and Lin Huoding were eliminated here and now. Meanwhile, Li Ha roamed the capital, constantly checking his map for Kijong's position. Kijong wasn't responding and still hadn't left Tu Canyon. He was clearly caught up in something big. Li Ha just needed info on Brown, but this was getting difficult. He should have just logged off to check the forums. Then, a new idea sparked. He decided to ask an NPC, heading straight for a tavern to question the bartender. But before he could ask about Brown, he overheard something far more explosive. Players were buzzing about a massive conflict erupting in Tu Canyon. The server's top rankers, Lin Huding, Fei Yu, and even Igor, were in an all-out war. Rumor was the Golden Dragon Guild had been interfering with Igor's grind. That's why he finally snapped. A Korean guild was caught in the crossfire too. Li Ha knew it had to be the Starlight Guild. Kijong's account was still active, so at least he wasn't dead yet. But Sasuke had just logged out, though he'd been online moments before. Then, Kijong, Tain, and Lin Huoyuan's icons went dark. Li Ha couldn't grasp what happened in Tu Canyon. He logged out, deciding to just call Kong directly. He called his brother, who answered with a groggy, barely conscious mumble. Li Ha checked the forums, which were in chaos over Tu Canyon. Kijong's only comment: their opponent was monstrously strong. Kijong declared he was done with drama. He'd just focus on ranking up. Being a top player's punching bag was soul-crushing. After the call, Li Ha dug through the forums and found a full video of the Tu Canyon battle. The video showed Igor's beast form. He charged into the surrounding guilds, his serrated blade a whirlwind of destruction. Igor carved through players effortlessly. With each kill, a red light flowed back into his body, fueling him. Some foolish players just stood there commenting instead of fleeing. They panicked when Igor's gaze fell upon them. Luckily, Fei Yu dove in, saving them from being split in two. Now, the fight seemed balanced. The world's number 3 versus number 4. Meanwhile, the Lin sisters, one of fire, one of ice, annihilated any approaching foe. But Fei Yu's concern for them created an opening. He realized the 2 sisters were Fei Yu's weakness. So Igor charged directly toward them with his blade. Facing the charging number 3 ranker, Lin Huding pushed her sister back, unleashing a massive ice spell to block Igor. The Starlight Guild, poised to attack the sisters, was stunned by the sudden appearance of an ice willow. While Hen hesitated, Igor ignored the sisters entirely, leaping in to massacre the Starlight Guild instead. He was clearly just rampaging to vent his rage, unable to tell any of the Eastern players apart. Igor was furious. It seemed his rage was blinding him, not just malice. He ignored the Korean players for now. Igor refocused on the Lin sisters. He swung his massive, serrated blade, smashing it into Lin Huding's ice willow. The blow was unbelievably powerful, yet it couldn't shatter the willow in one strike, only leaving a deep gash. Unable to break through to the sisters, Igor turned his attention to Kijong's group. Kijong tensed as the monster slowly approached. He desperately ordered the tankers to form a shield wall. But before he could finish, Igor swung his blade casually, cleaving a nearby tanker in two. Kijong broke into a cold sweat. Igor wasn't even trying, yet he'd already claimed one of them. He's reaping them like wheat. Is this the terrifying gap between a top ranker and ordinary players? But Igo didn't stop. He relentlessly swung his blade, scoring mega kills, then absorbed the blood of the fallen. The more blood he absorbed, the more frenzied he became. Fivu could watch no longer, leaping from the cliff and kicking Igo into the wall. Fivu couldn't hold back any longer. He took his stance, ready for a life-or-death battle with Igo. Igo was known for his insanity and feared no one. He instantly answered Fivu's challenge with action. One wielded a jagged greatsword, the other met it with bare fists and feet. Their chaotic clash shook the battlefield. The world's 3rd and 4th rankers fought on another level. Other players couldn't even track their movements, but Hen still refused to give up, ordering his remaining forces to charge. Their target, the Lamb Sisters, hidden inside the massive ice willow. Taking down the Lamb Sisters was worth any number of sacrifices. However, simply approaching the willow was nearly impossible. Countless ice spears shot down from its canopy, piercing anyone who dared to get close. Only Tane of the allied forces was skilled enough, blocking the ice spears while slowly advancing forward. With the Lamb sisters finally in sight, Tane roared, preparing to finish them off once and for all. In theory, it was a good plan. Tane's attack even made Fivu pale, but his sword never found its target, because his blade was ensnared by the drooping branches of the ice willow. Tane was completely immobilized, his body bound by ice. Just then, Fivu roared at him, calling him a traitor. Fivu had fought Igo to save Tane's group. To be repaid with such betrayal was unforgivable. Tane froze, targeted by one of the server's top players. It was too late to retreat. He had to go all in. A valiant effort, born from pure desperation. But let's be honest. He was completely out of his league. Fivu dashed forward, landing a single kick to the ribs that left Tane foaming at the mouth. Powerless, Tane collapsed, but Fivu wasn't finished, and raised his foot for a final blow. But in that critical moment, Ki flashed in to intervene. His shield blocked Fivu's finishing blow. Kijong somehow withstood the impact. But one more hit from Fivu, and both he and Tane would be eliminated. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat was the best. Ki grabbed Tane without hesitation and made a run for it. Furious, Fivu moved to finish them both. But just then, Ego returned to the fight. Kijong carried Tane away from the battlefield's center. He had to find a healer for him, and fast. Suddenly, something shot past Ki like a cannonball, slamming into the cliff behind him. It was Fivu, pinned helplessly against the rock, and the one who could overpower a world ranker? It could only be Igo. He was furious the chaos stopped him from gathering blood. Perhaps that was how Igo leveled up. As the berserker approached, Ki raised his shield, ready to fight. But Igo didn't even need his weapon. A single swipe sent Kijong's shield flying into the air. Igo grabbed Kijong by the throat and lifted him effortlessly, choking the very life out of him. As his vision faded, Kijong felt true despair. The power gap between them was absolute. Next, Ego showed no mercy. He raised his greatsword and struck Ki down. Igo, the world's third-ranked player, at level 260. His werewolf skill boosted his power immensely, but in exchange, his stamina drained at an alarming rate. To maintain his form, he had to constantly absorb blood. But Laiha was only level 26, a tenth of Igo's power. He couldn't even dream of scratching him. Laiha recalled his own despair, the accident that had left him unable to walk. It was Kijong who brought him to this game world, the only place Liha could feel his own 2 feet again. Seeing Kijong so utterly destroyed by Ego was something Liha couldn't accept. He swore he would hunt Ego down, but to do that, he first needed to level up. Laiha returned to his gaming pod, ready to grind until he was strong enough to crush Igo. Meanwhile, back at the battle in Pai Canyon, inside the ice willow, Lam Hoa Din and Lam Hoa Duyan heard screams as Ego hunted the others. Lam Hoa Duyan broke out in a cold sweat. The sisters were trapped with no way to escape, and their protector, Fivu, was nowhere to be found. In a one-on-one duel, Fivu might have stood a chance, but a fair fight was no longer an option. The only question was how the Lamb sisters could escape. Lam Hoa Din began chanting a powerful spell, then asked her lower-leveled sister to act as a sacrifice. Left with no other choice, Lam Hoa Duyen agreed. The ice willow vanished, revealing Lam Hoa Din channeling an immense spell. Hen's blood ran cold. If he couldn't stop her, they would all be wiped out, but it was already too late to stop her. Her ice magic freezes any foe it touches. Meanwhile, Liha just sold his unneeded items for 4 gold. He then spent 3 gold on gear from the Royal Guard. Now, Liha's top priority is a weapon upgrade. Just then, a guy suddenly called out to Liha. It was the dual shield player from the bear hunting grounds. He accused Liha of taking all the loot before disappearing, including items from other players. Of course, Liha denied everything. He just played dumb. The shield wielder's accusations were useless. Liha had offered to team up before, but nobody listened. If that guy doubts him, it's his own problem. He'd need proof to make a claim. The shield user was speechless, then demanded half the loot from Liha. Liha shut that down too. The items were ownerless, so why share? He isn't someone who can be easily bullied. The dual shield user should just get lost. He was left completely speechless, unable to intimidate Liha at all. So, the guy played his last card, flashing his faction's cloak, hoping to finally scare Liha. But even that didn't faze Liha. As if being in some guild would ever worry him. He's faced down major faction leaders without batting an eye. If the guy persists, he'll call the Sriss Knights for harassment. The dual shield user was now fuming. Did Liha think the Knights were his personal friends? Well, not exactly friends. Colleagues would be more accurate. But Liha didn't need to call anyone. He could just outrun this pest. The shield user tried to give chase as Lai Ha ran, but in a flash, Lai Ha was already at the city gates. As for the dual shield user, he was out of breath after a few steps. He couldn't understand how Lai Ha left him in the dust. Of course, the guy could never understand. While Lai Ha was only level 26, his speed matched a level 47 player. But even with his superior stats, Lai Ha's target is level 260. He has to grind even harder. Lai Ha's first goal is reaching Mount Zemu to farm monsters there. He still has no clues about the lunchbox quest, but that quest has a 1-month time limit, so he should be fine. At the foot of Mount Zemu, countless players were gathered. They were all recruiting members for their hunting parties. This place was actually quite bustling. It was only then Lai Ha remembered. He hadn't researched who Chief Kobold was or where he lived. He'd completely forgotten to gather intel before rushing here. He could only picture the boss in his head. Probably some fat, lazy kobold lounging on a golden throne. The more he thought about it, the less he understood Brown's logic, asking him to solo Chief Kobold before level 30. Just then, Lai Ha overheard a party recruiter mention that they had a beautiful healer with them. The recruiter then pointed to a cloaked man with a strange staff, clearly referring to Lai Ha. The one who approached was a burly man in full medieval armor. He wanted to know Lai Ha's current level. If his level was high enough, their 3-person party could depart. Li Ha thought for a moment and decided to lie, claiming level 41. That was the perfect level for farming this area. Lai Ha asked to be sure of their roles. He was the damage dealer, so this guy was the tank. So who was the last member? Obviously, Lai Ha was curious about the beautiful healer he'd heard about, and the healer, named Hannah, was so cute Lai Ha couldn't look away. For someone who'd been in military training like Lai Ha, his interactions with girls could be counted on one hand. The Lin sisters were either too strong or too cold, so Hannah's cheerful personality was a breath of fresh air. The tanker introduced himself as Matsushige. He and Hannah were both over level 40. Adding Lai Ha's fake level gave them a perfect party for farming. Forming a party in this game doesn't reveal levels, so no one suspected Lai Ha was lying about his. The group headed deep into the monster territory and soon spotted 2 kobolds. Matsushige wanted to take a detour. Fighting 2 kobolds at once would be draining. But Lai Ha needed to level up fast, so he couldn't skip them. He told the party to wait while he prepared to attack. The only issue was his painfully slow reload speed. This made Hannah and Matsushige very nervous. Lai Ha also hid his 100-meter range, claiming only half of it. That made Matsushige even more hesitant. But what happened next left his new teammates absolutely stunned. He thought the loud gunshot had simply startled them. But who could possibly care about the noise? The important part was that he'd killed a kobold in a single shot. At this, Matsushige asked if Lai Ha was really level 41. Lai Ha was startled, thinking his lie was exposed. But Matsushige actually thought his level was much higher. It meant he and Hannah were getting power leveled by a bored expert. The group continued deeper into the mountains. Suddenly, Matsushige shouted a warning. They were being ambushed by a mountain worm. This thing was a gigantic earthworm. As its jaws opened, Lai Ha squeezed the trigger, giving it a new hole clean through its head. 1 shot, 1 kill. Lai Ha's peak performance remained unshaken, but he couldn't help but wonder, how did Matsushige know which monster would appear, even warning them before it broke through the ground? Only then did their tank, Matsushige, finally apologize to Lai Ha. But any remorse at this point was useless. Lai Ha needed a serious talk, right here and now. He wanted to know why a tank like Matsushige always avoided direct combat with the monsters. Avoiding fights was one thing, but he hadn't even used a single one of his skills. Something about this was seriously wrong. A suspicion grew in Lai Ha's mind. Was his new teammate planning to get him killed? Matsushige heard Lai Ha's accusation. He immediately denied it, insisting he had no such sinister plot, even while admitting he just stood by without using any skills. But hearing him admit that made Lai Ha want to plant a bullet right between his eyes. Matsushige had to confess the truth. Although he was a tank, he didn't actually have many defensive skills. That's because Matsushige's true class was a knight, not a pure tank. He had absolutely no taunting skills whatsoever. Lai Ha's hopes were shattered. He just assumed any player with a shield was a tank. Matsushige only possessed a single tank skill, and even that required preparation. By the time he finished casting, the whole party would be monster food. Matsushige did have a defensive skill for allies, letting Lai Ha relax. But that hope was shattered in an instant, because that skill could only be used on female targets. It was all due to his knight class, which demanded he protect the ladies. Lai Ha gave up on this team. Clearly, he'd have to carry them, but he had his own calculations. If this was the case, he no longer needed to rely on his teammates. He could now fully control the pace of the hunt and choose his targets. Soon after, Lee Ha's group found Hut Village deep in the mountains. The place looked quite large. The kobold concentration must be high. This place was definitely the kobold's main nest. But if Lee Ha took out the boss, he'd be swarmed by all its underlings. Lee Ha noticed a cave inside the village that resembled a mine. Matsushige explained it was the kobold's storeroom. Normally, reaching that place required a full party's effort. Lee Ha felt his current spot wasn't good for sniping, so they moved to find a better hunting ground. In a certain open area, Lee Ha's group clashed with 3 kobolds at once. After Matsushige cleaved through the first kobold, the other 2 leaped into the air, aiming their wooden clubs right at his head. Matsushige raised his shield to block, receiving a buff from Hana to push the 2 kobolds back. He then screamed for Lee Ha to open fire and take one out to lighten the load. But Lee Ha refused. One by one was too slow. He'd get them both at once. With a single shot, Lee Ha sent both kobolds to their graves. Luckily, they were close enough for the bullet's piercing power to finish them simultaneously. Only the one Matsushige wounded was left, barely breathing. Lee Ha decided to tie it up for information instead of killing it. Of course, before interrogation comes torture. But was Lee Ha's chosen method of torture really tickling? That kobold just kept repeating the same useless line. So Lee Ha, done talking, pressed the muzzle of his gun to its head. It wouldn't cooperate with the fun torture. It had to taste some lead candy to know fear. Only then did the kobold offer a hint. Its chieftain only appears for special business. But God only knows what that special business could possibly be. The kobold said it concerned the tribe's survival. Figuring that was all he'd get, Lee Ha gave it one last bullet, sending it on its way. Matsushige didn't get why Lee Ha cared about the chieftain, when other players were only interested in the large mineral mine in the kobold village. Lee Ha didn't answer, simply thinking the chieftain must be holed up in there. But the fact that no one had caught it yet was an important clue. This could only mean the kobold chieftain would appear when players fulfilled certain conditions. Lee Ha now had a few keywords that could be used to lure the chieftain out. This was the main quest Brow had given him. Lee Ha then asked his teammates if either had delved deep inside the kobold village. It turned out Hana had been there once, so Lee Ha said he wanted to check it out too. Hana hesitated to decide herself. She glanced at Matsushige, asking his opinion. After some thought, Matsushige felt that despite the numerous, aggressive kobolds, if the 3 of them stuck together, it wouldn't be a problem. But to be safe, they should probably recruit a few more players. Lee Ha didn't mind this approach. He could hunt and gain more experience. After picking off strays, he soon hit level 27. Matsushige and Hana, unaware Lee Ha was faking his level, just thought he was an incredibly fast grinder. Seeing Lee Ha's strength, Hana grew hopeful. When they finally faced the chieftain, they might actually be able to take the boss down. Just then, a group of players appeared. From the matching symbols on their cloaks, they were likely a guild on a hunt. Lee Ha looked closely at the cloak and realized they were indeed hunting. But he wasn't sure if they were hunting monsters or hunting him. Then, the dual shield user spotted Lee Ha and yelled for his team. He told his leader that Lee Ha had snatched all the bear boss's drops, and also looted a ton of gear from other players. Lee Ha was stunned. The guy was just making up lies to justify hunting him. The dual shield user and his entire crew appeared. He roared for Matsushige and Hana to disband their party and hand over Lee Ha. He accused Lee Ha of being a hit-and-run thief, but Matsushige and Hana didn't believe it. After farming with Lee Ha, they knew he was a good guy. However, Lee Ha didn't want to involve them, so he left the party himself. The enemy group only wanted Lee Ha's gear in exchange for his life. Otherwise, they would ambush him on the spot. Of course, that would raise their karma stats. That's a penalty for unprovoked player attacks. If karma gets too high, a player's reputation on the continent is ruined. Lee Ha wanted to avoid that completely. He wouldn't attack first, but if he baited them, his own karma would remain clean. Sensing the dangerous standoff, Matsushige got nervous and quickly pulled Hana away to avoid the crossfire. At that moment, a mage from the enemy party began his attack on Lee Ha. Now, the hunt could officially begin. The enemy mage cast his spell, summoning a skeletal horse. The sight of it instantly stunned Lee Ha, freezing him in place. And as the spectral steed reared up, Lee Ha felt something was terribly wrong with his body. He recognized this feeling. It was the fear debuff from the bear boss. The enemy grunts saw Lee Ha frozen and assumed it was an easy win. The mage was confident. A low-level player like Lee Ha stood no chance against the debuff he had created. The group's leader could already taste victory. If they could just kill Lee Ha and loot all of his equipment, he could cash it in and power level himself. Then, he'd command more players and find even better targets to extort. Farming monsters and looting players would become a breeze. This guy truly reveled in his life of Peking. High on his power trip, he ordered the mage not to finish Liha. Instead, every member would get a hit-in for sport. It was a cruel and arrogant plan. But reality had a surprise in store for them. Something flew out at light speed, whizzing past the leader's ear. It slammed into the mage's head, dropping him instantly as his allies stared in shock. They had gravely underestimated the gear set Liha looted from the bear boss. It cut the duration of all negative effects in half. The firebear's spirit appeared behind Liha like a guardian, boosting his fear resistance and his cool factor by 200%. With his fear gone, landing a lead bullet between the mage's eyes was simple. Liha then expertly twirled the shotgun in his hand. He activated his rapid reload skill before turning to escape. The enemy leader screamed for his archer to take Liha down. The archer quickly drew his bow, ready to obey. But before he could fire, another bullet smashed right into his face. The leader panicked, desperately ordering his tanks to form a wall in front of him to block any stray shots. He was completely baffled. Liha was low level, yet he dropped 2 level 50 players with just 2 shots. Even the leader himself couldn't pull that off. To Liha, these guys were idiots. A static defense line could never catch him. The leader finally realized his mistake and ordered his other damage dealers to surround Liha immediately. The dual shield user was cocky, claiming he'd seen Liha fight before. He said Liha's reload time was terrible, making him no threat. The words had barely left his mouth when Liha proved him wrong with a bullet to another enemy's head. The leader furiously grabbed the dual shield user. Thanks to this guy's bad info, 3 men were already dead. If this mission failed, the dual shield user would pay the price. Liha headed for the center of Kobao village, but his pursuers relentlessly followed, refusing to give up. On a nearby cliff, Matsuzig and Hana watched everything. They had planned to help, but Liha was dominating the fight all on his own. The two had clearly been pretending all along. They knew Liha's level was a front for his incredible power. They also recognized the pursuers as the Gui Ring Sun Guild. Matsuzig guessed Liha was now the most dangerous person in Kobao village. By sunset, the group still hadn't caught Liha. Instead, they kept aggroing monsters along the path. The attackers felt that chasing Liha was exhausting. Following their captain, Taigen, was proving to be a terrible decision. Just then, Tegan himself arrived and began screaming at his subordinates. Hiding in a tree, Liha couldn't stand his lecturing. He raised his gun, aiming right at Tegan's head. It was time to silence this loudmouth for good. Suddenly, Tegan screamed like a pig, grabbing his leg as he collapsed. His men rushed over to find a new, bloody hole in his thigh. Tegan fought through the pain, ordering his men to search the trees ahead. He knew he'd been ambushed from that direction. In that moment, he also learned Liha's player name. Reloading, Liha cursed his own mistake. He should have gone for the headshot. Now his position was exposed, and the enemy knew his name. But Tegan wasn't done. He planned to post Liha's info on the Gui Ring Sun bounty board. Liha couldn't care less. He had a job to do. First, he needed to finish off everyone below. A terrified Taigen ordered his tanks to surround him immediately. He wasn't about to get hit by another one of Liha's bullets. Taigen then pushed his 3 remaining attackers forward to hunt Liha down. Despite Liha being able to kill them at any moment, the 3 main attackers were furious. They were thrust into danger, while that coward Taigen just hid and barked orders. Liha immediately seized the moment with a threat. Any of you move, and you'll eat lead. But now, the situation was turning against Liha. He could hold Jia Xinsun's group back for now, but he had no strategy for escaping this place. Liha's quick reload skill was on cooldown. It would be a while before he could go all out again. Just then, a series of chimes echoed, startling both Liha and Jia Xinsun's group. A monster with skin as red as forged iron appeared behind them. It was Huka, the chieftain of the Gobu tribe. Liha stared at the new arrival, completely speechless. This thing looked more like a demon than any Gobu he'd ever seen. Huka let out a roar, paralyzing all players in a state of fear. At the same time, it cast a series of debuffs on their personal stats. Liha couldn't fathom it. If a deputy commander of the monster army was this strong, how terrifying must the actual commander be? Tegan was scared witless. He had never faced this boss before. Huka rested a massive blade on its shoulder, demanding to know if the humans were there to destroy its village. Seeing this, Taigen scrambled to clear up the misunderstanding. He had no intention of clashing with such a powerful enemy. Tegan explained they weren't there to hunt Gobu. They had simply gotten lost while chasing another player. He promised they'd leave at once. Did Huka believe him? Not a chance. Not while the bodies of slaughtered Gobu were piled high right beside them. Cornered, Tegan blamed Lai Ha, claiming he shot the Gobu. But none of the creatures had bullet wounds, they were all killed by blades. Chieftain Hookah was tired of talking. It tightened its grip on the massive blade, and unleashed a basic horizontal swing. That single swing was enough to slice one of Jai Sin Soon's men in half, killing him instantly. Just then, the paralysis effect finally wore off. Jai Sin Soon's group raised their weapons in defiance, preparing to face the swarming horde of Gobu that was ganging up on them. They could still handle the weaker Gobu. The only true threat to them was Chieftain Hookah itself, but even ganging up on Hookah was completely useless. It only took one more swing for another tank to fall. Seeing his men getting chopped down like firewood, Tegan desperately ordered the dual shield user to defend, screaming at him for not doing his job as a tank. That was the theory, but reality was much crueler. Hookah needed only a single slash to completely sever the shield bearer's arms. To stop the man's screams from polluting the air, Hookah swung its blade once more, sending him to his grave. Now, not only was Tegan panicking, but even Lai Ha, hiding in the tree, realized this boss was on a whole other level. Boss Hookah was an entity created to punish humans for their relentless attacks on the Gobu village. A quick assessment told Li Ha that Hookah was far beyond his capabilities. Jai Sin Sun's well-equipped group was getting killed in a single strike. If Li Ha fought this thing one-on-one, he would be annihilated. At this moment, Hookah's eyes locked onto Tegan, the last human it needed to eliminate. But Tegan refused to die alone. He had to drag Lai Ha down with him. He yelled for Lai Ha, promising all would be forgiven if he helped out. Lai Ha felt no gratitude for the offer. He just thought, I am so screwed. He'd been perfectly safe, and now this boss had him in its sights. Lai Ha ignored Tegan's pathetic shouting. He figured as long as he stayed hidden, he'd be fine. The boss hadn't actually spotted him yet, after all. His gun was loaded, and his distance from the boss was perfect. But if his one shot couldn't finish it, Lai Ha knew he would be the one to die. And even if he did kill the boss, the remaining monsters would swarm him, leaving no path for survival. He was truly stuck in a no-win situation. Lai Ha decided to crawl through the trees to find a better position. If he moved quietly, the boss probably wouldn't notice. As for Tegan, he was definitely a goner. Hookah stood behind Tegan and declared a final warning never to return to the Gobu village again, then swung its blade. Even at death's door, Tegan was still spouting nonsense, threatening that the Gobu village would pay if he died. But Hookah didn't care. Its blade cleanly took one of Tegan's legs. Tegan, writhing in agony, crawled on the ground, swearing he'd never return if it spared his life. But Hookah's impression of humanity was already sealed. It refused to listen, bringing its blade down and splitting Tegan clean in two. From the trees, Li Ha felt a bit of relief seeing Jai Sin Soon's entire group wiped out. At least those annoying pests were finally gone. The only issue now was that the Gobu were extremely agitated. If they found him, Lai Ha knew without a doubt he would be chopped into mincemeat. Lai Ha couldn't hope for a rescuer. He had to rely on himself. Just then, Hookah ordered the Gobu to spread out and find Lai Ha, giving him a great opportunity to escape. At that very moment, Boss Hookah suddenly turned toward the tree where Lai Ha was hiding. It sniffed the air like a dog, then confirmed it smelled a human. A cold sweat ran down Lai Ha's back. He wondered if he should open fire right now. At this distance, the boss could easily spot Lai Ha if it paid attention. Just as Lai Ha was about to pull the trigger, the boss roared to summon all its forces. But it didn't attack Lai Ha, instead leading its troops to the village gate for a fight. Though Li Ha didn't understand what was happening, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He couldn't stay in ambush any longer, he had to move to a better position. He quickly wrapped himself in leaves as camouflage and then gave chase. He couldn't let prey that was already within his grasp get stolen. The ones who had drawn Chieftain Hookah's attention were none other than the duo, Music and Hannah. They were in a dead sprint, not daring to fight the boss. Even Music was stunned. Lai Ha had somehow aggroed the boss with just a few clues. But there was no time to think. Hannah was already gasping for air beside him. Music had no choice but to use his firewall scroll. Flames erupted, roasting the kobolds who couldn't stop in time. With the barrier up, Music grabbed Hannah and kept running. But the boss, Hiruka, was on another level. It simply parted the flames like they were curtains. The moment Music saw it was hopeless and pulled out a teleport scroll, Hiruka suddenly froze and collapsed on the spot. A few minutes earlier, Li Ha had reached the top of the kobold watchtower. He saw the distant firewall, using it to perfectly judge the wind. Taking his stance, Lai Ha saw Hiruka was 180 meters out. It was a huge gamble. He aimed for the back of the boss's neck and fired without hesitation. The bullet tore through the air, piercing Hiruka's nape. With one shot, Hiruka became the next high-level boss taken down by Li Ha. The surrounding kobold minions saw their chieftain fall, and absolute chaos erupted in their ranks. This single boss kill boosted Lai Ha by several levels. He couldn't help but celebrate. This feeling of victory was exactly what he'd craved. A system notification popped up. Because he killed the kobold chief, all monsters in the area were weakened by half for 1 hour. Lai Ha paused. He remembered the mobs Ring Sun's party killed hadn't respawned. The enemy numbers were already low. On top of that, the power down debuff made these monsters as weak as level 15 or 20 beasts. Plus, Ring Sun's party was wiped out before they could even pick up their loot. That meant a fresh batch of player drops. Lai Ha had hit the jackpot. He could collect everything later. First, he had to check his achievements. He earned a ton of stat points for defeating the kobold chief. He was also the third person to get the Onken achievement. Being named in the Hall of Fame boosted his reward points by 200%. But the achievement's description was overly dramatic. Something about him becoming the new light in a chaotic world, striving for the future of humanity, and so on. Lai Ha always ended up fighting bosses way out of his league. That must be why his title was so grand. During the clash with Ring Sun's group, Lai Ha also took out players with high infamy. He was branded a pursuer of justice. His world fame shot up again. After checking his new titles, Lai Ha reloaded for his bonus experience hunt. An hour flew by. Thanks to the weakened kobolds, Lai Ha farmed enough experience to reach level 32. He opened his status window to allocate his points. Lai Ha thought he should raise his stamina. A higher health pool meant better survivability. At the same time, mana was also a critical stat. More mana meant he could use his skills more frequently. Lai Ha realized it was hard for a sniper to prioritize stats. Everything was essential, depending on the situation. But in the end, a sniper's goal is to finish the fight with one bullet. That was the ultimate method of attack. So, Lai Ha saved 5 points for later and dumped the rest into speed. His current stats could now rival a level 63 player. That guy ego should just wait. Lai Ha would be coming for him soon. Besides browse missions, he also had to deliver that special lunchbox. Lai Ha wanted to turn in the quest now. The reward, an invite to a restaurant opening, seemed a little underwhelming. But in this game world, it could lead to unexpected results. After returning to the capital, Lai Ha finally checked his loot from the village. Among the items dropped by Ring Sun's party, a ring from Taigen immediately caught his eye. The ring had a built-in defensive skill. Owning it was like having a second life. Killing the boss, Haruka also netted Lai Ha 2 more pieces of gear, a necklace and a huge executioner's blade. Lai Ha could equip the necklace right away. It gave a plus 10% critical hit rate, a perfect item for a marksman like him. Even without the full boss set effect, the necklace alone was a great find. Next, he had to return to the Royal Guard Academy and report to Brow. The more he looked at the Royal Guard Academy, the more pathetic it seemed. It looked worse than the Kobold's Den. Was the Royal Guard class really this low tier? Lai Ha pushed the door open, but before he could say, "I'm back," a deafening gunshot ripped through the room. A stranger's body came tumbling into the main hall, putting Lai Ha on immediate alert. The sounds of a fight were still coming from inside. When Lai Ha crept closer, he saw a curly-haired man threatening someone. "Don't think you'll get away with this." Before Lai Ha could even count how many people were there, another shot rang out. It was followed by the pained scream of another man. He was clutching his shoulder, a fresh bullet lodged inside. Then, the other intruders in the academy appeared. Not daring to stay, the whole group tucked their tails and fled. Lai Ha looked inside and saw Brow, aiming perfectly from behind a wall. He couldn't figure out how the old man had fired 3 shots so fast. In just 20 seconds, Brow had performed an insane quick draw. 3 shell casings hit the floor, all from a single shotgun, which the old man casually returned to its wall rack. Lai Ha was baffled. A single-shot firearm shouldn't fire that fast. This meant Brown's skill was on a completely different, legendary level. Lai Ha glanced at the 3-slot gun rack. It had to be for the weapons of the 3 legendary musketeers. Brown poured some tea, explaining the knights had visited. Haruka's mana signature was gone, meaning Lai Ha's mission was officially complete. Brown praised his incredible speed. As Lai Ha celebrated the quest reward, Brown grew even more intrigued by his feat. And with that, a bonus reward was added. It seems the harder the quest, the greater the loot. A new quest was now available. But before accepting, Lai Ha had to ask about Brown's incredible firing speed. Brown chuckled, slightly disappointed in the question. That wasn't even close to his top speed. And that speed wasn't from a special skill or magic, Brown swore it. So Lai Ha could only guess the gun itself was unique. But Brown's reaction said it all. Lai Ha knew he was onto something. Connecting the dots, Lai Ha asked a bold question. Did that shotgun belong to a founder of the Musketeer Academy? Lai Ha hit the keyword. Brown slammed his cup down. Do you know of the 3 legendary musketeers? Of course, Lai Ha knew. They were the Academy's founders. The 3 were Speed Brown, Piercing Brown, and Bullseye Elizabeth. Brown and Elizabeth were also husband and wife. In its golden age, the Musketeer Academy was bustling with students. Tales of the 3 legendary musketeers were on everyone's lips. The Academy's halls were never quiet. It was a glorious era for the institution. But then, Brown and Elizabeth vanished from the battlefield. With their disappearance, the golden age of the 3 legendary musketeers slowly came to an end. With this story came a new quest. Brown needed Lai Ha to find his missing comrades to confirm if they were alive or dead. He made it clear, rumors would not be accepted. Failure meant all affinity points with Brown would be completely wiped out. Lai Ha never expected a quest like this. He was a marksman, not some kind of private investigator. According to the quest clue, the pair vanished during the Second Great Human-Demon War. He just had to confirm if they were dead or not. But Lai Ha knew this game was never that straightforward. In Lai Ha's experience, soldiers with such records who went missing in action were simply declared legends, and that was that. But the existence of this quest meant one thing. Their disappearance was more than just a simple missing in action case. This game was known for its mind-bending quests, so Lai Ha was sure there was a hidden catch. Refusing the quest meant an automatic failure, and his affinity with Brown would plummet to 0. Accepting and failing later would have a penalty, but that was a better option. There was no reason not to take the risk. Lai Ha confidently accepted the mission. But Brown's expression was filled with doubt, wondering if Lai Ha could actually handle it. Seeing Lai Ha's determination, Brown suddenly commented, "If Elizabeth saw this attitude, she'd probably have an aneurysm." Lai Ha was confused. What did Elizabeth have to do with this? He knew the quest was tough, but he was determined to see it through. Brown offered a bit more info on that war. He said the 3 legendary musketeers were too busy to watch each other's backs. Everyone was stretched thin. Piercing Brown and Elizabeth were on a sniping mission, while Speed Brown moved with the commandos. From that short tale, Lai Ha only managed to extract 2 small clues. He'd have to start with just these fragments. Lai Ha only had 20 days for the quest, and 4 were already gone with no new leads. One screw-up could send him back to hunting bats for scraps. More importantly, 2 other players had already cleared this quest. Lai Ha refused to fall behind. His first objective, gather intel from the local shops. At the armor shop, he only sold some junk items and leveled his haggle skill to level 5. The owner's face was a dead end for information. Next up, Lai Ha decided to try his luck at the weapon shop. The weapon shop owner knew Lai Ha well, probably from all the business he regularly brought to the store. When Lai Ha mentioned Brown and Elizabeth, the owner's face lit up, praising them as a famous wartime power couple. He said most rumors claimed the duo was dead. But the first rumor was different, he added. Lai Ha sensed a breakthrough. This was the clue he needed. The shopkeeper motioned for Lai Ha to lean closer, then whispered something that made Lai Ha's eyes widen in absolute shock. Whatever he heard, this was the most concrete lead Lai Ha had found so far. Lai Ha feigned skepticism, hoping the shopkeeper would reveal even more details. But the owner's dead serious expression suggested it was true. Lai Ha had to know. From whom did you hear this rumor? The source was as reliable as it gets. It came from the last person to ever see the Browns alive. Want information? Fine. But you'll have to buy something from the shop first. The owner quickly pitched Lai Ha his newest item. A bargain at only 18 gold. Lai Ha did need a new weapon. That was true. But a price of 18 gold was just too steep. It wasn't that Lai Ha was broke, but even with money, he hated seeing so much gold just disappear. He decided to look over the other guns. In the end, he settled on the needle gun with the lowest price. But a price tag is just a number. Lai Ha had a haggling skill he was ready to use. It was time to unleash his demon mode. The shopkeeper felt like he was being robbed in broad daylight, but he sold the gun to Lai Ha anyway. Lai Ha scored the gun, and, more importantly, the location of the last person to see the Browns. To get there quickly, he had to grit his teeth and pay for a teleportation gate. For Lai Ha, spending his own money on a quest felt like carving off a piece of his own flesh. Lai Ha teleported in just in time to see some NPC kids bullying a crazed old man. This looked like a quest trigger, but Lai Ha already had a full log. He decided he would have to save that quest for later. The first stop Lai Ha chose was the tavern in this village. The moment he pushed the door open, he was greeted by a sea of murderous faces. A chill immediately ran down his spine. Damn, just gathering information was going to get him killed here. The pressure from these hostile NPCs was truly intense. Lai Ha continued on, asking other NPCs about Lepanto, a swordsman who once fought on the front lines. but all he got were praises for the man's talent, not his location. If this kept up, Liha would hit another dead end. One rumor Liha heard was that Lepanto was a willow sword user from the Second Human-Demon War. Another rumor claimed Lepanto had betrayed Brown and Elizabeth. According to the rumor from the weapon shop owner, Lepanto said he personally saw the Brown side with the Demon King. Liha thought to himself, if that rumor is true, then hasn't the quest from Major General Brown already been completed? But he had no real proof. If he went back now, Major General Brown would surely put a hole in his forehead. On top of that, Liha now had two deadlines looming over him. He had the lunchbox delivery quest and the mission to find clues for Major General Brown. To meet his deadlines, Liha would have to check every shop in the area. After all that, Liha still couldn't find any solid information, and he was about to lose his mind. Lepanto was supposed to be some kind of legend, incredibly famous. And there weren't many willow sword users. So why was information on him so scarce? Was it possible that no one even knew what Lepanto's face looked like? Just as Liha was about to ask a few more NPCs, a scruffy old man ambushed him from behind, scaring him half to death. Liha quickly broke free from the old man's grasp, warily asking who he was. It was none other than the madman Liha saw when he first arrived. This old man kept trying to get Liha to go into battle with him. Even though it was late at night, Liha felt something was off here. This NPC didn't look like a beggar. Liha politely asked about the arm hidden under his cloak, only to discover the man was an amputee. After searching everywhere, Lepanto had found Liha himself. The old man was yelling, demanding someone bring him the rapier. Liha ignored Lepanto's crazed act. He just needed to confirm the rumor, and his quest would be done. But before Liha could even finish his question, Lepanto shot off like the wind, leaving Liha to chase after him until he was about to collapse. But he had a lead now, so Liha couldn't let Lepanto out of his sight. On a whim, he yelled out, calling Lepanto Mr. Brown, and asking about Elizabeth. That one sentence made Lepanto freeze for a moment. He told Liha to run, or Brown would fill him with lead. Before Liha could even process that statement, Lepanto went mad again, and continued to flee. Liha hadn't chased Lepanto for long when he found the old man ahead, sobbing uncontrollably. Lepanto collapsed, begging Mr. Brown not to abandon his comrades. Liha could see that Lepanto had post-traumatic stress disorder, and a severe case at that. He had learned about this during his military service in the real world. This symptom is common in those who have experienced the horrors of war. And Liha was certain Lepanto was still living inside that war. Questioning him in this state would be useless. Liha gave up and decided to try a different approach. Liha used a move no one would expect. He pulled out the cooking skills he learned at Candle Castle and started a fragrant BBQ right there on the street. This was without a doubt the #1 perfect bait. It would be strange if Lepanto wasn't starving. Just think about it. The main thing Lepanto ate all day were the rocks thrown at him. How could he possibly control himself smelling grilled meat? As expected, the mouth-watering smell of grilled meat soon had Lepanto drooling as he approached. Liha immediately began to lure him in. He was grilling meat as a gift, but who should he give it to? Lepanto couldn't hold back any longer. He ignored Liha's words, pulled out a skewer, and stabbed a tender piece of cooked meat. He even called Liha by a strange name. Liha didn't care. He just wanted to get Lepanto fed, and then talk for a bit. But Lepanto's military-style eating was truly intense. Before Liha could even start the conversation, the old man had cleaned out all the food he had just cooked. The moment he was full, Lepanto tried to run again. He wanted to go to the battlefield to smash some darn Demon King fragment. Hey, that's not how it works, old man. You ate, now you have to pay. How about sitting down and providing some info? Liha had no choice but to play along with Lepanto's delusion. He claimed the battlefield was too dangerous, and that they should wait there for reinforcements to be safe. When Lepanto asked who to call, Liha immediately mentioned Brown and Elizabeth. Once again, just mentioning those names made Lepanto's eyes flash with madness. He choked out a warning. Brown and Elizabeth were not coming to save them. He declared that by their next encounter, the Browns would be standing against all of humanity. Lepanto had reported this, but his superiors refused to listen. Instead, he was the one who faced punishment. The Browns were the kingdom's greatest heroes. This accusation was an insult to the entire nation. But Liha knew this wasn't just some baseless rumor. If he could just get this old man to talk, the quest would be over in a flash. But Liha celebrated too soon. Lepanto's madness returned, and he bolted away once more. Their conversation was full of unanswered questions. At this rate, he could never complete the mission. Just as things got critical, a new quest suddenly appeared. He had to find Lepanto's rapier to restore the man's sanity. But if Lepanto died in the process, the quest would fail instantly. Refusing it wasn't really an option, so now he was stuck on a short-term babysitting mission. And their destination? The heart of the main battlefield. Lepanto and Liha finally reached the marching plains, the very place Brown and Elizabeth were last seen before defecting to the Demon King. This area hadn't been cleared of monsters yet. Quite a few rogue dark elves still roamed the area. A group of massive treants stood guard, with imps buzzing around them like flies. Liha wasn't sure of their strength, and his ammunition was dangerously low. Liha planned to sneak past them, but Lepanto, ever the liability, suddenly let out a massive yell. Lepanto demanded his rapier to skewer the beasts. Liha trailed close behind, terrified the old man would die and ruin the mission. Liha charged forward, drawing the monster's aggro. Without hesitation, he activated his quick reload skill. His main target was the massive treant, but his first shot barely even scratched its wooden hide. Meanwhile, the imp swarm was already upon him. With no choice left, Liha grabbed Lepanto and fled. The old man screamed that one Florgentilo would finish them all, but how could he fight without his weapon? As they ran, Liha managed to reload his shotgun. He spun around, blasting the buzzing imps into nothing. With no time to reload, he switched to melee, skewering another with his bayonet. With the faster threats down, he could finally focus on the slow-moving treants. From the sidelines, Lepanto cheered wildly. He claimed Liha's skill was worthy of a royal guard captain, but he had no idea Liha had to use his ultimate skill just to pierce the treant's tough bark. Hearing Lepanto's endless rambling, Liha finally snapped, telling him to be quiet. He then explained they had to be smart, not reckless, to destroy their real target, a fragment of the Demon King. Thankfully, Lepanto agreed. That would make Liha's life a lot easier. Just then, a lizardman appeared behind them, and to Liha's surprise, the man recognized him. Liha recognized him too. It was VIP, his old teammate from the Candle Castle. VIP claimed he was just passing through while hunting, which stunned Liha. For VIP can't to be hunting in a high-level zone like this. He was no ordinary player. His academy was miles away, yet here he was, hunting completely solo. Meeting his old friend again, Liha was certain VIP's level was incredibly high. VIP, in turn, inspected Liha's new gear, instantly recognizing it as a boss set. That single comment sent a chill down Liha's spine. Even Kijong, a veteran nearing level 200, couldn't identify his gear at first glance. Yet VIP had pinpointed its origin instantly. Liha invited VIP to party up, since he had a quest in this area. VIP agreed, but admitted he was currently in some trouble himself. Liha thought to himself, I knew it. That explained why VIP was wandering here alone. Curious about Liha's quest, VIP decided to join him. Meanwhile, Lepanto was completely lost in his own battlefield delusions. He cheered about getting help from the Lazadia. Seeing VIP's utter confusion, Liha explained that the NPC wasn't all there, and to just ignore him. But they had to put that aside. A new swarm of monsters was closing in on them. VIP told Liha to get ready, then charged in first. Liha was stunned. VIP wasn't even a tanker class. VIP didn't answer, simply telling Liha to handle the tough treants. As for the imps, VIP inhaled deeply, then unleashed a cloud of poison, engulfing the entire swarm. Liha was frozen, stunned by VIP's incredible area of effect attack. VIP's prompt snapped him out of it, and he fired a shot at a distant treant. VIP then shot 2 streams of concentrated poison, finishing the treant instantly. It had taken Liha 6 shots to kill just 1, yet VIP only needed 2 hits. His poison was on another level. After clearing the mobs, VIP suggested they rest and wait for their skills to cool down. But VIP didn't seem to be resting at all, constantly scanning the surroundings. At level 33, Liha could barely damage these monsters. This zone was clearly not meant for anyone under level 40. When Liha asked, VIP revealed he was already level 51. Liha thought his own leveling speed was fast, but he was still almost 20 levels behind. VIP didn't elaborate, instead urging him to focus on the quest. Just then, Lepanto's expression grew incredibly tense. A memory from his past seemed to strike him. He suddenly shot up, sprinting toward the spot where he believed his sword had been lost. Rapier was there. Liha and VIP quickly gave chase, but the area Lepanto ran to was no safe haven. According to VIP, it was zombie territory, and these undead were immune to VIP's poison. Despite the danger ahead, Liha had to take the risk. Lepanto was regaining his memories, meaning the quest was almost complete. Lepanto ran for a short distance before collapsing to his knees. He remembered the day Mr. and Mrs. Brown turned their backs and walked away. Lepanto recalled trying to stop the Browns, but failing. He had reported the situation to his superiors, but couldn't remember to whom. He also claimed he was under a spell. VIP, seeing Lepanto's rambling, warned Liha to silence him. His screams would only attract monsters. Before VIP could even finish his sentence, purple beams of light shot up from the ground, and from them, zombies began to crawl out. Without a moment's hesitation, Liha shot the nearest zombie through the head. He asked VIP to handle their legs to slow them down. Liha would take care of the rest. VIP immediately got to work. He drew a short blade, then weaved through the horde of zombies, severing the legs of each one. As for the zombies that got through, Liha had no time to reload, so he drew his bayonet for a quick kill. Just as Liha and VIP thought they had cleared the area, a voice echoed out, declaring they couldn't escape. A group from Rising Sun had suddenly appeared, and their target was VIP. Seeing the Rising Sun members approaching, VIP urged Liha to run while he still could. Meanwhile, he drew his dagger, ready to face the group. It was hard to tell if VIP was a trouble magnet, or if the Rising Sun Guild simply looked for a fight with everyone they met. Liha glanced at Lepanto, who was dazed and picking at the dirt, and knew running was impossible. If Lepanto died, the quest would fail. Besides, Liha had his own personal grudge against Rising Sunday, so, in the end, Liha decided he wasn't going anywhere. Teaming up with VIP to take down the Rising Sun members was the fastest solution. This wasn't something VIP had expected, but this was no time for questions. VIP just wanted to crush the group heading their way. The Rising Sun Guild was not a kind bunch. They wouldn't spare their target, even after getting what they wanted. VIP asked Liha to provide covering fire while he initiated the fight. Liha agreed, as long as VIP promised to return the favor later. On the other side, the Rising Sun members had no idea that VIP and Liha were planning to attack them. One of the members kept shouting, demanding VIP hand over the item. If not, he would be sent to the graveyard. In a border region like this, killing other players didn't increase one's crime score. This worked out perfectly. Liha could initiate an attack on this unpleasant group without worrying about his reputation score taking a hit. Just as the man was threatening to camp their respawn point, a single bullet flew through the air and embedded itself in the loudmouth's forehead. By the time the Rising Sun members realized their opponent had a gunslinger, the unfortunate player had already vanished into particles of light. VIP didn't hold back either, repeatedly spitting his toxic fluid at the enemy. A few of Rising Sun's vanguard were hit and screamed for an antidote before the poison dissolved their limbs. VIP dodged an incoming sword slash, realizing Rising Sun had come well prepared this time. These players were all over level 60. Liha was also out of breath, frantically trying to reload. This hit-and-run tactic was exhausting. At the same time, he had to ensure Lepanto's safety. If the man died, the quest would fail instantly. Seeing an enemy approach their position, Liha immediately activated his bayonet to fight back. But the pressure from one enemy wasn't all. At that moment, another one was ambushing Liha from behind. The swordsman struck downwards, aiming for Lepanto first. Seeing the cloud of dust behind him, Liha felt this was it. The quest was a failure. However, from within the thick dust, Lepanto emerged completely unharmed. With a serious face, he asked, "Who are these people?" It seemed Lepanto had regained some of his sanity. He could recognize Liha and confirm whether the troublemakers were enemies. A member of Rising Sun saw that Lepanto was unarmed and moved to kill him to get him out of the way. But this was Lepanto, the master Florentino. He didn't need a sword to pummel his opponent into submission. Seeing other Rising Sun members charge at him, Lepanto scoffed. Mere ants daring to challenge a swordmaster like him. Lepanto executed a few basic sweeps, and one by one, the enemies were sent to their graves. Watching Lepanto take on everyone by himself, VIP's eyes nearly popped out, wishing he had such a powerful NPC ally. Lepanto sincerely thanked Liha. He said it was thanks to him that he could regain his memories. At the same time, Lepanto reached out his hand, and a glowing rapier materialized in his grasp. And just like that, the escort quest for Lepanto was complete. At this point, Lepanto finally spoke about what Liha wanted to know most: the story of the Browns. He said that his memory had been erased by the mage, Lord Jack. However, the royal records would contain accurate information about the past battle. This included Lepanto's report on the Browns' rebellion. This presented another difficult problem. With his current reputation score, Liha was not qualified to enter the royal palace. Lepanto couldn't return to the capital with Liha, but he gave Liha a coin and told him that Brown would surely know how to use it. Now, Liha had something to return and complete the quest. Lai Ha finally had a moment to ask why VIP had been so eager to help him. The most important thing in this game is information. Information on the fastest ways to level up. And VIP hadn't hesitated to give that information to Lai Ha for free. VIP simply explained that he saw great potential in Li Ha. Giving a lot now might mean receiving a greater return in the future. For now, that would have to be enough. Lai Ha bid farewell to VIP to return to the capital, cheekily reminding him not to hide good weapons next time. Lai Ha returned to the academy to complete his quest, but he knew convincing Brown would be a challenge. A true challenge. Hearing Lai Ha's report that the Browns were traitors, he roared in denial, claiming it was impossible. He fired a warning shot, the bullet whizzing past Lai Ha's head to silence him. But Lai Ha had concrete proof. Brown reloaded in 3 seconds, aiming straight at Lai Ha's face. If he couldn't explain, he was a dead man. Lai Ha presented the coin Lepanto had given him, and just as expected, Brown recognized it. From his reaction, Lai Ha knew he was hiding something. That was a tracking coin. It acted as a homing beacon, leading right back to its original owner. In battle, it could be used to monitor the entire situation to ensure everything went as planned, or to see if allies needed immediate aid and react in time. The mana signature inside the coin definitely belonged to Lepanto. Brown then reconfirmed Lai Ha's intel that he and Elizabeth had defected to the Demon King's side, and witnesses like Lepanto had their memories magically controlled. Brown muttered to himself, then asked if Lai Ha was free that night for an urgent matter. Lai Ha's mission was changed. He now had to infiltrate the royal palace and steal the National Archives, searching for the file on the Browns' case. This sudden spy assignment gave him a splitting headache. If this mission failed, he'd have to flee this place for good. Lai Ha tried to renegotiate the terms. Couldn't Brown just go verify this himself? No, Lai Ha had to go because someone was deliberately burying this story, and no one would dare speak to Brown. Brown said that Lai Ha was the only person he could trust to retrieve the documents. Seeing Major General Brown place such high hopes in him, Lai Ha felt he couldn't possibly refuse. Later, Brown took him to the palace, requesting entry to meet with the Magic Corps. Brown simply claimed Lai Ha was his attendant, and just like that, the guards let them pass without a single doubt. Once inside, Brown reviewed the plan one last time. After getting the files, they had to sneak along the outer wall from the East Palace to the West Palace. They were short on time for this mission, and they would only get a single opportunity. Brown led Lai Ha to a secret room, placing his hand on a floating orb on the wall. As the wall opened, Lai Ha hid behind a large nearby vase as planned. From behind the wall, a silver-haired young man emerged. He was the chief secretary, Clark. Brown shook his hand like an old friend. Clark was curious as to why Brown was here. Theoretically, he wasn't allowed in this area without permission. Clark only opened the door because it was Brown. Anyone else would be denied. He was suspicious. Did Brown want to access the records? Because if Brown wanted to see a friend, he'd visit the captain of the Royal Guard. Clark's mind raced with interesting possibilities. For example, maybe Brown brought someone along to steal records. As he spoke, Clark lifted the nearby potted plant. Was Lai Ha done for? But behind the plant, there was nobody. Clark covered his tracks, blaming his wild imagination. He had no idea he was right, but had just picked the wrong pot. Lai Ha didn't hesitate for a second, immediately diving into the underground vault Clark had just come from. He ran deep into the earth until he lost his footing and found himself floating in midair. Before him were countless bookshelves, hovering all around. Lai Ha was stunned. Brown had failed to mention any of this. In a chaotic archive like this, how could he find the right document in time? But then, pure luck. A bookshelf glowing with golden light caught his eye, as if it were beckoning him closer. Lai Ha pulled out a random book and found a massive, oversized map. All data on geography and monsters was clearly detailed inside. Lai Ha found a section about the New Continent Development Project, which triggered a new quest requiring him to recruit a player for the kingdom. Plus, the quest had no time limit, so why wouldn't Lai Ha accept it immediately? After more searching, he finally located the records of the Second Human-Demon War. Lai Ha flipped through the pages and found the volume concerning Lepanto and the Brown couple. Looking at the offensive strategies from that campaign, Lai Ha was utterly impressed. The ideas were genius. He found himself completely absorbed. He wanted to study it more, but he had to find the mission report first. If time ran out, no one could save him. Lai Ha pulled out a magic mirror Major General Brown had given him. He just had to shine it on a page to copy the contents. He copied everything he could, deciding to sort through it later. But just as things were going smoothly, the sound of voices made him jump. Someone was entering the library, and they were also heading for the Human-Demon War records. Clark entered with another man, stating he had orders from Lot Jack to check for anything unusual. Brown's sudden appearance, especially at the library, had made Lot Jack deeply suspicious. The man with Clark thought he was being paranoid. The library was so secure, who could possibly steal anything? But it was better to be cautious. They had to perform a full sweep. And just as they suspected, the check immediately turned up a problem. No documents were stolen, but the librarian noticed that the order of the books had been disturbed. This guy had to have OCD, able to spot a misplaced book with a single glance. At that moment, Clark heard a door opening outside. This was real trouble. He moved to issue an emergency order. Alert the guards and find the intruder, immediately. Right then, Liha was running for his life, terrified he was about to be captured. If he got caught, the mission was over, and that meant Liha would lose everything. He sprinted toward the fountain he had passed earlier with Major General Brown. He felt a sliver of hope, having at least escaped the library area. But before Liha could catch his breath, loud shouts erupted behind him, mobilizing soldiers to hunt the intruder. Inside the palace, besides the guards, Liha was completely alone. If he was spotted, he'd be caught instantly. There was no safe place to hide. Liha had to find the shortest escape route out of this treacherous place. He bolted straight for the East Palace, praying he wouldn't get caught. But at a corner, he slammed into someone and tumbled to the ground. Luckily for Liha, it was a familiar face, Cinder Guard of the Night Order. Just then, the pursuit team arrived. Without a word, the pursuers declared Liha the intruder. He couldn't confess, so he had to play dumb. Thankfully, Cinder Guard stepped forward to vouch for him, explaining he was an ally who had just defeated Huka. They could doubt Liha, but trying to take him without proof meant facing the Night Order's wrath. The chase was paused, but the guard then asked if Liha knew Brown. Liha wasn't foolish enough to admit it, and denied everything. In the end, Liha had escaped disaster, all thanks to his connection with the Knights. As Cinderguard led him away, Brown was already waiting to greet his beloved disciple. Liha and Brown expressed their immense gratitude to Cinderguard before parting ways. Once they were alone, Liha could finally report his mission was a success. After returning to the Royal Guard Academy, Liha handed over the magic mirror that had copied the records for Brown. Liha had copied the files in such a rush that he hadn't read them. Now he watched alongside Brown, eager to see the contents. A stream of images appeared as a 3D projection in the room. The top-secret files showed events from late one night. A guard on patrol spotted Brown and Elizabeth secretly heading towards the Demon King's army. When the soldier yelled for them to halt, Elizabeth raised her gun and shot a painful hole through his thigh. The next morning, the Brown couple was found 20 kilometers from the barracks. Since there were no orders to engage, soldiers approached them, only to be shot down before the couple fled again. That same evening, it was reported the Browns shot a squad fighting the Demon King's forces. Despite their pleas for mercy, every last one was shot. The entire squad was completely neutralized. Next, a report showed Elizabeth clutching her stomach and collapsing to the ground. A guard who saw this tried to report back, but before he could do anything, Brown shot him in the knee. Liha trembled as he read. No one in these reports made it back unharmed. According to these documents, the Browns' defection to the Demon King was real. Then came the most important and detailed report of all, the report from Lepanto. The night after receiving supplies, Lepanto was ordered to capture the Browns alive. He tried to pursue them but couldn't catch the couple. He saw them escaping under the guidance of a dark elf. Lepanto only heard them issue a warning to the old man. As Brown pondered this, he was suddenly stunned to find another report. It said Elizabeth was pregnant when she fled. Brown ground his teeth until they bled. After fighting alongside her for so long, he never even knew. But at the very least, Brown felt a sliver of relief. According to the report, the couple was likely still alive. Even though it was a report about a rebellion, Liha advised Brown not to overthink it, suggesting they had their reasons. Brown then confirmed Liha's mission was complete, stating that Liha was now the only person he could truly trust. Liha's new mission was to wait a few days for Brown to calm down, then seek him out again. After leaving the academy, Liha finally lamented his own struggles. The quest cost him a fortune, and the reward was pathetic. As Liha considered selling his horse-slaying saber for some cash, he passed by a bustling crowd. They were discussing an auction, a perfect way for Liha to sell his unused equipment. Liha checked the price of a horse-slaying saber and was shocked. A superior grade 1 was worth 60 gold, and the saber in his hand was a special grade item. Liha was about to strike it rich. In the real world, his mother was working herself to exhaustion. Just then, her phone rang. Liha texted her, asking for her bank account number. He wanted to send her some money he'd just earned. At first, Lee Ha's mother thought her son had won a small prize, but then, he transferred 10 million won all at once. Lee Ha earned over 11 million from selling the saber. He only kept over 1 million to convert into in-game gold, giving the rest to his mother. It was all thanks to this game, and to Key for introducing him, that Lee Ha could finally help ease his family's burdens. There was still some time before he had to report back to Brown. So, he decided to handle the lunchbox delivery quest. Meanwhile, Ki-dong was still haunted by Igor. He couldn't stop replaying the vision of Igor shattering his defense, then taking him out with a single slash. Ki-dong had always been proud of his near-perfect defense. To see it sliced like tofu was a crushing blow to his spirit. The trauma was so intense that just looking at the game login pod made Ki break out in a cold sweat. Just as he was getting angry at his own fear, his phone rang. It was a call from Lee Ha. Lee Ha worried his brother was busy, but Ki lied, saying he wasn't busy at all. Since he was suspended from the game, he had nothing but free time. Lee Ha was calling to invite him over for dinner. A free meal? How could he possibly refuse? Ki-dong agreed instantly, promising to be on time. After hanging up, Ki-dong figured Lee Ha must have earned some money in the game. Otherwise, why would he want to throw a celebratory party? Ki-dong's faith in Lee Ha was absolute. In his eyes, his older brother was incredibly talented. Of course, making rapid progress in the game was to be expected. Seeing his brother's swift progress lit a fire under Ki-dong. He refused to fall behind because of a single loss. Meanwhile, Lee Ha logged back into the game. With time to spare before dinner, he decided to clear a few more quests. But one thing still weighed on Lee Ha's mind. That special lunchbox, supposedly worth a fortune, he had to confirm if this item was truly that valuable. And the person with the answers was an NPC named Mada Mew, Mew's sister. Late that night, Lee Ha arrived at a house and knocked. A tall, beautiful, red-haired woman answered the door. Lee Ha wondered if both sisters were unusually tall, but Mada Mew didn't seem to care what he was thinking. She just found it strange to have a visitor so late at night. Lee Ha suddenly froze, at a complete loss for words. He silently cursed himself for not preparing a script. Then, an idea struck. He offered Mada Mo a roasted rabbit leg and asked a question. Lee Ha claimed that Mew had sent him with a question. Mada Mew seemed surprised, but she invited him inside. Seated at the table with a drink, Lee Ha still felt awkward. He quickly gathered his thoughts. To get info from an NPC, you needed the right keyword. Unsure what to use, Lee Ha decided to start with the lunchbox. Mada Mew's interest was immediately piqued, asking about its progress. She'd gotten a letter from her sister, but heard nothing since. Lee Ha wasn't surprised by this. Others must have taken the quest but failed to deliver the lunchbox. Lee Ha changed the subject, asking about opening a shop in the capital. From her keen reaction, he knew he was onto something. Mada Mew confirmed the lunchbox was more precious than he imagined. The golden eagle from Candle Castle was famed for its unique flavor. Plus, it was personally prepared by the legendary chef, Mew. The rich and powerful would surely kill for a taste of such a delicacy. This was a major hint. A flavor sought by countless people, yet only a single lunchbox was being sent to the capital. In that case, the only one with the privilege to eat it would be the king. But Mada Mew stopped him before he could voice his thoughts. Then she dropped another hint. What if a famous restaurant opened in the capital, attracting influential people? The first benefit would be immense profit. But Lee Ha thought of something else, and promptly chugged his drink and fled. After Lee Ha left, Mada Mo's expression changed. She knew he was the deliverer and found him quite an interesting person. After leaving Mada Mew's shop, Lee Ha immediately logged out. Just then, his and Ki-dong's mother arrived home. His mother rushed over, hugging him tightly. She was worried the huge sum of money he'd sent came from something illegal, but that wasn't the case at all. Lee Ha and Ki-dong promised to explain everything over dinner. After their meal, Lee Ha brought up the lunchbox again. He no longer planned to sell it, but to complete the quest instead. Ki-dong nearly lost his mind. He had already told his brother its immense value, yet Lee Ha still refused to sell it. Selling it on the Starlight Guild's page meant instant cash. But Lee Ha insisted there was a good reason. Just calm down and listen, Lee Ha said, beginning his analysis. He concluded Mu's real goal was an information guild disguised as a restaurant. After the initial shock, Ki-dong considered his brother's theory. And he had to admit, it made perfect sense. Ki-dong had used an information guild once before, but their prices were absolutely insane, higher than a secret service would charge. Still, information guilds were an essential part of the world. From thieves to mercenaries, everyone needed intel at some point. Plus, these guilds were all run by NPCs. They were a system-provided feature for paid strategic information. The capital city was managed directly by the in-game government. If dangerous players could buy assassination info, it would be chaos. Returning to the quest, Ki-dong wondered about the reward. Lai-ha revealed it was just an invitation to the restaurant's grand opening. Ki-dong scoffed. No one would do the quest for that alone. This is our chance to leverage the capital's information guild, Lai-ha explained. There was definitely more to this quest than met the eye. Lai-ha suspected his final choice would have a massive impact on the game world, and he had to turn this situation to his advantage. He returned to Madameo's shop. The moment he knocked, she was already waiting. Still, she feigned surprise, calling him the errand boy from before. Li-ha presented the lunchbox, admitting he was the quest's deliverer. Of course, Madame already knew that perfectly well, but her flawless acting still made Li-ha freeze up. She asked what he'd like to drink, but he wasn't interested in pleasantries. Is there something more enticing? Madame asked bluntly. You want information, don't you? It's why you finally brought the lunchbox. Although that was his true goal, being called out so directly was embarrassing. But to Madame, this was perfectly normal. Only those who understood the ultimate goal would ever deliver the item. She'd calculated that only 2 types of people would complete this quest. Either a complete fool with no greed, or someone who uncovered the plan and wants to use it. As for the rest, they probably just ate the lunchbox. Lai-ha saw through the sisters' plan. But a strange tension still filled the air. Just then, Mu showed her true colors. She declared everyone must be eliminated to keep the plan secret. From the shadows, a spear flew, but Li-ha dodged, barely saving his head. But it wasn't over yet. 3 more assassins immediately swarmed in to ambush Li-ha. Luckily, Li-ha had already reloaded. He quickly took down one assassin, then blocked another's attack with his gun before kicking him away. With no escape, Li-ha aimed his gun at Meizu's head, ordering everyone to freeze. Li-ha warned Mu to cooperate, or the night order would ruin everything. But surely Mu had already considered that. What if she'd already bribed the knights? Still, Li-ha's reaction satisfied Mu. With a wave of her hand, the assassins vanished. It seemed they were created by her skill. The whole thing had been nothing but a test. Li-ha lowered his gun to shake hands, but kept a tight grip on it. Now it was his turn to pressure Meizu for some compensation. Li-ha gambled again. And just like that, he had successfully provoked Meizu. She wanted to make a deal. 2 days later, at the Elkan range, Li-ha was grinding hard. The info from Mu gave him a massive advantage. Right now, Li-ha could harvest herbs non-stop. The area was also goblin territory. He had already killed 500 of them, unlocking his first title. But he was just getting started. This place was a perfect hunting ground for a musketeer. Li-ha farmed until the ground was covered in goblin corpses before finally stopping. His achievements even stated that goblins now feared him like the boogeyman. He could farm more, but it was time to meet Major General Brown for his next mission. When Li-ha arrived, Brown's attitude towards him was much friendlier. He remarked that Li-ha seemed completely different after just a few days. His level up was so fast, even an NPC could tell. Of course it was. With access to a prime grinding spot, Li-ha had already hit level 48. Brown was pleased, declaring him ready for the next task. Brown's ultimate goal was to train Li-ha to become one of the 3 new generation musketeers. It was all starting to make sense. His quests had always been tied to the 3 legendary musketeers. Li-ha just never thought he would be Elizabeth's successor. Besides her, there was also Brown. But there was no need to worry. Li-ha was sure he would get his answers soon enough. Li-ha's next mission was to hunt a golem. He had only heard of them and had never tried to hunt one before. Major General Brown claimed this hunt would be thrilling, even more so than hunting Hiruka. Hearing that set Li-ha on edge. The Hiruka hunt was anything but fun. But one look at Brown's intense expression, and Li-ha knew he wouldn't dare refuse, not even for a mountain of gold. When Li-ha reached the golem field, it was already crowded with players looking to form parties for a safer hunt. 2 types of monsters roamed this area: golems and gray chaps. The gray chaps were described as carnivorous flowers. One wrong step meant instant death. Melee classes hated this kind of monster. But for Li-ha, no hunting ground was ever easy for a musketeer. Each one was a new challenge. However, to become one of the first 3 new musketeers recognized by Brown, Li-ha had to give it his all. While searching for a good spot to start, he came across a party ganging up on a single golem. The party members kept shouting about hitting its weak spots, making Li-ha cringe. Was this party full of perverts or something? His best bet was to just walk away. The only useful thing he learned was the rock monster's simple fighting style. They seemed to only know basic punches and slams. Just then, a golem erupted from the ground, growling as it glared at Li-ha. He instantly performed a quick reload combo, raising his gun, ready to engage the beast before him at any moment. After judging the wind and all surrounding factors, Liha boldly pulled the trigger, sending a lead bullet straight for the golem's head. He was sure even rock couldn't take that hit. But something was wrong. The golem only lost an eye. It was nowhere near a critical hit. Liha cursed his luck. His hunts were never easy. Now he was facing a regular mob that could tank a bullet to the head. Liha quickly reloaded for his second shot. At the same time, the massive golem raised its foot, preparing to stomp him flat. Without flinching, Liha activated a skill to steady his aim. He calmly took aim at the golem's head and fired. This time, the golem's head exploded like a firework. Liha had successfully hunted the first golem for his mission. Believing the golem was dead, Liha turned away, quickly reviewing the fight. It took 3 bullets to the head to take down just one golem. This was going to be draining. Plus, he still had to watch out for the gray chaps. This was tougher than he expected. But the worst part was that the golem he shot wasn't dead yet. It rose to its feet, forming a massive stone club with its hand, preparing to pulverize Liha. How was he supposed to fight this? Liha felt a strategic retreat was the smartest move. The stone club slammed down hard. It missed Liha, but the shockwave sent him flying several meters. In times like these, all you need is a confident smile. Liha regained his footing, then fired a bullet into the golem's chest, revealing a glowing spherical core inside. He was certain that was the golem's heart. With its core exposed, the golem was finished. A brilliant thought from Liha, except the stone reformed over the core in a flash. Liha froze, his mind blank. He couldn't process it. How could a monster regenerate so perfectly in an instant? There was no winning this. He had to turn tail and run for his life. The price for his first lesson in golem hunting? Liha lost half his health just trying to get away. Luckily, Liha's willpower was strong, allowing him to escape the rock-headed beast. But now, both of his main skills were on cooldown. Liha reviewed the quest details again, searching for something he missed, then pondered how to deal with these golems. He confirmed this wasn't a normal sniping mission. If it were, he should have seen the core, not just chipped off an arm or head. Thinking it over, Liha realized he needed more intel. Just then, he heard a commotion from nearby. Another party was also hunting golems. After an exhausting fight, they finally shattered the rocky armor protecting the golem's core. Instantly, the party's main attacker lunged forward, landing a critical strike on the core that sent the beast to its grave. Liha watched the whole thing, completely baffled. So, one hit to the core was all it took to down a golem? He cautiously approached the party to ask. He wanted to confirm if the golden orb they just shattered inside the golem was really its core. The guys were friendly, explaining to the newbie Liha that the orb was the golem's weak point. Just shatter it, and the fight is over. Liha was still lost. They called it an orb, not a heart? Well, the core was a sticky manosphere that reminded many of a certain ball. Whether it was truly a golem's ball or not didn't matter. Anyone would go down from a solid hit there. Shatter the orb, and the golem dies. That's why the warrior class loved hunting these rockheads. The man wondered what party Liha was in, since this weakness was common knowledge. How could he even explain? Liha was a long-range damage dealer, and he was hunting golems completely alone. Hearing this, the swordsman advised Liha to just go home. Even warriors needed 4 or 5 consecutive strikes to expose the core, let alone a player like Liha who could only get off 1 or 2 shots. Liha just smiled wryly, ignoring the advice. He changed the subject, asking about a creature known as the brass golem. That thing was absolutely infamous in this area. Whenever that beast appeared, every player in the vicinity scattered and fled. Afterwards, all the players would either rally together to hunt it down, or they would all end up dead. As for when it appears, you just had to wait. Its arrival was guaranteed to cause mass chaos. After Liha left, the swordsman figured he was just marching to his own death. A marksman trying to solo a golem was just unthinkable. Later, Liha racked his brain on how to expose the golem's orb. After that, he would just need one more shot to finish it. Lost in thought, he nearly slipped and fell from a cliff. This area's terrain was treacherous, which is why there were so few players. High-damage attackers usually couldn't land consecutive hits here, and without continuous attacks, killing a golem was impossible, as the stone would quickly reform over the core again. Just as he was out of ideas, a powerful tremor shook the ground. Then, a player was sent flying, landing headfirst right in front of Liha. At the same time, a shout came from the cliff above. The brass golem has appeared. The brass creature was a colossal metal golem, an absolute beast to behold. Even though he was still a good distance from the boss golem, its debuff effect was already affecting Liha. A signal flare was quickly fired into the sky. as countless players began gathering to ambush the boss. A sea of magical attacks from every element rained down on the brass golem, but it seemed to have no effect. Liha watched the battle from a high vantage point. He silently calculated how long it took for the players to assemble. He deduced that to solo this boss, he had to end the fight within 5 minutes. If he didn't, other players would arrive and his quest would fail. Liha still had much to learn about this creature, such as its respawn time and whether it appeared in a fixed location. Just then, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. A marksman was about to use a lightning skill, but his teammate frantically tried to stop him, warning him not to be so reckless. The guy didn't understand the problem. Using lightning to stun the monster seemed like a sound strategy. It would give the party time to break the boss golem's energy core. And so, the clueless archer simply let his arrow fly straight toward the brass golem. His teammates wanted to smack the guy who just used a lightning skill. The brass golem was made of, well, brass. Lightning wouldn't stun it. It would only buff it into a rage. The beast raised its fist, spinning it like a drill before smashing it into the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Liha broke into a cold sweat. What? He had to solo the monster that just wiped out an entire attack force in a single blow. A few days later, at the Party Finder hub, a blonde-haired guy was moping, unable to find a single teammate to cooperate with him. Just then, he saw Liha walk past, looking like he intended to hunt alone. An idea sparked. Sooner or later, Liha would definitely step on a gray trap. All he had to do was follow him and snatch his gear. But he never imagined that tailing Liha would lead him to an area swarming with golems. It seemed Liha was here to test something. A few days later, Liha returned to the golem hunting ground. He casually munched on bread while effortlessly weaving past the gray traps. This was all thanks to Liha's vision buff. It made spotting those traps incredibly easy, giving him a huge advantage over all the other players. And just then, the brass golem appeared right before Liha. It instantly cast its signature boss debuff on every player in the area. The other players immediately scattered. Just days earlier, this boss had wiped out a party of 50 people. But for Liha, this was a golden opportunity. He used a handful of items to cleanse the debuff, then raised his gun to face the boss. Liha opened fire with a shot that grazed Brass's head. His attack couldn't even put a scratch on the creature. Seeing the stone golems charging him, Liha was already prepared, tossing out a paper packet with a fuse. The packet suddenly detonated, exposing the energy cores of all the stone golems in the blast. Liha had done his research over the past few days. An explosive packet could deal just enough damage to shatter the golem's protective shells. The next step should have been easy. Liha just needed to shoot each core. But his homemade bomb hadn't done any damage to Brass. The boss charged forward to punch Liha anyway. As he dodged the blow, he was suddenly ambushed by the surviving stone golems. At this point, it was all or nothing. Liha threw himself into the desperate battle. He fought until his hands were shaking, but he refused to give up. He didn't have time to wait for Brass to respawn. Liha was sure the massive creature was wounded. He just needed to land one good shot. That was the plan, but the golem wasn't cooperating. It raised an arm, winding it up for a drilling attack aimed right at Liha's head. Liha knew he had to be bold, but not reckless. With a critical skill incoming, his only choice was to dodge. Creating some distance to find a chance to counterattack was better. Though Liha tried to run, he just wasn't fast enough. The brass golem clasped its massive hands together, then slammed them into the ground, sending out a powerful shockwave. The shockwave sent Liha flying like an autumn leaf. He crashed hard into a large boulder, the impact rattling his brain. His vision blurred, unable to focus. In his daze, Liha saw the brass golem lumbering toward him, but there was a silver lining. In its rage, the creature had overextended, shattering the shell that protected its own mana core. The boss had basically served its own life on a platter. As the golem raised its hand for the final blow, Liha was surprisingly calm. He activated the defensive skill on his looted ring, creating a solid barrier that blocked the enemy's attack. That defensive barrier was ridiculously strong. As long as it wasn't hit by a single, overwhelming attack, it wouldn't break. It was practically indestructible. For a marksman like Liha, that ring was nothing less than a sacred amulet. It made up for his class's signature paper-thin defense. After successfully stalling the golem's attack, it was Liha's turn to counter. He pulled the trigger, and his gun erupted with fire. A single bullet with devastating power flew out and shattered the brass golem's mana core. And just like that, Liha had soloed the beast that everyone feared. Not far from the fight, the blonde man who had been following him was present. He had recorded Liha's entire battle. His original plan was to wait for Liha to be defeated, then loot his equipment. but this solo footage of Lai Ha would be enough to earn him some cash. As for Lai Ha, he had no idea he was being secretly filmed. After teleporting back to the player safe zone, Lai Ha couldn't contain his excitement and celebrated his victory on the spot. The other players thought Lai Ha had lost his mind, but he didn't care. He had struggled just to find a way to beat the stone golems. And yet, he'd managed to take down the brass golem on his very first attempt. Lai Ha was also lucky his shotgun could handle his custom-made ammunition. For that final shot, if the barrel had warped, the bullet's power would have been lost. Now Lai Ha needed to find a blacksmith to maintain his precious gun. But for now, he decided to check his achievements. A reward for defeating the brass golem was practically guaranteed. On top of that, he had soloed a boss far above his own level. That meant a huge bonus of stat points for him to distribute. Additionally, his hobby of crafting custom items was recognized, and he gained a new skill to officially name his inventions. Besides Lai Ha, only 2 other players had achieved the feat of soloing an over-leveled monster. Lai Ha could already guess what their classes were. They must have also created some kind of support item, just like him. He received the Crafting Star achievement but wasn't listed in the Hall of Fame. Lai Ha stopped thinking about others and opened his status window. Major General Brao's missions were truly as difficult as climbing to the heavens, which meant the rewards were equally generous. At that moment, Lai Ha had over 80 stat points to allocate. Lai Ha's agility stat was already over 400. But for a marksman, the higher that number, the better. He decided to dump almost all his points into agility. He left just a few points to add to his intelligence. He figured that stat would also affect his ability to craft his custom items. Next, Lai Ha wanted to test out his new skill. He decided to name his homemade bomb so that he could sell it for a profit. Lai Ha planned to give it an awesome-sounding name to attract attention, but the system suddenly auto-generated the incredibly lame name Low-Grade Detonator. As expected, this game world was full of frustrations. Nothing ever went his way. Lai Ha resigned himself to his fate and logged off to get some sleep. Meanwhile, Lai Ha had no idea that his solo battle was starting to go viral online. It seemed that soloing a high-level boss had completely exhausted him. He slept for half a day before finally dragging himself out of bed. When he woke, his eyes were sunken with dark circles. You'd think he was some kind of weakling. Lai Ha habitually got some food and took the supplements his mother bought. His mom always took such great care of him. He thought he should buy his mom something she liked to repay her affection. Lai Ha wanted to earn as much money as possible, as fast as he could. If he could keep monopolizing boss drops like the shield from the brass golem, his goal of 20,000 gold would be reached in no time. While his food settled, Lai Ha checked the forums for any breaking news. Just then, a shocking video title caught his eye. A video of a player who single-handedly defeated the brass golem boss was trending on the forum's main page. Holy crap! Lai Ha looked closer and realized that figure was undoubtedly him. He'd only been asleep one night and had somehow become famous. But that wasn't important. Lai Ha desperately wanted to find who posted his footage without permission, so he could get it taken down. Now, tons of people were obsessed with the video, wanting to know the identity of the pro who soloed the brass golem. Lai Ha wanted to request the uploader remove the post, but that would reveal his identity. He had too many things to do in secret. Using his face for fame wasn't his style. Lai Ha worried that the person who filmed him might already know who he was. After a while, Qidong contacted Lai Ha. He only needed a quick glance at the video to recognize the pro player was his older brother. Lai Ha realized anyone close to him would know it was him instantly. Setting that aside, Lai Ha switched into merchant mode, offering Qidong the new shield he'd just acquired. It was a shield crafted from the brass golem's body, with truly outstanding stats. Lai Ha was confident that Qidong wouldn't find a shield of this quality anywhere else. However, Qidong refused. He said he still preferred the shield he was currently using. Lai Ha's mind went blank. He never imagined Qidong had a shield better than his drop. He was completely stunned. Qidong thanked Lai Ha for offering it to him first. But right now, he was in the mood to hunt, so he was heading out. Qidong's drive also motivated Lai Ha. He had to level up quickly too. Lai Ha decided to auction the shield, earning nearly 200 gold. But the money was gone before his hands could even get warm. He had to pay for all sorts of expenses like ammunition and weapon repairs. Talk about bad luck. Lai Ha passed a sharp branch, and it even tore his cloak. Lai Ha jumped back, then calmed himself down. During the brass golem fight, he had to roll and crawl all over the place. After all, no matter how epic his gear was, it was bound to get damaged. In the end, paying to repair all his equipment was simply unavoidable. And to get the cash up front, Lai Ha could only call his diamond sponsor, Qidong. Lai Ha felt like dying, but everything was settled now. Lai Ha had now fully re-equipped his gear, looking sharp again with everything repaired. It was time for him to meet Major General Brown. Brown noticed Lai Ha's new look and gave him a few compliments, but nothing more. He shook Lai Ha's hand, congratulating him and rewarding him with the Eagle Eye skin. This Eagle Eye skin would prove essential for Lai Ha's journey ahead. This could only mean he was about to get his next mission. Lai Ha's next quest was to hunt long-tailed pheasants and collect their marking skins. For some reason, the monster's name reminded him of that giant eagle from his novice days. Lai Ha asked Brown what kind of creature a long-tailed pheasant was. What else could it be? It was a bird, obviously. Lai Ha knew that much. But how did it compare to the golden eagle? Brown admitted they were similar, but the golden eagle would cry in terror if it had to face one of them. That description only made Lai Ha more terrified. Was this going to be okay? Regardless, Lai Ha had to accept the mission. The penalty for refusal was just too severe. Just then, another quest line appeared before him. The quest was for Lai Ha to inherit the will of Elizabeth, but the condition was brutal. Lai Ha had to hit a target from over 400 meters away. If he succeeded, Lai Ha would instantly be registered as a new generation musketeer. Although Elizabeth was still alive, she had set up this quest for her successor. Anyone who could hit a target from 400 meters would be recognized as her heir. Lai Ha was dumbfounded. That was like asking him to match a modern sniper's range with a musket. Luckily for Lai Ha, he didn't have to complete this quest right now. Brown also added that if Lai Ha became Elizabeth's successor, the gun on the wall would be his. Lai Ha was startled. It turned out the remaining rifle on the wall was the weapon Elizabeth herself once used. The other two guns must have belonged to Brown, but they already had new owners. Lai Ha understood now. He wouldn't just get the title, but a legendary weapon as well. So this was the real reason for his marksmanship quests. It was all for him to become the heir of the gunslinger Elizabeth. Brown taunted Lai Ha, asking if he could make the 400-meter shot right now. Lai Ha was reckless, but he wasn't that foolish. He couldn't make a shot from that distance yet, so he would obediently go hunt pheasants first. Brown told Lai Ha to return soon. He had great expectations for the young man. Lai Ha traveled to the desert where the long-tailed pheasants lived to begin his hunt. The creature was actually quite small, and what's more, it looked completely harmless. Lai Ha observed his target from a distance, thinking this quest wouldn't be too hard. He then activated his eagle eye skill. A lens immediately appeared before him, zooming in on the pheasant until it was massive. Wasn't this just like getting a free sniper scope? Lai Ha perfectly adjusted the lens, preparing to blow the pheasant's head clean off. At that moment, the pheasant's eyes flicked toward Lai Ha. The next thing he knew, it coiled up and launched itself like a blur, zipping past Lai Ha as if to mock him. Lai Ha was floored. In the blink of an eye, the bird left him in the dust. Other players saw the tracks left by the pheasant and were terrified. Once this thing started running wild, hunting in this zone was impossible. For 3 days. Meanwhile, Lai Ha was on the verge of collapse. He still hadn't collected a single feather. He eyed a pheasant not too far away, but the bird refused to cooperate and bolted. Lai Ha was furious. If he caught that thing, he'd turn it into a 7-course meal. Then, something clicked for Lai Ha. He'd reached the forest's edge, and the pheasant was following a predictable path. Lai Ha calmed his breathing, then squeezed the trigger. At that moment, not far off, a knight in full armor heard the shot and suspected a royal guard was near. Back with Lai Ha. He had successfully hunted his first pheasant, earning the title for a kill beyond 200 meters. Lai Ha gave a look like he knew it all along. 2 others had already achieved this title. The next stage would be much easier. Lai Ha had figured out the perfect hunting strategy. He quickly completed his quest. The pheasants always ran toward the forest's edge. He just had to lie in ambush. It was an easy game, but Lai Ha remembered he was a marksman, not a hunter. He needed the patience to ambush his prey until the end. Lai Ha felt lucky he found the best method so fast, avoiding a painful chase. That would have been exhausting. Just then, a voice from behind declared, "Found you." And who was it but that buzz-cut jerk, Tigan? He demanded Lai Ha return his ring. Lai Ha scoffed. So it was the persistent ghosts from Ring Sunday. He watched the group suddenly appear. He hadn't expected to see Ring Sun again. He thought after the boss Hookah wrecked them, they wouldn't dare show their faces. About a dozen of them had come looking for him. Luckily, they had no idea how much stronger he'd become. If these guys were on par with the group Lee Panto carried him through before, they stood no chance against his current power. Seeing Lai Ha cornered, yet still looking so confident, Tegan's face twisted in annoyance. He threatened Lai Ha to lower his weapon and beg for mercy, or else he'd rip out all his hair. Now Tigan demanded compensation. For everything he'd suffered before, he snapped his fingers, and one of his lackeys immediately took out a scroll and tore it apart. Instantly, a strange magic enveloped the entire area. Li Ha could tell at a glance these guys were just wasting their fortunes, using such a valuable forbidden scroll just to trap him. Taigen was incredibly confident in his setup. He then ordered his men to forget any one-on-one nonsense. They were to swarm Li Ha all at once. Li Ha knew this wasn't going to be pretty. While aiming his gun, ready to fire at any moment, Li Ha quickly contacted Qi Dong. He told him Ring Sun had ambushed him. "Where are you? Use your locator and get here fast." Hearing his brother was surrounded, Qi Dong told Li Ha to just hold on. He said he'd be there soon. Okay. Stalling for time was the obvious move. But how was he supposed to do that? Should he seriously offer to return the defensive ring and call a truce? Taigen just roared back. "Of course you'll return it, that's a given." But while Taigen was running his mouth, Li Ha acted without warning. He raised his gun and fired. Taigen flinched in shock, but the bullet was already screaming towards his face. It looked like a guaranteed headshot. But at the last second, a dual shield user dashed in, activating his defensive skill. The shield deflected Li Ha's attack. Taigen, full of arrogance, never thought Li Ha would actually shoot. He almost died pathetically. Luckily, the shield user, who also hated Li Ha, had been watching closely, successfully saving Taigen's life. What a shame, Li Ha thought. He'd almost taken out that loudmouth Taigen first. Once he recovered, Taigen ordered his archers forward. One by one, they drew their bows, ready to rain arrows on him. As Li Ha tore open a gunpowder pouch, he felt a headache coming on. They weren't even giving him time to reload. Fine, time to use a forbidden trick. He tossed a familiar paper packet at the Ring Sun group. The next moment, the packet violently exploded. Those lucky enough to evade the blast radius of his homemade bomb just froze in shock. There was clearly no mage supporting Li Ha. Yet he had created a massive explosion all on his own. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ha finished reloading his gun. He had to survive at all costs. Dying to the likes of Ring Sun was just too humiliating. Just then, a guy dressed like Yasuo unleashed a sword strike, sending a blade of wind flying at Li Ha. Luckily, his ring was a high-quality item. He managed to raise his defense just in time, blocking the wind blade. But the attack was a real eye-opener for Li Ha. It was completely unexpected. He never imagined a close-range damage dealer could launch a ranged attack like that. This Yasuo lookalike seemed to be a big shot in the Ring Sun Guild. Even Taigen had to bow and scrape before him. But Taigen didn't get to talk for long. Another familiar paper packet flew right past his face. A blood-curdling scream was heard as the whole area was engulfed in another explosion. Unfortunately, Li Ha's bomb only managed to damage Yasuo and Taigen, failing to finish them off completely. Now, the two of them were hiding behind a tree, waiting for Li Ha's shield to expire. The situation had turned against him once more. If he couldn't wipe out the entire Ring Sun group himself, he could only hope Qi Dong would make it in time. Just then, the fully armored knight appeared on the battlefield, calling the Ring Sun group pathetic cowards. The knight ignored them, wanting to confirm one thing. He asked if Li Ha was a royal guard and sought info on the sleeping child. Li Ha had no idea what that was. But at that moment, one of the men, an ambush from Jai Sin Shun's archer, sent an arrow flying. To shield the knight, Li Ha took the arrow right in his shoulder. Yasu Spei seized this chance, unleashing a flaming phoenix attack on Li Ha. It looked like this was the end for him. But incredibly, the knight shattered the attack with her bare hands. Next, the player removed their helmet, revealing a stunningly beautiful woman. After showing her perfect face, the knight ignored Jai Sing Sun's group. She noticed a scratch on Li Ha and wanted to find medicine for him. At the same time, the dual shield user couldn't stomach this public display of affection. He poured mana into his shields and charged toward Li Ha like a rampaging bull. His aggression was bold, but unfortunately, he was completely outmatched. Before he could even get close to Li Ha and the knight, he was impaled by a sharp weapon moving too fast for the eye to see. It was impossible to tell what kind of weapon the female knight was using, but its attack power was clearly terrifying. With just one surprise thrust, the knight had sent the dual shield player to his grave. In the distance, Yasu Spei was scared senseless. He only saw the knight move gracefully, yet she closed the distance and dealt the final blow in an instant. The female knight continued to completely ignore the Jai Sin Shun group. She only cared about Li Ha, probably because he was more handsome. Not letting Li Ha say a word, she shoved an HP potion into his mouth, making him almost choke. But that was a minor detail. What mattered was that the potion was high grade. Li Ha took a few sips, and the arrow wound on his back vanished without a trace. Once she was sure Li Ha was okay, the knight turned to Jai Sin Shun's group to settle the score. How dare they attack her handsome boy? Yasuspe had no idea what to do. They had been so close to success, only for an unknown female knight to show up and ruin everything. Retreating now was a huge loss, but fighting her seemed impossible. Still, Yasuspe figured his side had the advantage in numbers. Their chances of winning had to be high, so he decided to risk it. Seeing Jia Xinshun's members charge recklessly, Li Ha and the knight prepared to fight. The knight simply stomped her foot, then shot forward like a flash of lightning, taking down each enemy with a single hit. Li Ha was frozen on the spot. The Jia Xinshun group wasn't weak, yet not one of them could withstand a single blow. Li Ha couldn't guess who this woman was. The female knight had wiped out Jia Xinshun's entire team effortlessly, and she hadn't even broken a sweat. Li Ha tried to return the rest of the health potion, but she didn't need it. She clearly had plenty of her own. She said it was a small gift to thank Li Ha, as it was the first time someone had ever taken a hit for her. Seeing her prepare to leave without asking for anything, Li Ha felt indebted to her. Just as Li Ha was about to ask for her name, a figure was seen rushing towards them from a distance, kicking up a cloud of dust while shouting Li Ha's name like a megaphone. Who else could it be? It was Qi, who had rushed to his brother's aid after hearing he was ambushed. Li Ha quickly sent a message telling his brother to hit the brakes. The woman beside him had already dealt with the Jia Xinshun party, but Qi was too fired up to hear anything. No matter what Li Ha explained, Qi was already out of earshot. He shrouded his body in mana, raised his sword and shield, and prepared to charge the knight. But surprisingly, she didn't fear his attack, instead perfectly parrying his sword with her own. After calming down, Qi immediately realized the woman with Li Ha was no ordinary player. She was the world's top 6 player, the leader of female players known as a reincarnated Fiora, Sinara. In real life, Sinara was just as famous. She was a gold medalist fencer from Korea. Likely a habit from the real world, Sinara used a thin blade in the game, similar to a rapier. Any player who has mastered Fiora to level 7 can wield that thin blade with incredible flexibility and godlike speed. Prime examples were Lepanto or Florentino, whom Li Ha had just met a few days ago. Qizhong, meanwhile, was completely confused. Li Ha had clearly contacted him about being ambushed by Jia Xinshun. So how did Sinara end up here? The reason was actually quite simple. Sinara explained she was just passing by on a quest when Li Ha saved her from Jia Xinshun's group. It was a classic case of a hero saving the damsel. So, the damsel simply returned the favor by rescuing the hero. After they introduced themselves, Qizhong noticed that Sinara's current weapon seemed a bit different. This was the exact reason Sinara had left the capital. She was searching for the magic sword. The what? Li Ha knew exactly what that was, because Lepanto's rapier was also a magic-type thin sword. Hearing Li Ha say the name rapier, Sinara was overjoyed. She grabbed his hand and urgently asked for the sword's location. She'd been losing sleep over this quest. Having a beautiful girl hold his hand so tightly made Li Ha blush. He'd obviously never experienced such a blessing before. Li Ha didn't hesitate to explain in detail to Sinara how he knew about the rapier, but currently, Li Ha had no idea where the sword was. He felt a bit sorry he couldn't help more. However, the information was more than enough for Sinara. She could now track down information for her quest. Before leaving, Sinara secretly sent Li Ha a friend request, hiding it from Qizhong. Just as Li Ha's spirit was floating on Cloud 9, Qi's voice brought him crashing back down, to Earth. Qidong had no problem teasing Li Ha for being a novice with girls. Li Ha wanted to change the subject, as he was quite curious. Sinara had told him to contact her if he ever went to the capital, as if the capital was her home. As it turned out, that was pretty accurate, according to Qidong. Jiang revealed that Sinara is a holy knight. She's the first and perhaps only player granted the title Immortal Knight. The scene shifts to Ring Sun checking on Li Ha. He's fine, but figures they only came after seeing him solo the golem boss. Jiang worried Li Ha would be ambushed again, urging him to hide until level 100. But Li Ha was tired of Ring Sun's crew. He had no intention of hiding. If they wanted a fight, he'd welcome it. Li Ha knew Ring Sun's gang were like cockroaches. Besides, they had bothered many people, and their group was surprisingly large. Crushing them would be difficult. Li Ha pushed the problem aside, deciding to report to Major General Brown first. As a reward, Brown granted him a new skill. With no time to rest, the Major General immediately gave him another quest. This time, it wasn't monster hunting. Li Ha's mission was to assassinate a bandit leader, sending a cold shiver down his spine. This was his third timed quest in a row. The grind was becoming unbearable. Brown ignored him and handed him a wanted poster. The man's face on the poster was his target. Li Ha confirmed he would take the mission, but he had one question. Even if he killed the chief, The rest of the gang wouldn't just disappear. Brown assured him it wasn't a problem. Once the leader fell, the rest of the bandits would surely scatter. He compared it to a coin toss with two possible results. But if you never toss the coin, you'll never know the outcome. In short, Lai Ha needed to think less and just focus on his target. That night at the bandit stronghold, the man from the poster was living it up, surrounded by beautiful women as his underlings partied hard. Only 2 unlucky souls were stuck on guard duty. They promised themselves they would drink hard after their shift ended. But these 2 guards, lost in thoughts of booze, had no idea Lai Ha was watching from afar like a tiger stalking prey. Lai Ha was confident he wouldn't be found, but he remained vigilant, determined to execute the mission perfectly. The moment he found the bandits, Li Ha had already marked the boss with a tracking skill, ensuring he could not escape. The skill could only mark 3 targets and had limitations, but it was still an incredibly useful tool for Li Ha. Thanks to that mark, Lai Ha easily tracked the bandits directly to their secret camp. He even used the mark to map out the leader's entire daily schedule, spending over half a month just gathering intelligence. The camp had many defensive formations, making an attack difficult. But today was Lai Ha's 1 in a million chance. Just as predicted, after a day of extortion, the bandits were celebrating with a massive feast. Lai Ha told himself to remain focused and patient. Finally, the fierce-looking man, completely drunk, stumbled outside for air. Lai Ha reviewed his plan one last time. Take out the leader and vanish. A loud gunshot echoed, and the bandit leader dropped to the ground. But something felt terribly wrong. The guards weren't shouting about their leader, but a body double. Li Ha was stunned. After all that preparation, he'd hit the wrong man. The entire camp erupted into chaos, searching for the assassin. That's when a scholarly-looking man stepped forward and took command. He was the real bandit leader. Lai Ha was shocked as the truth was revealed. The bandits, now on horseback, were moving fast. They had already spotted him. At times like this, Li Ha knew to leave them a little surprise gift. He pulled a wrapped package from his inventory and hurled it behind him, causing a huge explosion. The real leader was furious at Lai Ha's escape. He swore to capture him at any cost. Lai Ha ran to a village before catching his breath, cursing the mistake that ruined everything. So the wanted poster was a fake. Lai Ha recalled the real leader seeing him mark the decoy, meaning the man was already on high alert. He should have investigated the wanted poster more carefully, but he'd forgotten and rushed straight into the assassination. Suddenly, the sound of chaos startled Lai Ha. He never imagined the bandit leader would track him here so quickly. The bandits then began to burn the village, interrogating civilians about Lai Ha. Finding no information, the ruthless leader ordered the execution of all the villagers. He mocked Lai Ha, guessing he expected a morning hunt. By moving early, he'd completely cornered his prey. He had laid an inescapable trap and was determined to finally capture Lai Ha. Just then, a powerful explosion erupted from a corner, drawing the leader's attention. He thought Lai Ha was exposed, but before his men moved, more blasts went off in every direction. The bandits panicked, unable to find Lai Ha's location. They started taunting him for abandoning the innocent villagers, but the leader dismissed it as a simple diversion. He believed Lai Ha had already escaped the village. He left a few men to clean up the village, while the rest followed him to hunt down Lai Ha. But in reality, Lai Ha was still hiding nearby. Rage burned within him. To lure him out, the man had torched an entire village. Lai Ha vowed the bandit chief would pay a heavy price. His forces had already torched and pillaged 3 entire villages, yet there was still no trace of Li Ha. The chief was baffled. Escaping the villages so quickly seemed absolutely impossible. The bandit leader pondered this, then ordered his men to relocate their camp, taking everything of value with them. His underlings were baffled. Moving the entire camp was a massive undertaking, and they questioned why it was necessary. But the chief was resolute. Their position was compromised, and staying put was just waiting to be slaughtered. They had to move now. He ordered 2 grunts to clear out the supply tent. Things like clothes or weapons could be left behind. They could just plunder new ones. As he issued another command, a deafening crack echoed through the air. In the next instant, the bandit chief fell lifelessly from his horse. It was Lai Ha, who had been lying in ambush all along. He had just delivered a single, fatal bullet right between the chief's eyes. The chief's remaining men had no chance of escape. They were about to become nothing more than Lai Ha's experience points. Finally, Lai Ha's quest to hunt the bandit leader was complete. He had watched them burn 3 villages to the ground just to find him. Lai Ha had known that if they failed, they would retreat to their camp. All he needed to do was set up an ambush there. Fortunately, most of the bandits were busy relocating. With so few enemies left, Lai Ha completed his mission with ease. But seeing his achievement, Liha felt a wave of self-blame. He hadn't been able to save everyone from the onslaught. Because of his own oversight, 3 villages were razed. Liha swore to himself to be more thorough before acting next time. Whether they were NPCs or real people, Liha was determined to save them all. When he reported back, Major General Brown already knew everything. Liha worried silently. He wondered if the incident with the burned villages would negatively affect his mission results. Liha didn't make excuses. He admitted the leader wasn't the man in the portrait, and he'd grown complacent by not gathering more intel. This led to him killing a decoy, causing all the chaos. Liha admitted he still had many weaknesses to overcome. He offered a sincere apology for his failure, but to his surprise, Major General Brown held no blame for him at all. The general explained that the night squad had provided the wrong portrait. The fault was entirely theirs, not Liha's. In fact, he had made a great contribution to the kingdom. Liha's mission wasn't to wipe out the bandits or protect the citizens. Brown only needed him to execute the shot on the leader. And with that, the series of marksman training quests was officially complete. He received another cascade of system rewards. Next, Brown suggested Liha take on the succession quest for Elizabeth's title. But Liha wasn't ready to rush into something so big. Brown didn't press him, but warned that other snipers might claim the position if he waited too long. For now, Brown had nothing left to teach him. Liha was free to venture out and train on his own terms. Before departing, Liha unexpectedly asked Brown about the sleeping child. After a moment of thought, the general decided to tell him the story, or at least, that's what he imagined. In reality, the old man just left him hanging, showing no interest in talking about it. Pushing the matter aside, Liha opened his status window and dumped all his points into agility. Then, he checked his newly acquired skin. Who would have thought it was a skin that increased his firing range? This was the perfect solution for his goal of hitting distant targets. While wandering the streets, Liha noticed a new restaurant branch preparing for its grand opening in the capital. A huge crowd of players gathered outside, speculating about the upcoming event. But only Liha knew what was truly about to happen. Liha eagerly awaited the restaurant's opening. He was completely unaware that another player had secretly placed a tracking skill on him. In an orc-infested territory, Liha lay in a camouflaged position atop a mountain. He felt the wind around him die down completely. It was the perfect moment to strike. His targets were the orcs below, who were busy mining. Clueless, they were now target practice. Suddenly, the creatures felt something was off. An orc's pickaxe was blasted from its hands, embedding itself in a nearby rock, leaving them confused. They couldn't understand how a pickaxe had suddenly taken flight. Far away, Liha felt annoyed with his own shot. The range-boosting skin certainly worked as advertised, but the bullet's velocity was now far too slow. Beyond 400 meters, a target could even see the projectile coming. He thought about Elizabeth's succession quest. It couldn't be as simple as just hitting a target 44 meters away. There had to be a hidden challenge involved. Liha knew he needed to prepare for every possible scenario. Just then, the piercing screams of other players reached his ears. He looked back, startled to run into his sworn enemy in a place like this. It was Taigen and his annoying lackeys again. Not wanting to deal with them, Liha immediately pulled out a magic scroll and tore it. In a flash of light, Liha vanished, infuriating Taigen. He spun around, demanding his subordinate with the tracking skill to report Liha's new location. It turned out Liha had teleported straight back to the ancient stone platform. Or rather, back to the city. He was back in the safe zone. After catching his breath, the truth hit him. There was no doubt he had been marked. He had no clue who marked him. Worse, he had no information on the skill's duration or any of its other properties. The Rising Sun Guild was relentlessly on his heels. Liha didn't hesitate, burning gold to teleport directly to the capital for safety. Luckily, Liha warped just before his enemy could cast a binding spell. But constantly running wasn't a real solution. He'd go completely bankrupt at this rate. Elsewhere, Qidong messaged his brother, Gi, noticing he hadn't leveled up, only to learn he was being hunted. But the enemy group was huge and aggressive, with over 20 members of unknown levels. Qidong urged Liha to stay inside the capital and not go anywhere else. The Royal Knights maintained order there, so the Rising Sun Guild wouldn't dare act rashly. There was a way to remove the tracking skill, but the NPC who could do it was ridiculously hard to find. Liha didn't want to call Qidong for backup. It would slow down his brother's leveling progress. After much thought, Liha made a decision. It was just a little bit insane. He resolved to wipe out every last member of the Rising Sun Guild. A truly crazy plan. Qidong was so shocked he wanted to jump through the chat window and yell at his brother. But Liha's mind was made up. The task might be impossible, but Lu Ha had to try to see what would happen. Ki Dong knew how stubborn his brother was, so arguing was pointless. Instead, he suggested Lu Ha create his own guild. If Lu Ha attacked Rising Sun alone, no matter his reasons, he'd be flagged as a criminal for initiating combat. However, a guild war declaration was a different story. Then, only the capital would be a safe zone. Battles could erupt in any other area. The security forces there couldn't stop it. Ki Dong warned him this would be an incredibly tough fight. It was Lu Ha against an entire guild, but what was that to him? Lu Ha had forged an iron will as a soldier. He promised to show Ki Dong the best possible outcome. At a branch of the Rising Sun Guild, members were celebrating their top performers of the week. The event's host was a rather handsome master of ceremonies. He called out a leader with an outstanding record, presenting him with a special level 95 sword. The portly branch manager personally came forward to congratulate him. Just then, a notification popped up for the branch manager. A Rising Sun member urgently reported that a guild had declared war on them. But the information on this new guild was completely empty. It was the first time its name had ever been seen. The guild's name was Sunset AO. The branch manager snorted with laughter. Wasn't this name a deliberate jab at the Rising Sun Guild? The only info was that the guild had one player, a sniper class, and nothing else. The branch manager heard sniper and felt a sense of familiarity. If he wasn't mistaken, Tegan's team was also hunting a sniper class player. At that moment, the leader of Sunset AO, Lu Ha, was wearing a mask and heading to a restaurant's grand opening. A large crowd of players was already gathered outside the restaurant. They had no idea what this new building was all about. A waitress stood guard at the entrance. She announced that today was the grand opening, so regular players were not allowed inside. Anyone interested could come back tomorrow. The other players weren't too excited about this new restaurant anyway. Some even figured the place was ridiculously expensive and not worth checking out. When Lu Ha approached the entrance, the waitress mechanically repeated that they weren't accepting guests. But the moment Lu Ha spoke a single word, her attitude completely changed. She immediately opened the door and welcomed him inside. The surrounding players were stunned to see someone granted access, but they just assumed he must be an NPC. Little did they know, the person who just entered had only been playing this game for a short time. Right now, Lu Ha was curious. Would he receive another reward for helping the Holy Grill restaurant open its new branch? Mi-do personally came to greet Lu Ha, thanking him for his help. Lu Ha immediately requested to launch the restaurant's information brokerage service. When Lu Ha was led to the exchange hall, he was truly shocked. He had imagined a dark, secretive place for trading information, but this organization had a whole room as grand as a mansion. And why not? Mi-do had official permission, so there was no need for a shabby-looking space. Lu Ha guessed that he was the only one brought to this special room. Moreover, he could sense numerous hidden figures standing guard nearby. Mi-do got straight to the point. She wanted to know what information Lu Ha needed, specifying it couldn't be too abstract. This was tricky. If Lu Ha asked how to defeat the Rising Sun Guild, would that be too abstract? After careful consideration, Lu Ha asked his question. But what he asked was a mystery, as the text was completely blurred. When Mi-do replied, her words were blurred too. Where was the uncensored version? After getting the information he needed, Mi-do invited Lu Ha to stay and meet the VIPs attending the grand opening. This was a golden opportunity to build connections. Lu Ha quickly agreed. Meanwhile, over at the Rising Sun Guild, the branch manager had some info on Lu Ha. He believed that for a trash class like Musketeer, sending a few mages and archers would be more than enough to crush him. However, the fact that Yasu Spei from headquarters was also defeated by him made the branch manager, Donoku, a bit uneasy. But Taigen, standing opposite him, quickly made an excuse. He mentioned Yasu Spei was distracted by the Sonara situation and wasn't focused. Hearing this, Donoku made a decision. His branch would handle this guild war against Lu Ha themselves. Taigen was given full authority over the battle. This sounded like a sweet deal. If Taigen handled it well, he would be handsomely rewarded. Just as Donoku was about to summon his forces, a subordinate rushed in. A scout burst in with terrible news. All of the branch's squad leaders had been ambushed. The attack didn't happen far away. It was right outside their branch headquarters. They had no idea who the attacker was, only that chaos reigned just beyond their walls. Branch manager Donoku couldn't believe it. His squad leaders were high-level players. They shouldn't fall so easily. Could it be Lai Ha here already? A thought struck him. If it was Lai Ha, this was a golden opportunity. Everyone, prepare to move out and capture him. Taigen was given direct command of the operation. But for all the bold talk, stepping outside the headquarters revealed pure pandemonium. Every player out there was desperately scrambling for any cover they could find. The slightest movement, a single peek, was met with a bullet to the head. Tegan was among those hiding. He couldn't pinpoint the enemy's location at all. In this wide-open area, Tegan saw no good hiding spots. But that meant Lai Ha shouldn't have any either. Someone had an idea. If they could just get back inside, the enemy wouldn't be able to touch them. But they knew nothing, not how many enemies there were, nor how they were attacking. One man couldn't take the suspense. He decided to risk it and make a run for the building. He didn't get far before a bullet to the neck sent him to the respawn screen. It was over. The remaining men grew even more terrified. All they heard was a popping sound, but they couldn't identify the skill. Tegan was certain it wasn't a magic attack. Magic wouldn't have this kind of range. If it were magic, they should have heard the caster's incantation. The more Tegan thought, the more confused he became. He couldn't explain the attack. Tegan was terrified. Was Lai Ha even a player anymore, or something else entirely? Just then, the headquarters main door was kicked open. Branch manager Donaku strode out, holding a massive shield. He successfully blocked a bullet. Seeing the mark on the shield, Tegan knew for sure. The enemy was Lai Ha. "Raise your shields and retreat into the building," he ordered. "Take cover while Lai Ha reloads." Once safely inside, Tegan cautiously peeked out a window. His blood ran cold. From a distant forest, Tegan saw a small puff of smoke rising. Lai Ha was sniping them from that incredible distance. How was he doing that with just a shotgun? Just then, Lai Ha paused his devastating opening act. He wasn't sure of the exact count, but he'd already taken out at least a dozen of them. Lai Ha's flawless ambush was possible thanks to the intel he'd gotten from MEU. He'd acquired a map of all Ringsun branches, complete with ideal sniping positions. Lai Ha had his mission clear. Any player belonging to Ringsun would be eliminated. Inside the branch, Donaku was sweating bullets. It was confirmed their opponent was likely Li Ha. Many believed he was a ranker and that they needed backup from HQ. But Donaku was against it. First, he wasn't sure Lai Ha was a ranker. Second, he was greedy for Lai Ha's loot. If his branch could handle Lai Ha alone, the rewards would be immense. Tegan tried to speak privately with Donaku, but the fat man cut him off. Tegan instantly realized Donaku's goal was the same as his own. Use the others as bait to capture Lai Ha. As for Li Ha, he had already moved to a new location, continuing his planned assault. On his little stroll, Li Ha took down 3 more branch managers and 2 vice managers. That didn't even include the countless low-level grunts. In the forest, 2 Ringsun players were loudly searching for Li Ha. As they were cursing loudly, one of them suddenly took a bullet to the forehead, silencing him instantly. The other man followed the bullet's trajectory and quickly spotted Lai Ha, standing brazenly under the moonlight. Lai Ha didn't keep him waiting. Another shot rang out, sending the man to join his partner in death. That was the last recorded image of the Ringsun search parties. The guildmaster slammed his fist on the table, shattering it. He recalled the conflict between Li Ha and Ringsun started at Donaku's branch. Just because they were targeted by Li Ha, Ringsun's monthly income had dropped by over 40%. Yet, only Donaku's branch remained unscathed. Donaku was silent. After the first attack, Li Ha never returned, hitting other branches instead. The Ringsun master gave Donaku one last chance. Within a week, he wanted a screenshot of Li Ha's character being eliminated. Otherwise, the fat man was finished. The master would also start his own investigation. Meanwhile, Lai Ha sat in a grassy field, checking his map. He wondered where the Ringsun cowards had run off to. He couldn't find any of them. He had expected them to hunt him down in a rage, but there was no pursuit. He had lost count of how many he'd killed and how many branches he'd destroyed. Just then, another player entered Lai Ha's line of sight. The symbol on his cloak confirmed it. A member of Ringsun. Once a feud starts, you see it to the end. Any Ringsun member who showed his face would be dealt with. A harsh gunshot cracked the air, taking out another player with a fatal headshot. Just as Lai Ha prepared his next move, a flare shot up from nearby. It was the rest of Ringsun. They'd used their own man as bait to expose his position. His position was exposed. Now, it was time for their ambush. Li Ha was a bit startled, so the cowards were finally making their move. The dual shield wielder ordered an archer to attack Li Ha, but an amateur like him never stood a chance. Li Ha dodged the arrow with ease. Despite having the upper hand, Li Ha was genuinely surprised. The Ringsun clan wasn't as weak as he first thought, and so the chase began, one man against a mob, drawing the attention of other players. They noticed the pursuit was heading straight for a forest. The place Lai Ha led them was the Forest of No Light, the same area where he had grinded for experience before. Yasu didn't seem to care. He only asked if Tegan had full command of this operation. After confirming Tegan had total authority, Yasu eagerly agreed to follow his orders. Tegan immediately messaged Donioku, ordering all units to the forest. Instantly, the waiting Ringsun forces used teleportation, arriving at the location in a flash. Their numbers were impressive, to say the least. Over 500 members of Ringsun were summoned. Tegan then announced his plan to capture Lai Ha. They would split into teams, surround the forest, and slowly close the net. Tegan was absolutely confident in his strategy. He would make Li Ha pay for everything, with interest. But little did Tegan know, Li Ha was eagerly awaiting this final showdown. This would be a massive challenge for Li Ha, but he couldn't wait to start playing with this crowd. Inside the pitch-black forest, the Ringsun group had no choice but to use fire magic to illuminate their path. The forest was vast, and it was easy to get lost. Yasu led his group, ordering everyone to stay on high alert, warning them not to underestimate Lai Ha. To hunt Li Ha down faster, the Ringsun members decided it was best to spread out. But even so, finding Lai Ha in this terrain was like searching for a needle in a haystack. As Yasu silently vowed to tear Li Ha apart, the man right beside him suddenly dropped dead from another perfect headshot. The single shot terrified them. Yasu and his men immediately hit the dirt, desperate to escape the sniper's line of sight. They scanned for Lai Ha's position, but found no trace of him. Not a muzzle flash, not even a puff of smoke. All the while, unlucky Ringsun members were being picked off one by one. Yasu concluded Li Ha must possess some advanced stealth skill. It was the only way he could remain so perfectly hidden. The pressure finally broke Yasu, who recklessly screamed for Li Ha to show himself for a duel. One of his men tried to stop his foolish outburst. But Yasu was so enraged, he would have cut down anyone in his way. Just then, a small package landed right at Yasu's feet. In that moment, he knew they were completely screwed. Even a top-ranked player like Yasu couldn't survive that blast. Meanwhile, Lai Ha sat calmly in a treetop with a perfect view, preparing more homemade bombs. At this rate, the Ringsun members had walked into a death trap with no exit. Lai Ha unleashed a barrage of bombs, rocking the forest with a chain of explosions. Countless enemies were vaporized by the devastating blasts. Li Ha had carefully chosen this forest as the battlefield. It offered countless hiding spots, perfect for launching ambushes. He could also swing on vines like Tarzan, allowing him to quickly change his sniping positions. One fearless Ringsun commander ordered his squad to spread out, but the mage lighting his path was shot dead before he could finish casting his spell. Everything was going according to plan. Li Ha's strategy was absolutely flawless, but a game that's too easy is no fun. Just then, a fateful system notification appeared right above Lai Ha's head. The brilliant light from the system window instantly turned Lai Ha into a glowing beacon, exposing him to everyone in Ringsun. The Ringsun members roared, rushing to climb the tree. One player even found a rope, giving them 10 points for convenience. But as he started to climb, the rope suddenly fell, dragging a massive homemade bomb down with it, wiping out the entire group below. Did they really think it would be that easy? Li Ha had planned it all. The rope was a trap, intentionally left to lure them in. The battle raged until sunset. Tegan remained at the forest's edge, not daring to step inside. A growing sense of dread washed over him. He couldn't even contact Yasu anymore. Something terrible must have happened in there. Just then, a sound came from the trees. Tegan waited, sweating nervously, but it wasn't his men who emerged. It was Lai Ha. Seeing Tegan, Li Ha was almost speechless. This was the guy who vowed to destroy him. Yet he didn't even have the guts to enter the forest. His underlings taunted him, yelling for him to attack. In response, Li Ha simply raised his gun, ready for a fight. He didn't mind adding one more name to his kill list. As a trembling Tegan was about to order the attack, a sudden voice stopped him cold. Surprisingly, it was Hana and Matsusig. Matsusig suggested they save the chit-chat for later. First, they needed to focus on crushing the Ringsun forces. The nearby onlookers were hesitant, unsure of what to do. Should they join the mob against Jason's son? But an opportunity this perfect was too good to pass up. Instantly, the crowd drew their weapons, aiming everything at Gu Ring Sunday. Li Ha issued a final ultimatum: surrender or fight. In a hidden room, the Gu Ring Sun Guildmaster sat before a woman concealed by a screen. He needed to confirm if she truly possessed all the intel on Li Ha. The woman behind the curtain assured him it was flawless. Her work was always reliable. The Guildmaster's secretary warned his boss with a glance, telling him to be careful. Even though she was the game's top info broker, getting such deep intel on Lai Ha so quickly felt off. If this was real, the price for such information would be truly immeasurable. Just then, a scroll was unrolled before the Guildmaster. His secretary glanced at it and froze in shock. The map projected from the scroll revealed the headquarters of every single Jason Sun branch. The woman spoke first, clearing her name. She insisted they weren't the ones who leaked Gu Ring Sun's info to the Cloud Magician. Lai Ha must have gotten his information from another source. As for who or where that source was, her network still hadn't found out. However, the woman suspected his intel came from an organization created by NPCs, not by actual players. For now, their meeting was over, and if Gu Ring Sun wanted Lai Ha eliminated, they would gladly take the job. For just 1,000 gold, the problem would be solved. Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, Lai Ha had just finished slaughtering the Jae-sin Sun members who dared to pursue him. Their leader, Tegan, was left speechless. All he could do was announce a full retreat. The words stunned his men, and even Tegan's eyes filled with tears. He declared that their side had been utterly defeated. Seeing Tegan's pathetic display, Lai Ha coldly ordered him to shut his mouth. He had no mercy left for the ones who had hunted him down so relentlessly. They could retreat, but there would be no begging. Tegan said no more, turning to his men and painfully ordering their withdrawal. The last of Gu Ring Sun's members activated their teleport scrolls, instantly vanishing from the battlefield. Only Tegan remained. After one last look at the man who utterly destroyed him, he opened his system window and chose to log out. On Lai Ha's side, due to their previous clashes, a notification confirmed that Tegan had indeed logged out of the game. When the surrounding players saw Jae-sin Sun actually retreat, they stared in disbelief before erupting in thunderous cheers. They screamed that they had won the battle. But Lai Ha had done it all himself. The crowd had done absolutely nothing. The mob swarmed together, loudly chanting for the Cloud Magician, their newfound idol. They grabbed Lai Ha before he could escape, tossing him into the air to celebrate, completely ignoring his pleas to stop. And it didn't end there. Girls who witnessed his power, one man felling a whole guild, were swooning, desperate to add him as a friend. Others wondered if Lai Ha had connections to a GM to be so overpowered. The crowd was about to devour him whole. Luckily, Musuge pulled Lai Ha from the chaos. To escape, he planned to use a mass teleport for himself, Lai Ha, and Hana. Before Lai Ha could even process it, the teleport scroll activated, whisking him away from that place. The spell took them to a small cabin in the woods. It took Lai Ha a moment to get his bearings. Musuge used this chance to explain his nickname, the Cloud Magician. During his attacks on Gu Ring Sun, all anyone ever saw was smoke. That's how he earned the awesome title. Lai Ha changed the subject, asking about Musuge and Hana's close relationship, but the two of them instantly denied it. Instead, Hana asked if she could take a look at Lai Ha's gun. Lai Ha figured he was safe now. If an ally wanted to see his weapon, that was fine. He was busy planning his next move, feeling awkward about his new fame. But no one expected what came next. Musuge swung his greatsword, shattering Lai Ha's gun in a single blow. Hana swiftly snatched the handle. Then, she tossed it to Musuge. Lai Ha was completely stunned. They were his allies. Why would they destroy his weapon? And what was with that murderous aura in their eyes? Lai Ha's face hardened. If this was some kind of joke, it wasn't funny at all. Musuge didn't care how Lai Ha felt. He believed that without his gun, Lai Ha was no longer a threat. Lai Ha knew something was terribly wrong. Were they secretly working for Gu Ring Sun? But Hana refused to answer. After all, he was about to die anyway. She suddenly asked Musuge what their mama had instructed them to do before this mission. Musuge replied that he had already informed Mama of Lai Ha's capture. Their orders were to wait. Their partner was arriving soon. Musuge mentioned a partner that Lai Ha had just crushed. That could only mean Jae-sin Sunday. The two of them were thrilled by this. This meant their commission for hunting Lai Ha would increase. Musuge pressed his blade to Lai Ha's neck, warning him not to do anything foolish. He should just accept his fate and wait. But Lai Ha was surprisingly calm, not panicking at his ally's sudden betrayal. Instead, he wondered who this Mama was, and when he had become a target. He recalled his first chance meeting with Musuge's group. What looked like a coincidence was anything but. The pair had been tasked with capturing him from the very beginning. Lai Ha realized that teaming up with the Masig duo was a setup, orchestrated by someone called Mama from the start. Lai Ha pushed the thought aside, reaching for an escape item. But Masig watched him closely. One wrong move, and he'd slit Lai Ha's throat. This situation was bad for Lai Ha. The enemy could kill him now and still get paid. Just then, the door opened and someone stepped inside. It was the master of the Ringsun Guild. Lai Ha saw him greet Masig and guessed this must be Kyokuju. The guildmaster had hired them to do his dirty work. Lai Ha thought about blowing the whole place up. His own defensive barrier would keep him safe. But Kyokuju made an unbelievable move. He invited Lai Ha to join his guild. The offer stunned not just Lai Ha, but also the Masig duo and their secretary. Kyokuju was extremely satisfied with the room's shocked reaction. His chin held high. He declared he wanted Lai-Ha as Ringsun's attack dog. Lai-Ha's insults didn't even faze him. The offer was tempting. If Lai-Ha joined Ringsun, making 10,000 gold a year would be easy. It sounded like a great deal. He could pay for his leg surgery in just 2 years, but accepting would betray his morals. He had to refuse. He was now a big enough threat to be recruited. In that same moment, Lai-Ha had already pulled out a bundle of explosives. Then, shocking everyone, he blew the tiny room apart. The blast launched Li-Ha outside. He used the force to grab his sawed-off shotgun, then ran as fast as he could, cursing Masuge's entire family. It was Masuge's fault. His beloved gun was ruined. Just then, the assassins recovered and immediately gave chase. The Ringsun manager cast a spell, binding Lai-Ha's feet and stopping his movement. At the same time, Masuge lunged forward, ready to punch Lai-Ha out of frustration. But no one knew Lai-Ha still had a trump card. A sudden red light flared between them. Then, a massive bear appeared out of nowhere, sending Kyokuju flying backward. Lai-Ha had successfully used his summon pet skill, calling his battle bear in a moment of crisis. Masuge's group was stunned. Where did this giant fire bear come from? Masuge broke out in a cold sweat. This bear was clearly on another level, but this terrifying creature looked toward Lai-Ha with tears in its eyes. It then rushed forward to affectionately lick its master's face, ignoring everyone else. Lai-Ha was thrilled to see his precious bear again. Lai-Ha was sure Doa would become a powerful monster, but he never expected it to evolve into a fire bear so quickly. But their reunion could wait. First, there were a few obstacles that needed to be dealt with. Hearing this, Doa entered battle mode, baring its fangs at its master's enemies. On Li-Ha's command, it unleashed a deafening roar and a wave of intense fire. Doa's roar spread out, affecting the Masuge duo, Hana, and the Ringsun members. With that single roar, all of Li-Ha's enemies were inflicted with fear, freezing them in place for 3 minutes. On top of that, their stamina and HP took a devastating hit. Kyokuju collapsed, trembling, unable to accept reality. Lai-Ha could summon a monster, even though his class wasn't a tamer. How was this possible? Everyone knew Lai-Ha's class was Musketeer. He was just glad they didn't hear him shout the skill's name. Doa could fight with him for half an hour, and the skill's bonus had boosted its level to 112. Masuge was about to pee his pants in fear. Fighting a level 100 plus fire bear was basically suicide. He desperately told Hana to cleanse the debuff, but she was suffering from the same effect. What could they possibly do now? Hana was completely terrified. She began begging Lai-Ha to spare them just this once, but Lai-Ha's answer was no. The Masuge duo was more dangerous than Ringsun. He gave Doa the order. First, eliminate Masuge and Hana. They made a huge mistake betraying Lai-Ha, and now his pet would make them pay. Watching his two allies get destroyed, Kyokuju was frozen with terror. He knew he was next. Lai-Ha began his interrogation. Talking back would only earn him a broken jaw. Kyokuju didn't dare disobey. He confessed Masuge's group was an intelligence guild, and Lai-Ha was one of their targets. That was all the info he could get. Next, Lai-Ha demanded to know Kyokuju's plans. Of course, Lai-Ha wanted Ringsun to disband. Even without his pressure, Ringsun was doomed. Li-Ha alone had already wiped out 500 of their members. Next on the list was his gun. Kyokuju would pay for it, no matter what. But first, he deserved a beating from Li-Ha. The memory of his broken gun made his blood boil. Kyokuju couldn't stand the torture and agreed to disband his guild. But it wasn't over yet. He still had to pay damages. Lai-Ha was prepared for this. He already had a war compensation contract ready for Ringsun. The assistant wanted to object, but knew one wrong word meant a beating. Ultimately, Kyokujitsu had no choice but to sign Lai-Ha's contract. Ringsun was now nothing but a memory. Just then, fireworks lit up the sky, announcing the end of the guild war. An alert notified all players of Sunset Out's absolute victory. Veins bulged on Kyokujitsu's forehead. Through gritted teeth, he vowed Lai-Ha would pay for this. But Lai-Ha made an unpredictable move, poaching the secretary. Ringsun might rebuild, but why should he keep serving Kyokujitsu? After all, Kyokujitsu was now deep in debt. Lai-Ha's logic was flawless, and the assistant agreed. He pulled out a teleport scroll, flipped Kyokujitsu off, and vanished. After teleporting away, Li-Ha hugged Doa, now a tiny, adorable bear. He roared, celebrating his victory with his pet. Meanwhile, in a Texas gun shop, the owner wondered what his employee was watching so intently. The young man was simply watching a gameplay clip from a video game. Specifically, it was the clip of Li-Ha battling Ringsun. Seeing Li-Ha handle that shotgun, the shop owner was quite impressed. Lai Ha was a skilled shooter, no doubt. But to the young man, his accuracy was just standard, and his firing speed was too slow. At that moment, the clock struck 9:30 p.m. The young man stood up. His shift was officially over. The owner offered him overtime. The kid agreed, but only for time and a half pay. But the owner knew better. No matter the pay, the kid would just doze off and not get any real work done. So, he let him go home to sleep. The owner called the young cowboy by his name, Kid. Elsewhere, sisters Lin Huoyuan and Lin Huading were browsing the web. Suddenly, Lin Huading saw something and urged her sister to look. Lin Huoyuan was completely uninterested at first. But the moment Lin Huading mentioned Lai Ha's name, she shot up like a spring. They found Lai Ha's 1 vs 500 video, which was #1 on the trending charts. The sisters now knew Lai Ha led that one-man guild. He had single-handedly annihilated their rival, Ringzun. The more Lin Huoyuan watched, the more she realized how little she knew about Lai Ha. A 1 vs 500 feat was something few top players could ever achieve. Lin Huoyuan had never given up on recruiting Li Ha, especially since their guild was being crushed by the Starlight Guild. Before, Li Ha wasn't strong enough to help, but now, things were different. Lin Huading read her sister's mind perfectly. She shyly encouraged her sister to recruit Lai Ha if she wanted. Judging by Lin Huading's expression, Lai Ha had gained another secret admirer. Lin Huoyuan brushed off her sister's crush, but confirmed Lai Ha was skilled enough to catch her eye. This strengthened Lin Huoyuan's resolve to recruit him. Meanwhile, Li Ha, the star of the show, was drowning in messages, from love confessions to tactical questions. This sudden fame was giving Lai Ha a headache. It was never part of his plan, so he blocked every single message. His only goal now was to get Elizabeth's gun. Besides, after the battle with Ring Sun, Li Ha felt he'd lost more than he'd gained. The fight left him nearly bankrupt. A small comfort was that he'd earned a ton of stat points from completing Punish Evil achievements. In this game, money wasn't everything. Personal strength was what truly mattered. The best achievement was 1 vs 500. Lai Ha guessed the only other person with it was Igor, from the massacre at Titch Alley. Li Ha put some points into intelligence, then dumped the rest into agility. Looking at his overpowered stats, Li Ha felt like a gaming genius, just like Lin Huading. With his new level, he decided to visit Major General Brown. He hoped to get a new quest line. Arriving at the Imperial Guard Academy, he sensed someone else was with the Major General. Tense voices came from the room. Lai Ha knew it wasn't an NPC, but another player who knew Brown. The conversation then shifted to Lai Ha, the very person eavesdropping outside the door. The person inside spoke of becoming Lai Ha's rival one day. This made him even more curious. Brown sounded helpless, not knowing what to say. But it didn't matter. Lai Ha had already heard the bold declaration for himself. The other person knew Lai Ha was outside. Surprisingly, the one vowing to be his rival was Kid, the guy from the American gun shop. Lai Ha froze, facing Kid for a second, then yelped and jumped back. Getting caught eavesdropping like this was beyond embarrassing. Now that he was exposed, Lai Ha could only laugh awkwardly and try to explain himself to Major General Brown. But Brown wasn't angry. He even praised Lai Ha for concealing his presence so well. Kid noticed Lai Ha's broken gun and gave a cryptic compliment that baffled him. Then, Kid said goodbye to Brown and took his leave. Brown just asked Kid to visit more often. The old man confessed he got lonely, with only Kid and Lai Ha to talk to. After some pleasantries, Brown turned to Lai Ha, curious about what wind had blown him to the academy today. The academy quests were available, but Brown had nothing left to teach Lai Ha. He should attempt Elizabeth's succession quest instead. But Lai Ha wasn't confident enough for that. He changed the subject, asking about the young man named Kit. Brown simply countered with his own question. Lai Ha had been curious about someone called Nodding Kit, right? Well, there was his answer. He had just had a little run-in with that very person. Lai Ha immediately dashed outside to find him. He could tell Kit was a musketeer, a seasoned pro far beyond his own skill level. He didn't have to look far. Kit stood under a nearby tree, as if he had been expecting him all along. Lai Ha's first impression was that Kit looked like a character straight out of a movie, specifically an unbelievably cool gunslinger. Lai Ha wondered why Nara wanted to find Kit. Were they some kind of star-crossed lovers? But first, he had to apologize for accidentally eavesdropping. However, Kit didn't seem to care. Lai Ha was still puzzled by the words Kit had said to him back at the academy. Kit didn't answer directly, guessing that Lai Ha hadn't passed Elizabeth's test yet and was only around level 100. With specs like that, Lai Ha didn't even qualify. He had a lot more grinding to do. Kit was sure that at his current level, Lai Ha couldn't land a single hit on him. Lai Ha felt an urge to punch him. Was this guy born with a special talent for provoking people? Kit, uncaring, maintained his vague style of talking. Then he turned and left without a word. Liha had no choice but to follow the infuriating man for more information. Kit walked to another tree, ignoring Liha, and kicked its trunk with incredible force. He explained that precisely 13 leaves fall each time he kicks it, and that was the content of Kit's test. Liha finally snapped. He couldn't take it anymore. He just had to scream at Kit for his bizarre attitude first, then think later. But in the middle of his tirade, Liha froze. What did Kit just say about a test? To be exact, Kit was Brown's successor, the inheritor of rapid fire. Liha finally understood that Kit was one of the 3 next-generation musketeers, and the one who would receive Brown's gun. No wonder he and the general had the exact same aura. Liha was curious what Kit had to do with those leaves. He took the initiative, explaining his own test required hitting targets from a great distance. As for Kit, his test was close range, within about 2 meters. Liha was speechless. Any musketeer class could hit a target at that distance, but wait, something about that wasn't right. Kit had to hit multiple falling leaves simultaneously. Liha guessed that Kit must have hit 2 leaves at once to pass the test, but he was dead wrong. Kit's test demanded he shoot all 13 falling leaves before they touched the ground. Liha calculated it would take about 3 seconds for all those leaves to land. That meant, in a best-case scenario, he had to shoot more than 4 leaves per second. At that speed, the term rapid fire felt like an understatement, especially since Kit did it with just a blunderbuss. Liha was desperate to know how he did it. No matter how he mulled it over, the feat seemed absolutely impossible. What's more, Liha noticed Kit wasn't even carrying a musket. He couldn't believe someone without a gun could shoot with such godlike speed. Kit had obtained the super speed title, which meant he was now the master of the super speed blunderbuss. But then where was the gun? As far as Liha knew, you couldn't store a musket in your inventory. The inventory in this game was just a window-like bag. This meant it couldn't hold items that were too bulky or long, like a musket. Kit didn't answer directly, instead asking if Liha hadn't also managed to create a bomb in this world. He even mentioned Liha once had something similar to his own. Liha felt like a volcano about to erupt. Kit's roundabout way of speaking wasn't making any sense at all. Liha gave up, assuming Kit wouldn't reveal his trump card. He changed the subject, asking why Kit wanted to help him. Kit maintained his confusing speech patterns, explaining only that he needed the power of the one who held the bullseye title to aid him. According to Kit's cryptic words, the person who achieves the penetration title is extremely strong. The problem was, Liha had no idea what penetration was. At his wit's end, Liha concluded Kit must be a classic tsundere. It was the only way to explain his strange personality. Liha figured Kit desperately needed his help, but was too embarrassed to say it directly like a normal person. A personality like that is a tsundere, isn't it? Kit was completely lost. It was the first time he'd ever heard that term. In short, Liha just needed to know that Kit was an ally, and he had to get the bullseye title soon. Talking with Kit was mentally draining enough. When Liha saw him leave, he had no intention of stopping him. Liha returned to the academy, where General Brown confirmed that Kit had passed his challenge in just 3 days. Although he adored his gun, he had promised to give it to Kit, so he had to reluctantly part with his beloved weapon. Liha still couldn't explain it. Even at his absolute fastest, a single reload took him 25 seconds. By then, the leaves would have been resting on the ground for ages. Unable to find a logical answer at the academy, Liha decided to go experience things for himself. Talking to Brown and Kit felt exactly the same. They both drove him mad with their ridiculously cryptic ways of speaking. Liha still couldn't imagine where Kit had possibly hidden his blunderbuss. Liha pulled out his own bisected blunderbuss to carry with him. For a gunslinger, not having a weapon out in the open just felt wrong. It was then he suddenly wondered how his broken blunderbuss was able to fit in his inventory. He sought out the forge of Rich, the blacksmith, the man who checked his gun barrel whenever he got too reckless. But there would be no barrel check this time. His blunderbuss had been sliced clean in 2. Rich could only stare at the state of the weapon, completely speechless. At this point, even he admitted it was beyond saving. But Liha had no intention of restoring the shotgun. Instead, he had a radical upgrade in mind for Rick to forge. Seeing Liha's brilliant idea, Rick was fired up to start work immediately. After some intense smithing and modifications, Liha's shotgun was reforged. It was now a compact, powerful handgun. This was the perfect solution to his problem. The new mini shotgun would definitely fit inside his inventory. He could even conceal it at his side or under his clothes. Rick was immensely proud that his craftsmanship satisfied his client, Liha. But Liha wasn't satisfied yet. He suggested adding a revolving chamber to the barrel that would basically turn a shotgun into an anaconda revolver. Rick was stunned by the request, unable to imagine such a design. However, he knew that dwarves could handle this. They are a race of master blacksmiths. They could even forge magical weapons. Bidding farewell to Rick, Lee-ha departed. He knew just where to find the dwarves. His destination, Mount Adamandia, at the western edge of the continent. It lay beyond the borders of Fibiel, Lee-ha's usual stomping grounds. Lee-ha headed outside the city gates to a secluded, quiet area. He wanted to test out his new mini shotgun. The shorter barrel drastically cut down the reload time. Lee-ha could now get ready in just 10 seconds. The modified gun was also lighter, with a solid grip that gave Lee-ha a better feel. Just then, a single leaf fell a perfect target for our sharpshooter. Without hesitation, Lee-ha aimed at the descending leaf, and coldly pulled the trigger. You'd think that cool pose would end with a bullet piercing the leaf. But the shot missed by a whole meter, leaving Lee-ha frozen in disbelief. After a moment, he deduced the shorter barrel had reduced the weapon's range. He'd just have to move a little closer. That was the theory, but reality proved strange. His next shot still failed to pierce the falling leaf, even after closing the distance. Next came a combo of misses from the so-called marksman. It reached the point where Lee-ha started to question himself. Had he completely lost his skill? No matter how close he got, he couldn't hit the free-falling leaf. Finally, after who knows how many bullets, one shot connected. By then, the distance between him and the leaf was mere footsteps. He'd braced himself for a much shorter range, but hitting a target only 25 meters away was just too disappointing. There was no way this could be his main weapon. To optimize his personal skills and proficiency, Lee-ha still needed a proper rifle as his primary firearm. As for the new handgun, it would serve as a sidearm for close-quarters combat. Any fool who approached thinking he only had a rifle would get a warm greeting from Lee-ha's new pistol. Lee-ha figured Kit must use this kind of pistol too. But to shoot 13 leaves at once, that guy probably needed at least 4 handguns on him to pull it off. This brought up a new question. This meant Kit didn't use a rifle at all. Could a musketeer really fight like that? Lee-ha was curious to see how Kit's battles would actually unfold. Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, he saw it was Nara, the girl he met before. She happily ran over, asking, "When did you get to the capital? Why no heads up?" Lee-ha was just there on business. Nara's curiosity grew, noticing his rifle was gone. Was he here to pick up a new weapon? Lee-ha could only wish. His rifle was shattered fighting Ji Sing-shun, leaving him without a main weapon. But Nara was still incredibly impressed by his amazing performance. He was a rising star among the players. Nara had a new toy to show off, too. She'd obtained the legendary sword of Flo Gentilo. Lee-ha figured with that new rapier, Nara had to be NPC level strong, maybe even stronger. Then, Nara changed the subject. She wondered if Lee-ha was keeping his Lightning Hunt AO guild. When he said he'd disbanded, Nara immediately invited him to hers. Specifically, the Knights Who Protect the Capital. It was a top-tier guild, which sounded impressive. But Lee-ha had no plans to join any guild yet. Nara was a little disappointed, but then she noticed the new weapon at Lee-ha's hip. Seeing the pistol, Nara's entire demeanor suddenly changed, and she uttered the name Kit. With a menacing glare, Nara asked if Lee-ha had received that weapon from him. But this was his own creation. He barely knew Kit. Nara's strange reaction made Lee-ha wonder about their relationship. Oh, it was nothing special, really. Nara had just challenged Kit to a one-on-one duel, and ended up getting completely crushed. Lee-ha found it strange a top server player like Nara lost to Kit, maybe in rock, paper, scissors? But Nara confirmed that was not the case. She had a fair duel with Kit, and was thoroughly defeated. Lee-ha guessed it must have been when Nara was still a low-level player. He felt that was normal. A rabbit once owned him as a newbie. But the harsh truth was, Nara was already a confirmed ranker when Kit defeated her. This absolutely stunned Lee-ha. Kit was capable of defeating a ranker. His skill level was on another plane entirely. Instead of explaining the duel, Nara mentioned Kit's nickname, Sleepyhead. She explained he loves to sleep so much, he even does it in-game. This just confirmed Lee-ha's suspicion that Kit was a weirdo. Nara recalled that when Kit got a new item, Jing Sun's group paid him a visit. They planned to borrow an item from Kit, with no intention of returning it. What a relentlessly annoying crew. Jing Sun's group really just loves harassing other players. Nara continued, explaining that 30 people ambushed Kit while he was asleep in a pub. Lee-ha assumed Kit was helpless, and lost the item for sure. But Nara's expression told a different story. She said no one even recorded the fight, partly because it was over in a flash. To put it simply, all 30 of Jing Sun's lackeys were effortlessly sent to the graveyard by Kit, all while he remained lying on the table. Lee Ha froze solid when Nara told him Kit didn't even move his body. The only things that moved were Kit's hands, dangling below the table. That was all it took for Kit to plant bullets in all of their heads. When he woke up later, he acted as if he had no idea what happened while he was sleeping. From then on, people called him Sleepy Kit. Even while asleep, his gun could lock onto targets with blinding speed and precision. This meant the chance of dodging was basically zero. This achievement was even more legendary than Lee Ha taking down 500 Jailson members. Lee Ha couldn't understand. Kit clearly wasn't a hacker, yet his strength was completely absurd. It was the result of the dev team's 200 years of game balancing experience. In this game, your level isn't the whole story. A player's level can be seen by anyone, while other stats are kept much more private. The real purpose, according to Nara, was to turn top rankers into prey for hidden hunters. This game has players with all sorts of different levels, but their stats are all completely broken. Lee Ha should have realized this by now. He himself had gained massive stats without even leveling up. By simply grinding rare achievements, players could earn a ton of bonus stat points. Nara then revealed that if a regular player manages to kill a ranker, a top 100 ranker, they can earn an achievement that matches their opponent's rank. This is the exact reason the game makes player levels public. It turns the rankers into bait for hidden, powerful players. Lee Ha guessed that rankers got their positions through public tournaments, and they surely earned a massive amount of resources from it. Rankers could even get their hands on rare or exclusive items, things that never show up on the regular auction house. But they would never sell their exclusive equipment for mere money, because once that gear is gone, they can never get it back, and its loss would definitely affect their future ranking. The developers used this system to prevent currency imbalance. Nara figured Lee Ha would also be classified as one of these hidden, unorthodox masters, and many guilds would be desperate to recruit him. Of course, the Holy Knights Guild was among those who wanted Lee Ha the most. Nara didn't pressure Lee Ha into joining her guild, leaving the choice up to him. For now, however, she had to leave. Elsewhere, the master of the Starlight Guild, Hen, had a row of ice spears aimed at his face. Opposite him, Lin Huoyuan had a dagger pressed to her neck by Sasuke's skull. They were in the middle of a negotiation, but the situation looked anything but friendly. They were discussing how to divide the Candle Castle territory, and Hen had no intention of accepting the price Lin Huoyuan offered. If this tension continued, a guild war was absolutely certain. Hen hinted at his trump card, hiring a Korean ranker for backup, paid with future profits. But Lin Huoyuan was no pushover. She wasn't lacking in numbers, so she would take on however many people Hen wanted to drag into this war. After the negotiation ended in a stalemate, Lin Huoyuan revealed her plan to Lin Huading, a plan to recruit unorthodox players, with Lee Ha as the top target. Meanwhile, Lee Ha was having a pleasant conversation with a man dressed like a cowboy. It seemed their exchange was going very smoothly. The man then handed a heavy pouch of money to Lee Ha. After they parted ways, Lee Ha was ecstatic, feeling the weight of the gold in his hand. This must be what it feels like to strike it rich. After the guild battle, Lee Ha had earned a compensation of 88 gold coins. He never imagined the compensation would be that high. On top of that, Lee Ha had just sold the Lightning Hunt Outlaws guild name to that same man. He earned another 100 shining gold coins. The man had approached Lee Ha after seeing his gameplay video, wanting to become a movie star or something. Lee Ha didn't really care about all that. He just knew the guy wanted to buy his exclusive guild name, and for the right price, he'd sell it immediately. For the near future, Lee Ha wouldn't have to worry about making ends meet. For now, he would find a common shotgun to serve as his main weapon. At least, until he could get Elizabeth's gun as a quest reward. Elsewhere, a group of people had gathered to hear a report on a land dispute, the dispute between the Starlight and Rose Guilds. Hen stood on a stage, indignantly declaring that the Rose Guild had rejected every offer Starlight had made, offers made to gain control of the Candle Castle territory. This announcement immediately sent the Starlight Guild members into a furious uproar. They couldn't believe the Rose Guild could be so unreasonable. To reject such beneficial offers and stubbornly refuse to cooperate, it was insane. You just can't reason with those greedy players. But only Sasuke Skull knew the truth. Hen had never made any offers in the first place, not during their previous negotiation. Other members started asking questions, wanting to know what would happen to the money their guild invested in Candle Castle, and just how much had they donated. Hen immediately dropped a bombshell, not even counting the 3 guild alliances' contributions. The Starlight Guild alone had burned through nearly 22,000 gold. One player, sensing a total loss, suggested Hen pull their investment back, but there was no chance of that. Hen explained that the money invested in Candle Castle was listed as a donation, so it couldn't be refunded. Quite a few members started to panic. as they had poured their entire life savings into that investment. Ki-dong and Tu stood on the sidelines, shaking their heads in dismay. They had no idea how to calm the escalating chaos. On the high dais, Hen slammed his staff. He announced everyone must prepare for guild war. Their allies, the Dragon Knights and Fireflame, were also joining in. They weren't about to let their investment go to waste. But this news made the Starlight Guild members nervous. Sure, the Rose Guild was small in number, but they were backed by Lin Huading and Fei Yu. Hen announced that anyone could skip the war. However, they wouldn't get their investment back. He promised that the Starlight Guild was guaranteed to win. They'd profit from the game's top territory, and he already had a plan to rally his forces. He had a counter for Lin Huading and Fei Yu. For instance, he could borrow Nara's power. A top player like her could easily carry the team. Furthermore, Hen revealed his plan to recruit the server's number 2 player. The Korean gamer known as Easy would be providing support. The title of number 2 server-wide commanded respect. If they managed to hire Easy, this guild war would literally be an easy game. Listening from a distance, Ki-dong felt deeply uncomfortable. The ideas Hen was planting in everyone's heads were never discussed with the guild's core members. From the stage, Hen saw the members' excited faces, but he felt no comfort at all. He had Sasuke Spei go and get Ki-dong for a talk. And what could the topic be? It was obviously about getting Ki-dong to recruit Lee Ha for the Starlight Guild. Hen expressed his immense faith in Lee Ha. He said the player would be warmly welcomed into the Starlight Guild, yet Ki-dong knew this was almost impossible. If recruiting Lee Ha was so easy, he would have been a Starlight member long ago. Ever since Lee Ha was a newbie, he'd made it clear he wasn't interested in guilds. It was also possible Lee Ha felt he wasn't strong enough back then. Seeing Ki-dong hesitate, Sasuke Spei insisted that Lee Ha was a crucial asset, a vital power for their Starlight Guild. With his teammate pressing him, Ki-dong couldn't refuse anymore. He supposed he could try just one more time. Decisively, Ki-dong logged out immediately to talk with Lee Ha in person. Little did he know, he was being played by Hen. Hen had already planned for Ki-dong to be a sacrifice for the Starlight Guild's gain. Over at Lee Ha's house, his mom lovingly warned him not to game too much. She worried it would affect his health. After he was finally alone, a look of relief washed over Lee Ha's face, the burden slightly lifted. Thanks to the money earned from the game, Lee Ha was able to treat his mom to a feast of delicious food. It had been a long time since he could do this for her. Lee Ha was glad his mother seemed much happier than before. With some free time before logging in, Lee Ha decided to browse for some info. He was planning to go hunting, but he wasn't sure if his current level was high enough. Lee Ha needed to focus on hunting grounds for level 11 players. Just then, sensational news about a massive drama caught Lee Ha's eye. In just half a day, the Starlight and Rose Guilds would engage in an all-out battle to claim exclusive rights to the Candle Fortress territory. Lee Ha was stunned they had declared war so quickly. It was all for control over the Candle Fortress. While not absolute ownership, the guild that captured it would wield immense power. For instance, they could raise item prices there by 10 times, and nobody could complain. There were also 3 dungeons near the fortress. The guild occupying the territory could tax other players' dungeon entries, which was an incredibly effective way to make money. Lee Ha could only imagine how massive the profits would be. Its allure was too strong for the Starlight and Rose Guilds to possibly resist. While Lee Ha's war with Jing Sun was for personal revenge and some profit, these 2 guilds were about to fight to the death over a castle. At that moment, Ki-dong called him. Lee Ha cut to the chase, telling his friend he'd already seen the guild war news on the forums. Ki-dong said he needed to talk about the war. He asked Lee Ha to log into the game for a bit. How could Lee Ha say no to his friend? He might as well log in and see what he wanted. Upon entering the game, Ki-dong's character appeared, and Lee Ha saw it right away. It looked like Ki-dong must have spent a fortune on his equipment. It was obvious, but he likely didn't have enough money to change his weapon, so he could only replace his armor first and figure out the rest later. At this, Ki-dong noticed Lee Ha was holding a new gun. Of course, Lee Ha had to get a new shotgun to replace the one that was cut in half and turned into a mini version of itself. However, Lee Ha explained that this new gun was pretty hard to use. The upside was that every shot hit like a truck. Ki-dong got to the main point. He tried to persuade Lee Ha to reconsider joining the Starlight Guild one more time. Ki-dong honestly shared that he hated asking him at such a critical time, but it was an order from Hen, so Ki-dong had to at least try. To Lee Ha, joining Starlight now was the same as declaring Lin Huoyuan his enemy. Lee Ha had spent time with the Lin sisters in the beginner village, and they were on good terms. He didn't want to become their foe. Ki-dong was unaware of his friend's dilemma. He just knew this was a rare opportunity, an invitation from the guildmaster himself. While Lee Ha was struggling for an explanation, A nearby eavesdropper was suddenly exposed. The person quickly turned and fled right before their eyes. As they gave chase, Ki-dong saw the emblem on the enemy's cloak. It was from the Rose Guild. The guild war hadn't even started, but Lin Huoyuan was already scouting her opponent. Lai Ha had to admit it was a smart move. After the spy got away, Ki-dong pleaded again. He asked Lai Ha to join Starlight, but Lai Ha just politely refused. He reminded Ki-dong not to only think about how much fame this war could bring, he also had to consider everything that could be lost from this fight. Ki-dong stopped pushing and said he'd talk to Hen. After Ki-dong teleported away, Li Ha made a silent vow. Even if he didn't join the guild, he would definitely protect Ki-dong, especially from that hothead, Igo. In a hunting ground, Li Ha laid an ambush for a pack of trolls. Each one went down with just 2 shots to any part of the body. The problem was, this new gun made it difficult to land a critical hit. He felt the bullet's path. At that moment, Lai Ha sensed a presence behind him. He instantly drew his pistol, prepared for an ambush. It was only the Lin sisters, and Lai Ha knew they would eventually find him. Lin Huoyuan got straight to the point, inviting him to join the Rose Guild. Lin Huoyuan claimed their victory was 100% certain, a bold statement that immediately raised Lai Ha's suspicions. Lai Ha knew Lin Huoyuan was a natural deceiver, but claiming a surefire win against Starlight was just too arrogant. Lai Ha's distrust didn't faze her in the slightest. She hinted that winning this war wouldn't require any grand strategy. She whispered to Lai Ha a chilling metaphor. The deadliest foe to a powerful lion is the parasite hiding within it. She bluntly revealed Starlight Guild's internal problems. They had so little control, one of their members came to sell them information. Li Ha instantly understood the chilling implication. Starlight Guild had a traitor, one who had already sided with Lin Huoyuan. Elsewhere, Ki-dong met his guildmates at a warehouse, but one look at Hen's face told him something was terribly wrong. Without a word, he cast a light spell, illuminating the room. Behind him, all the other guild members stood waiting. Ki-dong couldn't grasp the tense atmosphere in the room. To make it stranger, Hen motioned for him to sit in the only chair. Why was everyone staring at him with such hostility? Hen's sudden apology only deepened Ki-dong's growing confusion. In that instant, magic erupted from Hen. A mystical chain shot out, binding Ki-dong tightly to the chair for the next half hour. Ki-dong thought this had to be some kind of cruel joke, but Hen's cold expression never changed as he projected an image. The image left Ki-dong stunned. It showed him laughing with Lai Ha, with a member of the Rose Guild right behind them. Ki-dong frantically tried to explain a Rose Guild member was tailing him, but Sasuke Soap immediately cut him off. He sneered, asking why someone being tailed would look so happy. Ki-dong insisted the photo had to be edited, that it was impossible. Others chimed in, saying the guildmaster would have known if it was fake. Ki-dong started to panic, demanding a chance to explain. Hen then moved in for the kill. He acknowledged Ki-dong's loyalty, but argued Li Ha had no such devotion to the Starlight Guild. Ki-dong fired back, defending his brother's honor. But Hen dropped a bombshell. Lai Ha had a powerful backer, none other than the Lin sisters. Without giving Ki-dong a moment to process, Hen pressed on, roaring that they were in the middle of a war. If Ki-dong acted on emotion, the entire guild would be at risk. But Ki-dong still couldn't understand how Li Ha was a threat. Sasuke Soap produced another blurry photo showing 3 people. Hen explained the Lin sisters met someone at Candle Fortress, and it was recorded. The video quality was terrible. But Hen swore that the third person in the footage was definitely Lai Ha. To Hen, it all made perfect sense. Li Ha soloing a bear boss? Defeating 500 of Jaising Zun's men alone? It was absurd. They saw the royal guard as bottom feeders from the slums. How could they possibly possess the skill for such legendary feats? Just then, a young man named Tae stepped forward. He insisted they give Ki-dong a chance to explain, demanding that he find proof. Like a drowning man finding a lifeline, Ki-dong grabbed the chance. He swore he would find proof of Li Ha's innocence. Seeing no objection from Hen or Sasuke Sopa, Tae-in tore a teleport scroll and pulled Ki-dong away from the warehouse. Poor Ki-dong had fallen right into Hen's trap. If he failed to prove Lai Ha's innocence, Hen would blame him for all the guild's future losses. Meanwhile, Lin Huoyuan was speechless at her failure to recruit Li Ha. After all, very few men had ever caught her interest before. Just then, a rustle in the distant bushes caught Lai Ha's attention. From the shadows, Ki-dong's face slowly emerged. Before Li Ha could utter a single word, Ki-dong roared out his question, demanding to know why he was with the Lin sisters. Across from them, the Lin sisters instantly recognized the 2 newcomers. They were clearly members of the Starlight Guild. Sensing the situation was spiraling, Li Ha rushed to stop Ki-dong. He tried to explain, but it was too late. Lin Huding was already gathering mana for a volley of ice arrows. Across from them, Tian acted instantly. He ordered Qizhong to get back as he drew his own sword to meet the incoming attack. Tae-in's blade erupted in scorching flames. With a single horizontal slash, he shattered every one of Lin Huding's ice arrows. Qizhong was utterly crushed. Believing Li Ha had truly betrayed him, tears streamed down his face as he stood frozen in place. Poor Li Ha was trapped in the middle of it all. He rushed between them, pleading for Lin Huading to stop, and for Tae to sheathe his sword. Tae-in did sheathe his sword, but only to drag Qizhong away. Before they left, he snarled that he'd been completely wrong about Li Ha. Qizhong was too heartbroken to resist, letting Tae teleport him away. The look on his brother's face left Li Ha completely shattered. He cursed himself for not telling Qizhong about the Lin sisters sooner. Just then, Lin Huading approached him with a question. She was curious how Li Ha knew a knight from the Starlight Guild. Li Ha's focus sharpened, demanding to know her source on the guild. Seeing Li Ha's hostile glare, Lin Huading's own irritation grew. She saw no reason to reveal her source of information to him. That was the last straw for Li Ha. He aimed his gun straight at her head, demanding the information, or she would eat a bullet. Li Ha couldn't let Qidong get the wrong idea. He had to find the Starlight Guild's traitor now. But Lam Huadirn was far from helpless. She fired back, flexing her power as the Rose Guild's master and the Yellow Dragon leader's daughter. And Li Ha dared to defy her for some kid from the Starlight Guild? A kid who wasn't anything like him. But Li Ha didn't care. To him, Qidong was everything. Lam Huadirn turned away, admitting defeat for now. She wanted to help Li Ha, but she didn't know the traitor's identity. She had only heard their voice. The spy's face was a complete mystery. Besides, Lam Huadirn never fully trusted her informant. What if the source was simply a cunning double agent? So Lam Huadirn made a new offer. Li Ha and Qidong could join the Rose Guild. He would be their marksman and her personal guard. The pay was legendary. Li Ha could earn 5,000 to 10,000 gold a year. It was a very tempting offer. In 3 to 4 years, Li Ha could reach his financial goal. This was a chance to change his fate. He could accept now and deal with Qidong later. A younger brother should obey his elder, right? That's what others believed, but Li Ha completely rejected that notion. Li Ha's will was made of iron. He flatly refused Lam Huadirn's offer. Qidong might not be his brother by blood, but he was the one who pulled Li Ha from despair, the person who brought him to this world. To Li Ha, Qidong was a savior. Li Ha declared he would rather fight the Lam sisters than betray Qidong. He never guessed it was all an act by Lam Huadirn to test his loyalty, and Li Ha's unwavering resolve truly impressed the sisters, a true man of honor. But could he please lower the gun pointed at her face? However, Lam Huadirn confirmed her recruitment offer was completely serious. The offer would stand if he ever changed his mind. Then, the Lam sisters departed, leaving Li Ha alone to face his dilemma. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Qidong was immediately restrained by Hen. Hen demanded Qidong sign a new agreement to ensure cooperation. In the real world, Li Ha frantically tried to contact him, but no matter how many times he tried, Qidong didn't pick up. He'd been calling ever since the Lam sisters had left. Then came the crushing realization. His brother had blocked him. Li Ha was lost. Could Qidong really feel that betrayed? At that moment, Qidong sat alone in his room, thinking of his comrade, Tain. He must be so incredibly disappointed. Tain had been shattered when Qidong couldn't prove his brother's innocence. Now, Hen and the Starlight Guild were making him pay for that failure. Hen predicted that if their guild lost the war, the financial damages would reach nearly 3 billion. And Qidong was forced to sign a contract to cover the entire loss. Only a victory for the Starlight Guild could erase the debt. It was impossible to know what hurt more, his brother's betrayal or the crushing weight of the debt now hanging over his head. Inside the game world, Li Ha sat in a tavern. The air buzzed with chatter about the war between Starlight and Rose. Just then, a server approached to take his order. Li Ha requested a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. The line sounded like something from a spy film. The waitress instantly recognized the code, leading her valued client to a private room. The establishment was none other than the Holy Grill restaurant. Madhu was ecstatic. It had been far too long since their top agent had visited. If Li Ha was here, it meant he needed information. He brought up the guild he'd previously asked them to investigate, but he also needed intelligence on another target. He knew Fivor would definitely side with the Rose Guild. That meant the maniac Igo would be recruited into this drama. This lunatic didn't understand the meaning of the word ally. Anyone who appeared before him simply became his prey. Li Ha swore that this time, he would not let Igo harm Qidong. He tasked Madhu's intel team with finding everything they could on him. A few days later, at Rose Guild headquarters, The Lam sisters rushed toward the meeting room. Behind them, Jia Chung was shouting for the manager. But Lam Hua Duen hated that title here. In the game, you call her Guild Master. Someone with Jia Chung was confused. Wasn't Lam Hua Din the theoretical Guild Master? That was only on paper. The true power here belonged to Lam Hua Duen. Lam Hua Duen strode into the meeting room. Key members were already gathered around a large table, ready for the meeting to begin. Lam Hua Duen projected a replay of the war's first battle. The enemy knew their exact troop numbers, overwhelming and capturing their strongholds with ease. Every battle on the first day of the Guild War ended in a crushing and absolute defeat for the Rose Guild. Stronghold locations are top secret. Yet the Starlight Guild knew exactly where and how to strike every single one of their bases. To counter these staggering losses, Lam Hua Duen unleashed her trump card. Her key fighter entered the field. An outsider, the alchemist Crow. On the battlefield, his very presence terrified the Starlight Guild. The man's reputation was no joke. The Rose Guild celebrated his power, all except Lam Hua Duen, who hated his childish attempts to flirt with her. Crow paid her no mind, pulling out several vials of blood and pouring them on the ground. Instantly, an army of combat-ready blood golems appeared. With Crow on the battlefield, the Starlight Guild was utterly slaughtered. The situation had finally begun to turn in their favor. The Rose Guild's hopes were still high. Losing a few posts wasn't fatal, they just had to tighten their defenses. From the battlefield, Li Ha hid, watching every move. Then, he spotted two cloaked figures not far off, also observing the war. Their cloaks resembled the Rose Guild's but were a different shade. They were for camouflage, bearing no guild insignia. Li Ha could tell from their movements that they were experts at tailing people. He suddenly connected these spies to the person he'd seen with Qizhong. If they were with the Rose Guild, Lam Hua Duen must know about his connection to Qizhong. Li Ha instantly cast a tracking skill on the mysterious pair, determined to learn their true goal. That night, the Rose Guild was ambushed again. The Rose Guild's members were cut down one by one, with no survivors. All of this news reached Lam Hua Duen, crushing her spirits. Beside her, Jia Trung could only offer a sincere apology. They had just lost more members to the Starlight Guild's assault. Lam Hua Duen couldn't blame Jia Trung. He'd done his best, so she dismissed him. Left alone, Lam Hua Duen contemplated the Guild War, which had now raged for a week. The Starlight Guild had yet to reveal its main combatants, while the Rose Guild had already played all its strongest cards. Whenever her guild moved in groups of 5 to 10, the enemy immediately organized an attack. Starlight was clearly using guerrilla warfare. Lam Hua Duen felt something was terribly wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Meanwhile, at Starlight headquarters, Hen was ecstatic over their successful ambushes. The intel on the Rose Guild's positions all came from Sasuke S. Yet Hen wasn't suspicious at all. He simply thought his subordinate was exceptionally skilled. Though the Starlight Guild was losing a lot of money on this war, the Rose Guild was surely suffering far greater losses. If they could just win this war and seize Candle Fortress, all their costs would be recovered. Sasuke S volunteered to lead the charge. He planned to continue the guerrilla tactics until they were ready for a final, all-out offensive. Hen placed his complete faith in Sasuke S, his reliable right-hand man. On the forums, the war was the only topic. Many players had already pulled their bets from the Rose Guild and gone all in on Starlight. Soon, the biggest news of all dropped. The two guilds had decided on a final showdown at the Amat Fissure. Days later, their armies gathered in the canyon. The Rose Guild's numbers were clearly thinner, but with the Golden Dragon Guild as backup, they weren't afraid. Jia Trung confirmed with 5 that 888 of Golden Dragon's elites were ready. That was a relief. Lam Hua Duen ordered her troops to prepare for a death match. On the other side, the Starlight commanders were confident Hen's plan would be the deciding factor in their victory. Hen ordered Sasuke S to protect him at all costs. The rest of the army readied for an immediate clash with the Rose Guild. Seeing the enemy's reckless charge, Jia Trung had a gut feeling that the Starlight Guild had a trick up its sleeve. But even with his warning, Lam Hua Duen wouldn't retreat. This was the final battle. It was too late to figure out the enemy's strategy now. Lam Hua Duen called out to Lam Hua Dien, who instantly began gathering mana for her spell. She unleashed a colossal ice vortex, blocking the canyon and completely halting Starlight's advance. This forced their main power to emerge. The Starlight Guild's mage slammed her staff down, casting her own skill to seal the massive vortex. Lam Hua Duen scanned the area and realized the horrifying truth. The enemy had arrived first to set traps. Even so, their mage was struggling. Despite using 4 dirty buff items, she still couldn't stop Lam Hua Dien's spell alone. But the Starlight Guild's numbers gave them other options. A group of mages gathered, forming a gigantic sphere of magic. Not wanting the attack to hit his own magical barrier, Hen quickly cast a teleportation spell. The magic sphere instantly warped in front of Lam Hua Dirn at the center of the vortex. The blast shattered the cyclone, unleashing a brutal shockwave across the battlefield. Surrounded by blood golems, Ki fought like a war god, his shield and sword felling one monster after another. Nearby, Tain was equally fierce, his katana slicing through every golem in his path. Watching from afar, Growy's heart broke. Each blood golem was his own precious creation. Seeing the battle turn in their favor, the Starlight members grew confident. They sneered that the Rose Guild was nothing more than a pile of money. Just then, the thundering sound of heavy footsteps shook the ground. From the canyon cliffs, countless figures descended under banners of golden dragons. Who else could it be but the Golden Dragon Guild? Leading them was Five-Or, a player famous across the entire server. A wave of relief washed over Lam Hua Duyen. The tables had turned in her favor. Hen's forces began to tremble in fear. Once again, they had to face the might of the Golden Dragon Guild. Lam Hua Duyen ordered Five-Or to surround the enemy. Without a word, Five-Or commanded his troops to charge. Behind him, countless elite warriors leaped from the cliffs into the fray. In an instant, the canyon was flooded with the Golden Dragon Guild's colors. The members of the Starlight Guild were gripped by absolute despair. With such ferocious reinforcements, what hope did they have? Lam Hua Duyen saw their fate, mocking Hen with a repeat of the Tea Canyon massacre. Lam Hua Duyen guessed their plan was to crush the Rose Guild before backup arrived. But clearly, that strategy had completely crumbled. Yet looking at Hen, there wasn't a trace of fear on his face. It was obvious he'd anticipated their every move from the start. He exposed her entire plan to make the Golden Dragon Guild arrive on foot. She had feared he'd already sealed off the dimension, but a glance around proved the space wasn't locked at all. Sensing something was wrong, Lam Hua Din urged his sister to strike fast. He began forming ice arrows, preparing to attack. But Hen was meticulously prepared. He wouldn't let the tables turn so easily. At the same time, Hen cast his own spell directly on Five-Or. Magic circles flared to life, signaling a forced teleportation. Before Five-Or could even react, the spell activated, launching him far away. With his move successful, Hen ordered his mages to seal the area. All instant teleports were now blocked. Whether out of curiosity or pity, Sasuke asked where the young man was sent. He'd find out after this clash was over. Five-Or was now off the field. Even if nearby, he would have to run all the way back. This was the Starlight Guild's chance for an all-out attack. Lam Hua Duyen reacted instantly, ordering her commanders to hold the line or it was all over. Though they'd lost Five-Or, the Golden Dragon Guild's forces were still strong. With superior numbers, Lam Hua Duyen's coalition could still win, but her thoughts were exactly what Hen had predicted. By his calculations, Five-Or wouldn't be back for at least an hour. It was time for Hen to play his trump card. The Lam siblings felt a dark presence behind them and turned to see a true demon had appeared. That demon was none other than Y himself. And behind him, an army swarmed like ants. That madman Igor raised his jagged, serrated sword. Then he charged into Lam Hua Duyen's forces, unleashing a vicious rampage. Just like that, history was repeating itself. Growy was eliminated from the field. Lam Hua Dirn was knocked unconscious on the spot. And Lam Hua Duyen herself was captured, slung over a shoulder, her status unknown. The members of the Starlight Guild couldn't believe their eyes. Had they really just won this entire war? As Lam Hua Duyen was thrown at Hen's feet, the other leaders erupted with joy. The guild's mage had been worried if the plan would actually succeed, but Hen was certain the outcome was already written in stone. All they needed was to get Five-Or off the battlefield. From the moment Hen contacted Igor, he knew victory was already in his grasp. Hen turned to his army, proudly declaring the MVP of this battle was none other than Sasuke. He was the one who led the guerrilla attacks on the enemy, and the one who contacted Igor. Hen then addressed Igor as the madman's commander. He ordered him to finish Lam Hua Duyen, right here and now. But at that exact moment, Sasuke told Igor to handle the rest of them. Suddenly, the unthinkable happened. Igor obeyed Sasuke's command, and plunged his sword straight into Hen. Hen froze, unable to process what was happening. As the blade struck true and he collapsed, the other commanders descended into chaos. They demanded to know what was going on. But they were immediately blocked by the men who had arrived with Igor. Hen still couldn't comprehend why Sasuke would suddenly betray him. But Sasuke had no time for pointless conversation. With a snap of his fingers, he produced a contract. It demanded Hen transfer ownership of the Candle Fortress to them. If Hen would just obediently sign, everything would be over. Sasuke revealed he'd endured every humiliation. Because Hen never suspected a betrayal, this was the price he now had to pay. Sasuke warned Hen not to do anything rash, unless he wanted to be eliminated. Then, he whispered that he'd also embezzled from the guild's funds. If Hen refused to cooperate, he would frame him for the entire crime. Should that happen, Hen would never be able to return to this game again. So, he should just sign the contract. Nearby, Lam Hua-Duen regained consciousness. She couldn't believe the traitor was the Starlight Guild's own vice leader. Hen saw the guild name on the transfer contract, Dawana. He instantly realized Sasuke was actually Japanese. He'd been plotting against the Starlight Guild from the very beginning. Tired of the rambling, Sasuke used a skill to silence Hen completely. Kijong watched from the sidelines, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Sasuke shooed him away, telling the kid to let the adults handle business. At that, Lam Hua-Duen struggled up, shouting that Kijong had been framed. But before she could finish, Sasuke hit her with the same silencing spell. Fortunately, Kijong was quick to put the pieces together. He realized the cloaked figure he met with Lai Ha must have been Sasuke, and he'd been set up for contacting the Rose Guild. Sasuke didn't even deny it. He was getting rid of Hen anyway. After all, Hen had planned to blame Kijong for all the guild's losses. Somehow, Hen managed to speak again. He apologized to Kijong, admitting that the plan to frame him was Sasuke's idea. Hen confessed his own guilt in agreeing to it. He had been terrified by the huge sum of money staked on the battle. Kijong was completely shattered. Was their brotherhood truly just about money and fame? He only ever cared about protecting the Starlight Guild. Realizing he couldn't reason with Kijong, Sasuke lost his patience. He ordered Igor to go and take care of the boy at once. He faced the one who'd split him in half before. Kijong trembled, but he told himself not to fear. He was much stronger now. Kijong swore he'd shatter Igo's face this time, but Igo didn't care what he thought. He slowly approached, preparing to cleave him in two again. Just then, something shot forward at light speed, kissing Igo's forehead. Luckily, his helmet blocked the shot. Otherwise, a bullet would have decorated his forehead. Kijong saw the deflected bullet and knew his brother, Lai Ha, had saved him. After that bullet's fiery kiss, Igo was stunned. His health bar dropped by nearly a quarter. The madman roared, unable to find his attacker. He assumed it was the Lin sisters, but seeing one unconscious and the other gasping for air, could they really land such a powerful blow? Furious, Igo grabbed his greatsword to hunt them down, but then, another bullet flew in, piercing his leg and making him roar in pain. Igo turned on Sasuke. He never mentioned another power was involved in this fight. Just 2 bullets, and Igo had already lost half his health. This situation was not good. Suddenly, the madman Igo stared their way, his eyes burning. A chill ran down everyone's spine. It was happening. Igo activated his slaughter mode, killing everyone indiscriminately, friend or foe. Sasuke rushed to stop him. No one would work with him after this, but Sasuke couldn't deal with Igo. Tain was now blocking his path. Sasuke didn't want to fight Tain. He advised Tain to maintain his neutral stance, but that was exactly why Tain intervened. He was neutral to protect the Starlight Guild, something Sasuke was trying to destroy. And so, a fierce clash between shinobi and samurai erupted. The other alliance leaders were completely confused. Why were Starlight Guild's pillars fighting now? Meanwhile, Igo had regenerated a good amount of health. He immediately turned his attention to Hen. According to Igo's mercenary contract, he just had to neutralize Hen to get paid. Even if he had to cut off Hen's hands, he needed his signature on the fortress contract. How Hen would sign without hands was a mystery. Suddenly, Kijong stood before Hen, determined to protect him. Despite Igo's mocking taunts, Kijong was confident. This time he could hold his ground. Seeing his former victim's confidence, Igo flew into a rage. He unleashed a barrage of slashes against Kijong's shield. Kijong didn't yield an inch, counting every second. Igo found this ridiculous. Was this tanker trying to test how long he could endure his assault? Little did Igo know, Kijong was counting down the final seconds of Igo's own existence. Earlier, Kijong had asked his brother how long it took to reload. Lee Ha had confidently stated he now only needed about 25 seconds to prepare. It was slow compared to other classes, but its attack power was on another level. Back in the battle, as Kijong counted to 25, he turned and yelled. It was the signal for his brother, Lee Ha, to finish Igo. A deafening gunshot rang out. A bullet tore through the air, embedding in Igo's shoulder. This was his chance for revenge. Kijong swung his sword, slicing Igo and drawing the madman's blood. Kijong's sword sank deep into Igo's body. He dropped his great sword and collapsed to the ground. The attack was effective, truly effective. But now, Kijong's sword was stuck fast in Igo's body. As for Igo, he fully transformed into a beast. He declared he would finish Kijong once and for all. Seeing the danger, Hen yelled for Kijong to abandon his sword and run, but Kijong refused. He needed to buy enough time for Li Ha to reload. Just then, Lin Huoding awoke. She cast her magic, forming an ice muzzle to clamp Ego's jaw shut. With this much support, Kijong could surely buy enough time. Despite Hen's desperate pleas for him to run, and Igo breaking the muzzle, Kijong stood firm. He would be the shield, just as Igo opened his massive jaws to bite Kijong's head off. The final bullet arrived. It delivered a fiery kiss right to Igo's head. The moment the bullet struck, Li Ha received a flood of system notifications. He had leveled up multiple times in an instant. Leveling up after killing another player was possible, but only during a guild war. For Li Ha to gain so much experience without belonging to a guild in this battle was highly unusual. But right now, Li Ha was processing the swift battle that had just unfolded. He had no time to ponder this anomaly. The good news was Li Ha survived interfering in this massive guild war. And after all that grinding, he had finally taken down his target. But this was no time to celebrate. Li Ha needed to escape the Russian guild members Igo had brought with him. Sure enough, the Russians were already climbing the cliff face, seeking revenge for their leader, Igo. But they didn't need to reach him. Li Ha hastily tripped on a rock and fell off the cliff. No, wait, he threw himself off the edge. Li Ha planned to use his cloak as a glider to descend, but at that speed, he'd be splattered on impact. Watching from afar, Kijong was speechless. Was his brother trying to kill himself? Lin Huoding also panicked, thinking Li Ha had slipped and fallen. Unexpectedly, Hen stepped forward and muttered, "Good thing I have some mana left." He tapped his magic staff on the ground, then wove a seal for his dimension control skill. Instantly, an energy aura formed a colossal hand around Liu Yifei. Countless hands reached down the cliff, letting him land safely without a single scratch. Liu Yifei, furious they couldn't catch him, the grunts seethed. They could only memorize the Korean archer's face and teleport away in defeat. Meanwhile, Liu Yifei just smiled and thanked Hen for the safe landing, showing no ill will whatsoever. But then again, Liu Yifei had no idea what Hen had done to Qidong. As for Hen, seeing Liu Yifei take down the server's third-ranked player completely shattered his doubts. So Liu Yifei was truly skilled, not just backed by the Lin sisters as he'd always thought. But Liu Yifei didn't care about Hen's inner conflict. He only wanted to know where that snake Sasuke Spei was hiding. Hen explained that as soon as Ego fell, Sasuke Spei had already used a substitution jutsu to escape. Now it was Qidong's turn. He rushed to Liu Yifei, asking if his brother was okay and why he was even here. Liu Yifei didn't want to get into it, only offering a sincere apology to Qidong for hiding his connection to the Lin sisters. But Qidong had to apologize too, for blocking him without giving him a chance to explain. Qidong knew he had made things worse by being so childish. So they called it even, brother to brother. The other leaders from the Starlight Guild's alliance approached Hen and demanded to know what the hell had just happened. Liu Yifei then stepped up, calling all high-ranking leaders from both sides to gather. He had all the information on what was really going on. Liu Yifei explained that the Ayana Guild, which Sasuke used to seize the fortress, and was actually a ghost guild created by the Shinobiumi Guild for profit. Liu Yifei guessed the Ayana Guildmaster was just some low-level player. The person he and Qidong saw was likely Sasuke in disguise, trying to frame him. That incriminating photo of Qidong was definitely photoshopped by Sasuke. Liu Yifei continued, explaining that Sasuke's goal was to start a war between the Rose and Starlight factions, weakening them both. Then, Sasuke would bring in a third party, Igo and his lackeys, to clean up and reap the rewards. Lin Huoyuan listened to the entire story from the side. She was curious why Liu Yifei, who had nothing to do with this, got involved. Was he really just trying to stop the war? A leader from the Starlight Alliance bristled at the thought. If Igo hadn't interfered, this war was about to end, with them as the victors. But was that really certain? The Starlight Guild's reinforcements were gone. Were they sure they wanted to clash with the Rose and Yellow Dragon Guild alliance? If they wanted a fight, Lin Huoyuan would gladly give them one. But Liu Yifei insisted the war had to end now. Lin Huoyuan refused. She wouldn't let her guild lose this battle. Her side had sent numerous offers to the Starlight Guild, but all were ignored. Hen was stunned. He had always sent Sasuke to negotiate with the Rose Guild, only to be told their offers were being rejected. Hen finally understood he'd been played by Sasuke. He stepped forward, telling Lin Huoyuan he would take full responsibility. Liu Yifei interjected again, acting as the judge. He proposed the Rose Guild occupy the Candle Fortress and hire the allied guilds as assistants. That way, no one would suffer a major loss. Under Liu Yifei's mediation, the two guilds allied with Starlight agreed to be hired by the Rose Guild. Hen took full responsibility for the guild war loss and the internal strife, and voluntarily left the Starlight Guild. After naming Qidong the new guildmaster, Hen felt that right now, only Qidong was trustworthy enough to lead. He would discuss it with the members, but he doubted anyone would object. Hen also personally tore up the contract, forcing Qidong to pay for war damages. He used his own gold and items to compensate for the guild battle. To avenge the humiliation he and the Starlight Guild had suffered, Hen was determined to personally capture Sasuke Spei. With everything peacefully resolved, Liu Yifei could finally relax. Lin Huoyuan hadn't left yet. She approached him, praising him for his absolutely brilliant performance today. If even Lin Huoyuan was offering such praise, Liu Yifei felt pretty proud of himself. But when she asked where he got his intel on Sasuke, Liu Yifei just bluffed, saying he figured it all out himself. If he could deduce all that, he'd be a master strategist. Hadn't he just gotten the info from an NPC? Well, Lin Huoyuan had guessed correctly. But Liu Yifei wouldn't reveal his source. Lin Huoyuan changed the subject, happy that Liu Yifei had sided with her guild, but figured it was mostly for Lin Huoding. Liu Yifei dropped a rare, flirtatious line, saying part of it was for a beautiful girl like Lin Huoyuan too. Before Lin Huoyuan could even enjoy the sweet talk, he took it back, saying he was just kidding. This immediately caused the volcano inside her to erupt, and she beat Liu Yifei until he was dizzy and couldn't fight back. They were completely unaware that the entire battle had been recorded by two players from afar. These two were probably reporters. One of them began to wonder what kind of epic nickname they could give Liu Yifei to capture his coolness. Cloud Magician was out. No self-respecting media outlet would use such a lame title. After a serious brainstorm, a new nickname for Liu Yifei was born: the Phantom Bullet Marksman. A few days later, Liu Yifei was sneaking around the capital city. He had nearly choked on his food when his face, along with his new nickname, was broadcast during primetime television. As a result, Liu Yifei was now trying to avoid being recognized. First, he had to check his loot from that battle. He earned an achievement for hunting the rank 3 player Igo, getting a ton of temporary stats and hunting experience. But if Igo returned for revenge, the title would disappear. Li Ha also snatched his prize. He now knew why he got EXP for downing Igor, despite being outside the guild war. But this made him Igor's mortal enemy. The clash earned Li Ha over 200 stat points. He pushed his agility to a solid 1,000, saving the rest. He also looted Igor's powerful necklace. It was a hero-grade item with solid stats and a support skill. Its bonus effect? 100% attraction to dark elves, which made no sense. But who cares? A VIP item is a VIP item. He equipped it instantly. Meanwhile, Sasuke reported to her leader, apologizing for failing to take Candle Fortress. But her boss knew it was out of their hands. Sasuke wanted to atone for her failure, but her leader was already contacting foreign players to face the Rose Guild. Elsewhere, in a forgotten fortress, a player approached the lair of a massive, two-headed troll. The boss roared, ready to attack. The player raised his enormous gun and fired a single shot, piercing its minions and the beast itself. This man is clearly a key player. His target, the demon bullet shooter, Liama. In the main plaza, players gathered, recruiting parties for farming. The square buzzed with activity. Li Ha strolled by, sensing a business opportunity. Lam Ha Duyan was still determined to recruit him, but Li Ha's answer was always a blunt refusal. She was so desperate she even offered him the authority of a vice guild master. Before he could even process it, she offered more, a salary equal to 5 wars. After all, he could hunt a top 3 player. Such a massive offer seemed logical for his power. But her real reason? She just wanted him by her side. Was this a female CEO's way of flirting? Yet, no matter how tempting her offer, Li Ha still refused. His excuse was that Qidong faced a tough time rebuilding the Starlight Guild. As an older brother, he had to help him first. Lam Ha Duane was speechless. He'd used his brother as an excuse countless times. Li Ha then joked, "If you want me that badly, give me a share of Candle Fortress." He was only kidding, of course, but to his shock, she agreed, instantly granting him 10%. Just like that, Li Ha became a master of Candle Fortress with immense power and a steady stream of cash. Lost in his excitement, Li Ha accidentally stepped on someone's foot. Before he could apologize, the person recognized him. The demon bullet shooter was a living legend. The player shouted his name, and the entire crowd turned. Li Ha was instantly swarmed. They were desperate to know what he'd gained from Igor. One fan even tried to lick him. It was getting weird. Just then, a flash of light cut through the sky, grabbing everyone's attention. A city guard appeared out of nowhere. The guard ignored the crowd, approaching Li Ha directly. After confirming his identity, he grabbed him and flew off before Lai Ha could react. Lai Ha was brought before a man named Jia Trung, who began firing off questions about his background like a formal interrogation. When Lai Ha learned this was for some investigation, he grew furious. Why should he have to answer any of this? And why investigate his background? To Jia Trung, it was obvious. Lai Ha would soon be part of the Honglong conglomerate. Wait, what? Lai Ha thought he was only dealing with the Rose Guild. Just as Jia Trung mentioned the Lam sisters, they kicked the door down. And from the looks on their faces, Jia Trung was in deep trouble. A deadly combo of fire and ice erupted, instantly wrecking the room. Luckily, Lai Ha managed to dive to safety just in time. Otherwise, the Lam sisters would have torn him to shreds. Later, Lam Huazuan apologized for Jia Trung acting on his own. Li Ha's goal was the Beihamdong secret dungeon, and he was already fully prepared. He didn't need her to fuss over him like a worried mother. Lam Huadiran didn't ask. She just handed him a stack of expensive magic scrolls. He admitted he did need them, but forcing him to take them was a bit awkward. The sisters had brought him here personally, and they were still worried sick. He was under level 120, yet he planned to solo a level 145 dungeon. But Lam Huadiran had faith. This dungeon might just be a fun warm-up for him. The Lam sisters' new routine began by asking Jia Trung for an update on Li Ha, but there was no news. He was still deep inside the dungeon. Several days had passed since he entered the high-rank zone. Still, with no word from him, Lam Huadiran grew anxious. Seeing her concern, Jia Trung was secretly pleased. This meant Lai Ha's value had risen even higher. Of course, Lam Huadiran would never admit it. She quickly changed the subject with some nonsense. Still, she knew Lai Ha would be fine in there. His stats were on a whole different level. This made Jia Trung curious. How could she possibly know his exact stats? For the wealthy sisters, it was simple. Lam Huadiran had already burned cash on a scroll to check his stats. That was the real reason they let Li Ha solo a high-level dungeon. Lin Huayuan changed the subject, asking if Jia Zhang had stopped funding other territories. Jia Zhang confirmed it was all done. He could even arrange a meeting with the other guild leaders for her anytime she wanted. As for Lam Huadin, her mission was to identify the strangers lurking near their territory. She had a few specific targets. First up was Guisa, constantly seen outside the Candle Fortress. This meant Igo was likely watching from the shadows. Lin Huayuan grew curious. Who was the Sa Guild's leader to command such loyalty to Igo? According to Jia Zhang's intel, the Sa Guild were elite soldiers from the Russian military, recruited for this network war. And Igo's government backing was an open secret. It seems Fei Yu really stirred up a hornet's nest. The Sa Guild was only deployed because the Huanglong Guild interfered with You's advancement. Of the two other strangers, one was the infamous Kit the Nodder. Jia Zhang suspected Li Ha might know this person. The final individual, who had tracked Kit here, was named Lur. And this Lur was a seriously big name. His title was the Bloodthirsty Mercenary. Lur was so addicted to fighting, he'd battle anyone for the right price. But there was another rumor about his title. He was called the Dragon's Warrior, earned after taking down a dragon. However, he didn't get this from some simple dragon raid. He earned it by defeating Alexander, the #1 Dragon Knight on the server. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lai Ha was celebrating reaching level 144. He'd just mowed down countless giant frog monsters. Just then, Lai Ha raised his pistol again, coldly firing a single shot into a pile of monster corpses. One last monster had been hiding there for an ambush, but it stood no chance. Lai Ha's senses were on another level. The hunt in this dungeon was finally over. It was time for Li Ha to leave and get some rest. Lai Ha had worried he might not last and lose his accumulated EXP. But it turned out this dungeon was far easier than he'd imagined. In real-world time, Lai Ha had been grinding for a full day. Still, he had a few things to finish before logging off. Looking at his current stats, he calculated a normal player would need to hit level 180 and use titles to match him. And they'd have to pour everything into one stat, which was impossible due to item requirements for other stats. So a level 180 player could never have stats as high quality as his. Besides that, he wanted to test his newly acquired skill, Wrath. It let the user sacrifice 40% of their health for a 20% boost in attack power. For him, a 20% increase was no joke, and Lai Ha didn't want to waste points on HP anymore. It was pointless while using that particular skin. Just as Lai Ha decided to call it a day, a message from Kit arrived. Kit was at the Candle Fortress, sounding desperate, telling Lai Ha to meet him so they could escape immediately. Lai Ha found the fortress's south gate and froze. Kit was hiding behind a large tree, looking like he'd just been completely thrashed. Seeing his brother-in-arms in such a state, Liha rushed over to check on him, pulling out a health potion for Kit. But the potion had no effect. Kit explained he needed a temple because he'd been hit with a curse. That's when Liha truly saw the wound, and a cold sweat ran down his back. He couldn't imagine what weapon in this game could pierce a human body and leave such a clean hole right through them. A possibility clicked in Liha's mind. The only one who could push Kit this hard was a royal guard with the piercing title. Kit confirmed his suspicion was correct, and now, their time was running out. They had to escape before that man, Lur, found them. Liha had no idea what was going on or who this piercing royal guard Lur even was. But Kit's urgent party request and the sheer panic of the situation made Liha accept first and ask questions later. But just then, Kit uttered a hopeless phrase, "It's too late." Behind them, the entire landscape was suddenly bathed in a deep purple light. And there, in the distance, Lur slowly appeared, a massive mortar resting on his shoulder. One glance was all Liha needed to know this was him. Kit yelled for Liha to shoot him. Now, Liha was baffled. They hadn't even exchanged greetings before starting a fight. Wasn't that a bit extreme? As if everyone was as friendly as him. He should let Lur put a hole in his lung and see if he still wanted to talk. Liha began reloading his weapon, but in his mind, he was cursing Kit's entire family tree. If they had to fight, he could have at least explained why. Liha aimed his gun at Lur, wondering if that menacing figure in the distance was really the one who punched a hole through Kit. The longer he looked, the more imposing his opponent seemed. Beads of sweat started to form on Liha's brow. Right now, they were about 250 meters apart. At this range, Liha was confident a single pull of the trigger would be a direct hit. But what happened next was bizarre. Lear's expression just hardened slightly, and Liha stumbled backward in pure terror. He didn't understand what just happened, but he felt like he could have died instantly, before he even had a chance to fire. Nearby, Kit gritted his teeth, using a tree to pull himself up. At his current level, Liha stood no chance against Lur. The best plan was for Kit to face him head-on while Liha found an opening to strike, and Kit gave a warning. He couldn't hold out for long. As the two closed in on each other, their battle auras flared, ready for another clash. Lur hoisted his enormous mortar, acknowledging that for someone so injured, Kit had guts to stand in his way. Before Kit could even get set, a magic bullet shot straight toward him in an instant. An ear-splitting blast. Lur charged forward instantly. He wouldn't waste time on Kit. His only target was the Ghost Bullet marksman. Kit drew his pistol, trying to reason with Lur, explaining Liha hadn't officially inherited the Royal Guard title yet. The title Ghost Bullet Marksman was just a nickname. From afar, Liha didn't understand, but knew he had to stop them. Liha wasn't sure why, but knew Kit was fighting for him. He needed to shoot Lur's leg to disable him, but in the fight, Kit was weakening and needed Liha to act fast. Hearing this, Lur instantly put the pieces together. So, Kit's companion all along was Liha, the Ghost Bullet Marksman. In that case, Kit was now completely useless to him. Liha felt a chill. Why was Lur aiming his gun so low? Suddenly, he screamed out, telling Kit not to move. At that instant, Lur's bullet struck the ground, embedding itself right in front of Kit's boots. The round was as big as a fist. Liha recognized this weapon. He just never thought Lur could use a skill with such immense destructive power. It was an armor-piercing shell. This man Lur had the firepower of a tank. The armor-piercing round didn't explode on impact. It had a delayed fuse inside. Only after a moment would its true power detonate. With no time to think, Liha lunged toward Kit, grabbing him in a tight hug. He quickly activated the defensive barrier from his ring. At the same time, the shell in the ground finally erupted in a massive explosion. Fortunately, Liha's barrier protected Kit just in time, keeping them safe for the moment. But Liha never imagined the blast would be so overwhelming. It was powerful enough to completely shatter his defensive barrier. Seeing Liha and Kit like this brings a whole new meaning to the phrase brothers in arms. To think that explosion destroyed a barrier that could even block a golem boss's attack, its power was absolutely terrifying. Liha helped Kit up, trying to drag his friend away from the scene. But the wound on Kit's side flared up, and his vision began to blur. Liha knew they couldn't escape together. He had to leave Kit by a tree and prepare to face Lur in a one-on-one battle. Just then, Lur raised his mortar cannon, his sharp gaze locked onto Liha. Liha decided to play his trump card, activating his Soul Link skill. Instantly, the ground cracked open before him, and a massive warbear appeared, standing as a shield between him and Lur. Lur was stunned by the sudden appearance of the giant bear. At first, he thought Liha had transformed, but quickly dismissed it as just some annoying skill. Without a moment's hesitation, Lur aimed his weapon at the beast and fired a mortar shell. The massive round tore through the air, aimed right at the Doa bear's chest. With a single attack, Lair completely obliterated Liha's war bear. He realized Liha was no amateur. Using the bear as a smokescreen was a clever move. Lair was confident that Liha had now lost sight of his position as well. But was he certain? Through the dust and the fading image of the Doa bear, Liha appeared in a kneeling position, taking perfect aim. The moment he saw Lur, Liha pulled the trigger. His bullet shot out, piercing Lur's leg and shattering his shin guard. This was Liha's true objective, to throw Lur off balance. He had observed that every time Lur used that mortar cannon, he always had to be planted firmly on both feet. By crippling one of Lair's legs, Liha could render his main weapon useless. Now was their best chance to help Kit escape this mess. Being outplayed like this made Lur's blood boil. Who would have thought Liha could locate him through the smoke and still land a perfect shot? Lur would never forget this humiliation. Much later at the Daela temple, Liha brought Kit to have his curse removed. While waiting, he couldn't help but think of Lur, and his face went pale. Lur was a formidable foe, and their brief clash had shaken him to the core. He couldn't believe Lur took a bullet to the shin without making a sound. What kind of monstrous willpower was that? Liha thought to himself that he should have landed a few more shots while he had the chance. But that would have been too risky, and survival was more important. Just then, Kit's treatment was complete, and he was back to his handsome, high-spirited self. After fighting side by side, their bond as brothers had grown much stronger. Then, Liha started teasing Kit, convinced that he had led the uninvited guest Lur right to them. But Kit denied it. Lur wasn't looking for him. He was hunting for clues about the Ghost Bullet Marksman, and that nickname, Ghost Bullet Marksman, was the one Liha had just received. But Kit explained Lur was looking for more than just a title. He was searching for something more tangible. According to his information, only someone who can fire actual ghost bullets earns that title. Liha grew uneasy. Did that mean the Ghost Bullet Marksman achievement was earned by defeating other Royal Guard successors? Kit confirmed his fears. He assumed Lur was hunting Liha for that achievement, which is why he intervened and started the fight. Kit urged Liha to quickly inherit Elizabeth's legacy. But once he did, his position would be marked on the map, alongside 2 other Royal Guards. Putting that aside for now, Liha had something else to ask Kit. He wanted a chance to see Kit's famous express rifle. Liha was curious to see Kit's express flintlock rifle, but the answer he got was a flat no way. Hearing this, Liha immediately started to complain. Just a little peek wouldn't take away any of the gun's power. Besides, he had just saved Kit's life. He'd even revealed his secret, life-saving bear summoning skill. Kit's refusal was just plain heartless. Seeing Liha's shameless whining, Kit finally, with no other choice, he agreed to show his true power. But they had to leave town first. A skill demonstration here would be way too flashy. Liha agreed in a heartbeat. But what about that guy, Lur? Kit assured him Lur had already left, sensing what was about to happen. Once recovered, Kit was no pushover to be bullied. He and Liha ventured outside the castle, searching for a monster horde worthy of Kit's display. Liha scanned the area and spotted a target. A nearby wolf, busy scratching itself, would be perfect for Kit's target practice. But Kit wasn't impressed. A wolf was far too weak. It wasn't worth the effort, but Liha didn't care about the target's strength. He just wanted to witness Kit's weapons in action. As Liha grew impatient, a group of people suddenly burst from the bushes. Liha turned curiously and saw the group charging like wild bulls. They were members of the Saw Guild. The Saw Guild's leader targeted Liha and unleashed a hunter's pursuit skill. Instantly, a PK notification flashed before Liha's eyes. The skill hit him with a debuff, reducing his movement speed by 20%. Liha seethed. How dare they pick a fight with him? He wanted to strike first and hard. But in Kit's eyes, this was a perfect opportunity for Liha to witness his true power. As he spoke, Kit drew 2 pistols. Seeing his eagerness, Liha quickly stopped him. Kit had no idea who these guys were. The Saw Guild was on a completely different level than those rats from Ji Sin-san. Their members began to fan out, taking positions. Their goal was to block all of Liha's escape routes. Their prime objective, capture him alive, and quickly, before the Rose Guild could react. Liha pulled the trigger, dropping 1 Saw member. Reloading, he urged Kit to hurry, but Kit was in the middle of a performance. He was even humming a song before starting his show. This left Liha completely speechless. He was certain Kit was absolutely insane. But then, the unexpected happened. The pistols in Kit's hands transformed into a pair of deadly battle anacondas, just as the Saw Guild closed in. Kit activated his Bullet Storm skill. In the next instant, Countless SAW members received a bullet straight to the forehead, but he wasn't finished. Kit tossed the empty anacondas into the air and drew a second, brand new pair. Before the SAW members could even react, Kit greeted them with another storm of lead. With his twin guns, he became a whirlwind of destruction. He took down every SAW member, one by one, leaving Liha completely stunned and speechless. Kit's performance only ended when not a single enemy remained. Liha was frozen solid in shock. He couldn't believe it. He never knew Kit's guns were revolvers, let alone that he possessed 4 of them. Liha couldn't comprehend what he'd just seen. From what he knew, this game's setting was based on the 16th or 17th century. In that era, percussion caps and rifling didn't exist. This was clearly advanced modern technology. But Kit didn't look surprised at all. He claimed Lur's weapon was the truly advanced one. High-tech was a more fitting term for Lur's gear than his own anacondas. Kit muttered that compared to the Azure Serpent, the criminal gecko was nothing. Liha was completely lost. Why were they suddenly talking about reptiles? Liha ignored it for now. He was just furious that Kit hadn't used this trump card during his clash with Lur. But Kit explained, he couldn't. His mana was completely drained. There was nothing he could have done. If Liha was jealous, the solution was simple. Get stronger and claim the final legacy of the previous legendary 3 musketeers. With that parting advice, Kit vanished. Liha wondered to himself, was Kit encouraging him or just mocking him? It didn't matter. Liha was determined to catch up to Kit and Lur. Then, he spoke to the empty air. You've been following me for a while now. Are you going to come out? I'm counting to 3, Liha warned. If you don't show yourself, my gun will do the talking. Threatened, Jia Trung emerged from behind a tree. He had no idea how long Liha had known he was there. He originally planned to rush in and save Liha, but Kit had wiped out the entire SAW guild before he even got the chance. But trying to trail a master marksman like Liha was foolish. When Jia Trung claimed he was there to help, Liha smiled, but a storm raged inside him. Liha knew the truth. Jia Trung wasn't there to save him. He was there to see if the SAW guild would succeed. Liha drew his Lam Hoa Dayan as a threat. What if he used this as an excuse to break his alliance with the Rose Guild? What would become of Jia Trung then? Jia Trung began to panic. He quickly tried to explain, offering Liha a bribe to make the problem disappear. A walking pile of gold just fell into his lap. There was no way Liha would refuse. He intended to take every last coin. After handing over a mountain of items to Liha, Jia Trung still felt uneasy. He nervously asked if Liha needed anything more. Actually, there is one more thing, Liha said. Could I just borrow your head for a moment? Jia Trung's face paled as the gun barrel touched his temple. Liha's expression was deceptively innocent, promising to return his head after just one shot. Sometime later, on a vast plain, Liha ordered Jia Trung to back away, further and further, until he finally stopped. He wanted to measure the exact distance between them. Jia Trung didn't need to worry about that. All he had to do was stand still and tremble. Another Rose Guild member was on it. The young man took out a measuring tape. He had Jia Trung hold one end and quickly ran all the way back to Liha. The result: Jia Trung was now standing just over 444 meters away. The young guild member smiled, but inside, he was screaming with terror. He'd been dragged into this pointless job. Liha couldn't care less. He was busy recalibrating his own senses. From his perspective, the distance to Jia Trung was 450 meters. Not the 440 or 450 Elizabeth specified. The mission demanded a perfect hit at exactly 444 meters. Even for a master sniper like Liha, this was no simple task. Hitting a target at precisely 444 meters was another challenge. In his old military life, he'd have a high-tech rangefinder for this. But in this game, no one had developed such advanced technology yet. Just then, Jia Trung rushed over, suggesting a less primitive method. Jia Trung proposed a telescope. But Liha's special skill was already better than any scope, even more precise than a professional one. The skill's only weakness was its inability to measure exact distances. Then the man sent for measurements had an idea. Just build a scope locked at 444 meters. This idea had potential. Liha saw its merit. Immediately, he turned to Jia Trung, needing his expertise once more. Without wasting time, Jia Trung crafted the special scope for Liha. Since he helped, Liha figured he should be honest with him. But Jia Trung's leering face sent a shiver down his spine. They were both men, so why the predatory gaze? Jia Trung quickly changed the topic. He said he hoped this made Liha a better sniper for the Rose Guild. He didn't dare mention the Lamb sisters again, or he'd get another beating. Jia Trung then weirdly brought up the lizard and snake Kit had mentioned. A fisherman had apparently caught a fish that swallowed a gecko or a snake. Li Ha saw no connection at all. He wasn't about to waste more time here. He had his own mission to complete. Jia Trung also had to report his findings, though to whom was a mystery. Li Ha returned to the Royal Guard Academy in the capital. He eagerly went to find Major General Brown, but he froze in place. The Major General wasn't in his office, and he had no idea where he'd gone. At that moment, a single gunshot echoed from outside, grabbing Li Ha's attention. On the training grounds, Brown was observing a rookie guard sweating buckets, struggling to reload his rifle in time. Major General Brown sternly criticized the rookie. The kid had hunted a black eagle before arriving, yet he couldn't even pass a basic test. Watching from a distance, Li Ha felt a wave of nostalgia. It had been a while since he'd first met the Major General and his fiery, ice-cold glare. Even now, remembering Brown's supposedly fond look when he first arrived sent a chill down his spine. But things were different now. Around Li Ha, Major General Brown revealed a uniquely gentle side. Perhaps it was a privilege for the top student. The rookie recognized Li Ha instantly. He was the idol who inspired him to become a royal guard. The young man pleaded loudly, hoping Li Ha would sign his rifle so he could show it off to his friends. But Major General Brown was merciless with rookies. If he didn't finish his training, he could forget about his spot in the academy. Brown left the tearful rookie to his drills and walked over to greet Li Ha. The reason Li Ha was here was simple. He was finally accepting Elizabeth's legacy quest. Brown led him toward a canyon. This was where Brown and his friends gathered in their youth, right after the game first launched. This game's timeline was incredible, but Li Ha had to focus on finding the one target at 444 meters in a sea of decoys. This definitely wouldn't be easy. The game always knew how to challenge its players. A strong wind began to howl. For Brown, these targets were nothing. He announced Li Ha would have 3 attempts for this legacy quest, so he wished Li Ha good luck. Seeing the quest's true difficulty, Li Ha felt lucky it wasn't timed, which gave him time to practice. Brown wondered what he practiced. Well, for a long-range sniper, mastering wind direction and speed is a basic requirement. When he used Jia Trung for practice, Li Ha had his support create powerful winds to simulate this. It was just a precaution, but now, it looked like the right decision. Still, even with all that preparation, facing the real test made Li Ha break out in a cold sweat. Li Ha calmed his breathing and activated his eagle eye skill. He knew the first trap, the sheer number of targets waiting for him. The targets were packed closely together, so identifying the one at exactly 444 meters was a huge problem. The next issue was the strong wind affecting the bullet's path. Li Ha's eyes locked onto one target. He guessed it was between 430 and 450 meters, but he was hesitant to shoot. With 3 chances, he could use the first as a test fire and then adjust his aim. But then he reconsidered. Those 3 chances might mean he had to hit the correct target with each and every shot. All these conflicting thoughts were breaking his concentration, until he forced himself to believe he had only one chance. Li Ha focused, sifting through dozens of targets before locking onto a single one. Adjusting for wind, he aimed slightly high. Then, taking a breath, Li Ha squeezed the trigger. A gunshot echoed. The bullet tore through the air at unbelievable speed, striking the target's absolute center. Brown applauded in praise of Li Ha. 3 chances? He didn't even need them. With one perfect shot, Li Ha had cleared Elizabeth's legacy quest, gaining a flood of experience and leveling up instantly. Major General Brown congratulated Li Ha on his outstanding performance, noting that 3 chances had been far too generous. Li Ha flushed, embarrassed by the praise. He honestly hadn't expected to succeed on his very first attempt. The Major General revealed that besides Elizabeth, he was the only other person to hit that 44-meter target on the first try. Until now. Brown recalled Elizabeth's wisdom. Succeeding on the 3rd try is nothing compared to succeeding on the first. That's why the experience Li Ha earned was immense. However, Brown warned Li Ha that his future quests as Elizabeth's successor would not be so simple. But first, Li Ha needed to accept the title, Successor to the 3 Legendary Musketeers. As the 3rd and final person to earn this title, he secured the last spot in the Hall of Fame, granting him a double stat bonus. Returning to the main hall, Li Ha took down the shotgun known as Black Bet. Major General Brown then officially declared Li Ha its new owner. Just then, a new quest notification appeared. He had to investigate the disappearance of Brown's family and its possible connection to demons. Brown urged Li Ha to investigate this thoroughly. If his family truly had ties to the demons, the resulting scandal would be catastrophic. Rumors were spreading that monsters on the nation's borders were becoming active. In other words, the next great human-demon war was imminent. Lai-Ha remembered defeating the boss, Hiruka, the achievement he had earned, then mentioned a third great human-demon war. He was starting to understand that this quest was part of the main storyline, and with no failure condition, there was no reason to refuse. There was something Lai-Ha had wanted to ask Brown for ages. He was dying to know what incredible form his new shotgun could transform into. After all, the weapons wielded by Kit and Loser were both incredible, top-tier firearms. Major General Brown saw the anticipation in his eyes. But reality was cruel. The Major General had absolutely no idea. Brown explained that he had once tried using Elizabeth's gun himself, but he couldn't trigger its transformation ability at all. Brown suggested Lai-Ha should discover it for himself, saying it would be more exciting that way. With that, Lai-Ha prepared to depart. Brown then offered a single hint: go to the Adamandia Mountains for the answer. Lai-Ha understood immediately. He had to find the dwarves. Finally getting a moment, Lai-Ha inspected the stats of his new shotgun. He was stunned. It was a hero-grade item. Better yet, its special effect calculated its damage by multiplying his agility stat by 7 times. It all clicked. Kit and Loser had been using hero-grade weapons against him this whole time. The injustice. If he'd had the black bet sooner, they would have paid. With a special damage effect like this, putting any points into the base attack stat would be a complete waste. From now on, every single point would go straight into agility. Just then, a message from Kit arrived, congratulating him. Remembering Kit's advice, Lai-Ha checked his map. He could now see the other musketeers' locations. Kit was holed up in an inn somewhere. Not because he was injured or anything. Kit just really wanted to take a long nap. Kit warned him to keep a close eye on Lur's location. The magic bullet misunderstanding was cleared, but there was no telling when that lunatic might pick a fight. As far as Kit could tell, Lur only saw other people as two things: obstacles or not. The guy's thought process was completely unhinged. Lai-Ha set that aside and invited Kit to join him in the Adamandia Mountains. But a quest couldn't compete with a good nap, so Kit politely declined. Fine. If no one would join him, Lai-Ha would just go alone. He needed to see the dwarves for new ammunition anyway. But first, he decided to make a quick stop at Candle Castle. Meanwhile, in the real world, Lai-Ha's mother returned from work. Seeing her son lost in his game, she smiled, overjoyed to see him looking so much happier. As he traveled, the faces of all the friends who had fought alongside him flashed through his mind. But the most important face he saw was Lin Huoyuan's. Arriving at Candle Castle, he stared at the purple crystal orb in his hand, stunned. He'd accidentally activated the crystal orb, and saw countless personal notes about Lin Huding's favorite spots. It seemed Lin Huading had accidentally given him her personal diary orb instead of the one she intended. At that moment, Lin Huading was frantically tearing her room apart. Lin Huoyuan watched, baffled by her sister's panicked search for a missing item. Lin Huading had ransacked their shared room in Candle Fortress, but her precious crystal orb was nowhere to be found. Lin Huoyuan was surprised her sister could be so careless. It was just a crystal orb, so she offered to simply buy Lin Huading a new one. But it wasn't about replacing it. Lin Huading feared she'd given it to Lai-Ha, meaning all her deepest secrets were now in his hands. At the mere thought of this, Lin Huading wailed as if her entire world was collapsing around her. Back with Lai-Ha, he simply figured Lin Huading had accidentally mixed up the crystal orbs when they last met. Still, reading her secret diary was fascinating. He never knew Lin Huading had such an adorable side. With that thought, Lai-Ha headed toward the Saitian Federation. The shortest path to the Adamandia Mountains ran directly through Minute, but Lai-Ha had no desire to clash with that madman Lur. He had made Minute his turf. Lai-Ha knew that the moment his position appeared on the map, Lur would charge over for a fight. They were, after all, successors to the 3 legendary musketeers. In the previous generation, the 3 musketeers lived together in peace. But for some reason, this new generation just couldn't get along. Lai-Ha checked his shotgun one last time. No matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary shotgun. Then, an idea sparked. Maybe a unique skill was needed to transform it. And just as he thought, owning the Black Bet shotgun had unlocked a new skill that could turn it into an SASR. And an SASR was just the latest model of high-tech sniper rifle. It was the kind of gear only special forces had access to. But Lai-Ha knew it ran on an electrical system, which shouldn't work in this game world. Setting his doubts aside, Lai-Ha decided to test the weapon transformation skill. Instantly, the Black Bet shotgun in his hands began to glow, then erupted in a brilliant flash of light. A state-of-the-art SASR had appeared in his hands. He wished Kit and Lur were here now, so he could teach them a lesson for abusing their hero-class gear. Lai-Ha crept toward the border of the Ratfolk territory. They were the perfect targets to test out his new sniper rifle. But when Lai-Ha aimed and pulled the trigger, nothing happened. only the empty clicks of the firing pin. Turns out, the gun was completely out of ammo. Lai Ha had foolishly assumed the gun would magically create its own bullets. He'd clearly hoped for too much, and now it was too late. Before he could even load another gun, the ratfolk had already made him their primary target. Li Ha had to resort to primitive combat, the art of the bayonet and the rifle butt. Much later, a battered Lai Ha dragged his exhausted body into the city. He couldn't believe he was back to fighting mobs like a complete newbie. While wandering, he heard someone recruiting a party to the Adamandia Mountains, his exact destination. And in an even bigger twist of fate, the person recruiting was none other than Jing Gong. Meanwhile, a cloaked figure on a distant roof positively identified Li Ha. It had been a long time since Lai Ha and Jing Gong had partied up. Jing Gong mentioned the videos of Lai Ha's exploits, the famous battle where Li Ha took on the Gu Ringen Guild by himself. 1 versus 500, a fight that shook the entire southern continent. Not to mention the video where he stopped the guild war between Star and Rose. Lai Ha felt a blush creep up his neck as his friend brought up the videos. He never meant to get that famous. He quickly changed the subject, asking how the crow that followed Jing Gong was doing. Jing Gong got a little shy, but if Lai Ha really wanted to see his little bird, he would summon it. Lai Ha was secretly excited to see Jing Gong's one-of-a-kind summoning dance. Jing Gong began to dance. To be honest, seeing a member of the giant race perform this was quite a sight. Lai Ha couldn't hold back his laughter. But at that moment, a massive shadow fell over him, freezing him in place. Then, the dark shape slammed down onto the white snow, unleashing a powerful whirlwind. Before the snow could even settle, a deafening caw ripped through the air, blowing the blizzard away to reveal a massive, muscular black bird. Jing Gong sheepishly explained that because of its enormous size, he couldn't summon the crow inside the city. After grinding hard, he'd finally hit level 89, which greatly boosted his crow's level too. It was clear Jing Gong had gotten much stronger since their days as a rookie party. Lai Ha was losing his patience on the snowy mountain. Weren't they there yet? He was freezing. Their objective here was to hunt the snow rabbit. Basically, the snow rabbit was a monster Jing Gong needed to tame, but the creatures had a severe allergy to giants and birds. To put it simply, Lai Ha was the bait for this mission. Jing Gong pleaded for his help, promising he would keep Lai Ha safe. Lai Ha just had to promise not to fire his gun and startle the rabbit. For old time's sake, Lai Ha agreed and took up an ambush position on the peak, unconcerned about the rabbit. He figured the thing was probably harmless anyway. He just wanted to get to Adamia Mountain to get ammo for his sniper rifle. Crafting bullets with his own mana was incredibly draining. Just then, Li Ha spotted a suspicious group at the base of the mountain. He wanted to take them out immediately, but Jing Gong told him not to move. This was the critical moment to capture the snow rabbit. No matter how urgent Li Ha's situation was, Jing Gong had to catch the rabbit first. Immediately, the snow rabbit began bucking wildly, trying to throw the giant from its back. Jing Gong begged Li Ha, "Don't shoot. Just a little more time and he'd have the rabbit tamed." But the taming time matched perfectly with his prediction of when the suspicious group would arrive. The painful memory of a past betrayal made Lai Ha wonder if Jing Gong was working with them. But the bond they'd formed since day one gave Lai Ha faith that Jing Gong would never sell him out. Still, just to be safe, Lai Ha fully loaded all 3 of his guns. Meanwhile, Jing Gong was gleefully hopping around, still hugging the snow rabbit. He vowed to get Lai Ha out safely. Just then, their pursuers closed in, splitting up to capture him alive. As for Jing Gong, he was expendable. Luckily, Jing Gong had just exhausted the snow rabbit and successfully tamed it. Before they could get close, Jing Gong activated a skill with his new pet, yelling for Lai Ha to attack the approaching swarm. Jing Gong had stopped Lai Ha from shooting before because the snow rabbits are all connected. They were masters of swarming tactics. The rabbits formed giant snowballs, charging their enemies. Leaving the pursuers to his pet, Jing Gong led Lai Ha away from the chaos. But he led them straight to a cliff's edge. Jing Gong asked if Lai Ha trusted him, then grabbed his hand and leaped off. As for their pursuers, they received a warm welcome in the form of an avalanche triggered by the snow rabbits. After a heart-stopping fall, Lai Ha realized he wasn't dead. Jing Gong had transformed into a massive bird, carrying him to safety. They soared straight for the Adamia Mountains. The feeling of flight was absolutely exhilarating. Lai Ha was completely captivated. Thanks to Jing Gong, he'd finally shaken those relentless pursuers. But Jing Gong's ability to shapeshift was beyond Lai Ha's imagination. As thrilling as it was, Lai Ha earnestly requested a heads up before Jing Gong's next grand stunt. His heart had literally stopped for a moment back there. At incredible speed, Jing Gong brought him to the edge of the Adamia mountain range. This was the entrance, and it was as far as Jing Gong could go. His giant tribe dared not venture any deeper into this territory. The main reason was the historic feud between the giants and the dwarves. Laya understood and didn't press the issue. Getting him here was already a huge help. From here on, Jingong would continue his journey, exploring nature. Though Jingong's level was far below Liha's, his knowledge of the world was something Liha could never match. He had an incredible passion for exploring the game world. Liha found it fascinating and asked to join him on a future adventure. After a quick farewell, Jingong transformed and soared into the sky. Liha then turned towards the city of the dwarves. This city was known as the most advanced place in the entire game, a marvel of complex machinery and engineering. Liha had to admit, dwarven craftsmanship was on another level. His destination, the legendary Bottle Cap Forge. It was the most exclusive forge in the city, and, according to his intel, the only place that could craft the custom ammo he designed. He casually pushed the door open without knocking, infuriating the hard-at-work dwarf inside who sported a crested hairdo. Feeling awkward, Liha explained he was there to place an order. Immediately, another dwarf recognized his uniform. A musketeer. The dwarf wondered if he needed premium gunpowder or iron slugs. Instead of answering, Liha drew his weapon, the breakbeat. He then activated its transformation skill, shifting it into an SASR rifle. The blacksmith instantly understood. This had to be the third musketeer. The other dwarves in the forge also recognized the gun on sight. It was, without a doubt, Elizabeth's famous rifle. Liha explained he needed custom ammunition for this weapon, and had even come prepared with detailed blueprints. Seeing the plans, the dwarf master grew incredibly excited, immediately declaring the forge closed to all other business for the day. The dwarf then asked how that damned, no-eyebrows geezer was doing. Liha was taken aback by the harsh nickname. Still, he politely replied that Major General Brow was well. The name only seemed to annoy the dwarf, who grumbled that his old friend never visits. Liha presented the blueprints he had prepared, adding that he also needed extra magazines. The old dwarf scoffed at the new generation's lack of flair. Bringing pre-made designs left no room for a master's creativity. The others saw that the bullet design wasn't too complex to make. It was similar to kids' ammo, and far easier than what Lur had requested. The verdict: it was doable. Now, they just had to discuss the price. The forge master quoted an outrageous price. 5 gold per set of bullets. He might as well have asked Liha to burn money. The dwarf insisted the material costs were astronomical, claiming that high-quality brass was incredibly rare. That part was easy. Liha had it covered. He pulled out a large ingot that shone like gold, but it was pure brass. He'd acquired this brass from defeating the brass golem, and now it was time to use it. Liha then activated his haggling skill. He was about to become a cunning merchant himself. By sunset, a deal was struck, and he promised to return in 3 days. Judging by the dwarves' sullen faces, Liha had driven a ruthless bargain, but it was something he had to do. He'd haggled the price down to 1 gold coin per set, with free magazines included. Next, he would transform his other shotgun into a pistol. He wanted this new weapon to fire solid iron slugs, leaving his mini shotgun to handle powerful cluster rounds. The moment Liha logged out, he got an urgent call from Kijong. Something huge had just happened inside the game. The game world had officially entered Phase 2, now that all past heroes had finally found their successors. Kong couldn't believe it when his brother, Liha, suggested he might be one of those successors, though Liha admitted it was just a hunch. But there was no way it was a mistake. He was the heir to one of the 3 legendary royal guards, heroes of the Great War against the demon folk. Liha showed Kijong his achievements, and that A rank was impossible to fake. The 3 new-gen royal guards, including Liha, all possessed unique gear. Liha didn't pay it much mind. Since the developers announced all hero successors were chosen, Kijong lost his chance to compete for a Knight-class hero slot. However, Liha suspected there were no heroes in that category to begin with. Kijong noticed that new players seemed to get most of the successor spots. In the end, Kijong knew very little about the Second Great Demon War, but he did know about the other 2 royal guards. Liha was very interested, as they were his comrades. Kijong briefly mentioned the name Nodding Spear, but the name Lur, nicknamed the Bloodthirsty Mercenary, was far more concerning. Basically, Lur's infamy was legendary. If Liha crushed a dozen guilds on the daily, their reputations might be on par. Rumor had it Lur even clashed with the #1 Dragon Knight. Liha pushed that thought aside. He was more concerned with the developer's notice. The best defense is a good offense. He figured this meant the coming enemy was someone players couldn't beat by only defending. An enemy on that scale could only be the Demon King's army. This was going to be a huge battle. Kijong was flustered, unsure what to do. Liha, however, just calmly sipped his beer. If the Demon King's army really appeared, they just needed to hunt them down first. He was certain that if they took the initiative and hunted the monsters, there was absolutely nothing to fear. Kijong praised his incredible older brother for his courage. Liha proudly declared that this was the true value of power. With enough strength, you fear no one. After a round of drinks with Kijong, Liha had his own work to do. He needed to visit the dwarves to pick up his weapon. But Liha wasn't about to walk this time. He had the dwarves' exact coordinates and would simply use a teleport scroll. When Liha reached the forge, the doors were sealed tight. But from inside, he could hear noises, so someone was definitely home. Liha knocked and announced his name. A dwarf answered, looking completely disheveled, as if he'd just survived a war. The dwarf didn't explain, just told him to find the shop owner. The blacksmith was staring blankly at Liha's gun, his face a mask of frustration. Seeing Liha, he started screaming like a madman, declaring that he was done with the research and wouldn't work on it anymore. He tossed the gun to Liha, explaining it was sealed by the legendary dwarf. Liha was confused. Why would its own creator seal his masterpiece? But then he remembered he'd never even bothered to read the gun's item description. The gun was indeed sealed by the legendary dwarf. It had no range or fire rate stats, 0 user requirements, and was already legendary grade. The weapons of Kid and Lur were only hero grade. Liha's gun, Break, was practically demon forged. He didn't care that the gun was sealed. All he needed to know was that his weapon was the best. Putting that aside, he went to get the ammo he had ordered. The dwarves had it ready, enough for him to unleash hell. Liha left happily, promising to come back often. But it was doubtful the dwarves would ever welcome him again. Later, Liha headed for the copper mine. He needed to stock up on copper to craft ammo at any time. His target was, of course, the brass golem, and as soon as he thought of it, his prey appeared. Liha took position on a ledge, aimed at the golem, and began calculating the wind. Before, he would have needed a better position, but now, he could fire with absolute confidence. He pulled the trigger, and the recoil slammed him backward, even from a prone position. As for the golem, its entire body was gone. It had been shattered into countless fragments. It was as if Liha was using a cheat code. A single shot was all it took to instantly obliterate the brass golem. Stunned for a moment by his own immense firepower, Liha quickly snapped out of it. This was no time to be dazed. First things first, he had to retrieve his shell casing. He couldn't leave any clues for other players to track. Next came the fun part, collecting the loot from the boss. Liha happily skipped toward the wreckage. He wondered what he would get this time. Just as he hoped, the boss dropped a pair of boots and a gleaming brass ingot. With this, Liha could secure a steady supply of brass to craft his own bullets. A single ingot could be converted into about 100 new rounds. 1 bullet for 100 in return was an amazing deal. Just then, Liha heard the distant noise of a group rushing toward the golem's location. Seeing them, Liha knew he had to disappear. He couldn't let other players see him, or he'd end up as a trending topic again. Liha quickly tore a teleport scroll in his hand to make a swift escape. By the time the other party arrived, their target, the brass golem, was gone. Not even a shadow remained. The group of players froze in place. Had the golem somehow learned to teleport? But by then, the architect of the golem's vanishing act was long gone. A while later, Liha returned to the capital. First, he took the boss drop boots to the auction house to make some extra cash. Next, he visited a tailor, wanting a custom bag made for his rifle. It really was different having money to burn. After finishing his shopping spree, Liha decided to check if he'd earned any new achievements. And indeed, he had. An achievement for defeating the brass golem in a single blow. But this didn't land him in the Hall of Fame. This meant that there were many other players capable of taking down the brass golem with a single attack. Top rankers like Phi, Vu, Nara, or that monster Lur were in a class of their own. But Liha could proudly say he was closing in on their level. Liha's next goal was to solo every regional boss to prove his strength. Just then, a system notification appeared before him. Blackbet's first seal was broken. He immediately received a quest to break the next one. It was an exclusive quest Liha had no option to refuse. The Blackbet awaited a new master to awaken all 7 of its seals. To open the second seal, Liha had to eliminate a level 150 monster from over 1,000 meters away. He was only level 146. This was a monumental challenge for him. But if he could fully unseal Blackbet, its power would be absolutely overwhelming. His quest had no failure condition, so Liha just needed to complete every single hunt. Liha needed a one-shot, one-kill hunt to earn points and simultaneously unseal the Blackbet. For this kind of information, the Holy Grill restaurant was the perfect place. But Lee Ha didn't expect Madu to be in a meeting, so he waited in the main hall. Lee Ha observed his surroundings, noticing other players were also gathering intel from this location. Mid-level players traded information on hunting grounds, and their stories became the restaurant's supply. Just then, a waitress said Lee Ha could go up to meet Madu. When he arrived, he was surprised to see Nara there as well. It had been a while since they met, and he never expected she had an appointment with Madu. But since Nara was with the Holy Crusade Knights, it made sense she knew Madu sold information. Seeing Lee Ha, Madu immediately began to tease him. She called him quite the player. Seeing Lee Ha get flustered was her goal. She just wanted him to relax and take a seat. Information exchanges were usually one-on-one, but Nara allowed Lee Ha to listen in. Nara then revealed a letter threatening to assassinate the king. Lee Ha looked at the letter and found it absurd. Madu understood his skepticism, but the letter had been placed right at the king's door, while he was sleeping, completely undetected. Lee Ha was shocked that the note was left in the king's bedroom doorway, but something felt wrong. If the intruder intended to assassinate the king, they could have done so right then. Why bother leaving a threatening letter? Was this person imitating a phantom thief? Nara had the same thought. That's why she came here, to identify who could have left the note, and to discover their motive. Madu knew of a group that could move unseen, like shadows. They were assassins from the Midnight Circus Troupe. Specifically, the one responsible was likely Dancer. Nara had heard of the Midnight Circus Troupe Guild. The guildmaster is an NPC, but the rest are all players. Assuming the culprit was a player, Nara already had a suitable suspect in mind. Lee Ha read Nara's thoughts and felt Dancer couldn't be the one. He knew that Nara herself was an incredibly skilled player. If an enemy could infiltrate the castle without being caught, their skill level had to be on par with the knights, or their level would have to surpass Nara's. However, according to Lee Ha's intel, the player Dancer was ranked lower than Nara, so there was no way Dancer could slip into the castle without Nara noticing. Lee Ha guessed the assassin had to be a top 5 player. Coincidentally, the 5th-ranked player, Petra, had an unknown class, making him the prime suspect. Madu confirmed this line of thinking. She said if Dancer was the assassin, she might fool a few knights from the Holy Crusade Guild. But to be able to slip past Nara herself? The chances were almost zero. Lee Ha then reminded Nara that the killer might just be trying to complete a quest. Yes, that made perfect sense. Nara immediately agreed with Lee Ha's theory. However, Lee Ha himself wasn't entirely certain. A quest requiring a player to assassinate the king seemed a bit extreme, but Nara argued it was entirely possible. In this game, quests for power often came with shocking requirements. Madu, feeling left out of the conversation, was not pleased. She slyly asked if he and Nara were on a date. Nara didn't even have time to react to Madu's playful jab. For now, she was just happy to have a solid lead. Nara asked Madu to investigate the top assassin of the Midnight Circus Troupe. It would be difficult, but Madu promised to do her very best. Now that she had a few clues, Nara needed to act immediately. Before leaving, Nara thanked Lee Ha for his insight, promising to do her best to help him if he ever needed anything. She also asked that he call her more informally next time, since the formal greetings felt too distant. Alone with Madu, Lee Ha asked for intel on regional bosses. Lee Ha specified that he was targeting mobs around level 150. Madu confirmed that she could handle it. She immediately marked several locations on Lee Ha's map. Madu wasn't holding back, at least not with the free information. This would be enough to keep Lee Ha busy for a while. Next, he asked for intel on the Second Great Demon War, where the Demon King's army had vanished. Madu refused to discuss that topic. She claimed the risk was too great for her agency. It would be better if Lee Ha investigated on his own. She suggested he search the royal archives. Madu believed he could do it because of the gun on his back, meaning she knew of the 3 musketeer weapons. If Madu wouldn't talk, Lee Ha wouldn't force her. He knew perfectly well she was lying. After all, there was nothing Madu didn't know. Meanwhile, on another plane, Kijong led his party to hunt monsters. The members following him showered him with endless praise. There was no better leader than Kijong. Tane watched from a distance. He admitted Kijong was so busy he didn't even have time to level himself up. In return, Kijong took great care of the Starlight Guild, making them stronger each day. Just then, a strange sound echoed from the distance. Kijong's party assumed a monster had respawned for them to farm. A monster did appear, but this one looked incredibly strange. The members' faces went pale. The area boss appeared a colossal cyclops. The sight of the Titan threw the Starlight Guild into a panic. Everyone wanted to flee the chaotic scene immediately, but Kijong, like a true leader, held his ground. He commanded a safe retreat for his members. However, one was already paralyzed by fear. He watched the Cyclops lift a massive boulder, ready to crush him. Ki-dong immediately rushed to help. Teen screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. Reaching his guildmate, the terrified Ki-dong unleashed his skill. Sacred Guardian Shield. He raised his shield, guarding himself and the team behind him. That giant boulder wasn't going to shatter, not a chance. It landed squarely on Ki-dong's position, crushing the very ground around him. Seeing their leader flattened, the other members froze in place. They just stood frozen, screaming his name in despair. The Cyclops, however, showed a flicker of intelligence. It roared at its prey before it. The scream cast a fear debuff, paralyzing everyone for 3 minutes. They also lost 40% of their health and stamina. A member yelled for Tane to escape, seeing their dire situation. But as vice captain, Tane couldn't abandon them. He took a swordsman's stance and declared they would all survive together. Perhaps the aura of brotherhood let him move early. He instantly charged straight toward the Cyclops. If they couldn't survive together, they would die together. Leaving his comrades behind was never an option. Tane faced the area boss's gigantic fist. A massive collision occurred, kicking up a cloud of dust. Nearby members were splattered with a slimy green substance. Tane was unharmed, but frozen in place by the same liquid. Strangely, the Cyclops' eye was gone. In its place was a massive gaping hole, as if for breathing. The Cyclops collapsed, signaling the mountain's lord was slain. For the next hour, all monsters nearby were weakened, by 1/3. The members only saw the Cyclops fall before Teen. They assumed he had soloed the terrifying beast. They couldn't imagine how strong their vice captain truly was. To solo a level 180 boss, but Tane swore he hadn't done a thing. Before he could explain, he sensed something and rushed off. He felt a wave of energy from the boulder crushing Ki-dong. With a single, perfect slash, Tane split the massive rock. Just as he thought, Ki-dong was still alive. So was the member he shielded. After regrouping, Ki-dong began asking questions. He learned Teen didn't kill the Cyclops. Ki-dong had thought he was using a cheat. He grew curious. Who could possibly one-shot a Cyclops? Only a top 10 player could manage that. Tane and Ki-dong reasoned. A high-damage, long-range player. It had to be Bobby the Phantom Marksman. But his attack range was only 250 meters. They should have been able to spot his position. But as Ki-dong looked around, he only saw Lai-Ha approaching. Ki-dong couldn't believe it. Did his own brother just kill that Cyclops? Oh, right. Lai-Ha needed to loot the items before they vanished. That night, a pale Ki-dong couldn't believe his ears. All the area bosses had been mysteriously defeated, and it was all his dear brother's doing. Not only that, Li-Ha was now level 157. Just 2 weeks ago, he was in the 120s. In truth, Li-Ha's insane attack power came from achievement stats. But he kept that secret to not discourage his brother. Ki-dong changed the subject, mentioning Nara's new group quest. Knowing Li-Ha was close with Nara, he had a favor to ask. Could Lai-Ha get the Starlight Guild a spot in Nara's quest? Lai-Ha was surprised Ki-dong and Tane wanted to join. The very quest Nara had initiated. Ki-dong had actually only heard rumors about it. Nara needed referrals for skilled players. It was a royal family quest with strict requirements, which is why she still needed allies. Ki-dong wanted Lai-Ha to vouch for him and Tane to join. He was confident they now had the skills required for it. Lai-Ha actually saw no problem with this. First, he hadn't seen Nara in a while and wanted to check on her. So, visiting his friend seemed like a great idea. Plus, it would help Ki-dong. Why wouldn't Lai-Ha give it a shot? Ki-dong was thrilled his brother agreed to his request. But Li-Ha warned him not to celebrate yet. Nara still had to agree. That very evening, Li-Ha teleported back to the capital. Before anything else, he wanted to check his quest completion status for taking down that Cyclops earlier. The quest to unlock Breakbet's second seal was now confirmed as complete. Thanks to that, Li-Ha acquired the Mana Eye skill. The seal unlock quest chain then updated. With Mana Eye, Li-Ha could now see targets through obstacles. It required no mana and could be used for up to 5 minutes. From the description, it seemed Breakbet itself used the skill. He didn't even have to activate it. But if he did, Lai-Ha's eyes could now see through solid objects. It was just like using infrared goggles. This new skill would make hunting much easier. If such an amazing skill came from the first seal, what would come next? What other rewards was Lai-Ha expecting? But the next quest's requirements were just insane. It demanded he hunt a level 160 monster from 1.5 kilometers away. Li-Ha was utterly speechless, as if hunting a monster from that distance was an easy feat. At this rate, he feared the next quest would demand a 2-kilometer shot. Shaking his head, Li-Ha entered the palace. With his contribution points and reputation, He no longer had to worry about trouble. But thanks to the assassination plot, the atmosphere inside was incredibly tense. A soldier led Liha to a waiting room while he went to notify Nara. Liha couldn't help but wonder what would happen if the assassination attempt succeeded. Could it trigger the Great Demon-Human War? Just then, Nara sent a voice chat. She had just finished her work and was coming to meet him immediately. But when Nara walked into the room, Liha was once again at a loss for words. She looked indescribably worn out and haggard. Nara confessed that since getting the new intel, she hadn't logged out or slept at all. 10 full days had passed in-game. In real time, that meant Nara had been online for 48 consecutive hours. Liha got straight to business. He came because he heard she was recruiting. Nara seemed hesitant, as Liha hadn't reached the required level for this quest. However, in Nara's eyes, Liha was the most reliable person she knew. He had readily saved her before. Even though they were strangers back then, Nara made a decision. She wanted to share a few things with him. After their last conversation, Nara had narrowed the suspects down to just one person, the top 5 player known as Mad Clown Peter. Nara also confirmed she was struggling against an assassin far above her level. To make matters worse, the Royal Guard refused to believe the rumors were true. They assumed it was just a military drill by the Holy Knights. The Royal Guard and the Holy Knights had a terrible relationship. That's why the tension in the palace was stretched so thin. It was all due to a conflict over their areas of operation. The Holy Knights protect the capital, while the Royal Guard handles internal palace affairs. The Guard believed the assassination was a pretext for a power grab. Nara was so helpless she even tried asking Royal Mage Rog for help, but the old man refused to even see her. Out of options, Nara could only mobilize the Holy Knights permitted inside the palace. At the same time, she received a quest: protect the king for 50 days. Liha read the quest details. If the king died, a war between kingdoms would ignite. Because the stakes were so massive, everyone had ignored Nara's plea for help. Currently, Nara's party only consisted of herself and one friend. After a heavy silence, Liha finally spoke. If Nara would have him, Liha would bring his own squad to support the mission. He assured her they were all top-tier players. He immediately imagined Liha and Nara sharing a passionate kiss, making his heart race. Liha quickly told his little brother to get a grip. That kid's imagination was running wild again. But clearly, Ki didn't care in the slightest. In his romance director mind, it was strange that nothing had happened between them yet. Ki teased his brother until Liha finally screamed at him to stop. Only then did he excitedly ask if Liha had succeeded with the favor he'd asked. Of course, when Liha handles something, it never fails. However, he had to promise Nara something in return after this was all over. But for Liha, the deal was nothing but beneficial. Nara promised that whether the mission succeeded or failed, she would help Liha access the royal archives once. Liha double-checked if Ki really wanted to join this mission. The completion reward was likely small, and failure would be a disaster. But Ki and Tain were already determined. They had to participate in this quest, as it was directly related to the king. If they succeeded, their guild's reputation would increase significantly. And so, Liha successfully helped Nara recruit 2 more members to protect the king. Afterward, Liha rushed over to Candle Fortress. Jia Trung jumped when Liha suddenly appeared, as if he wasn't expecting him at all. Wazon, who was under a table, yelled out, asking who had kicked the door in so rudely. But when she realized the visitor was Liha, Wazon froze solid. After 5 seconds, she shot back under the table at the speed of light. She was barefaced with a roller still in her bangs. There was no way Wazon could let Liha see her looking so disheveled. Liha didn't seem to notice. Instead, his attention was caught by the mountain of paperwork on the desk. It looked like a government office. Wazon quickly applied makeup, warning Liha not to peek at her. "Anyway," she said, "what brings you here? Was he here to collect his share of the profits?" Wazon assumed so and tossed a heavy pouch onto the desk in front of him. Inside was the 10% profit share Liha was entitled to. When Liha opened it, the brilliant light of nearly 600 gold coins blinded him. Wazon explained that in their first month managing Candle Fortress, the number of visitors was enormous. She warned that profits would likely be lower in the following months. Liha was stunned that he could earn such a large amount of gold. Wazon then proposed that if he became the vice leader, his profits would multiply. That amount of gold was equivalent to a real-life fortune. Besides, 1 month in-game was only 6 days in the real world. This was more profitable than trading crypto. At that moment, Liha remembered his main reason for coming. After the 2 siblings listened to the mission details, they agreed it was far too dangerous. Liha explained that success would earn them major favor with the royal family. This would be a huge advantage when negotiating city taxes. Wazan didn't give an answer right away. She needed to carefully consider all the risks and rewards of the mission. Done. For Wazong, there was no hesitation. She instantly agreed to Li Ha's offer. Just being on a mission with him was enough. Besides, Wazong was already eager to join. The sisters were just playing coy. And just like that, Li Ha recruited 2 more members. Now, only the final 2 slots remained. Li Ha scheduled a strategy meeting for 6 a.m. the next day at the palace. The next day, Wazong's and Kijong's teams arrived early. The tension was thick between the 2 rival guilds, forced to wait together. Li Ha finally made his appearance, with B at his side. The Wazong sisters were immediately intimidated by B's divine aura. Kijong, however, was skeptical of the newcomer's abilities. Sensing his doubt, B offered a tip to help his guild power-level new members. Kijong was stunned. How did this lizard-like stranger know the inner workings of the Bizan Guild? Wazong wondered about the final member. Li Ha confirmed they had already arrived, but were still hiding. At that moment, Kit leaped from the ramparts, making the most badass entrance imaginable. Just as Nara emerged to thank the group, she spotted Kit. Her killing intent instantly flared, ready for a fight. Li Ha quickly stepped between them. He explained that he'd invited Kit, whose strength was crucial for the mission. Kit finally spoke, uninterested in a pointless fight with Nara. He accepted Li Ha's offer to cooperate, not to waste time. B added that their time was limited. Nara needed to set aside her personal vendetta and focus on the task. Realizing the mission's importance, Nara suppressed her anger and invited everyone inside the palace. Inside the meeting room, Kijong and Wazong sat facing each other, exchanging hostile glares. Meanwhile, Nara was staring daggers at Kit. Unbothered, Kit simply pulled his hood down, hiding his eyes. Li Ha had hoped for an elite squad, but this was starting to feel more like a team of misfits. A team of total disasters, actually. Li Ha began to seriously doubt if a lone wolf like Kit could even work in a group. The guy was a total enigma. Just then, someone else approached, and Nara let them in without a second glance. The final member of their chaotic team was none other than the world's #1 ranker, the female Hawkeye, Bobby. Li Ha instantly connected the dots. Nara had mentioned her friend was coming. The two must have met at the National Training Center. Bobby immediately struck up a conversation with Li Ha. Apparently, Nara had told her a lot about him, with some interesting implications. Fearing her friend would expose her, Nara frantically yelled for Bobby to just sit down and be quiet. With the full team assembled, Nara began the mission briefing, sharing all the intel she possessed. The prime suspect is Peter, the world's 5th-ranked player. The Royal Guards and Holy Knights are currently protecting the royal family. However, these NPCs don't even believe an assassination is imminent, so they won't be cooperative. The mission objective is simple: protect the king at all costs. This means Li Ha's team must stand guard around the clock. Just as Nara suggested Peter wouldn't act alone, B cut in, confirming he would have backup. Peter's guild is full of assassins, with the weakest being level 150. They will likely storm the palace in waves. In a direct confrontation, this team could win. But if the assassins rely on ambushes, the outcome is far from certain. B suggested the assassins might even disguise themselves as furniture to infiltrate. He then shared his intel on their methods. Li Ha was floored. He couldn't fathom how B obtained such detailed intel on the Assassin's Guild. The Assassin's Guild was notoriously secretive, with no info online. B began explaining their furniture disguise trick. To be precise, they contort their bodies into the shape of objects and then camouflage their skin to match. As Li Ha processed this, he saw a hand emerge from Wazong's chair. Without a word, he drew his sniper rifle. Then, he asked a single, cryptic question. "Wazong, do you trust me?" She didn't even hesitate. Her trust was absolute. That was all Li Ha needed to hear before firing a shot that grazed her hair. Everyone flinched at Li Ha's sudden move, wondering what in the world he was thinking. At the same time, Li Ha yelled a warning. The assassins had already infiltrated the room. Seeing her sister had been in mortal danger, Wazong panicked and launched an ice spear at the assassin. Li Ha yelled for her to hold back her magic. They needed to capture the assassin alive for interrogation. But it was too late. The damage from her attack was overwhelming, killing the assassin in a single blow. Wazong quickly apologized for not holding back. But Li Ha admitted it had been a long shot anyway. He doubted the assassin could have survived his bullet. Even B was shocked his prediction about the chair disguise had come true. It meant that even within the palace walls, nowhere was truly safe anymore. Nara came to a realization. The palace's defensive traps had to be compromised. Everyone suspected the NPCs were letting things slide, allowing their quest to continue as planned. Li Ha then stepped forward, rallying everyone. If they couldn't count on the NPCs, they would have to rely on themselves. And just like that, Li Ha had a plan. First, he sent Jia Trung back to the Rose Guild for supplies. He also needed BMI to brief them on the Assassin Guild. They would split into pairs for patrol and guard duty. Jia Trung and Tain took patrol duty. Meanwhile, Li Ha and Bobby kept a watchful eye from above. Li Ha contacted Wazon for an update, but she was annoyed, assuming he was enjoying his time with Bobby. Li Ha had no idea what she meant. He and Bobby were too busy on watch to even talk. He warned Wazon and Wazhong to be careful, as their area had the fewest traps. But she disconnected before he could finish. Hearing Li Ha's concern made her heart flutter. Next, Li Ha checked in on Kijong's team. Everything was clear on their end, and Kijong quickly signed off. Li Ha had paired Kijong and Bobby to act together. He just hoped the two of them could get along. With their skills, failure was unlikely. Just then, Kijong called in, completely stressed out. Li Ha understood. Kijong and Nara were guarding the king himself. Suddenly, Kijong spotted someone approaching the palace. It was Ross Ratch, the head of the wizards. He approached and bowed before the king, having been summoned. The king cut to the chase. Nara suggested reinforcing the palace's magical traps, but Ross Ratch refused to comply. He claimed the current traps were more than sufficient. Nara immediately shot that down. Her team had just handled an intruder. That proved the defenses weren't working properly. Ross Ratch fired back, demanding Nara present evidence for her claim. He accused her of trying to cause a scene. Provoked, Nara challenged him to prove his magical traps were still active. Just then, the captain of the royal guard intervened. He reprimanded Nara for her disrespectful tone towards the wizard captain. With no other choice, Nara had to apologize. The king couldn't force the issue, so he dismissed Ross Ratch. As he was leaving, Ross Ratch turned back. He taunted Nara, telling her to test the traps herself if she had doubts. Nara was fuming, but not foolish enough to fall for his bait. Beside her, Kijong was sweating bullets. These NPCs played better mind games than actual players. Afterward, Kijong reported the entire incident to Li Ha. He was certain Ross Ratch couldn't be trusted. The old wizard could likely turn the defensive traps on and off at will. He was the one who hid the fact that knights had defected to the Demon King. He was definitely plotting something. If Ross Ratch was behind everything, he had to be the mastermind of the assassination plot. After some time on guard duty, nothing has happened. Yet, it seemed Li Ha's team was doing their job perfectly. 5 days had passed in-game, meaning 1 day in the real world. BM analyzed that after Li Ha caught the first assassin, the others escaped by logging out of the game, but they still had a mission to complete. They would definitely log back in, likely taking turns. In the end, it was a battle of attrition. A test to see which side, Li Ha's or the assassins, would break first. Li Ha contacted everyone, calling them to the conference room. He had an important announcement to make. In the conference room, Li Ha pointed out the assassins had gone quiet since they caught the first one. His team needed to set up shifts to keep the mission going. He proposed 10-hour guard shifts based on real-world time. Kit immediately pictured it. Wake up, grab some bread, and go right back to guarding the king. No rest. Li Ha knew it would be mentally draining, but they only had to hold out for 9 more days to finish the quest. He put himself, Nara, Wazong, Tain, and BM on the first team. The other group could go and rest first. But just then, Wazong objected. She claimed her sister was tired and that she should take her place instead. It was really just the sisters fighting over who got to be with Li Ha. He, of course, remained completely oblivious. He thought the swap would balance the team's power, so he agreed. Unable to win, Wazhong just had to pout. The second team immediately logged out, except for Kit. He didn't want to sleep in the real world. He could sleep just fine inside the game. In fact, he could even sleep longer. Why would he ever log out? Kit then sent a private message to Li Ha. He told him that Ross Ratch was extremely suspicious. Kit had been watching the wizard captain closely. He noticed the old man patrolled the garden every single morning. BM concluded this could be Ross Ratch's way of secretly activating or disabling some of the protective traps. But today, Ross Ratch skipped his usual walk. It was highly likely that the traps had finally been deactivated. If it had been any other NPC, Li Ha might have let it go. But with Tattered Ross involved, things were completely different. He wasn't sure if Tattered Ross was scheming in the shadows. Mobilizing everyone on a false lead would be a disaster. In any case, Li Ha thanked Kit for the information. He politely told Kit that he could go and rest now. But what was the point of formalities? Kit wasn't planning on working overtime. Later that night, Nara approached the king's bedchambers. 2 royal guards were standing watch. Nara sighed to herself. Joining the Holy Crusade Corps was such a hassle. If she had the choice, She would never get involved in this mess again. Just then, she noticed a figure appear at the end of the hall. Then, a small sphere slowly rolled to one of the royal guard's feet. The curious NPC picked it up, revealing the emblem of a jester. Nara immediately sensed danger, yelling for everyone to be careful. But it was too late. The sphere was already glowing intensely, and then it exploded. It was clearly a decorated grenade. Nara saw a figure slowly walking toward her, but her eyelids felt heavy, and she collapsed without any resistance. The newcomer saw her fall and let out a delighted laugh. His avatar was a cat in a jester's outfit. The infamous assassin, Peter. He casually opened the door to the king's chambers, confident that victory was in his grasp. This would be the start of an event that would shake the entire continent. At that moment, a command to attack came from the darkness. An attack shot straight for Peter's head. Luckily, the assassin managed to dodge just in time, but it was followed by a relentless barrage of attacks, forcing the cunning feline to focus entirely on evasion. The source of these attacks was none other than Nara. She hadn't been knocked out by Peter's sleeping agent. Instead of attacking Peter, she shouted to wake the king, to show him that an assassin was truly in his room. Nara was confident she now held the upper hand. Thankfully, she always carried a scroll that cured abnormal statuses, foiling Peter's trap. With this, Nara could finally report Tattered Ross for failing to fulfill his duties. But strangely, some time had passed, yet the king showed no reaction. Seeing this, Peter let out a maniacal grin. He taunted Nara, asking if she hadn't noticed the king's silence. This was bad. Although Peter hadn't attacked him directly, the king had inhaled the sleeping gas and was now completely unconscious. Peter suddenly launched an attack on Nara. At the same time, a glob of slime shot from another direction, covering the assassin. Tane and BM arrived just in time, teaming up with Nara to push Peter back. Tane channeled fire into his blade, unleashing a flame slash at Peter. But Peter was the world's 5th-ranked player, after all. Getting hit that easily would be a disgrace. Meanwhile, BM seemed to predict Peter's next move, spitting a glob of poison. It narrowly missed, startling Peter. He was about to mock BM's aim when BM rushed in for melee. Sensing the dangerous attack, Peter immediately leaped back like a rabbit. But he landed right in the puddle of poison BM had just created. BM knew his poison would seal Peter's evasion skills. Peter now realized how formidable BM was, able to read his every move. He guessed BM had intel on him, but was still confident in a secret skill BM couldn't know. Activating it, his body became a black whirlwind, easily dodging Tane's attack. However, the sleeping gas was wearing off, and his assassination attempt had failed. But he vowed to return for the friends who interfered. After taunting Nara's group, Peter vanished without a trace. But his ordeal was far from over. Liha was already in ambush on the palace roof, ready to greet Peter with a bullet. He contacted Wazon, asking her for firepower. The flames Wazon summoned lit up the palace like a searchlight. Just like that, Peter's location was exposed. While Peter was still disoriented, Liha sent a bullet straight into his chest. After the shot, Liha immediately got a notification. His affinity with the Fiber royal family had slightly increased. Sprawled on the ground, Peter knew exactly who had ambushed him. Liha. He swore he would never forget that name. But Liha wasn't afraid of anyone. He could hold a grudge all he wanted. If Peter dared to return, Liha had plenty more bullets for him. He then announced to everyone that Peter had been taken down. Unlike the others who were celebrating, Bem worriedly told Liha to check Peter's body one more time. When Liha did as Bem suggested and looked again, Peter's body had already vanished from the palace grounds. Liha quickly raised his rifle again, on high alert. He had received a system notification, which meant the kill should have been successful. Just then, Liha spotted Peter's position through his scope. He immediately squeezed the trigger, sending another bullet his way. Elsewhere, Wazon heard the gunshot and grew curious. Why was Liha firing again? Something had to be wrong. She rushed to the roof to check on Liha, but he just yelled at her to find a safe place to hide. As for Peter, he suddenly appeared once again, as if Liha's bullets had absolutely no effect on him. Tired of this monster's games, Liha fired a single shot, tearing Peter apart. A system alert popped up, showing his royal affinity increased slightly. And yet, Peter seemed immortal. He instantly reappeared, ambushing Wazon from behind and restraining her. Liha couldn't understand how Peter was regenerating so fast. No one had ever survived his shots before. Liha demanded he release Wazon, but Peter just sneered. Wazon was now nothing but his human shield. Liha would never dare to fire on his own teammate. Wazon yelled for Liha to shoot them both, willing to sacrifice her life. Capturing Peter was worth that price, but Liha couldn't do it. Peter would just use his other teammates as shields again and again. He would force Liha to eliminate his own team. Just then, Bem's group finally arrived. Bem declared that Peter was getting overconfident. His special skill was now completely useless. Hearing Bem's words, Liha didn't hesitate. He raised his gun and put a bullet right between Peter's eyes. For taking down Peter, Liha gained enough experience to level up twice and also unlocked a new achievement. The achievement was for defeating a top-ranked global player. But now, he was on Peter's Assassin Guild's hit list. They would relentlessly hunt Liha from now on. Weizan, meanwhile, was still reeling from the shock. She was just putting on a brave face, never expecting Liha to actually shoot. She was lucky he hadn't hit her. Weizan took this chance to dive into Liha's arms, immediately making Nara burn with jealousy. Seeing Peter's body fading, Bem urged Liha to grab the loot before it completely despawned. Later, Liha's team returned to the meeting room. Nara confirmed the royal guard captain verified Peter's attempt. This meant Rotzak couldn't escape blame for the failed defenses. Bem was certain their mission was a success. Peter wouldn't be coming back for a long time. The rest of the Assassin's Guild wasn't on their level. Liha finally had a chance to question Bem. He seemed to know Peter far too well, as if they had a past. Bem sweated nervously, claiming it was all a bluff to distract Peter, insisting he knew nothing. But Bem was a terrible liar, and no one believed his excuse. Nara, however, already had a theory. Bem had to be an incredibly high-ranked player. This lizardman character was surely just an alternate account. Nara recalled Peter mentioning the name Gun, a legendary partner of his known as the Poison Expert Assassin. Teen added that Gun was even ranked on the same level as Igor. However, that player had vanished long ago. With Bem's intimate knowledge of the guild, everyone realized the truth. He was the legendary player, Gun. In fact, Gun had even ambushed Wazan once before, all to climb the game's high-ranking hunter leaderboards. Bem knew he could no longer hide the truth. He admitted Wasan was an exceptionally skilled player. That fight had been the first assassination he and Peter had ever failed. Nara wondered why he'd abandoned his powerful gun account. He and Peter had been legendary figures in the game. Seeing Bem's silence, Liha guessed the truth. Peter must have betrayed him. They had dominated other players since the game's early days. Eventually, they activated the racial quest of the catfolk. According to legend, cats have 9 lives. This was the quest's ultimate reward, and Bem confirmed it was all true. Each time a quest stage was completed, they gained another life. This meant Peter could revive more than any other player. Liha grew worried. There had to be a way to counter such a unique and powerful skill, right? Maybe by dismembering him so he couldn't properly die? Bem didn't answer, instead praising Liha's incredible attack power. But he only beat Peter because his special skill was sealed. During his own fight, Bem had locked away Peter's ultimate ability. That's why Peter couldn't use it against Liha. Bem then continued his explanation of the racial quest. The only way to complete the quest was through betrayal. The quest description stated, "An assassin needs no allies. By sacrificing the life of your closest companion, the quest would be complete," and the one Peter chose to betray was Bem. More accurately, his gun account was sacrificed. That account was permanently deleted. The developers had given a clear warning beforehand, so the account deletion wasn't a surprise. But Bem couldn't accept the betrayal, so he created a new account to come back. Bem swore he would personally handle Peter and everyone else involved in that treacherous racial quest. Bem then mentioned their achievement for defeating Peter. That was precisely why he had decided to join their mission. Bem couldn't afford to be targeted by the Assassin's Guild alone. Having the whole team on their hit list actually took pressure off him. Afterwards, the group resumed their guard posts. Liha thought about Bem's story, stunned by a poison that could seal skills. Even Liha would be completely immobilized if he were struck by that poison from BM. Liha needed to craft high-level, real-world items inside the game, just in case his observation skill was ever disabled. Suddenly, Liha remembered something. After taking down Peter, he had obtained a unique item. The item was a bracelet that could nullify marking skills, significantly boosting his combat and stealth abilities. By now, all of Liha's gear was top tier, except for his old, low-quality cloak. He still hadn't found a fitting set of armor for himself. Surely, the author would grant him a legendary set soon. The next day, the king summoned Roth Sach to his court. Nara was certain that this time, Roth Sach would face an undeniable reprimand. The royal guard captain had identified Peter's body just before it vanished. As Roth Sach entered the hall, he immediately knelt, sweating bullets, claiming he was late from an all-night interrogation. The commander roared at Roth Sach to stop dodging his duty, as the king was nearly assassinated because of his failure. Rothsach claimed his interrogation was directly linked to the assassination. He blamed the failed defense traps on several mage vice-captains. He kept insisting he would take full responsibility, but pleaded for the king to hear his explanation first. Rothsach announced he'd captured a suspect who, after hours of brutal torture, confessed he was sent from the rival nation of Minis. The entire palace erupted into chaos at this revelation. The king urgently demanded Rothsach repeat what he had just claimed. A cruel smirk spread across Rothsach's face. His scheme was working. He confirmed again. The captive was a spy from the Minis nation, and they had been secretly plotting this for 7 years. Nara knew of Minis, a powerful nation rivaling Fiber for continental dominion. If the blame for the assassination fell on Minis, things would get ugly. Just as she feared, the king ordered all military commanders to the capital. They were to prepare for a national war. Nara realized that whether she had saved the king or not, this outcome was always inevitable. War was now on the horizon. Later, in the meeting room, Laiha's party received a notification. The King Protection quest was officially complete. Along with the notification came their quest rewards. Liha was completely baffled and immediately asked Nara if she knew what was going on. Nara confirmed for everyone that the quest was truly over. She explained the mission's real purpose was never about protecting the king's life. It was merely a pretext for Rothsach to ignite a war. He had declared that the nation of Minis was behind the assassination plot, and the king, without a second thought, immediately declared war. Wasan couldn't understand why an NPC king would be so easily fooled. Was he really just letting Rothsach lead him by the nose? Bai explained that Protect the King quests were actually quite common in this world. No matter how the quest unfolded, the story was always railroaded toward a single, predetermined conclusion. The world of Middle-earth provides the story fragments. It's up to the players to complete their own narratives and piece the grand picture together. Nara slammed her fists on the table, wanting to scream. Had she truly sacrificed so much, only for it to be a fixed outcome from the start? With eyes blazing in fury, Nara drew her sword. She declared they had to win this national war and end it as quickly as possible. But she suddenly remembered she wasn't alone. She quickly composed herself, refusing to ruin her dignified image in front of everyone. Nara felt a bit awkward. Everyone had tried so hard on the quest, only for it to end in such an anticlimactic, scripted way. Still, everyone had gained something valuable from the mission, so it wasn't a total loss. Then, Nara remembered her promise to take Liha to the royal archives. She announced they could head out right now, and of course, it would be just the two of them. Wazan could only fume as he saw Liha's eager expression. On their way to the archives, Nara shared her theory with Liha. Perhaps the king had no other choice but to declare war. Rothsach's power and influence in the kingdom were simply too immense. Even the king could not easily defy his counsel. Besides, the king might be using this chance to fulfill his own hidden ambition of uniting the entire continent under his rule. Regardless, war was approaching fast. Everyone needed to focus and prepare themselves for the massive event to come. In truth, Nara had a secret question she couldn't bring herself to ask. She was dying to know what the real relationship was between Liha and Wazon. When they reached the royal archives, Nara was about to request entry when the massive doors swung open on their own. The head librarian stepped out and, upon seeing Liha, greeted him by his old title, the suspected illegal trespasser, and right behind the librarian was Rothsach. He feigned curiosity about why Nara would bring someone to a place like this. The very sight of Rothsach made Nara's blood boil. He looked far too relaxed for someone who had just committed such a grave crime. Rothsach calmly stated his gratitude to the king for giving him a chance to atone. But he warned Nara that he wouldn't tolerate her sarcasm. Rothsach then took a jab at Nara, mocking her for being too weak to protect the king alone, needing help from a nobody like Liha. Hearing Rothsach's insolence, Liha stepped forward, ready for a confrontation. Nara couldn't help but love this moment, watching Liha stand up for her. Nara held up the royal pass granted by the king himself. Then, she demanded immediate entry into the royal data archives. As Liha walked past Rothsach, the old man sensed a familiar aura radiating from him, the distinct aura of the Imperial Guard. Nara handed Liha back, teasingly telling them to take good care of her man. Stating she had business, she then took her leave. Liha tried to thank Nara, but she felt she owed him gratitude, since the mission was impossible without him. Suddenly, Nara brought something up. She casually suggested the two of them should get dinner together sometime. It was the first time a girl had asked him out. His mind reeled, unsure how to reply. Then he remembered his paralyzed legs. He politely declined, saying he couldn't dine with her for a while. Nara simply thought Liha was too shy to accept a date, so she didn't press the issue and left immediately. Liha felt tormented. His confidence had vanished along with the use of his legs. Liha couldn't wait any longer. He had to earn money fast and heal his body. Regaining his resolve, Liha asked Ka to guide him to the bookshelf containing info on the Second Human-Demon War. Liha had already obtained the beginning of this history. What he needed now was to see how the rest of it unfolded. According to the text, the demon army retreated to the strait, breaking through the Koraven Kingdom's naval fleet. They succeeded thanks to the intervention of two giant sea monsters, Quiza and Kojia Ken. The army then headed for the Sea of Dawn. The human forces pursued them relentlessly but failed in their chase. Liha pondered the sea the demon army was heading toward. Just then, he received another side quest related to exploring a new continent with a man named Fan Nan. In fact, this quest had never been completed, meaning no player had ever met Fan Nan. The demon army's route seemed to match Fan Nan's quest path. The historical text continued. When the human army was 5 nautical miles from the demons, a strange sound suddenly echoed. Moments later, the ship captain's head exploded like a firework. No one could detect any nearby magical energy waves. Another person took the helm. But at a distance of 6 nautical miles from the demons, their head exploded too. At the time, the elves suspected the magic bullet marksman was responsible for the explosions. Liha was stunned to see that name mentioned here. 6 nautical miles is equivalent to nearly 10 kilometers. No sniper in the real world could make that shot. But this was a game world. A sniper with such an impossible range couldn't be ruled out entirely. Liha believed if the magic bullet marksman could do it, then so could he. He then returned to the Royal Guard training grounds to report everything to Nobo. Beyond the massive war, Nobo was intensely focused on the matter of the magic bullet marksman. Legend says the magic bullet marksman never once missed their prey, no matter how great the distance. But Nobo found it suspicious that the marksman appeared only during the demon army's retreat. He wanted Liha to investigate that angle, suspecting the shooter wasn't human. Nobo theorized the magic bullet marksman might be a dark elf. He tasked Liha with finding a hidden dark elf on the continent to get information. It was certain that dark elves weren't friendly toward humans, and their location was a complete mystery. Liha knew this was an incredibly difficult quest, but he had to find out if the marksman was connected to the war. He also wondered how much progress Kid and Luger had made on this quest, though even if he asked, he doubted they would ever tell him. Liha had been grinding way too much. He needed a break, so he decided to quickly check the auction house. The items he put up for auction earlier must have been sold by now. Liha wondered what his mom's reaction would be to the money transfer. As if on cue, the moment Liha logged out, his mother's voice echoed through the house. Her face was pale as she asked what was going on. How on earth did he deposit hundreds of millions into her account? Liha rushed to calm his mother down. He swore he didn't get a loan from a shark or steal it. He earned every penny from a video game. Liha said it was simply her Christmas present. He promised he could earn even more soon. Then, Liha wanted to take her on a trip to Germany, where advanced medicine could heal his legs. An unshakable belief surged within Liha. His future was finally starting to look so much brighter. Following that, Liha logged back into the game world, seeking out his sister Du to gather more intel. Du had no leads on the war itself, but she had a few suggestions about the Dark Elves. The place Liha had to go was the Zan Wasteland. It was once just barren land, but now many NPCs had settled there and built a community. The land wasn't part of any kingdom, which meant no laws and no security system to rely on. Liha had an even bigger worry. How would he enter the Dark Elf village even if he found it? But there was no use in worrying. Liha knew he just had to bravely charge forward. Previously, Liha had commissioned 100 special bullets from the dwarven blacksmiths, but he had already used nearly half of them in a short time. Liha didn't feel secure with his remaining ammunition. He had to pay a visit to some old friends before starting the new quest. Liha arrived at the dwarven forge, pushing the door wide open with the most cheerful smile he could muster. In stark contrast, the moment the dwarves heard his voice, they dropped their hammers and anvils and fled like they had just seen a demon. The forge master screamed upon seeing Liha's face, but the boy acted completely unfazed. He was just there to order a few more bullets. Liha also had another request for the blacksmiths. He needed binoculars and night vision goggles, hoping the dwarves wouldn't disappoint him. Seeing the dwarves' utter confusion, Liha took out a pen and paper to sketch out the designs. After a long observation, the forge master announced that they couldn't possibly craft the items Liha requested. The binoculars needed to measure targets from 1,500 meters for sniping. Standard lenses were completely useless for such a task. Liha saw it coming. The guy surely wanted a rare material, like the eye of a giant eagle or something similar, but even then, the blacksmith refused. He was clearly enjoying the miserable look on Lai Ha's face. The blacksmith mused that with the eyeball of a massive monster, he could probably craft a scope. He thought Lai Ha would give up in despair. Instead, Lai Ha mentioned the exact monster he was thinking of, a cyclops. The blacksmith burst into laughter. Even with Lai Ha's insane attack power, hunting a cyclops seemed impossible. Before he could finish, Lai Ha pulled out a massive lens. More accurately, it was the eyeball of a cyclops. By sheer coincidence, Lai Ha had just hunted one. The blacksmith had totally jinxed himself this time. He just mocked Li Ha, only to bring this task upon himself. But it wasn't over yet. Now it was time for Lai Ha's demonic side to appear. It was time to negotiate the production cost. Afterwards, Lai Ha went monster hunting. He shot a hole through a wild boar's head, but felt the result was lacking. His goal was to pierce 2 monsters with 1 shot, but their stone-like bodies stopped the bullet after the first kill. The bullet got lodged in the second creature's head. If it were Luger with his cannon, 1 shot would have torn right through, but Lai Ha and Luger had different builds, so it couldn't be helped. As he activated his X-ray vision, he spotted a few odd trees. They were radiating mana from a distance. Believing it was better to be safe, Lai Ha fired at one of the strange trees. Instantly, the hidden assassin inside took a bullet to the chest and died. Li Ha immediately understood. It was definitely those clowns from the Assassin's Guild, here to cause trouble. The remaining assassins dropped their cover. They rushed out from the other trees, all charging towards Li Ha. He fired his rifle again. Instantly, the most reckless assassin approaching was gifted a lead bullet right between the eyes. At the same time, Lai Ha dodged their throwing knives and pulled out his custom-made shotgun. He aimed it straight at another assassin's head. Before the man could react, a shower of lead turned him into a beehive. The last assassin was terrified. Seeing Lai Ha's gun turn to him, he quickly hid behind a nearby rock. But a second later, he used a skill to flash behind Lai Ha, aiming for a critical surprise attack. However, Lai Ha had already predicted his move. His shotgun was already pointed straight at the assassin's face. Then, another thunderous shot rang out. It turned out Lai Ha didn't have 1 shotgun, but 2. Clearly, the assassins had no idea about his arsenal when they planned their ambush. Lai Ha raised his gun, blowing away the smoke. He taunted them to give him a warning next time they interrupted his hunt, so he could prepare a proper welcome. Still, Li Ha was glad for his habit of preloading his weapons. At least he wouldn't panic during a surprise attack. He also had BY to thank for the crash course on assassins. After he sent Peter to his grave during the palace mission, Lai Ha surely made the guild's blacklist. This was truly becoming a hassle. Lai Ha continued his journey, heading towards the Zan region. As he approached the area, Lai Ha took cover and activated his infrared vision skill. A quick scan showed nothing unusual, but then he spotted a hidden figure in an unremarkable treetop. Lai Ha wasn't sure if it was another clown from the Assassin Guild or just a regular monster. Just then, the figure vanished instantly. Lai Ha didn't even get to greet it with his gun. Li Ha knew this area wasn't safe. It was best to be on high alert for anyone who appeared. Upon entering the Zan region, he heard the familiar sound of players urgently looking for dungeon parties. Now wasn't the time for grinding experience. Lai Ha's main goal was to gather information at the tavern, but as he pushed the door open, he saw a group of clowns had been waiting for him inside. Lai Ha quickly drew his rifle, cursing the useless rules of this supposed safe zone. Weren't there any NPCs to stop these clowns from causing a public disturbance? The tavern immediately erupted into chaos. The surrounding players grew even more excited. They were more than happy to watch other players fight. Distracted for a moment, Lai Ha silently cursed the crowd of onlookers, letting an assassin's blade graze him. It applied a debuff, slowing his movement speed. These assassins were becoming a real nuisance. If he didn't have time to shoot them one by one, he'd just summon Kuma Bear to smash these pests for him. The crowd of players went wild. They never expected a ranged damage dealer to also be a summoner. The summoning of Kuma Bear caught the eye of a player sitting quietly in a corner. Meanwhile, Lai Ha scrambled to reload his rifle for the next attack. But the assassins were too fast, already appearing behind him. Lai Ha thought this was the end. They were too close for him to get a shot off. Just then, a flash of sword light cut through the air, followed by a lazy voice complaining that the clowns were ruining the quiet mood. In an instant, every assassin was sliced to pieces. Not a single one escaped. The gawking players got a good look at the newcomer, and the entire crowd fell deathly silent. They never expected to see a top-ranked player take action right here. The newcomer was none other than Juan. His design looked strangely familiar. Was that Sadara's dad, ditching the ninja life to grind games? Lai Ha couldn't believe he was meeting the world's #2 player, let alone being saved by him. But Yuan seemed to ignore Li Ha. his entire focus locked onto Liha's pet bear. Yuan then slowly approached, offering a hand to help Liha up. Not that Liha really needed the help. Still, he thanked Yuan for the assist. Yuan then casually tossed him a high-grade health potion. At last, Yuan revealed his true motive. He needed to ask Liha something and wanted to party up to talk privately. A crowd was gathering around them, treating Yuan like a superstar, which he found incredibly annoying. The moment Liha agreed to the party, Yuan snapped his fingers, casting a mass teleport and whisking them both away. The players were bummed that Yuan left without a word, but then it hit them. The guy with him was the famous magic bullet shooter. They teleported to a secret cave. The air grew awkward as Yuan stayed quiet, and Liha didn't know what to say. Liha wondered what Yuan's angle was for saving him. Not long ago, he'd seen Yuan in an interview. The interviewer asked if he could beat the current #1 player. Yuan's response was brimming with confidence. Along with his flashy interface, he claimed nothing could stop him. At the time, Liha thought Yuan was a bit nuts, or just extremely self-assured. Yuan finally spoke, asking for Liha's name. When introducing himself, Liha added that he was also Korean. This seemed to put Yuan at ease. He hesitated, then asked about the skill Liha had just used in battle, specifically, the one that summoned his pet bear. Blushing, Yuan asked if Liha could teach him how to summon a battle pet. This guy was definitely weird. Yuan explained his desire to learn the battle pet summoning skill. Liha couldn't believe he was making such a request. In theory, every player in this game hides their skills at all costs. That's what gives them an edge. Yuan's face fell. He just saved Liha. Didn't that make him an exception? Liha admitted he was grateful, of course, but he could have handled it. He had a teleport scroll ready, but Yuan just had to make a big scene. Liha was starting to think all top rankers seriously lacked social skills, always acting so clueless. Still, they were fellow countrymen. Liha offered to reveal a little about the skill, but in return, Yuan had to provide some intel. First, Liha wanted Fawn's location. Coincidentally, Yuan had just seen him a few days ago, not far from their current spot. Liha pushed his luck, asking for the Dark Elves' hideout. Yuan could only guess their base was somewhere nearby. He had just casually wiped out a few of them today. Yuan figured Liha had squeezed out enough information. Now it was time to cough up the summoning method. But Liha refused, arguing that Yuan had just made the Dark Elves hate humans even more. This indirectly made Liha's quest significantly harder. Yuan was annoyed. Liha was just like Luger. All the royal guards were the same. Liha was surprised Yuan knew Luger. Then again, it made sense, since Luger frequently picked fights with him. That aside, Liha was curious why Yuan wanted the skill. After all, his rank was already among the world's elite. Yuan stammered for a moment, then confessed. He wanted to learn summoning to beat Alex. As things stood, Yuan knew he couldn't defeat Alex just by closing the level gap. Yuan must have a serious vendetta. He planned to defeat Alex once, then hunt him relentlessly until his rank plummeted. Seeing Yuan's twisted expression gave Liha chills. Had he gotten involved with the wrong kind of person? The biggest problem when fighting Alex was his pet dragon, and beast that was incredibly tough to deal with. Yuan figured that if he could summon his own battle pet, even just to stall the dragon for a few minutes, his victory was guaranteed. And Yuan had deduced that Liha's summoning skill wasn't restricted to a single type of pet. Liha thought to himself that it was true. Teddy Bear just happened to become his soulmate, which is why he could summon him. If the beast he befriended had been something else, the outcome would be different. Yuan continued to plead, begging Liha to share the skill. He promised to help Liha once in the future, even swearing to delete his character if he broke that promise. The offer seemed legit, so Liha agreed to reveal his secret. Yuan told him to just add him as a friend. When he needed help, a single message would bring Yuan running. But one favor just wasn't enough. Liha also demanded info on how to get 2 more achievements. That would seal the deal. Now it was Yuan's turn to get spooked by Liha's devilish look. Afterwards, Liha headed alone to the forest near Zan base. He had to continue his search for the Dark Elf. Wandering this dark forest alone was a major pain. He wished he had a pair of infrared goggles. Just then, he heard a strange noise. Someone was definitely close. Activating a skill, he instantly spotted 5 figures hiding in the surrounding trees. If Liha struck now, he could instantly eliminate one of the hidden figures. But he hesitated, fearing they might be Dark Elves. Attacking recklessly could jeopardize the entire mission. In that moment of doubt, a silent poison dart from a killer clown found its mark. Instantly, a paralysis status afflicted Liha. He was completely immobilized for the next few minutes. The assassin's attack was surgically precise. They targeted his arm, rendering him utterly defenseless. The assassins danced around Lai Ha, mocking him. With a paralyzed arm, his gun was useless. He couldn't fight these freaks. Running was his only option. Seeing Lai Ha retreat, the assassins immediately gave chase. Lai Ha hesitated. Should he use a teleport scroll? But just then, the assassins surrounded him once more, their blades aimed for his heart. But in the next instant, a volley of mysterious arrows rained down, striking each assassin perfectly in the head. Lai Ha was stunned. In the blink of an eye, every single assassin had been completely wiped out. From the nearby bushes, a group of dark elves emerged. He never expected to meet them in such a vulnerable state. Mentally unprepared, he tried a friendly approach. Lai Ha pulled a fragrant lunchbox from his inventory, a hopeful peace offering, and it seemed this appeal to their stomachs actually worked. The moment the dark elves saw the food, their eyes lit up with desire. Just then, a female dark elf snapped at the others, scolding them for frightening their honored guest. She was clearly their leader. At her command, the other dark elves instantly reined in their gluttonous instincts. The dark elf leader welcomed Lai Ha warmly, even calling him the hero's successor. Lai Ha had no idea what hero's successor meant. That they weren't hostile was strange enough. Burning with curiosity, he asked her to explain the title. The dark elf began to explain, recounting a long-forgotten legend, before pointing to the medallion on Lai Ha's neck. It all came down to this item. Lai Ha recalled it was a drop from when he defeated Igor. One of the medallion's effects, a 100% affinity boost with dark elves, a crucial detail Lai Ha had completely forgotten. The leader explained they had spotted Lai Ha earlier. They wanted to approach him then but hesitated out of shyness. Lai Ha then recalled it. Upon arriving in Zan, he had indeed spotted a hidden figure watching him from a tree. The dark elf leader invited Lai Ha to their village and offered too good to refuse. He followed them to the dark elf village, where she led him to meet the chief. Parting a curtain, Lai Ha entered a dwelling within the cliff. An elderly dark elf sat waiting, greeting him with a gentle smile. The chief invited Lai Ha to sit, treating him as a truly honored guest. Lai Ha got straight to the point. He was seeking information on the magic bullet marksman. The chief sighed heavily. That was their legendary hero, the power that helped them fight the hated wood elves. But the chief warned Lai Ha that they knew little about the marksman now. In the past, their tribe held much knowledge of him. All of it was carefully chronicled, but their historical records were stolen. The marksman's legend, he said, was a tale from 100 years ago. The younger generation of dark elves barely knows his name. Only elders like himself might recall a few tales. As long as the chief remembered anything, that was enough. Lai Ha was eager to hear these forgotten stories. The tale the chief was about to share was a deep secret, one Lai Ha would never find on any game forum. The chief began. When God and the devil created the world's races, they proudly watched them grow. But these races belonged to two different masters. Naturally, disagreements soon led to all-out war. To prevent extinction, God and the devil hid their presence. But the devil found this boring. He still craved the worship of his creations. So, the devil proposed a bet to God. The loser would have to obey the winner's command. The wager was simple. They would take turns destroying each other's creations to see whose were more resilient. After 6 rounds, no creation could withstand their divine power. On the 7th turn, the devil devised a cunning plan. The next target for God to destroy was God himself. It was a ludicrous demand, but God had no choice but to accept. However, God made the same demand of the devil: destroy yourself. But the devil didn't even wait to hear the rest. He immediately unleashed his full power upon his own head. The demonic energy materialized as a single, copper bullet. That very bullet pierced straight through the devil's skull. God couldn't believe his rival acted so decisively, but in the end, the devil was gone. Nothing else mattered. So God simply forfeited his turn and walked away. According to the chief, that bullet created by the devil is the only thing capable of defeating God. And the one who possesses that bullet is the magic bullet marksman. But the devil didn't truly perish. It was all part of his plan. The devil had sealed away a fragment of his own being, waiting for the day of his inevitable return. The Demon King from the last Great War was said to be the Demon Lord's son, or maybe a version 2.0. Just hearing that legend was thrilling. But that wasn't Lai Ha's main objective. He needed to find the connection between the magic bullet marksman and the dark elves. According to the village chief, the magic bullet marksman was their race's savior and the protector of the dark elves. The dark elf race had been tormented by the wood elves for ages, all because of their prejudice and racism. Though the dark elves had great physical strength, they couldn't defeat the wood elves' natural talent for magic. The wood elves also had superior numbers. Plus, they charmed humans, turning them against the dark elves. For this reason, The dark elf race was pushed to the verge of extinction. But then, a figure appeared and defeated the wood elves. The magic bullet marksman. Liha assumed he must have been a powerful dark elf. But the village chief denied this theory. He claimed the magic bullet marksman was human. A surprised Liha asked when he had saved the dark elf tribe. The answer was that it happened a very, very long time ago. Liha couldn't understand. If the marksman was human, how could he have lived so long? The chief explained that the dark elves kept many records on the marksman, even including direct interviews with him. However, those books had been stolen, which was a crushing blow to Liha. Just then, a system notification appeared. The quest was to retrieve the stolen books on behalf of the dark elves. Liha knew this mission would be anything but easy. It was clear he had to find the information himself, not just get it easily from some NPC. Accepting his grueling fate, Liha asked the chief where he should begin searching for the lost chronicles. The chief mentioned the name Kato, the one who stole the books. He was a dark elf with strange curiosities and twisted desires. The chief said Kato had likely built his hideout in a place that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. The chief handed Liha a black crystal, explaining it could be used to find Kato. The crystal was made by Kato himself when he was still in the village. Unlike other dark elves, this man was exceptionally skilled in magic. The chief placed his full trust in Liha, hoping he would bring the chronicles home. On his way, Liha thought his quest for the marksman was almost finished, but his other missions were still a major headache. For now, Liha decided to focus on what he could accomplish first. His initial stop was the dwarven blacksmith to visit his old acquaintances. This time, the dwarves recognized his voice from outside and wanted to keep the door bolted shut. Liha guessed the blacksmith had successfully crafted the scope. He was here to collect the item and provide a worthy payment. The blacksmith couldn't refuse and reluctantly opened the door. Inside, Liha's eyes immediately locked onto the brand new scope on the table. This was exactly what Liha had been longing for. The blacksmith, however, was still seething over the trouble it took to make. He'd had to swallow his pride to ask for advice from consultants younger than him. The blacksmith warned Liha to use it with care. Liha was incredibly grateful. While he was there, he also wanted to craft infrared goggles for night observation. But the blacksmith truly couldn't stand Liha any longer, swearing he would never accept another request from him. Immediately after, Liha mounted the scope on his rifle to test it out. He aimed at a stone over 600 meters away, using the 30 times magnification mode. It was so powerful he could even read the writing on a tiny sign placed in front of the stone. Liha felt that at maximum magnification, he could probably see the surface of the moon. Just then, Jinggong suddenly contacted him. Jinggong said he was at the Zan base. When he arrived, he overheard players talking about someone who fought the Assassin's Guild and then disappeared with Ju. Rumor had it that person used a rifle, so after thinking it over, Jinggong was certain Liha had been there. Jinggong praised Liha, impressed that he clashed with the Assassin's Guild and also knew the world's second-ranked player. Jinggong asked if Liha was returning to Zan. If so, he said he would wait. The main reason was that Jinggong needed to tame a monster and required Liha's help again. Liha found this perfect, as he also needed Jinggong's assistance. Soon after, he teleported to the Zan base, conveniently materializing right next to Jinggong. Liha noticed Jinggong had significantly upgraded his equipment, and Jinggong also saw that Liha's rifle was much bigger than before. Liha laughed it off, explaining it was just a minor upgrade. He was surprised Jinggong noticed, even though he'd wrapped it carefully. Jinggong explained that this time, he needed to approach a type of plant, specifically a man-eating tree. Jinggong then transformed into a giant eagle, carrying Liha on his back as they set off to find the carnivorous tree. During the flight, Liha took the chance to check for Kato's whereabouts, but the black orb showed no signal at all. Jinggong flew them directly to a vast jungle with a river flowing through it, like the Amazon. He then pointed Liha's attention to a colossal tree with a bright red bud at its top. Looking closer, that was no flower bud. In reality, it was the mouth of the man-eating flower. It parted to reveal jagged, sharp teeth inside, a truly chilling sight. Legend said this man-eating tree was one of the seeds scattered by the world tree. This carnivorous plant was immobile, but the real challenge was the swarm of monsters that surrounded it. The giant flower emitted a substance similar to a hypnotic drug, controlling all the monsters nearby. The drugged monsters were then responsible for capturing living creatures and offering them to the man-eating flower. Jinggong began describing the plant's digestive fluids, but the details were so grim Liha quickly cut him off. He asked Liha to handle the monsters while he approached the plant. To break the hypnosis, Jinggong explained there was only one way: destroy the organ that dispersed the hypnotic substance. Inside the carnivorous flower's mouth was a large pistol, the very source of the mind-controlling powder. Lai Ha suddenly devised an impossible plan. He would snipe the pistol while riding on Jing Gong Gong's back. Lai Ha warned Jing Gong Gong to keep his body stable and not to let him fall, or he would hold a grudge for the rest of his life. Jing Gong Gong was stunned that Lai Ha planned to snipe from mid-air. They couldn't get too close or the flower would attack, but if they were too far, Lai Ha couldn't guarantee an accurate shot. Lai Ha knew sniping mid-air was incredibly difficult, but on the bright side, at this position, he had a completely unobstructed line of sight. Just as Lai Ha took aim at the flower's pistol, ready to fire, Jing Gong Gong's body suddenly lurched. But seeing Lai Ha's determination, Jing Gong Gong gave his full support. He spread his eagle wings, trying to hold his body as steady as possible in the air. Lai Ha was grateful for his teammates' complete trust in him. Now, he had to make this shot count at all costs. He slowly calculated the rhythm of Jing Gong Gong's wing beats. He then factored in the wind direction and estimated the distance, finally activating his support skill and pulling the trigger. The moment the bullet was fired, Lai Ha received a system notification. He had earned the achievement for sniping from mid-air. Moreover, Lai Ha was the first person to ever unlock it. He was overjoyed seeing the notification, as it meant he had hit his target. Lai Ha humbly explained to Jing Gong Gong that he was just lucky, but admitted the feeling was absolutely incredible. Lai Ha felt he might be the only person who could earn such an achievement. After all, not everyone gets to snipe while riding an eagle. Now the carnivorous flower could no longer hypnotize the monsters protecting it. Taming the beast would be much easier for Jing Gong Gong. In no time, the flower was as tame as a puppy. As thanks, Jing Gong Gong took out a dark green fruit and gave it to Lai Ha. It wasn't actually a fruit, but a seed from the world tree. Feeding it to a monster would grant control over it for 6 hours. Lai Ha's heart skipped a beat. This kind of control item was incredibly rare. The effect was only temporary, but it could provide a huge advantage against high-level beasts. A greedy thought struck Lai Ha, and he asked Jing Gong Gong for a few more. But Jing Gong Gong had to refuse. That was his only spare. He needed the rest for his mission. Lai Ha admitted he was just joking anyway. Now that Jing Gong Gong's quest was complete, Lai Ha hoped he would help him with his own. All this time, Lai Ha had been holding a black orb, but it gave no reaction. Kato wasn't anywhere nearby. Lai Ha figured he would have to complete a different objective first. Find Fen An. Next, Jing Gong Gong flew Lai Ha to a desert scattered with countless bones. According to Lai Ha's information, Fen An had to be somewhere in this area. He was probably searching for some ancient ruins again. With no other leads, Lai Ha chose to begin searching for Fen An. But at that exact moment, the dark orb in his hand began to glow with a strange intensity. Lai Ha explained to Jing Gong Gong that he now had information on Kato's whereabouts, so they would hunt him down first. The two landed in the desert, finding themselves before the colossal skeleton of a dragon. Lai Ha felt the orb's pulse, realizing it glowed brighter the closer he got to the skeleton, as if the bones were encasing something important. Just then, Jing Gong Gong called out nervously. It turns out the guy had touched one of the dragon's bones, accidentally activating a hidden magic formation. Immediately, a tremor shook the ground near them, and a hidden passageway opened up. Jing Gong Gong gave Lai Ha an awkward smile. He said he was just a little clumsy, but it turned out to be a step in the right direction. The two then cautiously entered the secret underground base. Seeing the layers of dust, Lai Ha guessed the place had been abandoned for a long time. Suddenly, Jing Gong Gong, in his bear form, sent a private message, warning him that someone was up ahead. Lai Ha immediately put the orb away, drew his rifle, and prepared himself for anything that might happen. To be safe, Lai Ha kept his distance from the figure and activated his infrared vision to get a better look. After confirming there was only one person, Lai Ha shouted, demanding they raise their hands. Otherwise, he'd be forced to shoot. The person wasn't frightened at all. Instead, he cheerfully asked Lai Ha if he happened to be the owner of this dungeon. This man was incredibly carefree, even asking if Lai Ha knew how to open the door in front of them. He insisted there was something interesting hidden behind it. Lai Ha couldn't place the face before him. But the other youth countered, asking if he was an acquaintance of Juan's. Lai Ha froze for a beat. Then it hit him this had to be Fan An, the very person he was searching for. But Fan An paid him no mind, completely focused on the stubborn lock. It seemed his trusty master key was finally failing him. Lai Ha quickly explained he was on a quest from the King of Fiber. At that, Fan An instinctively glanced his way. Suddenly, the young man jumped in surprise. He'd spotted the dark orb glowing on Lai Ha. Lai Ha glanced down. The orb in his hand was a perfect match for the hole in the wall. Lai Ha tried using his orb. The wall slid open, revealing a massive research lab inside. He then got a notification, the first to discover Kato's lab number 6. So that's why the orb glowed brighter as they approached this place. That explained the orb's intense glow. Plus, the discovery earned Lai Ha a significant stat boost. Come to think of it, he was with Fan An, a specialist in finding undiscovered locations. Just how many achievements did he have? The forums said he'd found 50% of all undiscovered areas. Fan An finally asked for Lai Ha's identity. Holding the key to this place meant Lai Ha played a crucial role in the main quest. Lai Ha introduced himself as a musketeer. This immediately made Fan An think of the other two. He recalled finding a letter in lab number 2. But another musketeer had forced him to give it up. Someone that aggressive could only be Luger. Just then, Jinggong found the very note Fan An mentioned. The note contained only broken phrases, its meaning unclear. But it mentioned one thing, the Sword of God. Lai Ha speculated. The Demon Lord created a bullet, while God forged a moon sword. Fan An knew the note wouldn't offer real clues. He had found similar cryptic pages before. Perhaps they would find more answers in lab number 7. Fan An was excited, even mentioning the Eastern continent. Fan An explained it was just his personal name for the regions. The current player continent is the Western continent. Lai Ha understood Fan An's meaning. To reach the Eastern continent, they just needed to cross the Great Sea. Lai Ha then revealed his true purpose. The King of Fear wanted Fan An to help lead an expedition to find new continents. Fan An wanted to explore, but the timing wasn't right. He had joined an NPC-led expedition before. However, it ended in disaster. The sea they must cross to reach the new land is called the Sea of Monsters. The monsters there were so strong, even the NPCs were helpless. How could players survive? Just then, a system alert appeared. The lab's guardian was spawning. They needed to escape, and fast. Fan An, clearly familiar with this, urged Lai Ha and Jinggong to flee. The three sprinted for their lives. They barely escaped the underground lab just as it began to collapse. Just then, a massive bone dragon burst into the sky behind them. Fan An knew it well, at least level 220. Its only weak spot was its sternum. Fan An insisted they run. Fighting that thing was impossible, but Lai Ha saw an opportunity. If he proved his strength by downing this beast, Fan An would surely join his expedition. The bone dragon spotted Lai Ha's group. It dove from the sky, letting out a deafening roar. How could it even roar so loudly? Fan An couldn't believe his ears when Lai Ha claimed he could defeat it. After all, this was an incredibly powerful monster. Lai Ha simply told Fan An to quiet down for a moment. He then calmly took aim at the bone dragon. The moment it entered his sights, Lai Ha fired without hesitation. The bullet flew from Lai Ha's gun, piercing straight through the bone dragon's chest. With a single shot, Lai Ha obliterated the bone dragon. The resulting experience points even granted him a level up. Fan An was absolutely stunned. He couldn't imagine anyone taking down the bone dragon in a single hit. Fan An knew that dragon was no ordinary mob. It was a gatekeeper, with the power of a true boss monster. Fan An figured only top players like Alex or John could one-shot that beast. What Lai Ha did was simply unbelievable. He even doubted that Luger himself could deal such a devastating critical strike. A system alert announced Lai Ha was the first to defeat the bone dragon. His name was now immortalized in the Hall of Fame. Lai Ha eagerly awaited the loot drop, but all he received from the dragon was a single bone fragment, etched with ancient text. It didn't even have a listed use. Fan An was more curious how Lai Ha landed such a precise shot. True, Fan An had pointed out the dragon's weak spot, but he never imagined Lai Ha could take it down instantly. Lai Ha praised him, saying the achievement was thanks to Fan An's help. They were a great team. So why wait to set sail for the new continent? Fan An extended his hand, wanting a formal introduction. Lai Ha had more than proven his incredible strength. Fan An confirmed he would gladly join Lai Ha's expedition. The group then teleported back to the capital of Fear. Jinggong had to leave and couldn't join them. He looked forward to the discovery, asking Lai Ha to call him when the new continent was found. Lai Ha was also filled with anticipation. What mysteries would the new continent hold? On the way to the palace, Fan An remarked that it had been a while. It had been a while since he'd visited. Fan An's character hailed from a small nation, believing such places had their own unique charm. As Lai Ha and Fan An entered the palace, they heard a heated argument from the conference room. It was all about strategy. Plans were being laid for the coming national war. As Lai Ha wondered about the familiar voice, its owner, Nara, suddenly appeared. Stepping out of the conference room, she was delighted to see Lai Ha. She had told him countless times to message her before visiting, but, as usual, Lai Ha never listened. He thought he would be bothering Nara, But in truth, she welcomed the interruption. Nara then noticed Liha wasn't alone. Liha introduced him as Fan An, the master explorer who leaves no stone unturned. Just then, the palace received word that Liha had brought Fan An for an audience with the king. The guards announced they could enter. Nara said her goodbyes, but quickly messaged Liha, reminding him to find her later. With that settled, Liha and Fan An went to meet the king. His Majesty was thrilled that Fan An accepted the offer to explore the new lands. But as Fan An's excitement peaked, the king crushed his hopes. The exploration plan had been altered. The king explained the expedition was on hold because of the impending national war. Worse, the nations of Kavan and Minute had formed an alliance. They now threatened Fiber from the sea. During this tense time, Fiber's king had to carefully manage every single resource. The king's speech was rather long. Liha summed it up. The new continent exploration quest was basically cancelled. The king promised that once the war ended, he would provide Fan An with the best, most elite fleet imaginable. Fan An didn't reveal his true feelings. He simply thanked the king, trusting his majesty would keep his word. The king then consoled Liha, promising him a guaranteed spot on the future expedition. What else could Liha say to that? He could only agree. Leaving the palace, Liha assumed Fan An must be devastated. But the reality was quite the opposite. Fan An's spirits recovered instantly, and he immediately set off on a new journey. Liha then remembered Nara's message to find her. He figured he should go see what she wanted. When he arrived, Nara was already waiting and asked how his gold-making was going. But Liha had put that on hold. With war looming, even the royal family was in chaos, let alone the rest of the kingdom. They predicted the war would erupt in about a month's time, which was roughly 1 week in the real world. Liha wondered if other players would dive into this massive war. But every player was tied to their chosen nation. This meant participation was essentially mandatory. Even Liha couldn't escape it. Specific quests would only be revealed once the war began. This war would be the first time players crossed swords on such a massive scale. The system had given Liha a hint. The best defense is a good offense. What did it want from him now? Liha thanked Nara for the information. Yet, he sensed there was something else she wanted to discuss. Not just this. Nara blushed deeply, then brought up the meal she had suggested last time. She guessed Liha was hesitant to meet her alone, so she was willing to bring along another pair as chaperones. She meant inviting Kit and Bobby, another potential couple. It was to make things less awkward. But no matter how he spun it, this was a double date. Liha, however, was still bothered by his lack of freedom. Nara had already invited him twice now. Constantly refusing wouldn't look good. So Liha decided to use his friend as an excuse. He told her he would ask Kit about it. For Nara, that promise was enough. She figured they could all go out right after the Great War. After leaving, Liha pushed the whole date thing aside. This wasn't the time for that. He needed to forge a battle plan for himself. To survive this war, Liha opened his status window to check his progress. He had now reached level 160. His leveling speed was slowing down considerably. He had to reallocate his stats, putting a few points into strength, but pouring the rest into his dexterity stat. After sorting his stats, he checked his quest log. The Magic Bullet Marksman questline required him to find a wood wisp to get more information. Nobo suspected the marksman was from the generation before the legendary Three Musketeers, and he needed Liha to confirm it. The Woodwisp village was located inside Fiber's territory, making travel there quite simple. Liha wondered how far Kit and Luger had progressed on this quest. He figured he might as well ask them, then searched for Kit's location. Was this guy trying to visit every inn in the game world? Every time Liha checked, he was somewhere new. He decided to contact him. He got straight to the point. Had Kit finished the quest to confirm the marksman's identity? Kit seemed surprised when Liha mentioned Kato's lab. He was slightly taken aback. So Liha had reached this stage too. Liha claimed he found no useful info inside the laboratory. That's why he was asking Kit for help. This time, Kit was genuinely shocked. He never thought Liha would find laboratory number 6 so quickly. Kit warned Liha that Luger was obsessed with finding those labs. He advised him not to reveal that he had already discovered one. It seemed Kit hadn't obtained any notes from Kato's labs yet. He was now determined to claim laboratory number 7 for himself. Kit made it clear he was also aiming for the Magic Bullet Marksman title. Liha had all the confirmation he needed. The title of Magic Bullet Marksman could only belong to one of them, and it could be taken by force. Though Liha started last, his relentless grinding paid off. He'd even surpassed the other 2 Royal Musketeers. In a dense forest filled with unique treetop structures, players gathered. They were forming parties to raid the local dungeons. Arriving there, Lai Ha's first act was to remove his medallion. It raised affinity with dark elves but lowered it with wood elves. Wearing that into wood elf territory would be a fatal mistake. As Li Ha headed to a tavern for intel, 2 wood elf guards stopped him. They sensed a dark elf aura and wanted to have a little chat. Li Ha was baffled. He definitely removed the medallion. So why was he still being targeted? Then it dawned on him. He'd forgotten to store Kato's crystal orb in his inventory. The guards were about to search him, leaving no time. Thinking fast, Li Ha pulled out the world tree seed from Jinong Gong. To the wood elves, the seed was clearly corrupted. Li Ha played along, claiming it was the seed of life, the origin of their race. He then activated his divine haggling skill to easily manipulate the 2 guards before him. He spun a tale about researching a method to purify the seed's dark energy. Then he feigned a deep sadness. The wood elves seemed so uncooperative. The guards panicked, admitting their mistake and offering to escort him as an apology. And just like that, Li Ha completely fooled them. The 2 guards then led him directly to the house he needed to find. Now, Li Ha had to approach the homeowner. His target, a veteran from the Second Human-Demon Great War. Li Ha complimented the elf on his youthful looks, which clearly pleased him. Instantly, the veteran's suspicion vanished. Seizing the moment, Li Ha laid on the praise. As expected, he was quickly invited inside the home. Li Ha's goal was to learn more about the naval pursuit of the demon army. The records were incomplete. Li Ha needed to know if the magic bullet marksman stopped the pursuit. The elf confirmed he felt no trace of magic. That meant the phantom attack could only be the marksman's work. The veteran also sensed a sinister energy, suspecting the marksman was a dark elf. But when pressed for a definite answer, he couldn't be sure. After their talk, Li Ha completed another phase of his quest. His reward, the musketeer's exclusive teleport skill. Li Ha reported his findings to Nobo. The magic bullet marksman was human. Instantly, the next quest phase unlocked. Now he waited for Nobo's guidance. Nobo speculated only 2 people could attack from such an insane range, Bodao or Elizabeth. If either of them was the marksman, Li Ha couldn't proceed at his current level. Nobo's best plan was for Kid and Luger to team up. Honestly, working with Kid wouldn't be a problem. The real challenge was cooperating with Luger. Li Ha doubted he could be civil with him for more than 2 seconds. Li Ha mulled over the quest. Nobo had suggested he unleash his hidden potential, which likely meant unsealing his weapon. Li Ha inspected the special teleport skill. It let musketeers warp to each other's positions, but only if both had location sharing enabled. However, neither Luger nor Kid had activated the skill yet. For once, Li Ha was finally ahead in the quest. At Candle Castle, a player reeled back in shock at a small stall. 5 gold for 1 tiny potion. The shopkeeper couldn't help it. He had to make a profit just to cover the high taxes. Furious at the outrageous price, the player stormed off. From the walls above, Jia Trung and Weizian watched it all unfold. Jia Trung worried the skyrocketing prices would destroy their reputation. Weizian knew it too, but their hands were tied. Once the war officially begins, prices could easily triple from here. The Rose Guild had stockpiled massive supplies to sell cheaply post-war and restore their name. The problem, no one knew when the war would start or end. Elsewhere, Li Ha dropped by Du's diner. She was thrilled to see him, but he looked completely exhausted. And for good reason. He'd pulled all-nighters with the dwarves crafting a new item, night vision goggles. Du guessed he was rushing to prepare for the upcoming war. After all, her main trade was information gathering. She also knew this wasn't just a social call. He was clearly here for some fresh intel. And if she guessed right, he was looking for a worthy monster to hunt, hoping to grind up his stats. Seeing Du's sharp insight, Li Ha dropped the pretense. He needed to hunt a monster, level 170 or higher, from 1.5 kilometers away. Du judged the Emperor crabs to be the perfect targets. Even from this distance, they were the size of small mountains. They'd surely snack on any human who wandered into their attack range. But Li Ha wasn't worried. He was a long-range sniper. The last time he attempted this shot was back in the military. Li Ha zeroed in on his target, meticulously calculating wind and velocity. He needed to end this with a single, perfect bullet. The moment he locked on, Li Ha fired without hesitation. The bullet screamed through the air, obliterating the hapless creature's head instantly. As the shot connected, the system flared to life. Li Ha had unlocked the rifle's second seal, gaining a camouflage skill and the third seal quest. Li Ha felt a surge of pride. This game was helping him slowly reclaim his lost confidence. Seeing his sniping skills were still sharp brought him relief. In the past, he'd set the record for the longest shot, nearly 2 kilometers. He'd set that record before his accident, and to this day, it remained completely unbeaten by anyone. Though this was just a 1.5-kilometer shot, the feeling was still absolutely incredible. It felt so good. Now, Liha needed to check his next mission. He just hoped it wasn't something completely absurd, but his luck had just run out. The next mission required him to snipe a level 190 target from 2 kilometers away, and this was just for the third seal. Did that mean the fifth mission would demand a 3-kilometer shot? Pushing that aside for now, Liha checked the new camouflage skill. The description reminded him of wearing a real ghillie suit. Liha took a quick look at his stats. After the quest and level up, his base agility had soared to 2,000 points. It seemed his preparations for the upcoming national war were nearly complete. Now, all Liha had to do was wait. Soon after, the king appeared before the people and players to declare war. A general from the Fear Empire was summoned. His name was Ganville. The king appointed Ganville as commander-in-chief. He then declared that this war would be the absolute end for both Minis and Kaven. And with that, the national war had officially begun. All three nations had selected their supreme commanders. Fear's commander was Ganville. For Minis, it was Fox on the Grass. Fox in the Grasslands Equine. And Kaven's was the second storm, Thesi. The war between Fear and the Minis-Kaven alliance officially erupted. Instantly, countless players began buzzing about the conflict. Quite a few players felt the war was completely pointless. They just wanted to focus on grinding levels. At that moment, all players from the three nations got a notification. They had to contribute to the war and would receive rewards for their service. Players would now see those from other nations as enemies. They could even gain experience by defeating them in battle. Liha read the notice, thinking it was very detailed. It even specified that players wouldn't lose levels if they died during the war. However, Liha guessed the item drop penalty and a 2-day login ban still applied. There were 3 ways for a nation to lose this war. 1. The king is killed. 2. The supreme commander is assassinated. Or 3. A nation is overwhelmed and forced to surrender. Liha was more than prepared for this fight. It was time to head to the battlefield and reap some serious rewards. Arriving at the military camp, he found it packed with players. Liha brought Kijong to an officer and requested to change his guild's name. He already had an idea. He wanted to rename the guild to the much grander-sounding Special Force Run. In the days that followed, war erupted constantly. Countless players had already sacrificed themselves in the chaotic battles. Despite this, players still swarmed the battlefield like ants. Liha was nearly swallowed by the sea of people until Bem appeared, pulling him out. Of course, Bem wouldn't miss a world-class event like this. He turned his back, showing off the new cloak he was wearing to Liha. He was now officially a member of the Buncho Corps. Liha was a bit surprised. He had no idea Bem had even joined. It was all thanks to Kijong, who had scouted him. He felt Bem's talent couldn't be wasted. After their greetings, Ki suggested they all party up. With Liha joining, they'd be a truly monstrous party. At the Fearfield camp, their group was assigned to Platoon 1, tasked with capturing the high ground. Ki felt nervous seeing the mission was to capture the plains in 15 days, but Liha told him not to worry. He would carry them. With encouragement from Liha and the others, Ki's confidence surged. It was just capturing some plains, after all. Why would he hesitate to accept? Afterwards, Ki stood before his squad and gave an incredibly boring speech. The result, of course, was completely uninspiring. Ki anxiously asked Liha for his opinion. But since Ki was the captain, Liha believed his little brother could handle things on his own. Later, Liha's group gathered to discuss their strategy. The war map for this event was super convenient. It even updated with the battle's situation in real time. With his own military experience, reading the tactical map was incredibly easy for Liha. Meanwhile, at the summit they had to capture, entire assault teams were being crushed flat by giant rolling boulders. Atop the hill, a huge, bald man let out a provocative smirk. He felt this whole battle was just far too simple. While advancing, Liha kept his eyes on the strategic map. He grew worried when the icons for the other assault units completely vanished. This obviously meant the other teams had been completely wiped out. Liha was curious who on the enemy team was carrying so hard. To get accurate information, Liha's group had no choice but to keep pushing forward toward the battlefield. As they reached the outskirts, Liha saw explosions and smoke everywhere. Just then, he received intel on why their forces were crushed. It turned out, the Minos army used the high ground, unleashing a rockslide on any advancing forces. The other players quickly identified the enemy's ace, Thin, the master of stone. But Tane felt something was off. From what he knew, Thin was all brawn and no brains. There was no way that Meathead could devise such a clever strategy. B agreed completely. Thin's only move had always been a head-on charge. Liha wondered what had changed with Thin. Still, their team could go pay him a friendly visit. Kijong, however, was terrified. He'd rather face any other enemy than that rock-headed monster. But Liha declared that once Thin was handled, the rest would fall, and he knew the perfect person to be a distraction. As he spoke, Liha's eyes locked onto Kijong. B instantly understood the plan. Those two were perfectly in sync. Only Kijong was about to cry, wondering why they were staring at him so menacingly. Later, a squad mate followed Liha to the ambush point, wondering if this strategy would actually work. The soldier thought they should wait and regroup for a full assault. But Liha confidently told him not to worry. The word failure wasn't in his vocabulary. Meanwhile, Thin was resting when a scout reported another attack from Fiber. Thin stepped out, ready for battle. But seeing only a single enemy charging forward, he grew furious. Just one enemy dared to challenge him personally? At that moment, Kijong was screaming, charging blindly forward. He couldn't believe it. A team captain being used as bait by his own members. It was pure bullying. Seeing Kijong was a fairly high-level player, Thin's interest was piqued. This one might be worth his time. Brimming with confidence from the hilltop, he began summoning his rock magic to crush the incoming Kijong. But before he could finish his boast, a deafening crack echoed out. Thin's head exploded, horrifying his nearby soldiers. Kijong saw Thin get taken down in a single shot. Looks like his job as bait was over. Back at Liha's position, his squad mates were speechless at his one-shot, one-kill technique, and he didn't stop there, picking off more Minos soldiers. Liha was becoming a legend on the battlefield. After clearing the hilltop guards, Liha urged his squad to stop gawking and advance on the hill. But the other players were still in complete shock. They couldn't process what had just happened. Kijong, standing alone on the hill, felt awkward and waved them up. Tane remarked that the entire battle had been turned on its head. A single gunslinger had completely wrecked the enemy team. Liha's group quickly advanced, taking cover behind the fences. They gathered their forces once more. Liha scanned the tents, certain they only held wounded, powerless soldiers. Besides, their numbers were small. Against a few injured soldiers, the Byun Cho Guild could easily crush them. Just then, Kijong saw Liha pull out a package. Liha smirked, calling it a special gift from Santa. He warned everyone to take cover. Its blast radius was huge. The Minos forces remained completely unaware. Liha lit the fuse and hurled his gift into the camp. Before the Minos troops could even react, it exploded violently. All nearby soldiers instantly became Liha's contribution points. But hogging all the points wasn't his style. Liha ordered the full-scale assault. Level this place. Teen led the charge, unleashing his flaming sword on the enemy. B followed up, joining the fray with his poison spit attack. The Minos army realized his venom was deadly. They scrambled to form a defensive line to cure their mages. But Kijong wasn't about to let them reorganize. Using his massive shield, he charged forward like a battering ram, sending enemies flying out of his path. A few Minos players tried to signal for reinforcements, but were instantly silenced by a blast from Liha's shotgun. After the assault, the Byuncho Guild had 0 casualties, with only one member seriously injured. The system then announced Fiber's capture of the outpost. Now, they had to defend it for 1 hour to complete the quest. Liha watched the Minos troops retreat. They got the same alert. That meant every player in the area knew their position. At the base of the hill, the Minos army was already regrouping, preparing to reclaim their lost territory. The Fiber army's commander was stunned by the notification. He couldn't believe a single platoon took down Thin's fortress. He figured Minos would desperately try to retake the base. They had to organize their forces to intercept them immediately. Their mission now was to buy as much time as possible. Kijong and the Byuncho Guild gathered at the gate, ready to defend it. The battle for the outpost raged on relentlessly. Liha's elite squad was still holding strong, but only half the time had passed. Everyone's stamina was draining. They couldn't hold out much longer. Liha hadn't expected to play his ace so soon. He yelled for all troops to withdraw from the fight and regroup model into the center immediately. Kijong couldn't grasp the strange order, but Liha confidently declared he could handle it all. The ground beneath Liha suddenly cracked open. His Soul Link skill was activating. He summoned his powerful pet bear. Kido let out a thunderous roar. Empowered by Liha, its level soared to 186. The F-Minis players stared in shock at the colossal bear on the battlefield. Kido was a living war machine, sweeping aside any enemy in its path. Nothing could stop its relentless advance. Riding on Kido's back, Liha unleashed a storm of lead from his twin shotguns, showering the Minis players with bullets. Liha charged a straight path down the hill, where he met up with a friendly soldier. Liha urged him to return to the stronghold. Holding one position for too long was suicide. He had Kido charge back up the hill, clearing a path for their allies to advance. Soon after, the Fiber Army successfully captured the base. Everyone was rewarded with a huge number of contribution points. Meanwhile, in another place, two people were calmly playing a game of chess. The man was astonished. The woman across from him had perfectly predicted his next move. This man was Minute's supreme commander. He complimented his opponent, noting another sly fox existed in his army. Equin was certain of victory. With two masterminds working together, the Fiber faction wouldn't stand a chance. His opponent was the Grandmaster of the Assassination Guild. Just then, a soldier rushed in to report they had lost a key stronghold on the plains. Equin was in disbelief. The Grandmaster had sworn the base was impenetrable, with her stone mage defending it. The Grandmaster wasn't worried at all. Instead, she coolly asked which unit had managed to break through. Upon learning it was the Buncho Guild, she claimed it was understandable. Equin quickly pressed her for more information about them. Was it some kind of elite special forces unit? Perhaps not, but with Lai Ha on their team, one man was enough to carry them all. The Grandmaster advised Equin not to rush things. Everything was still unfolding as it should. Her calm demeanor settled him down. He asked what her next strategic move would be. Over on the Fiber side, Guild leader John was enthusiastically praising Kijong for capturing such a vital stronghold. John then proposed a new mission for Kijong and Li Ha. They were to lead an assault and capture another mountain fortress. It was another equally important strategic area. Lai Ha and Kijong were stunned that John wanted them to attempt another siege. The whole thing felt absolutely absurd. Kijong felt like they were playing a game of King of the Hill. Besides, the last base was poorly guarded and had a secret route. That was the only reason the Buncho Guild won so easily. After that fight, the Feminine Army was on high alert. The same brute force plan wouldn't work again. John knew it was a difficult request. But he believed that if the Buncho Guild couldn't do it, no one could. Kijong asked if there was a problem if they refused. Before John could answer, Lai Ha asked if the mission's reward ratio could be changed. For instance, the amount of contribution points received. John confirmed it was possible, and Lai Ha knew this was a player-generated quest. Lai Ha calculated that he had earned 400 points from the last siege, while Kijong had probably gotten around 200. Completing this mission would lock in at least 150 points. But for him, that still wasn't enough. Lai Ha wanted to know the maximum number of points he could get from this quest. The potential reward was truly immense. The points received would be doubled. But the penalty for failing the mission would also be doubled. If your contribution points hit 0 or went into the negative, there was rumored to be a hidden penalty. The risk made Kijong hesitate, but Li Ha told him not to worry. Just accept the mission. He would carry the team. Lai Ha's proposal to rename the guild to the Buncho Special Forces had a purpose. Half a month later, at Mountain 274, the two armies clashed violently. The number of casualties was impossible to count. A feminine commander stood arrogantly on a high rock, shouting orders for his troops to push back the fear forces. At that moment, a bullet tore through the air, blowing the loudmouth's head clean off. The feminine troops stared in horror as their leader fell. The fear army immediately knew. The Buncho Special Forces had entered the battlefield. With their support, the fear soldiers felt a surge of courage. Everyone's fighting spirit ignited, ready to storm the peak at any moment. In just half a month, Buncho had become known as angels on the battlefield, but to the feminine, they were demons. No one knew how Buncho operated, only that they assassinated key figures and quickly secured victory. The only way the enemy knew Buncho had appeared was when they were suddenly logged out of the game after dying. The fight for Mountain 274 had lasted 2 weeks, but once they joined, the battle was over in just 40 minutes. Li Ha was in a sniper's nest, far outside the enemy's line of sight. Plus, he had 30 guards protecting him. Within just a few days, Lai Ha had shot down over 100 people, earning himself the title of Ghost. Even Bem had to respect Lai Ha's skill. Lai Ha could easily eliminate any enemy, no matter how far away they were. The players assigned to guard him treated him better than a king. He carried the entire guild, after all. Even Kijong, the guildmaster, didn't get this treatment. But there was simply no comparing him to Lai Ha. Lai Ha promised to carry them, and he delivered. Just then, an urgent notification flashed, ordering the Punch Guild back to headquarters. Lai Ha wondered what was going on. Could it be a special reward? Arriving at HQ, John rushed out to greet them warmly. The heroes of Bio. He announced Commander Ganville himself was here to speak with Lai Ha. But as they entered the tent, they found Weizion waiting instead. Weizion complained playfully. If Lai Ha was going to dominate the battlefield like that, why not just merge her guild into his special forces? Lai Ha was shocked to see Wei Zion there. Commander Ganville noticed their familiarity and seemed pleased by it. This saved him the trouble of a lengthy introduction. Lai Ha deduced they were both summoned for their outstanding performance. The next mission was clearly a crucial one. Ganville then ordered the Special Forces captain to step forward. Instantly, the two brothers began passing the responsibility. Kijong argued Lai Ha carried the team and was their strongest asset. Making him captain was the obvious choice. But Lai Ha countered that as guildmaster, Kijong should be the one to step up. Wei Zion chuckled from the sidelines as the serious briefing turned into the brothers' personal blame game. In the end, Li Ha couldn't win against Kijong and stepped up as the bio commander. Ganville immediately asked, "Do you have any idea what you've done?" His tone made it sound like a grave crime. Because of Punch's victories, a 90-day campaign had been slashed to just 30 days. Because of this, every strategy Ganville devised needed urgent revision. It was a truly astonishing display of power. In fact, Ganville owed Lai Ha his deepest thanks. Thanks to him and Punch, the Fiver army gained an incredible advantage. The briefing continued. Occupation times would be cut. The Fiver army needed to shift to a lightning-fast strategy. However, Ganville warned that the old fox Equinus wouldn't surrender so easily. The Minute army was currently in a rapid retreat. Ganville declared it was time to switch from assault to encirclement, and fast. He wanted all forces to regroup after crossing the plains. From there, they would punch straight through to the Minute capital, but on that path stood 7 castles that Fiver had to conquer. No more spreading forces thin. They would concentrate their might, forging a single path straight to the capital. Lai Ha knew it was the fastest way to end the war, but the risk was huge. During the assault, Fiver would have only a single, vulnerable supply line. If that supply line were ever cut, the entire front line would instantly collapse. But then Lai Ha remembered Wei Zion. Of course, she would be in charge of securing those supply lines. Ganville gave Punch a special mission. They would be the spearhead, tasked with destroying the fortress's defensive keystone, allowing Fiver's main army to pour inside. Their target was a single brick with a magic circle on the outer wall. Failure would make the entire siege nearly impossible. The penalty for failure was also steep, a loss of 3,000 contribution points. This was no simple task, so Lai Ha requested time to consider his decision. Afterwards, Li Ha and Wei Zion stepped outside to talk. He needed her opinion. Was this mission even feasible? Wei Zion had already run the calculations and believed it was highly feasible. Minute's army couldn't easily block Fiver's advance, because an acquaintance of Lai Ha's, with Pegu and the Yellow Dragon Guild, was attacking the northern region. This friend said Lai Ha would recognize him by his gun. All this talk could only mean one person: Kit. The rugged northern mountains limited long-range attacks. It was the perfect playground for Kit's skills. With his high-speed rapid fire, that front was completely secure. Wei Zion added that when the main army began its siege, Kit and Pegu's forces would attack simultaneously. Wei Zion believed this pincer attack would be indefensible. But Lai Ha knew there was a bigger issue. The continent's #1 ranker, Alex, fought for Minute. However, Wei Zion wasn't concerned. She revealed that John had recently declared war on Alex. Lai Ha realized John must have found a battle beast to match Alex's power. With that, the final obstacle was gone. Lai Ha was now confident in the mission's success rate. He returned to Ganville's tent and formally accepted the operation for Punch. Lai Ha then went to see Lady Du, finding her buried in paperwork. She had already heard about his special infiltration mission into Minute. Lai Ha was relieved she already knew the details. It meant he could get straight to the point and save time. He was looking for information on the fortress's keystone. Unfortunately, Du couldn't help. He would have to locate it on his own. All she knew was that it was somewhere on the fortress's outer wall. And he shouldn't hope for some obvious, special pattern. That would be like painting a giant target on it for the enemy to find. She could only offer one clue. It powered the castle's magic barrier, meaning it had to face outwards from the castle wall. The keystone's location would reveal the barrier's direction. The good news was, he could search for it from the outside. The bad news: how could he find one specific brick in an entire wall of them? Lai Ha calmed himself and began to strategize. Plan A: get close to the wall for direct observation. But that was a surefire way to get spotted and annihilated by Minute's army. Plan B involved using binoculars from a safe distance. The second was observing from afar, staring at bricks until the war ended, never finding the weak point. The third was a rushed assault just before the attack, only to be discovered and swiftly captured. Du noticed Li Ha's dark expression and asked if he was all right. But this was business as usual. Lai Ha was all too familiar with hardship. Switching gears, he asked Du for a map of Van Ko Castle. Luckily for him, Du had one. Lai Ha calculated the main offensive was still half a month to a month away. He would handle the weak point later. For now, it was time to level up. His targets were not monsters, but players from the nation of Feminate. Lai Ha wondered if most players lacked the military knowledge for proper defensive formations. But these fools kept exposing themselves, making them easy targets. A single, sharp crack, and the Feminate army saintess was eliminated. Lai Ha hoped her sensory sync with the game wasn't too high. Otherwise, a bullet to the head would be agonizing. Lai Ha hit level 162, his agility stat rising once more. With the kill confirmed, it was time to vanish. Lai Ha immediately used a teleport scroll to Vanko Fortress. By nightfall, he was already approaching its outer walls. The fortress was an ancient design, set in the middle of a plain. It had no moat, but its towering walls made it a massive bunker. Even using magic to scale the walls meant facing guards instantly, not to mention the cavalry patrols that constantly circled the perimeter. He needed to get in unseen, a perfect job for his night vision goggles. With them, he slipped past every defense, drawing closer. It was the dead of night. He had to move faster, or sunrise would mean exposure. After a moment's thought, he gritted his teeth and pushed closer, activating his new camouflage skill. Just then, 2 patrolling soldiers passed by. One of them felt like he had just stepped on something. His companion joked that it was probably dog crap. How tragic for Fear's top sniper to be mistaken for dung. At the same time, a soldier frantically reported to his commander. The Fear army was approaching, their flags on the horizon. The Fear Legion maintained their pace, closing in on Vanko Fortress. Tane and Bomi had to admit, Ganville's strategy was audacious. An army this massive could flatten the fortress in moments. But the Chuncho Special Forces squad still faced a problem. They had yet to hear from Li Ha, who gave them this crucial mission. He declared he would handle the fortress's weak point himself. Qi Zhang and the other members couldn't believe his decision. How could one man possibly find the breakthrough point alone? Li Ha couldn't explain. He just needed Qi Zhang to trust him. Tane asked for the next phase of the plan. Qi Zhang paused, then resolved to follow Li Ha's orders to the letter. The Chuncho Special Task Force would act as the vanguard. Meanwhile, Commander Ganville asked his generals, but none dared lead the charge. Just then, Qi Zhang stepped forward, declaring his squad would take the lead. He simply asked Ganville to put his faith in them. The other commanders kept silent, but they all had the same thought. What could so few soldiers possibly accomplish? Yet Ganville didn't hesitate. He ordered his men to sound the war horn. The assault was about to begin. As the war horn blared, Qi commanded his unit with their large shields, ordering everyone to prepare for battle. Qi ordered the squad into a mobile fortress formation, charging the main gate. From the walls, the mini-soldiers watched the small group advance. They dismissed them as a band of fools. Their commander ordered a mage to activate the wall's magical barrier, but at that critical moment, the barrier failed to activate. Qi Zhang's squad was already closing in on the wall. He yelled for the squad to prepare and break formation. With all their might, they hurled their shields directly at the gate. To everyone's shock, each shield was rigged with a massive explosive pack. Let's rewind to 5 hours before the attack. Li Ha had contacted Qi Zhang, reporting his success in destroying the weak point. Despite a few hitches, the mission was a complete success. Li Ha told Qi Zhang the key to a siege is being the first inside. That honor, he declared, belonged to the Chuncho Special Task Force. Li Ha had already ordered some special toys from the dwarven blacksmith. Qi Zhang was to have his team hurl explosive rigged shields at the gate. Seeing the gate destroyed, the Fear army's morale surged. Ganville wasted no time, ordering a full-scale, immediate advance. Li Ha's reason for this was simple, to let them earn as many contribution points as possible. It was an easy mission. At this moment, Qi Zhang just wanted to weep. He had to spearhead the charge into enemy lines. How was any of this easy? Storming the fortress, Qi instantly cast an area of effect shield, giving his squad room to fight without restraint. B relentlessly spat venom, making foes turn pale on contact, while Tane's flame sword charred his enemies black. The Vanko Fortress army couldn't form defenses at the breach as Fiber's cavalry charged in like a raging storm. They flooded the fortress with terrifying ease. A 2-week siege plan was now complete in just 5 hours. Another fortress falls swiftly. In the Minute Command Center, Chiyo jokes that they're down to their final few castles. Equin couldn't believe Chiyo was still smiling at a time like this. If he wasn't the commander, losing so many forts would have cost him his head. Equin expected this, but the speed of their collapse is still alarming. Chiyo knew this, but insisted everything was still going according to plan. Chiyo knew the key to Fiore's rapid sieges was Li Ha, an elusive and difficult target. She urged him not to worry. as things were going well elsewhere. Fiore's army was walking right into their trap, completely unaware. The Minute army just needs to strike the Fiore capital directly. A special unit, arranged by Chiyo, could reach it by dawn if they move fast enough. And that unit is Igor's army. They will assault the Candle Fortress, destroy it, and then descend upon the capital. Equin wondered when Igor's legion became their ally. Chiyo clarified that Igor isn't fighting for them, but for his own personal reasons. As Igor's legion strikes the capital, Minute forces will sever Fiore's land supply lines. Simultaneously, Kaven's fleet will attack from the sea. Meanwhile, at the Candle Fortress, a group of players finish up a small hunt. One player eagerly awaits the battlefield, while another is more realistic. At their low level, they'd just be cannon fodder out there. Suddenly, someone spots a group of figures rushing towards them. Before they can react, the enemy descends and tears them apart in a flash. Someone recognizes the army's leader. But as mere rookies, how could they possibly stop such a monster? Igor orders the Candle Fortress to be destroyed, aiming to crush the Rose Guild. At the same time, Jia Chung and Huazong are defending at sea. Early in the war, Huazong froze Kaven's entire fleet with a single skill. But now, the enemy has returned. An attack should mean more troops, but the enemy's numbers haven't changed at all. Just then, Jia Chung gets an urgent report. He informs Huazong that the Candle Fortress is under attack by Igor's army. Huazong realizes Kaven's fleet is a decoy. She teleports back to the Candle Fortress to defend. The moment she leaves, the enemy fleet launches a full-scale assault. To make matters worse, Kaven's own flagship is leading the charge this time. At Jenny Castle, Fiore's mages, led by Ganville, unleash their full firepower on the fortress's protective barrier. Meanwhile, Laiha's group watches casually. Qi remarks that each mage is like a heavy siege weapon. Their power surpasses tanks or even entire armies. Seeing his brother relaxing with tea, Qi wonders if his mission is already complete. The mission to destroy the key point. Laiha must have finished it. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so relaxed. But Qi doesn't get it. If the key point is gone, why is the barrier still active? Laiha explains it's all a ruse. This entire assault is just a feint. Meanwhile, another force led by Kid and Pigu is approaching from the mountains. They're set to strike the fortress's north side. Laiha has already destroyed the key point there. When Kid and Pigu's unit appears, it will be a devastating blow to the Minute defenders. Laiha predicts the mission will end swiftly. They should return and report this to Ganville. At that, Qi takes back what he said earlier. A massive army might not be necessary for a war like this. But a veteran like Laiha is absolutely essential. Qi asks how his brother found the key point. Laiha's answer? He simply used camouflage and crawled around on the ground. For higher spots, he used his observation skill or a scope. Soon after, the assault on Jenny Fortress succeeded perfectly. Laiha finds Pigu and Kid waiting in the command tent. Pigu greets Laiha warmly, saying he's heard tales of his legendary exploits. Qi asks how many contribution points Laiha has earned. Laiha humbly replies, "Not much." Kid, however, refuses to reveal his own score. Laiha playfully teases Kid, boasting that he's probably earned 3 times as many points. Ganville lets his commanders finish their greetings, then signals for a briefing. Fiore's army only needs to break 2 more fortresses to reach the Minute capital. The Minute capital holds over 1 million troops, which is a considerable number, but it's nothing compared to Fiore's army. Ganville feels unstoppable. Once their supplies arrive, they'll march on the capital immediately. After leaving the command tent, Kong praises Huazong's immense contributions to the war effort. Thanks to the Rose Guild's endless supplies, the war has been going smoothly. She's the daughter of a real-world tycoon, and her business skills shine here. But Qi worries if the war can really end this smoothly. That night, Laiha contemplates alone. He feels uneasy. Everything is going too well. The Minute army retreated from the plains to lure them deep into enemy territory. But Fiore's blitzkrieg should have ruined that plan. Laiha worries this rapid advance is also part of Minute's strategy. The enemy might be executing a high-risk gambit. Most suspicious of all, the top-ranked players haven't shown up. The war can't end this easily. Just then, a transmission comes through for Laiha. On the other end, a desperate cry for help. Huazong suddenly appeared beside Laiha, looking completely battered. Laiha rushed to support her. She urged him to assemble the high command at once. Fiber's supply line has been completely severed. It was all a trap set by Minute. Before Fiber's high command, Huazong dropped a bombshell. Their supply line was cut. The chief of staff refused to believe it. He swore he saw no enemies on the march. A force strong enough to sever their lifeline should still be trapped within Minute. Huazong confirmed the enemy wasn't from Minute. they attacked from another direction. Fiber's supply line was ambushed from the rear, and only 2 individuals were behind this scheme. Earlier, the Rose team guarded Fiber's convoy, with smaller guilds providing support. Weizan had checked in with the other leaders, Garion and Anshan, and at the time, everything seemed to be going smoothly, until a blinding sandstorm erupted, obscuring their vision. Weizan's instinct screamed that something was wrong. Garion ordered his guild members to scout and report back privately, but only silence answered their calls. Just then, horrifying screams echoed from the storm, along with strange sounds. A figure emerged from the dust, slowly approaching their group. Actually, there were 2 of them. They walked with a casual air, as if on a stroll. Wazon recognized one instantly. It was Ko Jiao Lei. The other man spotted Wazon's group and claimed the right to deal with them. With a snap of his fingers, countless undead erupted from the earth. Garion recognized this man. It was the dark mage, Hakam Fong. Garion yelled for everyone to fall back as he manifested a spear, launching it at the enemy. The magic spear multiplied in flight, creating a storm of blades that rained down upon the undead horde. Anshan also joined the fray, chanting a spell to support Garion. But suddenly, a system window appeared. He'd been afflicted with a seal. He couldn't cast any skills. The entire party had been cursed without realizing it. A skill-freeze status had locked their abilities. A slowing debuff was stacked on top, crippling their movements. Only then did Enon realize the mist was the cause, but it was already too late. Now, Wazon's group was completely helpless. The undead could tear them to shreds with ease. In that desperate moment, a brilliant aura flared from her body, purging the debuffs Ko Jiao Lei had inflicted. She immediately tore a seal-breaking scroll. She managed to save Garion and Enon. However, the skill seal couldn't be removed. They had to escape. But Garion and Anshan told Wazon to flee first. They would stay behind and hold the line. To warn the main army of the crisis, Weizan was forced to escape alone. The moment she was out of Ko Jiao Lei's range, Wazon used a teleport scroll, warping straight to the main army's position. En route, she received another urgent alert. Igor was attacking Candle Fortress. As the master of Candle Castle, Weizan immediately teleported back to defend it. While Igor attacked from the north, Ko Jiao Lei and Fu were busy cutting off Fiber's supply route. This confirmed a coordinated, simultaneous assault. Lai Ha began analyzing their objective. Was the enemy just creating a multi-front attack? But that didn't feel right. This wasn't a true war of attrition. Cutting off supplies alone wouldn't be a fatal blow. The enemy needed a more lethal strike. Li Ha put himself in Minut's strategist's shoes. How would he guarantee victory? At that exact moment, fireworks suddenly lit up the sky. A system announcement followed. The first player had reached the game's maximum level, and that player was none other than the Dragon Knight, Alex. This was bad. Minut's ace had just hit the game's level cap. If he entered the war now, it would be a massacre. Seeing the announcement, every Fiber player was thrown into a state of absolute panic. They realized Minut must have planned this from the start. Chaos began to spread through the ranks. Alex's level was a secret. He must have been colluding with Minut all along. Just then, another soldier rushed into the command tent. An urgent report from the coast. Kozaven's fleet was approaching the shoreline. Worse, it was the main fleet, commanded by the Z himself. It was just as Lai Ha predicted. Minut's retreat, the Rose Guild's ambush, and Igor's invasion from the north. The Z's arrival, and Alex reaching max level. It was all part of one giant, terrifying plan. Someone in Minut had an intelligence network spanning the continent. They had orchestrated this entire nightmare. The situation at the coast was a disaster. Wazon, ordered to defend it, had abandoned her post. This caused the defensive line to collapse. Her sister quickly came to her defense. Weizan was only worried Igor would smash right through to the capital. That's why she rushed back to defend it. Lai Ha could see the tension skyrocketing. Allies were already starting to blame each other for Fiber's failures. Just then, Ganville slammed his fist on the table. "There is no need to panic," he declared. This wasn't the first time they'd faced the schemes of that old fox, EIN. Watching Ganville calmly take command, Lai Ha had to admit the man was a truly brilliant and unshakable leader. Ganville quickly formulated a new defensive strategy. His gaze then fell upon Li Ha and his special task force. He believed they were the only ones left who could defend the beach. The mission was immediately assigned to Lai Ha. He was to lead the main force and defend the coast. The rewards for success were immense, but the penalty for failure was just as devastating. Qi nearly had a heart attack when he saw the mission details. It was a suicide run. Lai Ha had to confirm, "Are we the only unit being sent to the coast?" Unfortunately, that was the grim reality. At this point, there were no other forces left to mobilize. Fia's main force was backed into a corner. They were just 2 castles away from the capital, Minute. But with Igor on the move, their own capital was now a target. They had to leave a standing army for defense. This was an all-or-nothing gamble. The first side to destroy the enemy's capital would claim victory. Thanks to a timely portal, Igor was pinned down at Candle Castle. Meanwhile, the Bazuncho force would deal with the Kavan army, and Ganville would punch straight through to the capital, Minute. Seeing Liha agree to the mission, Kijong's heart filled with dread. Defending the beach alone, wasn't that a suicide mission? But if the kingdom of Fia fell, the consequences would be catastrophic. Recovery would be nearly impossible. Once the nation fell, players from Fia could no longer earn money in the game. Hearing this, Kijong's hesitation turned to fire. Enough thinking. They would head to the coast and give the Kavan army hell. Inspired by his brother's fire, Liha firmly declared his intentions. The Bazuncho Special Task Force accepts the mission. They would protect the coast to their last breath. 9 p.m. After Bazuncho confirmed they would defend the coastline, Ganville ordered a change in strategy. He commanded the army to spread out, tightening their control. They also checked supplies and current equipment. Wazan approached Liha, needing to confirm it herself. Was he truly going to defend the coast? After all, the Bazuncho Special Task Force only had 30 members. A defense like that would be incredibly difficult, but Liha didn't see it that way. Wazan herself was currently holding back Igor's army with just a handful of troops. Wazan immediately shot back. She had the advantage of wide-area magic, making a solo defense possible, but it seemed no one on Liha's side could unleash such a massive attack. Liha told Wazan not to worry. He had a plan. He just needed her to trust him. Liha felt Wazan should be more concerned for herself. With the supply route severed, she must have lost many contribution points. Wazan said that was already handled. Her unauthorized return to Candle Castle was justified as an enemy blockade. Just as she was about to say more, Kijong suddenly opened the tent flap. "Liha, get a move on. It's time to go." Before leaving, Liha sincerely told Wazan to be careful. His words made her heart flutter once more. Liha went outside to find Kit. He needed to warn him about what was coming. Alex would find their encampment soon. Kit had already anticipated this possibility. He didn't need the warning. Liha cut to the chase. He wanted Kit to reactivate the Royal Guard's instant teleportation chain. Kit thought it was a terrible idea. If Luger discovered it, that psycho would use the teleportation to hunt them down instantly. Liha explained that instant teleportation would be a lifesaver in a critical situation, and if Luger did teleport in, he'd surely be too busy brawling with Alex to focus on Liha and Kit. Kit finally understood Liha's plan. He wanted to use the teleportation skill as an emergency rescue tool and a high-speed messaging system. Kit felt like Liha was treating him like a communication relay station. Liha joked it wasn't true. He saw Kit more like someone who sleeps like a log. But despite the teasing, Liha trusted Kit to handle everything. Next, Liha stood before his Bazuncho Special Forces. He ordered the entire unit to advance to the coast immediately. By that night, Fia's main army had completed about half of its formation. The Chief of Staff promised Ganville he would accelerate the progress as much as possible. Meanwhile, many players outside wanted to log out for a break, but they were terrified, not knowing when Alex might strike. The Fian army needed to speed up its deployment to welcome Alex at any time. Just then, Pooh appeared, declaring they could indeed face Alex. Furthermore, he promised that he and the Yellow Dragon Guild would lead the charge as the vanguard. Quan followed, also making a promise. After the war, the Rose Guild would sell all items from Candle Castle at half price. It was an incredibly effective way to boost morale. At 3 a.m., phantom-like footprints appeared outside the tents. Numerous figures moved with blinding speed, all heading for Ganville's command tent. Inside the tent, Ganville was still absorbed in his strategy. He noticed a slight breeze at the entrance, assuming it was one of his subordinates. But in the next instant, the sound of tearing scrolls filled the air. The room was immediately layered with countless effects, magic suppression, soundproofing, and more. Ganville knew at once. It was an ambush. He hastily reached for the sword at his hip, but his enemy instantly cast a puppet control spell, freezing his movements. On top of that, his opponents used a silence scroll to ensure Ganville couldn't utter a word. From the entrance, the jester Peter stepped inside. He joyfully declared that he had successfully checkmated the entire battle. He stood before Ganville, who was bound by layer upon layer of seals. Sasuke, accompanying Peter's clown legion, urged him to finish the target quickly. Peter sneered, sensing fear in Sasuke's voice. Why would I cower like a boy hiding behind his mother's skirt before a powerless old man who's already been sealed? Sasuke hated Peter's arrogant tone, but he had to correct him. The man they were facing was far from a helpless old man. He was the supreme commander of the Fian army. His level was at least that of a 280 knight. Peter let out a mocking laugh at Sasuke's caution. In his eyes, no one could stop his clown assassins from completing their mission. The moment Peter ordered his minions to attack, a powerful shout suddenly rang out. "Stop right there!" Kijong unexpectedly tore through the back of the tent canvas. He charged in, using his shield to slam away the assassins closing in. Peter was stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat at Kijong's sudden appearance. After steadying himself, Kijong immediately cast a protection skill on Ganville. He would ensure the commander wasn't assassinated on his watch. 3 hours earlier, Laya had ordered the entire Bazuncho team to return to the main army's encampment. He'd thought it through carefully. Alex's entry into the war would surely attract other nations' players. Even minis, who had been on the sidelines, joined the fray. Ganville pushed the attack, refusing to lose his advantage. An advantage in forces. But what if Minis's strategist had already predicted this aggressive move? They would surely send an assassin for Ganville. Even BM came to the same conclusion, as all of Fio's troops were occupied. This left the headquarters vulnerable. Peter was a pro-assassin, and Laiha knew he would seize this golden opportunity. Ki saw the logic in his brother's plan, but it meant Laiha had to defend the coast completely alone. How could he possibly manage? Laiha simply told Ki not to worry, and to follow his command. And so, Ki's team returned in the nick of time. They arrived just in time to save Ganville. Peter was completely baffled. He'd personally seen Ki's squad leave this place. He never imagined Fio also had a master strategist predicting every move. Kijong even spotted Sasuke the perfect chance to punish that traitor. Kijong ordered Tain to give the traitor a warm welcome. Instantly, Tain shot forward, his flame sword thrusting straight for Sasuke. But the moment Tain's blade pierced Sasuke's body, the traitor had already thrown out a wooden log. He used it for a substitution technique, appearing behind Tain for a counterattack. The two were instantly locked in a fierce struggle. The battle was pure chaos. Just then, Ganville told Kong he didn't need to be guarded so closely, and raised his sword high. He unleashed a rallying skill, massively boosting his allies' strength and speed. He'd long left the front lines, but his battle power was still challenger tier. Boosted by Ganville's skill, Kijong's team swiftly overpowered Peter's forces. They were absolutely crushing them. Meanwhile, Peter finally confronted BM. A fated grudge match was about to erupt. Facing Peter, BM attacked first, spitting a stream of venom. Peter had lost to that poison once before, and refused to get hit again. He dodged left and right, evading every single drop. BM demanded Peter vanish from this world if he lost this battle. But why would Peter agree to such terms? He charged recklessly toward BM, but at the very last second, he suddenly swerved. He attacked a clown assassin from behind. The clown never expected a sneak attack from his own ally, and just like that, he was easily dispatched by Peter. Everyone was completely stunned. Had Peter lost his mind, killing his own men? Only BM understood Peter's true motive. He was sacrificing his men to restore his life force, with no intention of truly fighting. He just wanted enough health for a clean escape. The moment Sasuke asked if he was done playing, Peter vaulted into the air. He landed perfectly beside Sasuke, who then cast a smokescreen skill, blinding Kijong's team. Next, he unleashed a rain of hidden weapons to keep Kong's group occupied. Key members like Tain and Kijong blocked the assault, but the weaker members took heavy damage. Seizing the opportunity, Sasuke and Peter leaped onto the rooftops to escape. Before leaving, Peter bid BM farewell, promising they would meet again. Soon after, at Commander Phoenix's camp, Een received a report. Peter's assassination attempt had failed. Een was clearly displeased by this and demanded an explanation from Chio. Chio explained the assassination was merely a feint, not something to pin all their hopes on. Their other pieces were already in place. Een strongly disagreed. Igor's army was stuck at Candle Fortress. How could that possibly be effective? Chio retorted that Igor had already breached the walls. It was only timely reinforcements that slowed his advance to a crawl. If this dragged on, Fio's defenders would have time to rally, and Igor would be forced to retreat. Despite this, Chio confidently smiled, insisting it was all under control. If Igor failed, they still had another force. Javen's Marine Corps was already moving to assault Fio's capital. Even Fio's coastal defenses would mean nothing. Een had to agree. Perhaps he could simply sit back and watch Fio fall. As for cutting off their supply lines, on the plains, Chio confirmed it was a flawless operation. She declared that Een could now begin the final, decisive battle, and their true trump card, Alex, was already marching on Fio's main camp. Een had sacrificed much to set up this strategy. He allowed Fio's army deep into his territory, and now he was ready to spring his pincer attack and annihilate them. Suddenly, Een asked about Lee Ha's current location. Chio dismissed him as a lone wolf, just a single soldier. She claimed he was incapable of changing the tide of war. Since Lee Ha was at the coast, he couldn't interfere with the final battle. Even so, Een insisted Chio watch Lee Ha closely. Chio was surprised. Was a mere royal guard enough to make the commander so anxious? But Een had his reasons. 20 years ago, Fio produced 3 legendary royal guards, and they single-handedly turned the tides of war. On the shores of Fiber, Lee Ha was stopped by the Coast Guard. He presented the military seal from Commander Ganville and demanded a meeting. He needed to see the naval fleet's commander. These soldiers trained by hauling cargo, now urgently loading massive amounts of supplies. The guards led Lee Ha straight to the fleet commander, Buck. The older man greeted Lee Ha with overwhelming enthusiasm. A bit too much enthusiasm, actually. His handshake nearly crushed Lee Ha's bones. When they heard he was their reinforcement, some sailors burst out laughing. They believed with Commander Buck leading the fleet, victory would be effortless. Lee Ha felt a surge of doubt. Why were these soldiers so unprofessional? Lee Ha tried to state his purpose, but Buck cut him off, demanding they jump straight into tactics. When the Navy heard Kaven's army used a decoy to lure Wajong away, they bristled with anger. They cursed the enemy for playing dirty. Lee Ha was speechless. Was this the Navy's base, or a den of thugs? Lee Ha had to redirect the chaotic meeting. He asked to see their strategic map. The culture here was different. Fior's Navy didn't use maps like Ganville. They just drew crude lines in the dirt. Staring at the mess scrawled on the ground, Lee Ha's unease grew. He couldn't let this charade continue. Lee Ha stood to report the current war situation and Ganville's orders. But Commander Buck and his men just burst out laughing. They had mistaken him for a simple messenger, not reinforcements. Rage simmered in Lee Ha, but he forced himself to explain the dire situation. After Lee Ha's explanation, Buck finally understood the pressure from Minis's Dragon Knight, Alex. Meanwhile, his subordinates were still joking about the northern attack, thinking Kaven's forces were just a minor distraction, but Buck knew this was no laughing matter. He roared at his men, ordering them to shut their mouths. Lee Ha affirmed his report was true, warning that Kaven's main army was likely already closing in on their defense line. He relayed Ganville's request. Hold the line for 20 days, giving the main army time to crush Minis. Still, Lee Ha hoped Fior's navy would attack proactively. That way, he could finish this and rejoin the real fight. His wish was granted. Buck had no intention of a passive defense. He wanted to resolve the coastal threat immediately. This would free them up to reinforce the main army. The order was given. All hands on deck, prepare to weigh anchor for a major battle. Lee Ha followed Commander Buck onto the flagship. The vessel quickly cut through the waves, heading for the open ocean. He noticed the command ship seemed smaller than the others. Buck explained its fishing boat appearance hid its greatest asset, incredible speed. Even surrounded by a storm of cannon fire, it could escape without a scratch. As Buck boasted about his amazing ship, a crewman piped up, admitting its firepower was practically nothing. Lee Ha didn't see that as a problem. He was a powerful weapon himself. Instead, he asked about Buck's strategy. Well, about that. Buck hadn't thought of one yet. Wasn't the plan just to charge in and fight whatever they saw? Lee Ha's blood ran cold. Was Buck planning to ram this fishing boat directly into Kaven's command warship? Buck saw the judgment in Lee Ha's eyes but insisted there was a reason for a frontal assault. A massive Kaven Grand Fleet was ahead. Their fleets, 1 through 8, were all present. A few of Fior's fleets would engage them directly, while the main force hid behind a nearby island. The 9th Fleet would then storm through the center of Fior's formation. And that 9th Fleet was personally commanded by Thek. Lee Ha realized Kaven's Grand Fleet was just another decoy. What if they charged straight at the enemy fleet on the other side of the island? Could they strike before the enemy's main fleet had time to respond? Buck understood the idea, but it was far from simple. In terms of ship numbers, Fior and Kaven were evenly matched. But when it came to cannon performance, Kaven was in a different league. Fior's cannons had an effective range of 0.3 nautical miles, with a maximum reach of about 1.6. Lee Ha calculated that the range was decent, likely enhanced by magic to extend the cannon's reach. Most of Kaven's cannons were similar to Fior's. However, each of their admiral ships was equipped with a superior cannon type. Buck estimated this advanced cannon's effective range was triple theirs, and its maximum range was double. That was the core problem. Lee Ha could picture it. A battle where they'd be blown to bits before even getting within firing range of the enemy. Buck stated that the moment the 9th Fleet appeared, Fior's fleet would be annihilated. No need to even search for the bodies. They would just float to the surface. Lee Ha asked for Buck's plan. The commander didn't answer directly, only saying he owed Ganville a debt. And this was no time to be thinking about his own survival. Just then, the lookout from the crow's nest shouted a frantic warning. He had spotted a massive formation of Kaven ships dead ahead. Without a second thought, Buck ordered the entire fleet to battle stations. Liha understood Buck's actions instantly. Was he planning a suicide charge? Liha stopped him, insisting his tactic was no better than self-destruction. Liha knew there was no perfect strategy, only a gamble. If they lost, Kaven's navy would make landfall unopposed. Worse, Buck had already moved the coastal defense forces to the main battlefield. The shores were left completely defenseless. Making the most objective calculation he could, Liha figured their chance of victory was 20% at best. Liha bluntly rejected Buck's plan and urged the commander to listen to him instead. Meanwhile, aboard Kaven's 8th Fleet, they had spotted Fior's warships. The captain confirmed the anchor was raised and checked the status of the other fleets. Thek's fleet was ready to spring the trap at any moment. The captain gave the order. The fleet surged towards Fior, tracking their every move to react instantly. The navigator shouted an urgent command to the fleet. A hard turn to starboard. The captain then ordered his men to ready the main cannons. It was time for some fireworks. The crew saw Fior's fleet charging head-on, which was strange. Why was Fior being so reckless today? Just as Kaven's fleet prepared its first volley, Fior's ship suddenly veered right, aiming for a deathmatch with Kaven's flagship. Kaven's captain yelled for his fleet to turn again to avoid a direct hit, while trying to report this to Commander the Da. At that moment, Old Man Buck's fishing boat cut through the waves, speeding right towards Kaven's fleet. Kaven's 8th Fleet quickly spotted a small ship break from Fior's formation, turning toward their rear guard. The admiral of the 8th Fleet ignored the tiny vessel. He ordered the rear fleets to intercept that small ship. The 8th Fleet continued its hot pursuit of Fior's forces. Aboard Fior's 2nd Fleet, they saw Kaven ships closing in fast. Fior's ships were sailing with the wind, but it would take some time to reach their maximum speed. This meant Kaven's fleet could quickly close the gap. A nervous crewman asked for orders, but the admiral only yelled to keep running. This was a life-or-death chase. A single moment of hesitation meant total annihilation. He felt enraged he couldn't be on the front lines in this final decisive battle. But right now, they had a far more important mission. The navigator gave a frantic update. It was about the Kaven fleet. Their command ship was turning broadside. The distance was just over 3 nautical miles. They intended to fire. Instantly, the admiral of Fior's 2nd Fleet roared orders to swerve, dodging the incoming rain of cannonballs as the ship weaved through the barrage. The turn was so sharp that crew members lost their footing. The admiral ordered the entire fleet to just hold out until nightfall. He relayed the command to all warships. There was only one order: survive. Survive at any and all costs. Aboard the fishing boat, Liha looked back and saw many of Fior's smaller ships had already been hit. Buck knew the Kaven fleet was just firing blindly, getting lucky every now and then. Even so, Liha found it terrifying. The Kaven Navy's gunnery skills were nothing to scoff at. As Liha was worrying, Old Man Buck asked if he could truly pull it off the plan Liha had proposed. On that point, Liha had a certain amount of confidence. Buck had to admit the plan was insane, but he couldn't help but agree with it. Easy for him to say. Liha remembered when he first proposed the plan, the old man agreed without a second's thought. Just then, the boat's navigator spotted a Kaven fleet moving to intercept them. Old Man Buck showed no signs of panic. He knew the enemy had finally taken their bait. Now the real battle would begin. Buck ordered his crew not to panic. They just had to continue forward at full speed. Meanwhile, Liha quickly grabbed his rifle, ready to attack at a moment's notice. The navigator continued to watch the intercepting fleet. Through the flag on the mast, he confirmed it was the 3rd Fleet of the Kaven Navy. Old Man Buck was even more pleased. The 3rd Fleet was Kaven's muscle. They only act by the book. They had likely forgotten the Da's orders completely, focusing only on how to intercept Old Man Buck's fishing boat. At that moment, Buck walked to the helm and told the helmsman to step aside. He would be steering the ship himself. To perfectly coordinate with Liha, Buck felt they needed a master helmsman like him at the wheel. Taking control, Buck immediately ordered the crew, coordinate a hard turn to starboard. The boat quickly changed its course, charging straight for Kaven's 3rd Fleet. After that insane maneuver, Buck didn't forget to ask if the crew was still all on board. He hoped no one got thrown off the ship. On the bow, Liha was struggling immensely. He had tied himself to the ship's hull with a harness, but it wasn't enough to keep his body steady. But it was much better than being thrown around the deck. Old Man Buck shouted to Liha, telling him not to forget his main objective. How could Liha possibly forget that? He used his spyglass, aiming for the warship with the crossed mace's emblem in the enemy fleet. He quickly found his target, Next, Liha had to find the person in the most colorful uniform. They should be in a key area of the deck. He was specifically searching for the fleet's admiral. The navigator announced they were 2 nautical miles from the fleet, and 3 from the command ship. They were now within range of the high-grade cannons. Old Man Buck said not to worry, as the smaller ships were still in front. The main ship wouldn't dare fire its heavy cannons recklessly. Buck confirmed once more how much closer Liha needed to get before acting. Liha's request wasn't much. Just get within a 1 nautical mile range. Buck ordered the crew to prepare to push forward. Their goal was 1 mile from the fleet, 2 from the flagship. But that's not what Liha meant. He needed the boat 1 mile from the command ship. Old Man Buck had to remind Liha. If their boat got that close to the flagship, it would be a close-quarters brawl with the entire fleet. Buck thought Liha was crazy, but he was just as insane himself. It was time to risk it all. The escort ships around the fleet of Kavan had already begun firing. This made the fishing boat even more unstable, making it hard for Liha to keep his balance. But the more dangerous the situation got, the crazier Buck seemed to become. He laughed with pure delight, thrilled to finally be in a real fight. This would be their finest hour. Their fishing boat charged through a storm of cannonballs, closing in on the enemy fleet. Buck believed his ship was fast enough to evade the barrage, so they charged straight ahead. The helmsman reported their status. They were now just 1.7 nautical miles from the enemy. Any closer and they'd be in the direct line of fire. Buck ordered the crew to prepare for a sharp turn. Then they would return to their original course. Once in range, Buck yanked the helm, ordering the crew to adjust the sails and evade. Liha took it all in. He calculated that his moment would come in just 1 minute. The countdown had already begun. Buck asked Liha one last time if he was ready. Then he poured all of his determination into this final charge. Suddenly, the waves around them calmed completely. The fishing boat became unbelievably stable. It was a spell Buck himself had cast upon the ship. Immediately, he commanded the crew to increase their speed. The ship tore through the sea, ignoring the rain of enemy cannon fire. The vessel remained perfectly steady. Soon, Liha's countdown hit 0. This was the moment he had to strike. Seeing the small boat charging straight for his fleet, the admiral of Cav's third fleet let out a contemptuous sneer. He couldn't believe his enemies were foolish enough to deliver themselves to him. This was a golden chance for some easy contribution points. He'd thought his fleet, positioned at the rear, would miss the action. But now, the enemy was serving themselves up on a platter. As the admiral checked his cannons, a single, cold bullet shot out from the fishing boat, piercing straight through his head. Panic erupted on the command ship's deck. They never imagined their admiral could be taken down so effortlessly. Aboard the fishing boat, the crew was stunned. The enemy's cannon fire had ceased. The enemy fleet was in total chaos. The crew instantly understood what it meant. Liha had assassinated the enemy admiral. Buck thought Ganville's reinforcements were truly first-rate. Even as a one-man army, he was top tier. Just as the crew expected to retreat, Liha spoke up, shattering their assumption. He declared there were 3 more fleets behind them, and his objective was to eliminate all 3 admirals. Liha planned to sow chaos among Kavan's entire formation. He had to act, before Commander DJZ arrived. In reality, Liha's mission wasn't just to defend the beach for 20 days. He had another path to victory. Take down all 4 enemy admirals and complete the mission that way. Liha felt that wasting 20 days on defense was pointless while the main army's battle situation was constantly changing. If an admiral was a player, taking them out would cause prolonged chaos in the enemy fleet. But if the admiral was just an NPC, they would recover much faster. To cause maximum chaos, Liha knew he had to take down all 4. Liha faced only one problem. He had no experience sniping at sea, and he couldn't close the distance to his targets alone. However, Buck solved both issues with his wave nullifying and speed boosting skills. Plus, the old captain was just as reckless, giving Liha his full support. Liha reminded Buck that if they didn't press their advantage now, the third fleet would quickly recover from the chaos. The crew thought Liha's plan was complete madness, but Buck remained calm. He needed to know if Liha was serious. Liha challenged Buck directly. If taking out one admiral was enough for their next victory, they could simply turn back now. That remark ignited Buck's reckless spirit. At this point, he feared nothing. They would charge ahead and take down every last admiral. Buck saw the crew's hesitation but declared that they were all heroes. He promised they would overcome every single hardship and march straight towards victory. The fishing boat immediately changed course, speeding towards the rear of Kavan's fleet. Meanwhile, aboard Kavan's 7th Fleet, a crewman urgently reported to his admiral. The admiral of the 3rd Fleet had been eliminated. The 3rd Fleet was now merging with the 2nd, and it would take them some time to completely reorganize. This crewman was a player. He was stunned by his admiral's shock. These NPCs were getting their intel far too slowly. Just then, another urgent report came in. Kaven's Second Fleet had engaged the enemy ship, but they were still merging with the Third. As a result, their attack was completely disorganized. Before the Seventh Fleet's admiral could process this, another update arrived. The admiral of the Second Fleet had been eliminated too. Kaven Command tried to warn the Fourth Fleet, telling their admiral to take cover. Fiber had to be deploying some terrifying secret weapon. As the admiral tried to contact Thez for orders, Commander DJZ's flagship appeared. Aboard the fishing boat, the crew was ecstatic. Facing a storm of Kaven cannons, they felt no fear, only a burning excitement. After losing the admirals of the Second and Third Fleets, Kaven's escort ships gave chase, madly pursuing the small boat for revenge. Liha's incredible feat had sent Buck's blood boiling with excitement. He just wanted to find the next enemy fleet for Liha to target. As for the pursuing ships, without a commander, they were nothing more than a disorganized mob. This was the perfect chance for them to strike again. The other fleets would need time to absorb the forces from the Second and Third. As for Liha, he remained steady on the bow, ready to fire at a moment's notice. Just then, an urgent message came from the main fleet. Kaven's fleets were all converging on their position. Buck knew this was inevitable. In his eyes, however, after capturing Vanker Fortress, Gazaven's commander Thez had the senses of a shark. He'd already smelled blood and was closing in fast. Almost instantly, a lookout spotted a large ship charging toward them. Its speed far surpassed that of a normal fishing vessel. This was inevitable. Buck knew Thez would ignore Fiber's main fleet. He'd focus all his forces on their lone fishing boat. Buck roared to rally his men, telling them to brace for the second storm. Meanwhile, aboard the Gazaven flagship, Thez was deep in thought. He pondered the damage Buck had just inflicted. Knowing his rival, Buck shouldn't possess a long-range skill to assassinate a Gazaven admiral. It was highly likely his enemy had received help from someone. Thez ordered the entire fleet to halt its pursuit of Fiber's main force. The crew was confused. If they weren't chasing Fiber's fleet, what was the plan? Thez had to spell it out for them. That tiny ship causing chaos in the Gazaven fleet was Fiber's command vessel. And right now, it was operating completely alone. If they could capture that single ship, the Gazaven navy would claim victory. Thez ordered the entire fleet to regroup immediately. They would surround the fishing boat, cutting off any escape. They could simply ignore Fiber's main navy. At that moment, Admiral Scott received the report. The Gazaven fleet was acting strangely. They'd been advancing and turning repeatedly, bombarding Fiber's forces with cannon fire. But now, the enemy's assault had stopped. Scott assessed the situation himself, then urgently ordered a change of course. He was certain their commander was the target. The Gazaven fleet was moving in for the kill. They needed to provide support now. On the fishing boat, the crew got word. Fiber's fleet had turned around and was now counterattacking the Gazaven forces. Many saw it as a good chance to trade blows with the enemy, but the casualties would be immense. Liha overheard the news. A crewman confirmed it for Liha. Fiber's fleet was definitely launching a full-scale counterattack against Gazaven. Liha had a bad feeling about this. A direct confrontation would lead to massive casualties. The Navy needed to preserve its strength. They had to reinforce the main front at Minis. Liha tried to warn Buck to reconsider, but the old commander was already one step ahead. He ordered his crew to contact the other fleets. They were forbidden from engaging Gazaven. The sailors couldn't understand Buck's command, but the commander's decision was final. No arguments were allowed. Buck believed any impromptu tactic would only lead to a chaotic battle. Fiber's fleet had to stick to the original plan. Then, Buck ordered the entire crew to raise their fighting spirits. He commanded them to change the ship's course. This tiny fishing boat would face the entire Gazaven fleet, alone. That same day, on the vast plains of the Minis front, Ganville stood before his army, his voice booming to rally the troops. He declared that these soldiers were the final hope for defending the Fiber Empire. Whether they could win this battle depended entirely on the efforts of every single man. The Fiber army had once defeated the Demon King's forces. This war would be no different. Ganville promised that every soldier would be rewarded handsomely for victory, not just with wealth, but with immense pride. Their names would echo across the world. This battle would be etched into history. With his speech done, Ganville pointed his sword and ordered a full-scale assault. Within Fiber's legion, Boo led the Yellow Dragon Guild at the vanguard, just as he had promised before. They charged fearlessly, straight into the spearhead of the Minis' army. From a hill in the rear, the chief of staff approached Ganville, questioning if this was truly wise. It was clear the Minis' army was also using a spearhead formation to meet Fiber's forces head-on. Minis should have been on the defensive, using a U formation to trap their enemy or form a defensive line. As things stood, Fiber's superior numbers could easily flank both sides and slowly swallow the Minis' formation. Ganville had considered this, yet he still ordered his men to charge forward bravely. He wanted to prove to Ian that some things cannot be overcome by tactics alone. Tactics only matter when both sides are equal in strength. That was Ganville's firm belief. Meanwhile, on the battle's left flank, a mage began chanting a powerful area of effect spell over the battlefield. But before he could finish, Bomi unleashed a wave of green poison straight to his face, dropping him from the sky. This was Bomi's sole mission here. He was to take down any mage who dared to cast spells from above. Nearby, Kijong faced off against a muscular behemoth who looked like a giant. The brute flexed, then brought his massive hammer crashing down on Kijong. But his defensive capabilities were not to be underestimated. Kijong stood his ground, weathering the devastating blow. At that moment, Teo appeared behind the giant, slicing the enemy in two with a single strike. Leading the Biyun squad, Kijong was determined to completely break through this flank. Kijong reminded all the players not to fight alone. They had to coordinate with their allies for maximum effect. Meanwhile, on the right flank, Fiber's army was eager to charge, but Kit held them back, stepping forward. He would take the lead alone, the others were to follow his back. A crewmate warned him not to be arrogant, but fell silent when Kit revealed 4 pistols. He tossed 2 guns skyward, while the other 2 began their deadly dance. Kit's bullets carved a path, felling enemies like wheat. Wielding 4 guns at once, Kit unleashed a terrifying storm of lead in mere moments. In a single moment, Kit alone tore a hole through the Minute Army's defensive line. The others, stunned for a second, quickly followed his lead. Simply by following him, they could shatter this entire enemy flank. In Minute's command tent, Ian watched the whole offensive unfold through a magic orb. The Minute Army was buckling under the immense pressure from Kijong and Kit's assault. Only the central flank was barely holding its ground against Boo. Ian knew the players were a threat, but he felt the true danger was Ganville himself. Ganville was a master at using superior numbers to completely dismantle enemy tactics. That was what infuriated Ian the most. He turned and blamed Chi, as Minute's trump card had yet to make an appearance. According to the plan, Alex should have appeared before dawn, but Chi was powerless, as another person was holding Alex back. Ian's temper flared. He couldn't imagine who could possibly delay the world's strongest player. Chi didn't bother explaining, simply activating the magic orb for Ian to see himself. At that very moment, Alex was confronting JW. Alex's golden dragon unleashed a fiery breath attack, instantly engulfing the area in a sea of flames. JW was forced to hide behind a rock, quickly using a potion to restore his health. JW had summoned the rock for cover, along with a light rain to counter the intense heat. However, after reaching its max level, Alex's golden dragon could sustain its fire breath for an insane amount of time. JW wanted to curse the game developers. How could they give a player such an absurd power-up just for hitting the level cap? JW had poured everything he had into catching up to that foolish dragon rider. Yet the moment his opponent maxed out, he was left completely in the dust. JW screamed at Alex, demanding he fight fairly. What was so great about using a dragon to gain an advantage? Alex was indifferent. He considered himself a bearer of order and justice, refusing to fight for personal grudges or desires. JW declared that was complete nonsense. If Alex didn't fight for personal reasons, why did they keep clashing? But Alex held to his own convictions. He believed he was the sole partner of the Golden Dragon, a creature that protected justice. And if JW stood in the way of that justice, his fate was sealed. Suddenly, Alex looked to the sky and ordered the surveillance to be shut off. He announced he would return shortly, clearly speaking to Chi. Seeing Alex talking to thin air, JW believed this was his golden opportunity. He would use Soul Link to strike Alex down right now. But unexpectedly, the Golden Dragon opened its mouth, casting a spell that sealed JW's movements. Just as Alex prepared to finish JW for good, the dragon suddenly requested that he stop. Alex respected the dragon's wish. He spared JW, leaving a message that it was time to execute justice in the human civil war. Then, he rode the Golden Dragon and vanished. While in flight, Alex sent Chi one final warning, demanding she stop tracking him. Meanwhile, on the Great Plains battlefield, Wazan coordinated information, pointing players toward breakthrough points. Ki led his troops in a relentless charge. They slowly began to envelop the enemy's flank. He wondered what Laiha was doing, wishing his brother could see how brightly Kijong was shining in this war. Kijong was indeed a shining star. On another flank, as Kit was reloading, he suddenly sensed a terrifying presence. Alex and his golden dragon had arrived on the battlefield, charging directly towards Ganville. Feeling the situation spiraling out of control, Kit immediately unlocked his special teleportation state. He could only pray Liha would notice and send reinforcements. Meanwhile, out at sea, Uncle Buck's fishing boat desperately weaved and swerved, trying to escape the enemy's encirclement. The crew ran about in a panic, but among them, only Liha managed to keep his mind perfectly calm. As a sniper, Liha understood that maintaining composure was critical, no matter the circumstances. His next target was nearly 2 kilometers away, and he calculated only a 70% chance of a successful hit. Back in the military, his captain would have chewed him out for even attempting a shot with such low odds. With such low accuracy, a single miss meant exposing his position, but a real battlefield is always unpredictable. Liha had to accept the risk. Without further thought, he pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, obliterating the ship's mast and the admiral hiding behind it. With that single shot, Liha had completed his mission of assassinating 4 enemy admirals. He joyfully relayed the news to the others, but to his surprise, Uncle Buck was already standing right behind him. Something felt wrong. Liha unstrapped his harness and stood up to survey the scene. The situation was truly dire. Their fishing boat was completely surrounded by the Javan Navy. A crewmate shouted that they couldn't turn to escape. Uncle Buck had decided to let the boat drift to avoid disturbing Liha's aim. He believed that in war, sacrifice was unavoidable. Besides, they had managed to take down a good number of enemy admirals. The crew, however, was in a state of utter despair. In their eyes, death was now a certainty. The fishing boat had absolutely no path of retreat. Liha realized the only path left was to charge straight ahead. The Javan fleet had only just begun its encirclement. They weren't yet within the enemy's cannon range. However, without an escape plan, it was only a matter of time before they were. Uncle Buck was already resigning himself to their fate, believing resistance was pointless, but Liha refused to accept that. Liha roared for the ship to charge forward at full speed. He knew Commander Thek's main fleet lay dead ahead. He felt this was their final hope. Seeing the crew's panic, Liha yelled for everyone to pull themselves together. They had nothing left to lose, so why not go for broke and take down Thek? If they succeeded, the Fear forces would claim victory. Just then, Liha had a daring idea. 20 minutes later, as Thek's fleet surrounded Buck's ship, the crew began tossing supplies overboard. It looked like they were trying to lighten the ship. Thek used sound magic to mock Buck, telling him to stop struggling. There was no way out. Thek scoffed at the display. Was Buck trying to lighten his ship? Or was this some trick to deal with his high-ranking officers? Buck shouted back in defiance. Thek was the one invading Fear waters, yet he was treating them like common poachers. How embarrassing. Buck forgot to use the voice magic. The enemy probably didn't hear a thing, did they? But Buck was shameless. If they didn't hear him, he'd just turn on the voice magic and say it all again. Thek delivered his ultimatum. One more suspicious move from Buck, and a rain of cannonballs would sink his ship instantly. Buck knew they were completely at Thek's mercy. With a single command to fire, his ship would be blown to smithereens. Just then, a transmission came through from Scott. He had disobeyed the order to retreat and was leading the entire fleet toward them. Thek told Buck to give up, then issued an ultimatum to the Fear fleet. If they came any closer, he would blow Buck's ship to pieces. Scott faltered upon hearing this, but he still ordered the entire fleet to prepare their cannons. If anything happened to Commander Buck, the Fire fleet was to fire on the Ko-Javan ship without mercy. Scott then ordered them to slow their approach to avoid detection. This would allow the Fear fleet to get within optimal firing range. Meanwhile, Thek continued to negotiate. All he wanted was for Buck to surrender. Surely Buck doesn't want to see his loyal crew die here, does he? Thek demanded that Buck leave his ship and board the Ko-Javan flagship. Buck shot back a warning, telling Thek not to be reckless. If anything happened to him, the Fear Navy would charge in with a vengeance. While stalling, Buck desperately scanned for Thek's location. But he was certain Thek had already blended in with his crew. He wouldn't make himself an easy target for Liha's rifle. The crew used countless search spells, but they found nothing. Buck yelled for his crew to stop looking for a man in a cloak. Thek had surely changed clothes and was hiding among his own men. But even if they found him, Buck was worried. The two ships were at least 2 kilometers apart. Making a sniper shot at that range was nearly impossible. Thek gave Buck 30 seconds to surrender. He told him to start moving. Buck stalled with taunts and nonsense. "And what if I don't surrender?" Thek's reply was chilling. He would show Buck why they call him the Second Storm. Suddenly, dark clouds swirled overhead, crackling with lightning. A crewman wanted to raise the ship's shield, but another said it would be useless. If Thek's power could be blocked so easily, it wouldn't be legendary. As the countdown hit 7 seconds, Buck had no choice but to agree. But first, he made Thek promise not to harm his crew. Thek assured him that was a given. After all, the Fear military was formidable. A full-scale war would mean heavy losses for the Kaven forces as well. Meanwhile, on the Fear flagship, Scott broke down hearing that Buck would surrender. He raged, swearing that if Buck was harmed, they would fight to the death. Hearing this, Buck wasn't moved, he just felt exasperated. That kid Scott was being far too reckless. Buck lowered a small boat and rappelled down to it. But he made one last demand. Thek had to swear on the sea god that he would keep his word. To everyone's surprise, Thek actually swore the oath. All he wanted was Buck, and the Kaven forces would not attack Fear. Seeing Buck approach with only a single rower, Thek was pleased. He ordered his crew to treat their prisoner with respect. Even as an enemy, he was an exceptional naval officer. But just then, the cold barrel of a sniper rifle pressed against the back of Thek's head. Somehow, Lee-Ha had snuck aboard the ship and now had Thek at his mercy. The entire enemy crew erupted in panic. How did Lee-Ha manage to board the ship completely undetected? Moments earlier, he had asked Buck about the direction of the ocean current. Lee-Ha knew Thek would never expose his location, making a long-range assassination from his own ship impossible. Therefore, Lee-Ha decided he had to get closer. The problem was, out on the open sea, there was no cover to approach the enemy ship unseen. In a situation like this, Lee-Ha had to take a massive gamble. First, he had to conceal his departure from the ship. The crew throwing supplies overboard served as the perfect distraction. It made the enemy think they were lightening the ship for an escape attempt. This would lower the enemy's guard. Then, Lee-Ha would slip into the water and use the floating supplies as cover, letting the current carry him. Lee-Ha's next problem was that the supplies couldn't fully conceal him. He was forced to activate his camouflage skill, turning himself invisible. But the skill had a weakness. Moving over 1 meter per minute would cancel it. He gambled, clinging to the supplies as the current pulled them. He prayed the drift wouldn't count as movement. Luckily, his risky bet paid off, and the camouflage held strong. After silently reaching the enemy ship, Lee-Ha used a dangling rope to climb aboard. The true challenge was about to begin. He had to keep his body perfectly steady, moving no more than 1 meter per minute. Lee-Ha finally reached the deck, aiming his gun directly at Thez's temple. The crew was in chaos, completely unsure of what to do. Lee-Ha fired a warning shot into the sky, forcing everyone's attention directly onto him. Thez gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been outplayed. So this was why Buck had been stalling for time all along. He also recognized the gun in Lee-Ha's hand. It belonged to one of the 3 legendary musketeers of the past. Lee-Ha acknowledged Thez's sharp memory but said this wasn't the time. He demanded Thez withdraw from these waters immediately. If Thez fell here, the Kaven forces would lose the battle. But Lee-Ha couldn't be sure if Kaven's navy would actually retreat. If Kaven went berserk and decided on an all-out war, Fiber's losses would be absolutely immense. Lee-Ha only needed Thez to turn his ship around, promising his life would be spared. The crew grew restless, weapons ready to strike Lee-Ha down. Thez challenged him, asking what he'd do. If Lee-Ha pulled the trigger, he wouldn't make it out alive either. But Lee-Ha didn't fear trading his life for Thez's. After all, he was just a player, an external force for Fiber. But if Thez died here, Kaven's army would lose its supreme commander and face utter defeat. The Kaven players would suffer penalties with absolutely zero gain. Lee-Ha was confident that in a naval battle, for every loss Fiber took, Kaven would suffer 15 or even 20 times more. Fiber's ships had already closed the distance. Kaven's advantage with their superior cannons was now completely useless. At this close range, the Fiber fleet's destructive power far surpassed Kaven's. Lee-Ha's voice boomed, threatening the entire crew. If they didn't drop their weapons in 3 seconds, Thez's head would be gone. With Thez dead and Buck commanding Fiber, Kaven's losses would be immeasurable. Lee-Ha figured his threat to Thez was enough. Next, he turned to the players. If their nation was declared the loser, their dreams of making money from this game would be crushed. This direct economic threat made the Kaven players immediately lower their weapons and retreat. Even then, Thez threatened him back. If Lee-Ha dared pull the trigger, he would be going down with him. Thez's threat meant nothing. Lee-Ha was resolved. If his sacrifice could wipe the Kaven kingdom off the map, it was a trade worth making. Lee-Ha had held the gun steady for a long time now. His arm ached with exhaustion, but he couldn't afford to relax his grip. Even if ambushed, Lee-Ha was confident he could take Thez down with him. Thez was finally beginning to understand his opponent. Old Man Buck didn't trust the musketeer's weapon. He trusted the man wielding it. Thez was completely overwhelmed by Lee-Ha's pressure. He dispersed the dark clouds above and began to walk slowly. Seeing his opponent move, Lai Ha's guard went up. He couldn't let Thez flip the tables now. Thez turned, his voice ringing out, declaring the entire Caven fleet would withdraw from Fiber's waters, effective immediately. The crew erupted in panic. The crew was stunned by their commander's order. Lai Ha had to confirm if Thez's words could truly be trusted. To Lai Ha, a mere promise meant nothing, no matter who made it. Thez ordered the helmsman to bring his cloak, then activated his magic. His amplified voice reached the entire Caven fleet. All forces were forbidden from engaging Fiber. Thez then swore an oath, with the sea as his witness. He would never order his ships to fire on Fiber. Until the war between Fiber and Minute concluded, the Caven fleet would not enter Fiber's waters. Thez declared this an oath that not even the king of Caven could overturn. As proof of his vow, Thez would give his own cloak to Lai Ha. As a token, the moment Lai Ha accepted the cloak, a system window appeared. He had earned the achievement, recognized by the son of the sea god. With this, Lai Ha would gain the respect of the clan that serves the Sea King. The cloak itself belonged to a hero who received the sea god's blessing. It was a divine gift. Thez then asked if his fleet's safe passage was guaranteed. That wasn't a concern. The Fiber forces had no wish to fight right now, as Li Ha had planned with Buck. With that, the coastal defense battle quest was officially complete. At the same time, a notification has appeared worldwide announcing a truce between Fiber and Caven, brokered by their representatives, Lai Ha and Thez. The armistice agreement was made public. It reached every player instantly. Players from Fiber, Caven, and even Minute received the alert. The naval war had begun at dawn, and ended with a truce by sunset, all in a single day. Just then, Buck approached the Caven flagship on a small boat. He roared with praise, telling Lai Ha he'd done something magnificent. Lai Ha admitted it was all a high-stakes gamble. Thez acknowledged that Lai Ha had beaten him, with a stroke of luck at sea, musing that the sea god must favor him. Now victorious, Buck got cocky, telling Thez to hurry up and leave. The taunt angered Thez, who turned his frustration on Li Ha, ordering him off his ship at once. He then gave the command to the entire fleet. Return to port. I must see the king. Li Ha leaped back to Buck's boat, saying they had to return. Buck grumbled, wanting to celebrate with drinks. He wanted a full day of celebration, but they were in the middle of a war. There was no time. Lai Ha finally had a moment to check his status window. He was surprised to see Kit's teleportation skill had already been activated. Meanwhile, back at the battle on the plains, Alex was seen riding a golden dragon, charging straight for Ganville. Kong immediately ordered the entire Bun Guild to use a chain teleport. They had to protect Ganville now. Just as urgently, he ordered the Yellow Dragon Guild to teleport to Ganville's side, and Kip as well. As the Golden Dragon closed in on Ganville, the group of players teleported back just in time. Kong immediately commanded the Bun Guild forward, forming a defensive wall to protect their Grand Marshal. Members fell into formation. Qidong cast a barrier, linking everyone's shields. A player roared, urging them to show no fear. Surely some here had fought dragons before. And it was true, some had. But those were merely young dragons. Their opponent now, however, was an ancient-class gold dragon. Alex stood on its head, ordering Ganville to leave Minute's lands in the name of justice. Just then, a private message reached Alex. It was from Chi, demanding his immediate return. She needed Alex to defeat Phoebo's army slowly, not in one crushing blow. If Phoebo's commander fell now, the war would end instantly. This completely upended Chi's plans, something she couldn't accept. Alex hated taking orders, but Chi reminded him of another mission he must obey. This silenced Alex for a moment. Below, Ganville was stunned that Alex would demand his surrender. Alex believed it was the right decision. This wasn't the time for humans to fight. Fine words, but Ganville only wanted vengeance for Phoebo's assassinated king. Alex didn't care about Phoebo's king. In that case, Ganville didn't care what happened to Minute. Seeing Ganville's defiance, Alex deemed him insubordinate. He could execute him on the spot for opposing his decision. Ganville dared him to try. But Alex countered, claiming he put the interests of all humanity first. Ganville's power benefited humanity, so he couldn't die yet. Kit seemed to understand Alex's real intention. He likely wanted humanity to unite for some great event. Kit found him quite interesting, wishing he'd give another speech, but Alex stopped, saying he couldn't reveal more. Such vague reasons would never make Ganville's army retreat. Alex saw that negotiations had failed. In that case, he would handle this war himself, ending it without killing key figures. Kit pondered Alex's words. He needed to relay everything to Lai Ha. Surely, Lai Ha would figure something useful out. One might expect Alex to leave, but he didn't. He steered the gold dragon toward Phoebe's army and, without a word, prepared a devastating breath attack. Phoebe's army saw his intent and hastily cast defensive spells. But against the dragon's breath of destruction, it was all meaningless. Equin knew his forces were vastly outnumbered by Phoebe's. His plan was to lure them deep into minute territory and encircle them. Of course, the difference in numbers was still immense. Equin couldn't easily surround Phoebe's army. Therefore, Equin had chosen to form reinforcement squads to move with his main army. All scattered troops around Minute would gather to flank Phoebe's forces, while Minute's main army engaged them head-on. It was a plan Equin was sure would succeed, but with Alex's arrival, such tactics seemed almost unnecessary. Watching the gold dragon decimate Phoebe's army with a single breath, Equin felt like he was witnessing the destructive power of the old demon army. He felt incredibly fortunate this power was on his side. Equin's current goal was pushing Phoebe's main forces back to the plains. Once Alex had his fun, it would be time to order him back. On the battlefield, a vast area was scorched. Countless Phoebe soldiers were burned to cinders. Kit asked if Beimu could seal the gold dragon's skills, but that was next to impossible. First, Beimu couldn't reach the dragon's altitude. Plus, his current level was too low to seal its skills. It was a complete stalemate. Kit couldn't devise a single plan to stop that monster. Against the overwhelming power of Alex and the dragon, all strategy was useless. A player asked where Liha was, but Kit could only promise that Liha would appear as soon as he could. Kit knew Liha was defending the coast, so how could he be so sure? Kit explained they shared a special teleportation link. If Liha sensed trouble, he would warp there instantly. Just then, a spearman from Phoebe's side began rallying the troops. Inspired by him, other guilds joined the call. They believed that if they all worked together, they could still fight the gold dragon. With Kit and Pegu on their side, they could surely do something. And that wasn't all. At that moment, Juan arrived on the battlefield. The gold dragon had once sealed Juan and nearly killed him. He couldn't let that grudge go. Juan asked Kit when Liha would appear, because Juan had a score he needed to settle with Liha. Kit was surprised they knew each other, but hearing about a score to settle made him think Juan wanted to kill his brother. Kit couldn't say when Liha would arrive, but promised when he did, he'd appear right beside him. Putting that aside for now, Juan had to hold Alex off while Ganville ordered the army to retreat. Someone worried if this many players could stop Alex, but if they couldn't, then this game was seriously broken. The gold dragon prepared another breath attack. Pegu wouldn't allow it, leaping into the air and unleashing a martial arts skill right at Alex. Alex blocked Pegu's strike with his spear, then swiftly ducked to evade a powerful roundhouse kick. As they fought atop the dragon, Kit fired relentlessly from below, but his shots were like mosquitoes biting steel. The gold dragon's scales were terrifyingly hard. Ignoring Kit's attacks, it gathered a breath of fire and unleashed it on Phoebe's army. But looking closely at the scorched earth where the fire had landed, Juan stood there, completely unscathed. Not a single hair was out of place. Juan declared that today, he would be the one to teach Alex a lesson. He unleashed his soul connection skill. A column of power suddenly descended upon Du Yuan. He had summoned a creature born to slay dragons. The dust settled, revealing a giant, sharp-toothed frog behind Du Yuan. Qi peeked out, completely bewildered. Could a frog really defeat a dragon knight? At Du Yuan's command, the purple frog launched itself forward. It flew towards the golden dragon's chest, sinking its sharp teeth in to latch on. Alex sensed something was wrong. The golden dragon roared that its mana had been sealed. It seethed with regret for not killing Du Yuan sooner. Alex knew that without the dragon's mana, he was at a huge disadvantage. Retreat was his best option. But would Dai Yuan let this golden opportunity just slip away so easily? He flew, charging Alex for a finishing blow. Just as his sword came down, a notification window appeared before them both. The sudden interruption caused Dai Yuan's strike to go wide, and the dragon broke free from the troublesome frog. The golden dragon didn't hesitate. It turned and fled for its life. Dai Yuan watched it go, his blood boiling. He had waited too long for this. He had to provoke his foe into one last battle. This was all because of the truce Liha brokered. Now, everyone on the battlefield received the same notification. No one could believe it. How had Liha possibly achieved this? Regardless, this was definitely good news for Fiber. Both the Fiber and Minute armies began to withdraw and regroup. Qi stared at the notice, confused. His brother's mission was supposed to take 20 days. How on earth did he forge a ceasefire in a single day? Inside the commander's tent, Dai Yuan sat in a daze. His chance to take down Alex had vanished like smoke. Ganville ordered his staff to rally the troops and demanded an explanation from Qi. But how was Qi supposed to know anything? He'd been fighting with the main force, not Liha. Just then, a shimmer of magical energy appeared beside Qi. Weizan and Qijong thought it was an attack, moving to shield Ganville. But Liha emerged from the portal, rifle raised, asking where Alex was. Qi explained that Alex had already fled. Liha had promised to teleport at the signal, so why was he only showing up now? Liha said he had to finish the fight on the coast first. He was more concerned about the current battle situation. Qijong, Wazan, and Tain were thrilled to see Liha, but he had appeared far too late. The main character may arrive last, but this was pushing it. Meanwhile, in the Minute command tent, Equin was furious with Chio. He couldn't believe Fiber and Kaven had signed a truce at such a critical moment. Chio tried to make excuses, but the ceasefire was undeniable. She had promised Fiber's navy was no match for Kaven's. Ayn had warned them Liha was a danger. He was always sensitive when it came to musketeers, and he was proven right. Just then, Alex declared it wasn't a problem. He was still confident he could end this war. Chio scoffed at his words. He'd had his mana sealed and ran like a dog. Now he returns to camp talking so big? His pride wounded, Alex's eyes grew cold. He aimed his spear at Chio, threatening her life with his next words. Pushed to her limit, Chio dared him to do it. Why didn't he show this same bravado against the Fiber army? Chio accused Alex of not caring if Minute won or lost. She couldn't figure out his true objective, gathering a team of elites for some unknown reason. Ayn then chimed in sarcastically. If Alex had enough free time to threaten his own allies, then why not use that effort to take Ganville's head on the battlefield? Seeing Alex's lack of reaction only fueled Ayn's anger. What was the point of a strong player who refused to fight the nation's enemy? Ayn turned to Chio, asking for a status on their ambush unit. That, at least, was still according to plan. The unit was moving exactly on schedule. Ayn's goal was a pincer movement to crush the Fiber army as they retreated. He demanded Alex's cooperation. After all, Fiber now had someone who could neutralize his golden dragon. This was the only reason Alex would cooperate with the Minute army. Equin and Chio were sure of their success. They believed Liha had not yet returned to the battlefield. Meanwhile, at the Fiber camp, Liha reported everything to Ganville. The navy had left the coastline and was marching toward the plains. After hearing the report, Ganville was extremely pleased. Liha hadn't just completed his mission, he'd achieved a perfect outcome. Ganville believed their army should pull back. The enemy was likely planning an encirclement. However, the tables had turned. With reinforcements coming, Fiber could now proactively crush Minute's flanking force. After his report, Liha left the command tent, only to hear Due Yuan rushing over and pleading with him. "Join my guild," Due Yuan begged. Kong quickly shut him down. "He's part of the Runcho Special Forces. Stop trying to poach him." As the two bickered, Due Yuan's expression hardened, his murderous gaze fixed solely on Liha. JW held Liha responsible for losing the chance to crush Alex. He was seething with rage. Alex was within his grasp, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But that chance slipped right through his fingers. Liha had already heard from Kit that Fiber's elite forces had teamed up to stop Alex. The enemy's golden dragon had its mana sealed by the toad JW summoned. But at that exact moment, the ceasefire was announced. Alex used the opportunity to escape. Liha understood JW's fury. The Soul Link skill required a full 24 hours to cool down. JW had summoned the purple toad just hours ago, with over 20 hours left on the timer. He gambled that Alex didn't know the skill's weakness. But Alex's colossal lizard was incredibly smart. It might have already figured it out. Honestly, JW just wanted to tear Liha in half. But he was a trump card in this war and couldn't be eliminated yet. Liha quickly changed the subject, saying Kit had something to report on Alex. Right on cue, Kit arrived to save him. Kit believed Alex could have easily destroyed them all, but he chose not to. He'd said something about them all benefiting humanity. Kit suspected Alex wanted to forge some kind of alliance. The Golden Dragon must have revealed something to Alex. After all, that creature was deeply tied to this world's legends. The Golden Dragon, the wisest of its kind, was known as a champion of justice. Liha couldn't understand why it would spare Fiber's elite, but for now, it was good news. Still, Liha felt a deep sense of unease. JW was certain that Alex wouldn't stop there. Alex might not know that Liha had reached the main battlefield, but JW's power alone was a life-threatening presence that Alex surely felt. Liha had another concern. Minute's mysterious strategies. The enemy would no doubt learn of their naval division's movements. Liha was certain they would strike before Fiber's forces could regroup. He was positive Minute would launch an attack this very night. He immediately ordered everyone to be woken. The Fiber army needed to prepare for a nighttime battle. That night, Fiber's army was ordered to retreat immediately, leaving many soldiers completely confused by the sudden command. But for most players, All that mattered was survival and contribution points. Meanwhile, Pegu's Yellow Dragon Guild, Jan, and Runcho's elite forces, led by Laya, chose positions far from the main army and went into hiding. Laya was certain their special guest would be arriving soon. After all, Minute had once sent an assassin squad after Commander Ganville. If the enemy played that dirty, a night attack was guaranteed. Seeing Kit sweating nervously, Laya knew his brother was terrified. Kit said he didn't quite know how to describe the feeling. The fear he felt was terrifyingly familiar. The moment he saw Alex attack, his mind screamed that death was inevitable. He couldn't even consciously think of fighting back. But having faced it once, Kit believed he would be much stronger this time. He was confident he could even withstand 3 of the dragon's breath attacks. BMI laughed at his pain, saying the dragon could fire 15 shots in a row. Did Kit think he had 5 lives to spare? Hearing them discuss Alex with such dread truly worried Laya, but their spirits quickly lifted. This time, they had Laya leading them. They believed he was Fiber's greatest trump card. The Runcho Special Forces now had a single mission: protect Laya. If things got too desperate, BMI could carry him to safety. All this talk only made Alex seem more formidable in his eyes. This meant Laya had to heighten his own battle awareness. Meanwhile, in Minute's military camp, Ian gave the order to assemble the troops and pursue the Fiber army into the night. The Golden Dragon and Alex also joined the attack. Neither of them cared why Minute was so obsessed with winning. For the Golden Dragon, the goal was to end this meaningless war quickly. Its real enemy was JW. Alex, however, was hesitant. JW was the strongest player next to himself. Was it really necessary to eliminate him? But JW possessed a power that could threaten the Golden Dragon, and the dragon would not tolerate such a threat. It didn't know how JW linked with the Purple Toad, but its mere existence was a danger. Alex understood the dragon's logic and agreed to eliminate JW. As they flew over, they saw Fiber's army retreating through the darkness. The Golden Dragon tried to pinpoint JW's location, but he was likely hidden, making him hard to find. It decided on a much simpler approach. The Golden Dragon began to gather immense energy for an attack. First, it let out a deafening roar, stunning the army below. Then it unleashed a torrent of fire, incinerating the soldiers leading the column. From the sky, Wazan frantically called for Laya. She was worried sick, unable to spot him anywhere. Laya had seen the attack too, shocked by the dragon's horrifying destructive power. His current hiding place wasn't good enough for a clean shot. Laya knew he had to move to a higher vantage point. Laya gave the commands, initiating the dragon hunt. His team moved swiftly to a hilltop, about 1.8 kilometers from the dragon. The position was clear, with no obstructions. Even at night, the target glowed so brightly that night vision wasn't necessary. Laya quickly deployed the bipod of his javelin rifle and settled into a sniper's stance. He knew a dragon's flight was unpredictable. To succeed with a single shot, he had to carefully observe its every move. Beside him, Kit watched nervously as his brother prepared to snipe the colossal beast. Laya suddenly asked Kit if he could gauge the distance to the dragon. Kit estimated it was about 2 kilometers away. That proved the kid had a natural talent for sniping. After all, Kit himself was a formidable marksman. He was a crack shot too. Laya corrected them. Night vision warped the distance. The actual range was 1.8 kilometers, tops. Laya asked just to tease Kit. You could say it was one of his favorite pastimes. Laya rallied the troops again. They might all die, but they had to hold on. His inspirational ability was incredible, boosting everyone's fighting spirit. Laya recalled hunting a king crab before. Now he faced a slightly more distant challenge. But then again, this target couldn't be compared to a crab. This was an ancient golden dragon. This was different from sniping during the naval battle. The range was closer, but the target's movements were harder to predict. Laya's goal wasn't to take down Alex. It was simply to draw the attention of Alex and the golden dragon this way. Laya used his meditation skill to maximize his concentration, then began to count down. When his body reached its peak state, Laya pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through the air, piercing the dragon's chest and making it roar in pain. The golden dragon thought Luger was here. The impact felt like a mortar round. Alex was also extremely worried. If Luger was present, it would be a huge disadvantage. Most importantly, that bullet had pierced Dragonhide and dealt significant damage. The golden dragon was furious. First Yuan, now Luger threatened its life. It could not forgive this. On the hill, the Runcho forces were still in shock. They weren't sure if Laya had hit it. They just heard the dragon's piercing scream. Laya hadn't expected this either. He only meant to get its attention. Who knew the thick-skinned beast would actually be wounded? Laya felt a flash of panic. He wasn't sure what to do after succeeding on his first shot. Seeing the dragon charge, a player quickly contacted Pegu and Yuan, but those two were still 3 minutes away. With no time to defend, Lai Ha ordered everyone to retreat immediately. Lai Ha was sure the dragon was after him. It was better to split off from the group. After all, Lai Ha had a stealth skill. Kit thought that was just ridiculous. The dragon could find him even if he shrank to the size of a hair. Li Ha gave them no time to hesitate. Just fall back for now. They'd counterattack after regrouping with Pegu and Yon. As everyone fled, Li Ha activated his invisibility skill. The dragon reached the hilltop, raging that it couldn't feel any mana fluctuations. But when it whipped up a gust of wind, it noticed one spot that remained untouched. It was certain its opponent was hiding there, so it didn't hesitate. It immediately unleashed a breath attack, engulfing the area in a sea of fire. The dragon's 2 consecutive blasts terrified Kit. He thought no matter how strong Lai Ha was, he couldn't survive that. But Kit checked his teammate's status and saw Lai Ha's health bar was unchanged. Lai Ha was completely fine. Kit guessed he was hiding, but could anyone truly escape a golden dragon's rampage? Kit could only conclude that Lai Ha was a master at exploiting his skills. He must have found some kind of loophole. Amid the charred wasteland, Lai Ha remained motionless. He knew the dragon had used a mana scan to pinpoint his location the moment it arrived. Luckily, his enemy hadn't found him. According to the plan, Li Ha had to hold out for 3 more minutes until help arrived. Lai Ha just hoped everyone would hurry up. He wasn't sure how much longer he could last. Hearing the dragon scream for Luger made Lai Ha wonder what that lunatic was doing. He pulled up the map and saw Luger's position was currently underground. Come to think of it, Luger had been missing since the war began. What was he doing in a neutral zone? Just then, Luger's position shifted unexpectedly. But his destination was the Holy Palace of Ain, not here. Lai Ha was certain Luger wasn't a fool. He could have used the Royal Guard's teleport to appear here and clash with Alex, but he chose not to. Li Ha figured something far more enticing must have made Luger abandon this national war. But never mind that. Lai Ha had to focus on the fight. Meanwhile, one fired a signal flare from a distance, summoning all the elites. Kijong immediately led the charge, advancing to surround Alex and the dragon. All ranged players unleashed their strongest skills at the creature, but their enemy simply let out a soft roar of dispelling, and all the attacks instantly vanished without a trace. The golden dragon didn't want to waste time on these creatures it considered inferior. It only wanted Luger and Yun. No matter how much the dragon roared, Pyore's elite alliance kept up their harassing attacks. Kit raised his twin revolvers and unleashed a bullet storm at the beast. The bullets flew wildly, making them hard to track. Then one shot successfully cracked the magic shield surrounding the dragon. Eager for his moment, Tane used a mage's power boost. He leaped into the air, unleashing a fire sword skill that struck the dragon's head, shattering its barrier. Seeing this, Alex acknowledged his opponent's effort. Then he thrust his spear straight at Tane. Luckily, Tane managed to block the blow. As Alex prepared another thrust, Pegu charged in to save him, kicking the attack wide. The golden dragon focused solely on Kit the entire time, demanding he reveal Luger's location. The beast even used control magic to ensure Kit was captured. Pressured, Kit admitted Luger was all the way in Ain. Why was it so desperate to find him? Then Kit realized the truth. The golden dragon had no idea who had just attacked it. It simply assumed only Luger could pierce its tough hide. Lai Ha was positioned right underneath the golden dragon. Before the beast could react, he leaned back and fired a fatal shot into its underbelly. The piercing blow sent the golden dragon reeling, tossing Alex from its back, who thankfully managed to recover. The critical hit also weakened the spell-binding Kip. The restraints were finally broken. Li Ha yelled for Juan to attack. Juan had been waiting for this moment and dashed forward. Purple energy gathered in his hands as he closed in on the dragon. Lai Ha readjusted his aim and landed another shot. It struck the beast's chest, making it roar in agony. Juan seized the opening, channeling his power into his blade. He aimed for a decisive blow against his foe. But the wounded dragon was far from helpless. A simple headbutt sent Juan flying like a cannonball. He crashed hard, knocked completely unconscious. Meanwhile, Alex saw his chance. He launched an attack on Pegu. Luckily, Kijong cast a protective skill from afar, blocking the strike. Li Ha saw their main attacker was down. With Juan out, he was the only one left to face the dragon. He fired another shot, aiming straight for its head. But the dragon had already regained its composure. It cast absolute defense, raising a formidable magic barrier. Stronger than before, it easily blocked Lai Ha's bullet. The beast was confident. Not even Luger could break through. This defense seemed impenetrable. But at that critical moment, another person appeared, telling Lai Ha not to give up. Hen had unexpectedly joined the battle. He unleashed his ultimate skill, a complete seal on time. As the magic took hold, even the golden dragon could not resist its power, but the mana cost was enormous. Hen couldn't hold it for long. This was Liha's chance. This single moment was all he needed. He took aim, ready to pierce the golden lizard's skull. Just as the beast was about to fall, Luger suddenly teleported onto the battlefield. He aimed his own weapon at Liha, demanding him to stop. Liha couldn't believe his eyes. Luger was from fiber. Why was he aiming at an ally? Kip tried to intervene. He argued that this was no time for infighting. Luger told Kip to be quiet and then made a grand announcement. He was an emissary from the Pope of the Holy Kingdom Ein. By papal decree, Fiber and Minute were to cease all hostilities immediately. Their supreme commanders had to hear his message. Anyone who continued to fight would be excommunicated. The threat of excommunication froze everyone in place. Everyone except for Liha. He declared he wasn't religious and wouldn't obey. The Pope? Liha's defiance enraged Luger. His teammates watched in disbelief as Liha continued to provoke him, but Liha was adamant that he followed no faith. The Pope was not his master, and he refused to listen. Luger was speechless. He wondered how someone this dense ever managed to pass the Royal Guard's exam. Key quickly explained that according to the world's lore, every single person and player was a member of the church. To be excommunicated meant becoming a target for everyone, everywhere. Liha knew the rules. He just hated this outcome. In his view, the Pope's authority only applied to humans, which didn't include the golden dragon Alex was riding. Liha was right. The dragon wasn't human. It didn't follow their laws, so it had to be eliminated here and now. Liha demanded Luger do something more practical to end the war. Seeing Luger pondering the letter, the dragon grew curious. It wondered about the letter's contents. Luger couldn't say. The letter could only be revealed to the commanders of each side. To help the dragon understand, Luger mentioned a single name, Abis. Hearing it, the golden dragon's entire demeanor changed. It grew serious, asking if Luger truly knew what he was saying. Luger replied that he had experienced it firsthand. The dragon paused, then declared in the name of justice, it would cease its attack on humans, even those who had harmed it. It even warned Duan to stop lurking for a sneak attack. After hearing the dragon's solemn declaration, Liha finally lowered his weapon. Meanwhile, in the Minute command tent, Chi watched it all through a crystal orb. She grew worried seeing Luger as the church's emissary. Her entire plan was now in ruins. Een wondered aloud about the contents of the letter. Chi, too distracted to talk, stepped outside for some air. Once alone, she let out a sharp whistle. It was a summons for Sasuke. He was to contact Peter and stop Luger from delivering the letter. It was already too late to stop Fiber, so Chi's priority was to stop the letter from reaching Minute. The second order, eliminate the messenger. A kill order for Luger. Sasuke feared he couldn't do it. Luger was deep inside the Fiber camp. Chi thought he was afraid of their special unit. She said she'd have Alex look the other way. But Sasuke didn't fear the special unit. He was afraid because Liha had returned into the Fiber camp. At the mere mention of Liha's name, Chi trembled with rage. One person had single-handedly ruined her entire plan. She knew she had to watch Liha more closely, but for now, her hands were tied. The Pope's letter wouldn't go directly to the commanders. Instead, the Pope's emissary would handle the delivery. In other words, it would still take some time for both sides to learn its contents. A ceasefire, for now. The bloodshed has finally paused. Just then, a messenger arrived with an urgent command. All troops were to fall back 2 kilometers, except for the elite forces who faced the Golden Dragon. They held their ground. They remained to protect their commander-in-chief, who was now heading to the front. When asked what was next, Liha declared the war was over. Soon, Ganville and Equine met on the Central Plains. Unable to fight on the battlefield, the two commanders began a war of words. Equine sneered that if Ganville hadn't retreated, he would be in chains at the capital. Ganville shot back, mocking that Equine must have lost weight stressing over him. Their verbal sparring made both armies sweat. Then, the two commanders and Luger sat down at the negotiation table. Equine questioned if Luger was truly the church's envoy. In response, Luger simply placed a winged key on the table. It was the Pope's sigil. Liha stared at the strange key from behind, feeling sick. He could never understand that guy's twisted mind. Equine had heard rumors that Luger was from Fiber. How could such a man become an envoy of the church? Luger simply ignored Equine's suspicions. He only needed to affirm that he answered to the commander now. Ganville used the chance to taunt Equine for being as cynical as ever. Ignoring him, Ganville then asked Luger about the Pope's condition. Luger explained that the Pope was gravely concerned. An urgent matter had arisen, which Luger himself had discovered. This made Ganville curious, as the letter only mentioned a truce. Moreover, the Pope himself had offered to sign the armistice agreement between the two nations. This news left all the players, including Li Ha, utterly bewildered. Could a treaty signed by the Pope really force two nations to cease fire? Li Ha began to wonder if there was a hidden reason for this war. Ganville had the same doubt. The Pope had no connection to this conflict, so how could he possibly guarantee a peace treaty? Luger had anticipated their questions, which is why he brought a certain item along. He presented a helmet, stating this would force them to reconsider. Both Ganville and Equine froze, recognizing it immediately. The Golden Dragon called it a mere noble's helmet. Luger corrected the lizard. It belonged to Count Lai, leader of the High Demons. Luger claimed he had retrieved it from the abyss. The dragon's attitude shifted. It demanded to know what he saw. Could it be Bluebeard? Luger confirmed it. Equine loudly denied the truth. Bluebeard had died 30 years ago. Ganville agreed, as he had led his own division against Bluebeard in that final battle. To Luger, their reactions were like watching a pair of clowns. He stated once more that he had journeyed to the bottom of the abyss. There, he met Count Lai, who was in self-imposed confinement. The Count hadn't died. He was merely hiding underground, recovering. This meant a third great human-demon war could erupt. A fragment of the Demon King, Count Lai, has awakened. At that moment, Li Ha understood why the national war was ignited. It was a plot to weaken the players before the real war against the demons began. And that's all for today's video. That was a summary of the latest content. If you have any thoughts, please leave them down in the comments section. Don't forget to leave a like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell for more exciting videos. For now, goodbye, and see you next time. Bye-bye.